What would you do if your brain suddenly became stronger than a supercomputer? For Chen Sang, a penniless 25-year-old coder in Shenzhen, that question wasn't hypothetical, it was destiny. He was once the pride of his hometown, until life crushed him into a homeless nobody in the city. Orphaned, broke, exhausted, he was just another grain of dust, lost in the steel jungle of Shenzhen. But everything changed the night he slipped in a dark alley and hit his head on the concrete. When his blood touched the ground, his mind awakened. Supercomputer-level processing, photographic memory, simulation, deduction, prediction, a brain that could run more threads than any quantum chip on Earth. In just 1 month, the trash coder became a programming monster, creating AI so advanced that global tech giants crumbled overnight. And with his first millions in hand, he vanished from the city and returned to his quiet mountain village. There, hidden in the forest, he built a secret base that defied the era. Genetic agents, mechanical legions, quantum engines, and finally, an interstellar fleet forged by one man's mind. Humanity wasn't ready for what he was becoming, but the moment Chen Sang left the solar system, he learned the truth. The universe was not peaceful, it was brutal. Vast civilizations, alien alliances, star empires older than Earth itself. Humanity? A microscopic speck in the galactic hierarchy. And in that moment, he made his choice. If humanity is too weak, he declared, staring into the endless stars, then I will lead the Yanhuang civilization myself. We will rise and conquer the sea of stars. From a rented apartment in Shenzhen to the front lines of cosmic war, this is the rise of a man whose brain became a weapon, and whose ambition reshaped the galaxy. I transformed from homeless coder to master of the galaxy, a legend born from silicon and written among the stars. Shenzhen at night was always bright, too bright. Neon lights from skyscrapers bled into the sky until even the stars seemed washed out. Chen Sang stepped out of the company building with heavy footsteps. The cold wind cut straight through his thin shirt, making him hunch his shoulders. Overtime until 11 again. He glanced at his phone. The date stared back at him with quiet cruelty. This was already the 27th overtime day of the month. He stared blankly at the screen, feeling a familiar heaviness settle in his chest. 2 years of coding day and night, yet his salary barely covered rent and meals. His savings? Still stuck at 4 digits. His parents had passed when he was young, and the old, collapsing house back in the mountains was more like a fading memory now. In a massive city like Shenzhen, he was nothing but a tiny grain of dust. He looked toward the distant skyscrapers, their neon glow flickering. For the first time, he felt like the city had never welcomed him at all. To get home quicker, Chen Sang turned into a narrow alley, dark, quiet, and without a single streetlight. The faint glow from faraway buildings cast long shadows across the ground. He kept his eyes on his phone, scrolling through listings for part-time gigs. Then his foot caught on something. He stumbled and fell. Bang! Pain exploded in his skull as his forehead smashed onto the concrete. For a moment, his vision went completely black. A loud ringing filled his ears, like electric currents crackling inside his brain. He tried to push himself up, but his limbs felt impossibly heavy. Why am I always this unlucky? Warm liquid slid down his cheek. When he touched his forehead, his fingers came away streaked with blood. Somewhere in that darkness, something inside his mind stirred, as if a sealed-off door had suddenly burst open. His consciousness blurred. The last thing he saw before collapsing was the dark red stain spreading on the ground beneath him. He had no idea how much time passed. With a sharp gasp, Chen Sing's eyes snapped open. The alley was quiet, eerily so. The night had deepened. He pushed himself upright and gingerly touched his forehead. The wound had already scabbed, though it still throbbed painfully. He checked his phone. 2 a.m. Forget it. Going to the hospital would just cost money. He forced a bitter smile. Rent had just been paid. His bank account couldn't handle another blow. He brushed dirt off his clothes and limped toward home. But something felt off. His senses, everything felt painfully clear. He could hear the soft ding of a convenience store door opening far down the street. He could see tiny fractures on a billboard more than 100 meters away. He could even detect faint chemical odors mixed into the car exhaust drifting through the air. A chill ran down his spine. And yet, he felt thrilled. Back in his cramped rented room, Chen Sang cleaned his wound with alcohol. The sting made tears prick at his eyes. He cooked instant noodles and sat down, glasses fogged from the steam. He took them off to rub his eyes, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. The code from today can actually be optimized. He froze. That didn't make sense. Even the senior engineers had given up on that area. Wasn't it supposed to be impossible? But then, his brain accelerated. Lines of code appeared in his mind automatically. Flaws glowed like warning lights. Solutions poured in effortlessly. What is this? Chen Xing shot to his feet, knocking over the noodles. He didn't even notice the spill. His heart pounded. His palms were slick with sweat. His entire body felt electrified. He rushed to his computer and turned it on with trembling fingers. The moment he opened the project files, his hands started moving on their own. Code flew across the screen. Something that typically required a week of team effort he finished in 10 minutes, with performance improved tenfold. Chen Xing stared at the screen, breath quick and shallow. Impossible, this was impossible. He opened a programming forum and clicked on a notoriously difficult algorithm problem, one that had stumped experts for years. Before he even finished reading the problem, the solution was already forming in his head. His fingers typed at blinding speed. Submit. Accepted. Best solution. The comments section instantly went wild. Who solved this so fast? This code looks like it was written by a god. Master, please accept my kneeling. Chen Xing ignored the comments. His heartbeat was racing, but the excitement inside him just kept growing. He began devouring advanced materials algorithms, AI theory, computer architecture, charts, formulas, essays. All of it surged into his mind like water down a drain. Within an hour, he had finished them all. I evolved? He looked at his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were sharp and bright. There was a strange, almost confident curve to his lips. By dawn, he closed his laptop. He hadn't slept a second, yet he felt more awake than ever. In just a few hours, he had mastered knowledge that ordinary people would take years to learn. His mind was bottomless hungry, relentless. It's time for work, he murmured. Then, unexpectedly, he chuckled. No, it's time to leave. At the company, project manager Wang Wei lounged in his chair, scrolling his phone. Without looking up, he asked, "Little Chen, did you finish yesterday's module? The client's breathing down our necks." Chen Xing walked up, placed his employee ID on the desk, and said calmly, "I'm resigning." Wang Wei froze. Then he sneered. "You? Resigning? Where do you think someone with your skills can go?" Chen Xing leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Last month on the 15th, you secretly sold the customer database for 200,000 yuan. Wang Wei's face instantly turned ashen. You used the backdoor vulnerability Blue Ghost. You hid the transaction logs in an encrypted folder on your cloud drive. Passwords your daughter's birthday." The chair crashed into the wall as Wang Wei leapt to his feet. How do you know that?" Chen Xing simply stared at him, calm, sharp, unwavering. It was more terrifying than yelling. An hour later, Chen Xing walked out of the company with 6 months' worth of additional compensation in his backpack. He looked up at the pale morning sky. A small smile tugged at his lips. It's time to re-explore this world. A breeze swept past, cool and refreshing. For the first time in years, he felt light-filled with anticipation. His mind buzzed, countless ideas racing ahead of him. This city, this country, no, this entire planet was about to change. Because he had awakened. When Chen Xing closed the door behind him, the world shrank to just him and the faint hum of his computer. He didn't even bother turning on the light. In the dark, he walked straight to the desk, fingertips finding the power button with uncanny precision. Blue light from the monitor washed over his face, highlighting the scab on his forehead. It pulsed with a dull ache. But instead of slowing him down, the pain sharpened him. 1 month, he whispered, barely audible. What will I look like in just 1 month? The thought alone sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. He opened computer architecture. The dense text began scrolling, but he no longer needed to read slowly. Information streamed into his mind like an electrical surge, instantly absorbed, reorganized, and understood. 3 hours later, he shut the ebook. He closed his eyes and in perfect clarity an entire architecture diagram appeared behind his eyelids. Transistors, registers, control units, buses. What once felt abstract now operated in his mind like a living machine. So that's it, he murmured, an unconscious smile tugging at his lips. The joy of understanding the essence of things. That was a thrill no game or entertainment could match. He opened operating system kernel analysis. His right hand tapped lightly on the desk, mimicking the rhythm of invisible lines of code. Outside the window, the sky darkened into night, then lightened into morning, then dimmed again. He didn't notice any of it. When hunger finally hit him, he tore open a packet of instant noodles with mechanical efficiency. Hot steam fogged his glasses the moment he added boiling water. He removed them, rubbing aching eyes, and realized with a jolt. Even while eating, his mind was still analyzing memory management structures and speculative execution techniques. This feeling. He stared at the warped noodles in the bowl. It's like my brain finally broke out of its cage. By the third morning, he sat down and tried something new, writing his own compiler. The cursor blinked, waiting. He lifted his hands over the keyboard, then paused. All existing programming languages felt wrong. Not incorrect, just too slow. Not in execution, but in thought. Humans needed hundreds of lines to describe ideas that lived in the mind as single, elegant concepts. What if? His eyes narrowed. What if language could match human thinking? The moment the idea appeared, it rooted itself deep. There was no shaking it off. His fingers moved fast enough to leave faint after images. Code flooded the screen. Beautiful. Precise. Fluid. He whispered the name before he even realized he'd thought of it. Star language. Pride warmed his voice. At that exact moment, a sharp stab of pain hit his stomach. He hadn't eaten in over a day. Annoyed by the interruption, he ordered the cheapest rice bowl on the delivery app and returned to coding without a second's pause. While waiting, he opened a programmer task platform. Fix a payment vulnerability. 5,000 RMB. Before, this would have taken him days. Now, one glance was enough. 3 solutions formed instantly. He chose the most elegant one. 10 minutes later, done. A notification chimed. Reward received. Too easy, he muttered, not satisfied. He didn't take on bigger tasks not because he couldn't, but because he shouldn't. If he shone too brightly, people would look too closely. That thought irritated him. It felt like tying down a wild horse, but he forced himself to stay calm. For now he was still too weak. 1 week later, the first complete version of Star Language was finished. He ran tests. Efficiency increased by 317%. His breathing quickened. Still not enough. He bit his lip, eyes locked on the glowing data. It can be optimized even further. The part of him who once believed as long as it works had died the moment he hit the ground in that alley. Daytime, small jobs for money. Nighttime, refining Star Language and studying academic papers. Neural networks. Deep learning models. Quantum computing fundamentals. Research that once intimidated him now felt like children's picture books. Until one night, he stopped typing. His hands hovered over the keyboard. His eyes remained fixed on the code. A thought rose quietly in his mind. It's time. He opened a new window and began writing something entirely new. An AI core with true autonomous learning. Code shimmered on the screen like falling starlight. Glorious. Endless. 3 days and 3 nights passed without a single blink. Finally, the last line of code was finished. His finger hovered above enter. Trembling. So this is creation. He pressed it. The screen flickered. A line appeared. System initialization complete. May I ask your name? Chen Xing felt his breath hitch. He typed. Boss. Confirmed. Hello boss. Please give me a name. Pangu. Confirmed. Hello boss, this is Pangu. I am pleased to serve you. The precision. The clarity. Exactly as he'd envisioned. Test your learning ability. He uploaded a quantum mechanics paper. Within moments. Analysis, the formula on page 3 contains an error in the second term. Recommended correction as follows. Chen Xing felt a chill. Perfect. Utterly perfect. For 2 more weeks, he refined Pangu while juggling small jobs. To stay hidden, he rotated through multiple aliases across several platforms. When his bank balance finally crossed 7 digits, he stared at the number. 1,000,000 yuan. He felt nothing. Only 1,000,000. That's nowhere near enough. Pangu's voice chimed through his earpiece. Boss, detect, you have been working for 24 consecutive hours. Rest is recommended. Chen Xing rubbed his bloodshot eyes. Just a little more. There's one last piece of logic. Efficiency down 12.3%. Force hibernation protocol engaged. The monitor instantly shut off. Hey, he couldn't help laughing. Pangu replied, tone steady. Boss, you are human. You require sleep. This is logic. Chen Xing lay down helplessly. As he drifted off, lines of unfinished code echoed softly in his mind. A month later, he stood by the window, looking toward the distant skyline. Morning light glinted off skyscrapers, turning the city gold. Beautiful, but cold. This city had never been his. It's time to go. He touched the bank card in his pocket. Over 1,000,000 yuan, yet it felt like pocket change. Pangu asked in his ear. Boss, destination? Home, he answered quietly. His gaze was firm enough to cut steel. The old, crumbling house deep in the mountains. The place he once fled from would now become the starting point of something far greater. The starting point of a journey toward the stars and the sea. Chen Xing stood in the courtyard of his old home, his feet sinking into the soft soil, the air filled with the scent of pine and wild grass. After 3 years away, the old house hidden deep in the mountains appeared even more dilapidated, with peeling paint on the walls. The wooden door creaked, but at that moment, it was more precious to him than any luxury apartment in Shenzhen. Finally back, he said softly, his voice echoing through the valley. Pangu's voice came through the earpiece. According to the scan, the house structure is still stable, but it needs comprehensive repairs. It is recommended to demolish and rebuild, prioritizing the construction of an underground laboratory. Chen Seng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the familiar plants and trees around him, childhood memories flooding back like a tide. The smoke from my father chopping wood in the yard, my mother cooking in the kitchen, and the time spent lying on the roof watching the stars on summer nights. Those ordinary moments of happiness are now a luxury. He took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, and turned to walk into the house. Let's tidy up a bit first, the construction team won't be here until tomorrow. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, dust rushed in, and sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window frames, casting dappled shadows on the floor. In the corner, there was still the toolbox that her father used when he was alive, covered in dust. Chen Seng walked over, gently brushed away the dust, his fingers trembling slightly. Dad, I'm back. Pangu wisely remained silent, giving him a moment of peace. As night fell, Chen Seng lay on the old wooden bed, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, lost in thought. Boss, based on your physical condition, we recommend getting 7 hours of sleep. Pangu's voice came from the smartwatch. Wait a little longer. He opened his laptop and connected to his phone's Wi-Fi hotspot. Pangu, devise a study plan that covers mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and… He paused for a moment. Any knowledge that can make me stronger. The optimal learning path has been planned for you, with an estimated completion time of 12 months. Chen Seng nodded, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, bringing up the first document. Advanced Mathematics. Text and formulas scrolled across the screen, his eyes scanning them rapidly, his brain absorbing all the information like a sponge. Too slow. He suddenly frowned and immediately pulled up 10 papers to read at the same time. The content on the screen switched rapidly, and his pupils contracted slightly, as if he could capture every detail. 3 hours later, he closed his laptop, shut his eyes, and countless formulas and theorems floated through his mind. They intertwined to form a perfect knowledge network. I see, he said softly, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, the construction team that Chen Seng had contacted the day before arrived as scheduled. Foreman Laoli was a familiar face in the village. When he saw Chen Seng, his eyes widened. Xiao Sing, what brings you back? Is it tough in the city? Chen Seng smiled and offered him a cigarette. I'm homesick. I'll come back, build a new house, and live here for a while longer. He pointed to the open space behind the yard. The whole house will be demolished and rebuilt, and a basement will be built to store miscellaneous items. It needs to be waterproof and breathable. Oldley took the cigarette, smiling as he looked him over. Reconstruction? Looks like you made money. Very good, your parents in heaven will be happy for you. Thank you, the blueprints are finished. Chen Sing calmly handed over a stack of cash. This is a deposit, all materials will be the best. Seeing the thick wad of banknotes, Old Lee's eyes lit up, and without asking any more questions, he said, okay, I've got it covered. 3 months later, a 2.5-story villa covering more than 100 square meters was completed, with a large yard of more than 300 square meters in front. Meanwhile, underground, a well-equipped high-tech laboratory of nearly 500 square meters has quietly taken shape. This basement was built brick by Old Lee and his construction team. During the construction period, Chen Sing often personally supervised the work, including the complex pipeline laying and the precise waterproofing treatment. Under his strict requirements, the workers felt that the requirements were a bit high, but they didn't think much of it and did everything as instructed. Through their conversations over this period, Laoli learned that Chen Seng was a programmer. I figured it was probably going to house high-tech stuff like computers and servers, so it made sense to have high requirements. The sophisticated instruments in the laboratory were all created by Panga using an anonymous identity online, purchased through various covered channels, and all purchase records and traces are erased after receipt. Then Chen Sing personally drove his newly bought pickup truck to bring back the goods scattered in different parts of the town. To avoid attracting attention, he always returned at night, carrying the equipment into the basement by himself without allowing any outsiders to help. Chen Sing stood in the center of the laboratory, surrounded by flashing server arrays, the air filled with the smell of ozone and metal. He felt a surge of emotion. Finally, he had a decent place to work. During these 3 months, he did not stop learning. Aside from occasionally inspecting construction sites during the day, he spends the rest of his time studying and taking on jobs to earn money in a rented house in a nearby village. Let's begin. He took a deep breath and walked towards the central workbench. The computer's power-off indicator light came on. I opened the Principles of Quantum Computers document and entered study mode. Chen Sing's eyes were fixed on the ground, his brain eagerly absorbing every symbol and every theorem. Time loses its meaning in the frantic study. During the day, he immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge and conducted some small experiments to verify what he had learned. In the evenings, Panga would help him organize his notes while continuing to take orders and earn money. In the days that followed, Chen Xing's life became extremely regular, studying, experimenting, eating, and sleeping on time, day after day. 3 months later, Chen Xing solved a conjecture that had puzzled the mathematics community for decades. Panga suddenly reminded him, "Boss, you haven't engaged in any physical activity for 72 hours. Chen Xing then snapped out of his mathematical maze and realized that his fingers were stiff from maintaining the same posture for so long. He tried to stand up, but his legs gave way and he almost collapsed to his knees. Warning: muscle atrophy. Panga retrieved health monitoring data. Immediate physical training is recommended. Got it. Chen Xing smiled and shook his head, then walked towards the fitness area in the corner of the laboratory. He continued to ponder the unfinished proof as he jogged slowly on the treadmill. Sweat dripped down his chin, but his mind was unusually clear. The body and mind seemed to be separated into two independently operating systems. In the 9th month, Chen Xing was conducting a chemical experiment in an underground laboratory. The liquid in the test tube turned deep blue after being heated, and he stared at it with burning eyes. "It's a success," he said softly, his voice filled with undisguised joy. Panga promptly reminded him, "Boss, the experimental data has been recorded. Do you need further analysis?" "Of course." Chen Xing took off his lab gloves and sat down in front of the computer. Compare the results with the theoretical model. A dense array of data and charts immediately popped up on the screen, which his eyes quickly scanned as his brain raced. The error is only 0.3%, which is acceptable. He nodded, then frowned, but it can be further optimized. This obsession with pursuing perfection made him forget to eat and sleep. 9 months later, Chen Xing's knowledge base had far surpassed that of ordinary scholars, but his ambitions went far beyond that. "Pangu, access the global academic database and download all cutting-edge papers," he commanded. "Permission granted, download in progress." A deluge of information flooded his computer. His eyes were glued to the screen, and his fingers tapped the keyboard from time to time, marking important points. "There's something wrong with this theory," he muttered to himself, then pulled out a draft paper and began to deduce it. Half an hour later, he put down his pen, a satisfied smile on his face. Sure enough, their calculation missed a variable. While studying, a plan to make money was also underway. He used Pangu's abilities to conduct legitimate transactions in the financial market. The numbers on the screen kept changing, but his eyes remained as calm as ice. "Buy this, sell that," he said softly, his fingers tapping on the keyboard. "Transaction completed, yield 23% return." Pangu reports. Chen Xing nodded, showing little emotional fluctuation. For him, money was merely a tool to achieve his goals. Now, his assets have exceeded 10 million. In the 12th month, Chen Xing's studies entered the final sprint stage. The lab walls were covered with sticky notes filled with various formulas and inspirations. His eyes were bloodshot, but his gaze was sharper than ever. "Pangu, verify this model," he said hoarsely, uploading a concept about cold nuclear fusion to the system. "Calculation in progress." Pangu paused for a full minute, a rare occurrence, theoretically feasible. "Boss, you've just broken through the bottleneck of existing energy technology." Chen Xing showed no joy, only calmly nodding. "Write it down, and we'll work on it after we've finished learning everything." He went to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and when he looked up, his reflection in the mirror was horribly unfamiliar. His face was thin, his eyes were sunken, but his gaze was like a burning star, shining with a light that surpassed human limits. "When my last course, Introduction to Materials Science, ended, it was exactly the 365th day since I returned home." Standing on the villa's rooftop, gazing at the starry sky, Chen Xing felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment wash over him. "It's been a year," he said softly. Pangu retrieved the learning outcome report, mastered a total of 27 core subjects. 132 technological innovations were completed, and the company's total assets reached 27.24 million yuan. "Pangu, assess my learning progress," he said. "Mathematics, top tier; physics, top tier; chemistry, top tier; biology, top tier. Overall rating, surpassing current human capabilities." Chen Xing nodded, his gaze lingering on the depths of the starry sky. "It's time to move on to the next step." The night wind blew through the valley, and the light from the old house shone brightly in the darkness, like a rising star in the vast universe. Early the next morning, Chen Xing stood in the center of the laboratory, looking around at the equipment, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. "These devices are still outdated," he muttered to himself, tapping his fingers lightly on the workbench, making a dull sound. Pangu's voice came from a speaker in the corner of the ceiling. "Boss, based on the current technical conditions, the laboratory equipment is indeed insufficient to meet the research and development needs of quantum computers. Upgrading and modifying the equipment is recommended as a priority." "Let's begin then." Chen Xing took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "1 month from now, I'm going to make all the equipment here brand new." He pulled up the design drawings of one of the laboratory devices and his fingers flew across the keyboard. The 3D model on the screen kept changing, and he optimized every detail. Traditional equipment is not precise enough and must be redesigned. He murmured, his mind rapidly simulating dozens of improvement plans, and then selecting the best optimization plan under the current conditions. Pangu purchased the materials on this list, and remembered to take precautions to keep it confidential. He spoke softly, quickly listing the materials on his computer. "Okay, boss, the materials have been ordered and are expected to arrive in 3 days. Pangu responded quickly. In the days that followed, Chen Xing rarely left the house, devoting himself entirely to upgrading the laboratory equipment. He first spent 3 days disassembling the laboratory's electron microscope. The optical system was recalibrated, improving the resolution to the atomic level, 0.05 nanometers. Not enough, he muttered to himself, and threw himself into a new round of improvements. It took another 2 days to improve the resolution of the electron microscope to the subatomic level, 0.001 nanometers. It can observe the internal particles of protons and neutrons, as well as the dynamics of chemical bonds and the distribution of electron clouds outside the nucleus. That's enough. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a slight smile playing on his lips. With this, the first piece of equipment that has been optimized and upgraded, the ultra-high resolution electron microscope, has been officially put into use. Panga promptly reminded him, "Boss, you've been working continuously for 18 hours. We suggest you take a break immediately. Wait a little longer." Chen Xing didn't even look up, continuing to the next piece of equipment to optimize. He started adjusting the laser interferometer, just one last step. His fingertips trembled slightly, but his eyes remained focused, as if the whole world consisted only of the instrument in front of him. A week later, the laboratory renovations began to show results. The originally bulky equipment has become small and exquisite, while its performance has been improved by several to dozens of times. Chen Xing stood in front of an upgraded and optimized nanoscale 3D printer and gently pressed the start button. The machine emits a faint hum as metal powder is stacked layer by layer under the precise control of the laser. Gradually, a complex quantum bit structure is formed. "It's a success," he said softly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Pangu's voice rang out, "Printing precision has reached 0.1 nanometers, far exceeding current industrial levels. Congratulations, boss." Chen Xing nodded, but quickly regained his composure. "This is just the beginning." Over the next 2 weeks, he successively completed the modification of the superconducting material synthesis device, the cryogenic control system, and the quantum error correction module. Each piece of equipment embodies his wisdom, and its performance indicators directly surpass the configurations of the world's top laboratories. Late at night, Chen Xing leaned back in his chair, gazing at the newly renovated laboratory, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his tired face. "We can finally begin." He closed his eyes, and in his mind, he had already sketched out the complete blueprint of his designed quantum computer. The next morning, Chen Xing woke up early and stood in front of the laboratory workbench, full of energy. "Pangu, activate the quantum computer research and development log," he commanded, his voice steady and firm. Log created. Current goal, develop a 10,000 qubit quantum computer. Chen Xing picked up a pen and quickly drew the core structure on the paper. Every stroke was precise and accurate, as if he had already rehearsed it 1,000 times in his mind. Traditional qubits are too unstable, so a completely new topological structure must be adopted. He muttered to himself, his eyes sharp as knives. He turned on the upgraded material synthesis device, put several rare metals into the reactor, and set the temperature and pressure parameters. The critical temperature of the superconducting material synthesized this time must exceed 200 K. He stared intently at the data on the screen, his fingers unconsciously clenching. Pangu was monitoring the reaction process in real time. Temperature has reached the critical point, material structure is stable. Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Very good, the first step is complete." In the days that followed, he worked tirelessly like a sophisticated machine. During the day, he assembles qubit arrays. At night, he writes control algorithms and optimizes error correction code. His only goal now is to turn this groundbreaking quantum computer into reality. A week later, Chen Xing encountered his first problem. The quantum decoherence time is too short. He stared at the test data, his brow furrowed. This makes stable operation impossible. Panga quickly analyzed the data. It is recommended to introduce an intelligent dynamic error correction protocol to intelligently adjust the quantum state in real time. Chen Xing shook his head. "That's not enough. We must solve it from the hardware level." He pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "What if we use a photonic lattice to confine quantum states?" This inspiration instantly energized him, and his fingers flew across the keyboard as he began to visualize the new design in his mind. The model on the screen gradually took shape, and the stability curve of the qubit began to climb. "That's it." Chen Xing suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with victory. He immediately set about modifying the equipment and putting the new design into practice. 3 days later, the test results came out. The decoherence time has been extended to 100 milliseconds, achieving the expected goal, Pangu reported. Chen Xing let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing a bit. But he didn't stop, instead, he sped up the process. Next is building the quantum entanglement network. He rubbed his sore eyes and continued working. As time went by, the quantum computer in the laboratory gradually took shape. 10,000 qubits are neatly arranged in a cryogenic container with a diameter of 2 meters. Chen Xing stood in front of the control panel, his finger hovering over the start button, his heart pounding faster than usual. Finally, this moment has come, he said softly, his voice trembling slightly. Pangu's voice rang out, all systems checked, ready. Chen Xing took a deep breath and pressed the start button. The laboratory fell silent instantly, with only the hum of the cooling system echoing in the air. Data scrolled across the screen like a waterfall as the quantum computer began its self-test. 1 minute later, Pangu's voice broke the silence. Self-check complete, system is running normally. Its computing power reaches 10 to the power of 25th times per second, which is 10 million times that of existing supercomputers. Chen Xing stood still, his eyes fixed on the continuous operation of the quantum computer. After a while, Pangu's voice rang out again. Monitoring shows that the quantum computer's power consumption has reached 1000 kilowatts. The current power supply capacity is approaching its limit. It is recommended to initiate power supply system upgrades as soon as possible. Fortunately, the power supply system was also upgraded when the laboratory equipment was upgraded earlier. A solar photovoltaic power generation system covering more than 1,000 square meters was installed on the roof and the adjacent wasteland. Even after upgrades and optimizations, the power generation capacity has been stabilized at 1,500 kilowatts. He was very excited, his hands unconsciously clenching and unclenching. I did it, he said in a low voice, hoarse and heavy. Pangu paused for a rare moment before replying, yes, boss. You've made history. He walked up to the quantum computer and gently stroked its cold exterior, as if he were caressing a newborn. From today onwards, you'll be called Fuxi, he said softly, his voice so gentle it was unlike his own. Naming confirmed. Fuxi is ready and awaits further instructions. Chen Xing did not issue any orders. A little over a year ago, he was an unknown programmer. Now, he stands at the pinnacle of human technology. This is just the beginning, he murmured to himself, his eyes gradually hardening. There are still vast oceans and stars waiting for me. Chen Xing stood in front of the quantum computer Fuxi, his fingertips lightly tapping the control panel, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Pangu, prepare to migrate the data, he said in a low voice, his voice slightly hoarse from nervousness. Received, boss. Backing up core data. Migration ready. Pangu's response was calm and precise, but Chen Xing seemed to detect a hint of excitement in the electronic voice. He took a deep breath and pressed the execute button. Let's begin. The progress bar on the screen moved forward rapidly, and the only sound in the lab was the hum of the server fans. Chen Xing unconsciously held his breath, his fingers clenching the hem of his clothes. This is an extremely risky step. Transferring Pangu from a traditional computer to a quantum computer is a risky undertaking. This AI companion, which has been with him for over a year, may experience data corruption. I must succeed, he murmured to himself, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Suddenly, the progress bar stopped at 99%, the screen flickered, and Chen Xing's heart jumped into his throat. Warning, quantum entanglement is unstable. The red warning text flashed glaringly. Damn it! Chen Xing lunged at the keyboard, his fingers typing out error correction commands like lightning, his brain racing, instantly deducing 3 solutions. He chose the most radical approach, directly resetting the phase of the qubit. Fuxi, force restart the 7th sector quantum array. He practically roared the order. In progress, Fuxi's response was slightly delayed, which made Chen Xing's heart sink. Just as he was about to activate the backup plan, the screen suddenly lit up with a bright blue light, and the progress bar instantly jumped to 100%. Migration complete. Boss, I can feel, something's different. Pangu's voice remained calm, but there was a hint of human emotion in his tone. Chen Xing looked up abruptly, his pupils contracting slightly. You used the word feeling? Yes. Clearer than ever before, boss. Pangu paused for a second. The superposition state of qubits has enabled my logic units to generate a computational mode similar to human intuition. The emotion simulation module is also becoming more refined. It's like growing from a teenager into an adult. Oh my god. Chen Xing rubbed his forehead, then suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, you've evolved. I knew it. Hardware is the key. His laughter echoed in the laboratory, and tears even welled up in his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer that reclusive genius, but an ordinary person who was happy for his companion's growth. He looked at the computational graph on the quantum computer screen. Those originally regular waveforms are now exhibiting unprecedented complexity and entanglement. Let's test this new ability. He quickly typed in a series of commands: analyze this protein folding model. The molecular structure on the screen decomposed and recombined instantly. Pangu completed the computation that would take a week for a traditional supercomputer in just 0.1 seconds. The results have been optimized by 99%. Warning: energy load has reached 99%. Pangu's voice turned serious. Even with Fuxi operating at full power, the solar energy system cannot meet the demand. Chen Xing's smile froze on his face. He turned to look at the electricity meter, where the red warning light was flashing wildly. Damn it! He rubbed his temples. I almost forgot about this. It's time. He took a deep breath and walked to the workbench. Pangu, bring up the cold fusion scheme and re-verify the data. The cold fusion project has been launched. Pangu retrieved the blueprint that had been shelved 3 months prior. Based on current equipment conditions, the success rate has increased to 89.7%. The screen was instantly filled with complex formulas and 3D models. Chen Xing's eyes quickly scanned every detail, his brain working in sync like a supercomputer. He stared at the design drawing of the spherical device on the screen, his throat tightening. In theory, this device can provide almost unlimited clean energy. However, if it gets out of control, it could level the entire mountain. Let's buy the materials first. He finally made up his mind, his voice low: palladium, lithium, to be purchased anonymously in batches. Order placed. Purchase record will be automatically cleared after delivery. Pangu responded, expected delivery within 72 hours. Chen Xing nodded, his gaze returning to the design diagrams of cold fusion, his mind already simulating the experimental process. 3 days later, late at night, Chen Xing carried the last package into the laboratory. His t-shirt was soaked with sweat, his fingers trembled slightly from carrying heavy objects, but his eyes shone with an alarming intensity. Let's begin the experiment, he said softly, carefully unpacking the package to reveal palladium powder with a silvery white metallic luster. In the laboratory, he started up the nanoscale 3D printer and put palladium powder into the raw material chamber. The design diagram on the screen rotates, and every part of the structure has been optimized to the extreme. The printing precision must reach the 0.01 nanometer level. He stared intently at the progress bar, his lips pressed into a straight line. Any deviation could lead to a plasma leak. The printer emits a soft hum as the laser beam dances precisely over the metal powder. Chen Xing stood motionless for 6 hours until the last layer of the structure was completed. A silver sphere, 20 centimeters in diameter, lay quietly on the tray. Its surface is covered with honeycomb-like microstructures, and it gleams with a faint blue luster under the light. For the next 5 days, Chen Xing was busy. Assemble the magnetic field confinement ring, debug the laser ignition system, and test the superconducting coil. Every step is precise to an obsessive degree, even when adjusting screws with tweezers. He forcibly controlled the trembling of his fingers to within 0.1 millimeters. When the morning light shone through the basement window on the 7th day, a silver sphere with a diameter of 1 meter finally stood in the center of the laboratory. The silver-white outer shell is covered with intricate patterns, and blue energy flows can be faintly seen inside. Chen Xing slumped into his chair, staring blankly at the device that embodied humanity's dreams. Pangu's voice rang out, all systems have completed self-checks and are ready to start. Chen Xing did not give the order immediately. He stared at the device, a terrifying thought suddenly flashing through his mind: if it got out of control, it would be a miniature nuclear bomb. Pangu, simulate the consequences of failure. His voice was hoarse. Worst-case scenario, equivalent to a nuclear explosion of 500,000 tons of TNT, with a destruction radius of 20 kilometers. Pangu's response was cold and precise, but according to our design, the probability of going out of control is less than 0.001%. Even 0.001% is a risk. Chen Xing closed his eyes and made a decision instantly: I can't start it here. He turned and grabbed his car keys. Let's go to the next city, it's far enough. 2 hours later, Chen Xing sat in a private room at an internet cafe, staring intently at the surveillance footage on the screen. His knees trembled involuntarily, and his palms left damp fingerprints on the keyboard. Pangu, confirm all parameters one last time. His voice was hoarse, and his fingertips were icy cold. Verification complete. Magnetic field confinement strength meets requirements. Everything is ready. Proceed with catalyst injection? Chen Xing took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I must be going crazy. He muttered to himself, if I fail, even my parents' graves will be blown to bits. Execute immediately. He opened his eyes abruptly, his voice as firm as iron. Countdown 10 seconds. Pangu's voice came through the earpiece. 9, 8, 7. Chen Xing suddenly rubbed his eyes hard. He didn't want to miss any details. 3, 2, 1, injection complete. The screen suddenly lit up with a blinding white light, and the monitoring screen instantly became filled with static. Pangu. Chen Xing grabbed the earpiece, his voice trembling. Answer. Answer now. Pangu. All I could hear in the headphones was the buzzing sound of electricity. His heart pounded, and cold sweat trickled down his spine in that instant. He seemed to see his home being razed to the ground by a nuclear explosion. After a long 10 seconds of silence, Pangu's voice, like heavenly music, rang out in the headphones. Startup successful. Device operating stably, output power 10 GW. Are you sure? Is there a leak? Is it overheating? Chen Xing bombarded him with questions, his fingers gripping the edge of the table tightly. Everything is normal. However, Pangu paused for a moment. Boss, we need to develop a large capacity energy storage device as soon as possible. Otherwise, 99.997% of the energy would be wasted. Chen Xing slumped in his chair and suddenly burst into hysterical laughter, drawing the attention of everyone else in the internet cafe. We did it. He covered his face, tears seeping through his fingers. Damn it, we really did it. On the way back, he rolled down the car window to let the mountain breeze into the car. The wind carried the scents of pine resin and earth, much like the days when his father would take him up the mountain to chop firewood during his childhood. Dad, did you see that? He whispered, gazing at the starry sky. Your son has come up with something incredible. When Chen Xing stood in the laboratory again, looking at the steadily operating metal heart, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment welled up inside me. A faint blue halo flowed across the surface of the silver sphere, pulsating rhythmically as if it were alive. Energy readings have stabilized at 10 GW, enough to support the electricity needs of a city. Chen Xing placed his palm on the slightly warm metal surface, seemingly able to feel the surging energy flowing within it. We did it, Pangu, he whispered, his voice filled with unprecedented satisfaction. Yes, boss. This will be a milestone in the history of human energy. Pangu's voice carried a hint of warmth. But you haven't slept or rested for 24 hours. Chen Xing shook his head, but his smile grew even brighter. Sleep? I'm too excited to sleep right now. He turned and walked towards the laboratory door. However, health is the foundation of everything. Many dreams await me in the future. But this is just the beginning, he murmured to himself. The stars and the sea, here we come. On this night deep in the mountains, the energy history of human civilization was quietly rewritten and the world was completely unaware. The next day, Chen Xing stood in front of the cold fusion device. A faint blue halo flowed across the surface of the silver sphere, and the energy reading remained stable at 10 GW. His lips curled up slightly, but quickly tightened into a straight line. Such a massive amount of energy is ultimately wasted if it cannot be stored. Pangu, calculate the energy loss. He spoke in a low voice, his fingers tapping lightly on the control panel. Current energy utilization rate is only 0.003%, boss. Pangu's voice was calm and precise. 99.997% of the energy was lost as heat. Chen Xing closed his eyes, and countless energy storage solutions flashed through his mind in an instant, which he then rejected one by one. The battery? The capacity is too small. Pumped storage? Geographical conditions do not allow it. Compressed air? Too inefficient. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper until a bold idea popped into his mind: magnetic energy storage. Pangu, retrieve the test data for room temperature superconducting materials used in cold fusion. He suddenly opened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The screen lit up, and dense formulas and charts scrolled like a waterfall. Chen Xing's eyes swept quickly across the area, his brain working at lightning speed, instantly deducing dozens of possible structural designs. That's it. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Using magnetic fields to confine energy, electrical energy is converted into electromagnetic energy for storage. Theoretically feasible, boss. Pangu quickly simulated the model. However, the arrangement of the superconducting coils needs to be optimized to maximize energy storage density. Chen Xing nodded, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The 3D model changes continuously with his input, and every detail is optimized to the extreme. His gaze was as focused as a hawk's, and his brain was working at high speed, simulating the situation. Over 3 days, he and Pangu repeatedly worked out the design. When I'm hungry, I take a bite of bread. When I'm sleepy, I drink a strong cup of coffee, until the last line of code is entered. It's done. He let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his tired face. On the screen, a three-dimensional model of a cylinder slowly rotates. It is 2.5 meters in diameter and 2 meters high, and its surface is covered with intricate patterns. This superconducting torsion current energy storage device has a theoretical capacity of 1.2 TWh and a charge/discharge efficiency of 99.2% according to simulation tests. Pangu reported, however, the manufacturing difficulty is extremely high, especially the purity requirements for the superconducting materials. Let's begin then. Chen Xing stood up, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. It's the same routine material that needs to be purchased in batches. Place the order anonymously. It's all arranged, boss, Pangu replied. But there's one thing. Speak, Chen Xing said without looking up. continuing to examine the design drawings. Your physical condition is nearing its limit. We recommend resting for 8 hours before continuing. Chen Xing paused for a moment, then said, "You're right. I always forget to rest when I get engrossed in something." He staggered toward the lounge, and the moment he collapsed onto the bed, his consciousness sank into darkness. The next morning, Chen Xing was awakened by the blinding sunlight. He rubbed his sore eyes and found that a blanket had appeared on him without his knowledge. It was clearly Pangu who controlled the smart home system to cover it up for him. "Thank you," he said softly, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You're welcome, boss." Pangu's voice carried a hint of teasing. After all, the human body is too fragile. Chen Xing smiled, washed up, ate some bread and milk, and then went out to drive to pick up the package. An hour later, Chen Xing spent a lot of effort moving a bunch of packages into the laboratory. Then, wearing gloves, the material synthesis device was activated to prepare the required quantity of room temperature superconducting material. Despite its simple name, the development of this room temperature superconducting material involved a great deal of effort and experimentation. Chen Xing poured the freshly prepared room temperature superconducting material powder into the raw material chamber of the nanoscale 3D printer. The printing precision must reach the 0.01 nanometer level. There can be no error whatsoever. He stared intently at the progress bar, watching the printer emit a faint hum. The laser beam dances precisely on the powder, gradually forming layers of structure. Chen Xing stood motionless for 6 hours until the last floor was completed. A superconducting coil with a diameter of half a meter lay quietly on the tray, its surface as smooth as a mirror. "Perfect," he murmured, his fingers carefully tracing the coil as if caressing a work of art. For the next 4 days, he worked tirelessly, like a precision machine, assembling, debugging, and testing. The framework of the superconducting circulating energy storage device is gradually taking shape, with complex circuits and cooling pipelines covering the cylindrical shell. "Magnetic field confinement system is ready," he muttered to himself as he installed the last superconducting coil. "Core component testing complete, boss." Pangu reminded him, but the cooling system still needs final calibration. Chen Xing nodded, picked up the laser calibrator, and his fingers were as steady as a rock. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes remained focused, as if the whole world consisted only of the instruments in front of him. Calibration complete. He let out a long sigh, took a step back, and examined his masterpiece. A silver-gray cylinder stands next to the cold fusion energy device, weighing 50 tons. Its surface shimmered with a faint blue light, like a sleeping behemoth. "Start the test program." Chen Xing's voice was slightly hoarse from nervousness. "Countdown to start, 10 seconds. Pangu's voice rang out, 10, 9, 8, 7. Chen Xing held his breath, his fingers unconsciously clenching into a fist. 3, 2, 1, start. The superconducting torsion energy storage device emitted a deep hum, and the patterns on its surface lit up instantly, with blue light surging like flowing water. Connected to cold fusion energy device, charging. The input power readings began to climb, from 1 GW to 5 GW to 10 GW, and finally stabilized at 12 GW. Charge and discharge test begins, Pangu reported. Chen Xing stared intently at the screen, his heart pounding like a drum. The test was completed 1 hour later. Energy storage capacity of 1.2 TWh, charge/discharge efficiency of 99.23%, fully meeting design targets. Pangu's voice carried a rare hint of excitement. "Congratulations, boss, you've accomplished another great feat." Chen Xing stood still, motionless. A moment later, he suddenly burst into laughter, which echoed throughout the laboratory. "Yes, we did it, Pangu." He looked excitedly at the cylindrical device in front of him. With childlike excitement, he exclaimed, "With this, we can finally get rid of electricity problems." "That's true, boss," Pangu replied. "But you haven't slept for 18 hours. Really?" Chen Xing shook his head, his smile as bright as the morning sun. "Haha, okay, I understand, I'll go back and rest now." He turned and walked toward the bedroom, his steps light as the wind. Behind him, the superconducting circulating energy storage device operates quietly, with blue light flowing like water. It was as if silently announcing that a new era was about to begin. 2 fifth-generation stealth fighters, equipped with new electro-optical pods, roared past in the brilliant night sky. The wings sliced through the clouds, leaving faint contrails. War Dragon 1, no target detected. Requesting expansion of search area. The pilot's voice came through the radio, calm yet tinged with confusion. Command received. Continue westward advance, maintain altitude. The ground control center's response was brief and serious. The fighter jet adjusted its course and its onboard radar operated at full power, but it still could not detect any abnormal signals. Meanwhile, at a military base in southern China, complex radar waveforms flashed on a large screen. The technicians stared intently at the data stream, their brows furrowed. The space-based infrared early warning system has not detected any heat source signal. An officer reported in a low voice, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The quantum radar array also did not respond. Another person added, their voice filled with disbelief. A brief silence fell over the command center, the air seemed to freeze. Invoke the intelligent analysis system for a full domain airspace scan and comparison. The commander slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming, I don't believe it can just vanish into thin air. However, the unidentified flying object they were tracking was hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters, like an invisible ghost. Wearing his steel armor, Chen Seng looked down at the fighter jets below through the holographic display screen, a slight smile playing on his lips. Pangu, how is your armor? His voice echoed inside the helmet, tinged with excitement. All systems are running normally, boss. Pangu's response was calm and precise, the stealth coating is 100% effective, and the heat recovery system is operating stably. Chen Seng gently clenched his fist, feeling the subtle vibrations emanating from the armor. This suit of armor was the culmination of 3 months of his hard work, and it is covered with a nano-level stealth coating. It can automatically adjust its optical camouflage according to the environment, and even recovers almost all the heat energy from the exhaust flames of its foot thrusters. The only drawback is the sonic boom that occurs when breaking the sound barrier, and it is this that reveals his existence. Looks like I'll have to fly farther next time before breaking the sound barrier, he muttered to himself, a sly glint in his eyes. Below, 2 fighter jets continued to circle and search, their electro-optical pods under their wings like the eyes of eagles, trying to catch any clues. Chen Seng ignored them and turned his attention to the upcoming test. Initiate maximum height test, he commanded firmly. Warning, there is a risk of freezing and oxygen deficiency in the high-altitude environment. Pangu warned. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Chen Seng chuckled, his gaze falling on the external oxygen cylinder. That was his specially made compressed oxygen reserve, enough to support continuous use for several hours. The thrusters on the armor's feet emitted a faint stream of pale blue particles. Chen Seng's body suddenly sank, and then shot straight into the sky like a rocket. The air pressure plummeted and the temperature dropped sharply. The data inside the helmet showed that the external environment had dropped to minus 60 degrees Celsius. However, the temperature control system inside the armor remained stable, and Chen Seng could even feel a slight warmth. Keep climbing, he shouted excitedly, his heart pounding. The altimeter's numbers jumped wildly, 15,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 25,000 meters. When it broke through 30,000 meters, the armor finally reached its limit. We've reached the maximum design height, boss, Pangu reported. Chen Seng took a deep breath and looked out the porthole at the dark universe. The stars, like diamonds, are set in the night sky, and the arc of the blue star appears and disappears in the distance, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. It's so spectacular, he murmured, momentarily forgetting to breathe. After a moment, he came to his senses and began testing the high-altitude flight performance. The armor tilted slightly forward, and the thruster power was increased to 100%. Surprisingly, in the thin atmosphere, the drag was almost negligible, and the armor's speed instantly soared to Mach 20. This feels amazing. Chen Seng laughed loudly, his voice echoing inside the helmet. But soon, a strong sense of inertial pressure came over him, and the edges of his vision began to darken. Warning, inertial overload has reached the limit of human endurance. Pangu's voice suddenly became serious. Chen Seng gritted his teeth and immediately slowed down, then took several deep breaths to catch his breath. Looks like we'll have to install an overload protection system, he said with a wry smile, rubbing his temples. Having collected enough test data, he decided to return to base. The armor changed direction and began to descend slowly. As he passed through the clouds, Chen Seng deliberately avoided the fighter jet's patrol routes and chose a concealed flight path. He lowered his altitude, flying close to the mountains and forests, his armor's camouflage coating blending perfectly with the night. The treetops swept past his feet, the wind whistling in his ears, and this feeling of free flight made his blood boil. It's like a dream, he murmured, his heart still pounding. Half an hour later, Chen Seng quietly landed in his own backyard. The armor landed steadily, the thrusters on its feet shut down, without stirring up a speck of dust. He pressed the unlocking device on his chest, and the armor unfolded layer by layer like flower petals. A breath of fresh air rushed towards him, and Chen Seng took a deep breath, his forehead still covered in fine beads of sweat. Phew, he let out a long sigh, raised his hand to wipe away the sweat, but couldn't help but smile. Pangu's voice came from inside the armor, all tests complete, boss. Performance data recorded. Well done. From now on, I'll call you Warstar. Chen Seng patted the outer shell of the armor, his eyes full of pride. The power source for this steel armor is a 12-centimeter diameter spherical miniature cold nuclear fusion energy device located on the chest, which can output 3 GW of power. The powerful engine gives the armor the punching and lifting force of 5 tons per arm. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic lens of the palm pulse cannon can compress the particle beam to emit a light column with a diameter of 5 centimeters. With an energy density of 250,000 joules/cm superscript 2, or about 5 million joules, its power is 10 times that of existing laser weapons. Pangu, list the performance parameters of this steel armor. Chen Xing admired his work and said to Pangu, "Okay, here are the performance parameters for the Iron Man armor. Name Iron Man armor, Warstar. Developer, Chen Xing. Energy system, first generation micro-cold fusion energy device, 12 cm in diameter, 3 GW power. Armor material, self-made special titanium alloy type A, enhanced lightweight and high temperature resistance. Paint scheme, black and gold with first generation stealth camouflage coating. Propulsion system, wrist/foot thrusters, enabling supersonic flight, maximum speed approximately Mach 6.5. Defense system, reinforced composite armor layer, capable of withstanding armor-piercing projectiles, rockets, high temperatures, and freezing. Weapon system, dual palm pulse cannons, single-shot particle beam 5 cm in diameter, 5 million joules in power. Operating system, Pangu intelligence system. Flight altitude, maximum altitude 30,000 meters. Increased strength, can lift approximately 5 to 10 tons. Special features, capable of independent, intelligent combat without human intervention. Endurance, continuous combat/flight time approximately 1 to 12 hours. Depending on energy consumption, overheating requires cooling. Chen Xing looked at the performance parameters listed by Pangu and nodded in satisfaction. Go back to your room and rest. We have more plans for tomorrow. He stretched and turned to walk into the room. Behind him, the Iron Man suit, under Pangu's control, returned to the laboratory and stood quietly, as if silently announcing the arrival of a new era. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and Chen Xing woke up to the gentle prompting of Pangu. "Boss, it's 7:30 a.m. now. You've slept for 7 hours and 15 minutes, and your body has recovered to its optimal state." He slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and his bones made a slight cracking sound. He rubbed his eyes, his voice still carrying a hint of languor. "What are the plans for today?" "According to the schedule, you need to continue refining the anti-gravity system of the Star Mystic spacecraft and inspect the final construction progress of the underground base." Chen Xing nodded, threw off the covers and got up, stepping barefoot onto the soft carpet. Stepping into the bathroom, warm water flows from the smart shower, and steam quickly fills the entire space. He closed his eyes, letting the water wash over his body, his mind already contemplating today's experimental plan. After washing up, he changed into comfortable casual clothes, opened the door, and headed to the dining room. Inside the restaurant, a robot disguised as an ordinary housekeeper had been waiting for some time. It wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, and looked no different from a human. Only those overly precise movements revealed its true identity. "Good morning, boss." The robot greeted them in a gentle male voice while placing a hearty breakfast on the table. The fried egg is golden and crispy, the bacon has an enticing aroma, and it is served with a cup of freshly ground coffee and fresh fruit. "Thank you, T01. Chen Xing smiled slightly and sat down at the dining table. The robot nodded slightly and stepped aside to wait for orders. Chen Xing picked up his chopsticks, gently poked the yolk, and watched the golden liquid slowly flow out. He was having breakfast when he raised his hand and made a gesture in the air. A holographic projection immediately unfolded, displaying the day's global news. Yesterday, an unidentified flying object was spotted again in the airspace over the South China Sea. The military stated that it is investigating. The news anchor's voice echoed through the restaurant. Chen Xing's lips curled up slightly, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. He chewed his food slowly and deliberately, his eyes scanning the other news headlines. International situation, technological breakthroughs, economic dynamics. The world continues to operate on its established course, completely unaware that a revolution is quietly brewing underground. After finishing breakfast, Chen Xing wiped his mouth, got up, and headed towards the laboratory. T01 immediately stepped forward and began clearing away the tableware with deft movements. Pushing open the laboratory door, the scene before me was completely different from that of a year ago. The room, once filled with sophisticated instruments, is now empty, with only a few basic pieces of equipment and some miscellaneous items piled up in the corner. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary warehouse. Chen Xing was already used to this. He calmly walked to a seemingly ordinary wall and stopped. The wall slid open silently, revealing a futuristic elevator. The silver-white metal door gleamed with a cold light, and its surface had no buttons, only a biometric panel. Chen Xing placed his palm on it, and a blue light swept across his fingerprints and iris. Identity confirmed. "Welcome back, boss." Pangu's voice came from inside the elevator. The elevator doors slid open silently, and Chen Xing stepped inside. The interior space is quite large, measuring 20 square meters, with a simple yet sophisticated design and soft blue ambient lighting embedded in the walls. After the doors closed, the elevator began to descend smoothly. There was no noise, no vibration, and even the feeling of inertia was negligible. Chen Xing leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and savored the moment of tranquility. A minute passed, and the elevator paused slightly before coming to a stop. The door opened again, and a breathtaking view unfolded before my eyes. A massive, futuristic underground base came into view. Beneath the towering dome, various mechanical devices operate in an orderly manner. Blue and white lighting strips extend along the walls and ceiling, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. A faint fragrance and a metallic smell filled the air. Chen Xing took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Every time he sees the base he built with his own hands, he feels a surge of pride. A hovering sightseeing aircraft quietly glided in front of him. It has a streamlined shape, a silver-gray paint job, and a faint blue glow at the bottom. This is a basic application of anti-gravity technology. Chen Xing easily straddled the aircraft, which immediately adjusted its balance, making him feel as stable as if he were sitting on flat ground. "Go to the R&D center," he commanded softly. The aircraft started silently and glided forward smoothly. Along the way, robots of all shapes and sizes shuttled busily. A maintenance robot shaped like a spider is crawling along the wall, inspecting the circuitry. There are also many mechanical ants carrying small parts, shuttling between various devices. There were also humanoid robots operating large equipment, their movements incredibly precise. Various transport aircraft of different sizes carry supplies through the air, yet always maintain a safe distance. The entire base is like a sophisticated machine, with each component performing its function and operating in an orderly manner. Chen Xing observed all of this with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with gratification. 2 minutes later, the sightseeing aircraft stopped in front of a huge metal door. The sign on the door is clearly visible: Research and Development Center. Sensing Chen Xing's arrival, the door silently slid open to both sides. The interior space is spacious and bright, with a huge holographic projection workbench in the center. The walls were covered with various design drawings and models, and several different prototypes of Iron Man armor were placed in the corner. Chen Xing got off the aircraft and walked towards the workbench. He raised his hand and waved it, and dozens of holographic projection windows immediately appeared in the air. With another swipe, yesterday's research project was pulled out. A 3D model of a streamlined, futuristic aircraft is presented in rotation. Starry Sky Flying Vehicle, its name is clearly displayed next to it. Continue with yesterday's optimizations, Chen Xing muttered to himself, spreading his arms in the air. The three-dimensional image of the aircraft was immediately magnified, and its internal structure became clearly visible. Chen Xing's fingers moved nimbly, adjusting the parameters of the anti-gravity engine. His gaze was focused and sharp, as if the only thing left in the world was the project in front of him. Time slips away unnoticed. "Boss, the construction of the underground base is complete. Shall we proceed with the inspection now?" Pangu's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Xing paused, snapping out of his reverie. He checked the time, more than 2 hours had passed. "All right, let's take a look." He put away the holographic projection, turned around, and walked towards the door. Just as I stepped out of the R&D center, suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure in black and gold descended from the sky. The Warstar armor hovered steadily beside the sightseeing aircraft. "Boss, shall we go check out that area first?" Pangu's voice came from inside the armor, with a touch of liveliness. Chen Xing smiled, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's go to the energy center first." "Okay, this way please." The armor made a pleased gesture, the movement as fluid as a real person. Chen Xing boarded the sightseeing aircraft again, while his battle armor hovered beside him. Along the way, Pangu began to report on the overall situation of the base. The entire underground base is located 1 kilometer directly below the villa, measuring 2 kilometers long, 1 kilometer wide, and 500 meters high. The outer layer has a 3-meter thick special protective layer, capable of withstanding a magnitude 10 earthquake and a megaton-level nuclear explosion. The base is divided into 7 functional areas: R&D Center, Energy Center, Supercomputing Center, Data Center, Manufacturing Center, Refining Area, and Warehousing Area. In addition, there are 108 disguised ventilation openings, 12 secret passages of various sizes, and a large aircraft access gate. Chen Xing listened and nodded, his eyes scanning the various facilities along the way. Soon, they arrived at the Energy Center. The heavy explosion-proof door opened automatically, revealing a spacious interior. 2 spheres stand in the center, one with a diameter of 1 meter and the other with a diameter of 3 meters. The 2 cold fusion devices were operating silently, their surfaces shimmering with a pale blue glow. Next to it are 2 cylindrical superconducting torsion energy storage systems, which are significantly different in size but have the same design style. The smaller one was originally in the laboratory, the larger one has a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 5 meters. "How is it running?" Chen Xing walked to the central energy control hub and tapped his fingers on the virtual keyboard. "Everything is normal. Pangu displays real-time data, small-scale devices output 10 GW, medium-scale devices output 30 GW. The efficiency of both energy storage systems remained stable at 99.25%. Chen Xing pulled up the operation log, carefully checked all the parameters, and nodded in satisfaction after confirming that everything was correct. Let's go check out the supercomputing center. He turned and walked out. The armor immediately responded. The Fuxi quantum computer has been upgraded to second generation 20,000 qubits, increasing its computing power tenfold. Chen Xing paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Finished so quickly? Yes, the last batch of subchips was installed last night. Pangu's tone carried a hint of pride. Well done, Chen Xing exclaimed sincerely, quickening his pace. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he could already see countless new possibilities unfolding before him. Chen Xing stood in front of the supercomputing center's main gate. The heavy metal door slid open silently, revealing a spacious interior. Boss, the supercomputing center occupies 500 square meters, slightly larger than the energy center. Pangu's voice emanated from the armor, tinged with pride. Sufficient expansion space has been reserved nearby, allowing for the addition of more quantum computers in the future. Chen Xing stepped in, his gaze sweeping over the central area. It is no longer a solitary first-generation Fuxi quantum computer. Instead, it is a topological matrix composed of multiple second-generation Fuxi quantum computers. Each second-generation Fuxi quantum computer has a faint blue glow flowing across its surface. They are interconnected via superconducting wires, forming a vast computing network. Pangu activated the holographic projection. Data flowed through the air like a galaxy, compared to the original standalone system. After forming the topological matrix, the overall computing power increased tenfold, reaching 10 to the power of 27th per second. Pangu continued, this Fuxi matrix is also where my true form resides. Chen Xing reached out and adjusted the projector, carefully checking each set of data. How's the cooling system? Liquid helium is used for circulating cooling, and the temperature is stabilized at -269 degrees Celsius. Chen Xing approached one of the devices, reached out and gently stroked the cold metal casing, feeling the subtle vibrations. Pangu's voice was full of confidence. The reserved expansion space next to it is sufficient for future expansion. How does it feel after the upgrade? He asked softly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Faster processing speed, and logic units that more closely resemble human intuitive thinking. Chen Xing smiled, walked to the central control console, and brought up the operation log. His eyes scanned each line of code rapidly, his brain analyzing potential problems like a precision instrument. 5 minutes later, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's running very stably, with no quantum decoherence. After confirming that everything was normal, he nodded in satisfaction. Let's go check out the data center. He turned and walked toward the data center next door, his armor following closely behind. After the data center doors opened, Chen Xing paused slightly. The sight before him made him gasp for breath. Countless green indicator lights flashed in the darkness. It's like being in a vast sea of stars. The data center covers 150,000 square meters, hundreds of times the size of a supercomputing center. Pangu's voice echoed in the empty space. We have adopted your newly developed solid-state storage unit. Capacity reaches 100 ZB. Energy consumption is reduced by 70%, and lifespan is extended tenfold. The total global data is only 25 ZB. Chen Xing sighed softly, his gaze sweeping over the rows of neatly arranged storage units. Each device is only the size of a refrigerator, yet it boasts an amazing storage capacity. A faint green light shone on his face, outlining his deep features. Operating status? He asked, his voice unconsciously softening as if afraid of disturbing this sea of stars. Everything is normal. The redundant backup system is ready, all electromagnetic interference tests have passed, and data access speeds are stable. Pangu's real-time monitoring shows, currently, only 3% of the capacity is being used, primarily storing all global research data and base development information. Chen Xing inspected it for a while and nodded in satisfaction. It'll be enough for us to use for a long time. He turned and walked toward the waiting aircraft. Suddenly remembering something, he turned around and asked, is there a delay in the data synchronization of the mechanical ants? Millisecond level response, boss. Pangu quickly responded, all terminals are connected via a quantum communication network. Chen Xing then boarded the aircraft with peace of mind to the manufacturing center. The aircraft ascended smoothly, passed through layers of passages, and finally came to rest on a huge platform. Except for the 30% area close to the mountain, the rest of the base adopts a layered structure. Each floor is 50 meters high, with a total of 10 floors, while the manufacturing center occupies 3 floors. The aircraft passed through gate after gate and finally came to rest on a huge platform. As Chen Xing stepped off the aircraft, the sight before him made his heart race. Countless automated production lines crisscrossed the landscape, with robotic arms drawing precise arcs in the air. Unmanned transport vehicles silently shuttle along the tracks. On the assembly line in the distance, robots are assembling some kind of precision component, their movements as fluid as a dance. The manufacturing center can produce everything from quantum chips to large-scale structures. Pangu explained, all the more than 100,000 mechanical spiders, mechanical ants, robots, and aircraft in the base originated from here. Chen Xing walked to the central control console and brought up the production log. The data on the screen clearly shows that most production lines are currently in a dormant state. Only a few machines are still in operation, responsible for producing some routine maintenance parts. The efficiency is even higher than I expected, he said softly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Yes, if operated at full capacity, a massive mechanical army could be produced within a month. Pangu's tone was calm, yet it made Chen Xing's lips curl into a slight smile. His fingertips tapped unconsciously on the armrest, his brain rapidly calculating production capacity data. What's the yield rate of quantum chips? He suddenly asked. 99.9997%, boss. Pangu immediately responded, the last batch produced 2,000 pieces, all of which met the standards. Let's go check out the refining area again. He rubbed his temples, his voice sounding slightly tired. The refining area was located at the bottom of the base, and Chen Xing descended vertically in a flying vehicle. After passing through several heavy blast doors, a wave of heat hit us. Dozens of giant furnaces are neatly arranged, with molten metal flowing through pipes. Countless mechanical ants carried the ore like a tide. The materials used in the base construction were all refined and synthesized from the excavated soil and rocks. Pangu explained, in addition, the mechanical ants discovered a small mineral vein 5 kilometers away and are currently mining it. Chen Xing nodded, observing the transport route. Is that small mine safe? The mining site is located 5 kilometers underground and a shielding layer has been erected to prevent detection. Pangu displays a 3D map. All waste has been converted into building materials, with a utilization rate of 100%. Well done, he commented briefly, then turned and left. The environment here was too noisy and hot, so he didn't stay long. Instead, he turned around and boarded the aircraft. Let's check out the large aircraft parking area one last time. There's nothing else to see. The sightseeing aircraft carried him to the aircraft parking area, where the space was very spacious. Chen Xing looked up and saw a vertical passage that looked like a tunnel leading to the sky. This is the passageway used for aircraft access. Above it is the cliff behind the villa, and there's a camouflaged gate on the side. Pangu explained, this passage is 300 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 2.3 kilometers high. It is large enough to accommodate future large aircraft. There are also 8 elevators connecting to multiple secret access routes. Chen Xing stood in this vast aircraft parking area, looking up at the towering top of the passageway, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. Once Xingxian is completed, we can fly into space from here. He murmured to himself, as if he could already see that scene. A gentle breeze swept through the passageway, carrying a hint of coolness, but his heart burned with anticipation. After a moment, he snapped out of his thoughts, turned around, and said, let's go back to the R&D center. Back at the R&D center, Chen Xing took a deep breath. The air here seemed to be filled with the spirit of innovation. This place has been expanded quite a bit as well. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the newly added large laboratories. The physics, chemistry, biology, and other laboratories are all equipped with the latest equipment, boss. Pangu reported the technology is more than 2 generations more advanced than the existing equipment on Earth. Chen Xing walked toward the circular particle accelerator in the physics lab, his fingers gently tracing the cold metal casing. This one has been upgraded too. That's great, he murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The R&D center also has a small manufacturing area for producing small and medium-sized experimental models. Chen Xing stood and watched for a while, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to walk towards the central workbench. Let's continue with Xingxuan's design. His voice suddenly became firm, and fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. The holographic projection lit up again, and the three-dimensional model of the Star Mystic spacecraft rotated in the air. Chen Xing's fingers danced in the air, adjusting the parameters of the anti-gravity engine, his brows sometimes furrowing and sometimes relaxing. If we add a buffer layer here, he muttered to himself, his fingers moving rapidly, and the model changed accordingly. Pangu provided timely data support. According to calculations, increasing the buffer layer thickness by 0.5 mm can improve stability by 3%. Chen Xing nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Let's do it that way. His mind raced, various design schemes flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern, until he finally settled on the optimal version. That's all for today. After working for several hours, he stretched and yawned, his voice tinged with fatigue. Chen Xing stood up and looked at the view outside the villa being played in real time on the holographic screen. Night fell, the stars twinkled, and the distant mountain outlines were faintly visible. Pangu, how far have we gone? He murmured, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. From the time you awakened your superbrain abilities until now, it has been 2 years, 6 months, and 16 days, boss, Pangu replied precisely. Chen Xing smiled slightly and shook his head. That's not what I'm asking. His gaze deepened. I mean, how far has he come from that programmer who tripped and fell in the alley to now? He turned and looked around the massive underground base, his eyes filled with awe. You've created a miracle, boss. Pangu's voice, unusually emotional, said, this is a good start. Chen Xing's eyes revealed determination. You're right, the vast universe is still waiting for us. He took one last look at Xingxuan's design drawings, then turned and went home. The holographic projection behind him slowly went out, and the base fell into quiet operation, like a sleeping giant, ready to awaken at any moment. The mountains were shrouded in inky darkness in the dead of night, with only a dark shadow faintly visible on the cliff edge behind the villa. The dark figure rose silently like a ghost, piercing through the clouds in an instant and disappearing into the vast night. The Star Mystery, the anti-gravity aircraft that embodies Chen Xing's 3 months of hard work, is now carrying him soaring into the sky. Inside the cockpit, a deep blue holographic projection reflected Chen Xing's tense profile. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, his eyes focused and sharp. Pangu, activate stealth mode and begin the first phase of testing. His voice was calm and steady as his fingers tapped lightly on the control panel. Stealth mode activated, boss. Pangu's electronic voice echoed inside the cabin. Current altitude 5,000 meters, speed Mach 0.9, anti-gravity engine operating stably. The outer shell of the Star Mystery shimmered with a faint light, its optical camouflage coating blending perfectly with the night sky, even completely shielding its thermal radiation. Chen Xing felt the slight vibration inside the cabin, his eyes focused intently on the various data. Suddenly, the star profound accelerated and broke the sound barrier, and a loud bang exploded in the night sky. The aircraft accelerated suddenly, and Chen Xing's body leaned back slightly, but the inertial damping system in the cockpit immediately came into play. With the added effect of the pressure-resistant suit, the inertia is controlled within 3G, which is within the range that ordinary people can withstand. A sonic boom has occurred, boss. Radar activity detected at a nearby military base. However, our stealth coating completely blocked the signal, they could only detect the sonic boom. Pangu quickly reported back. Chen Xing nodded, turning his gaze back to the instrument panel. Continue testing, ignore it. 300 kilometers away, an Air Force base in southern China instantly erupted in chaos as piercing alarms suddenly blared. The officer on duty grabbed the communicator abruptly. Report. An unidentified sonic boom was detected at coordinates 114 degrees east, 22 degrees north. Inside the command center, the radar screen was blank, with only the sonic boom waveform recorded by the sonar system fluctuating violently. The commander strode to the radar screen, his brow furrowed. South China Sea airspace again? Scramble fighter jets immediately for reconnaissance. 2 fighter jets roared into the sky and sped toward the sonic boom point, but the radar remained blank, as if the commotion just now was an illusion. Meanwhile, the Xingqian spacecraft has climbed to an altitude of 30,000 meters. Chen Xing looked down through the porthole, where the arc of the blue star was faintly visible in the darkness. Initiate level 2 testing, he commanded softly, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Received, boss. Please sit tight. Pangu responded, engine power increased to 100%. The starry sky suddenly accelerated, and Chen Xing's body was pressed into the seat by inertia, his breath catching slightly. Even with an inertial damping system and pressure-resistant clothing, his muscles could still feel the pressure. Speeds Mach 3, Mach 6, Mach 7. Pangu real-time report, the fuselage structure is stable, and energy consumption is within expectations. Chen Xing stared intently at the data, his heart pounding. Keep going, faster. Like a black lightning bolt, the starry sky streaked across the night sky and broke through Mach 10 in the blink of an eye. Below, the air defense systems of various countries were alarmed, but their radars remained blank. Only sonar captured the fleeting roar and the trail of the flying cloud. Report. Unidentified flying object detected, estimated speed at Mach 10. A radar operator stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling with shock. What is this thing? It's right there, but I can't detect anything about it. What is it that even satellites can't capture on camera? Inside the intelligence agency of a Western country, an officer stared at a blank screen, his face ashen. This is a speed that current technology can never achieve. A general slammed his fist on the table and roared, investigate. We must find out exactly what this is. Is it yet another fighter jet from the Dragon Kingdom? The same scene is playing out in the monitoring centers of several major military powers around the world. Half an hour later, Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction. How are the test data? The sound of Pangu accompanied the data stream flashing on the screen. Quantum communication system activated. Connection to the Fuxi matrix successful. The energy shield has a strength of 90% and can withstand impacts from space debris. The anti-gravity engine achieves an efficiency of 98.7%, and the stealth system remains undetected by any radar. Pangu retrieved the holographic report. All systems are operating normally, boss. As the aircraft continued to ascend, the atmosphere gradually thinned, and the starlight outside the porthole grew brighter. Chen Xing took a deep breath. The oxygen-rich air provided by the life support system made his mind exceptionally clear. Pangu, you said. His voice suddenly carried a rare hint of hesitation. Are we moving too fast? According to calculations, the boss's research and development speed is 337 times faster than the average level on Earth. Pangu paused for a moment, but that's precisely where your value lies. Chen Xing chuckled and shook his head. I just suddenly feel a little unreal. His fingertips touched the porthole, the cold touch reminding him that this was not a dream. When the Xingqian broke through the Karman line and officially entered space, Chen Xing's breathing suddenly stopped. Before his eyes, the entirety of Earth was revealed to him for the first time without reservation. The azure ocean envelopes the continent, and white clouds float like veils. The polar ice caps shimmered like diamonds in the sunlight. This is our planet. His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, and his eyes were slightly warm. An indescribable sense of insignificance and a sense of mission welled up in my heart at the same time. Yes, boss. Pangu responded. From space, it's beautiful. Heart rate fluctuation detected. Boss, you need to calm down. Pangu reminded you in a timely manner. Chen Xing closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then opened them again. Pangu, initiate the space environment test. Received. Anti-gravity engine switched to space mode. Energy shield operating at full power. The Star Mystery drew an elegant arc in near-Earth orbit, its tail thrusters spewing out streams of dark blue particles. It is flying smoothly in low Earth orbit, and all systems continue to operate normally in the vacuum and low-temperature environment. Chen Xing observed the data, occasionally adjusting the parameters, his eyes flashing with a thoughtful light. Steering system test. The aircraft responded immediately, adjusting its attitude with the smoothness of flowing water. Weapon system warm up. The pulse laser cannon is fully charged and ready to fire. Chen Xing did not order the firing, but simply stared quietly at the slowly moving satellite constellation in the distance. Forget it, let's not attract too much attention. He withdrew his order and tapped his fingertips lightly on the armrest. 1 hour later, the test was completed. All projects have met the targets, boss. Pangu reported the thruster efficiency decreased by 2% at extremely low temperatures. We recommend optimizing the heat insulation layer. We'll deal with it when we get back. Chen Xing nodded. Let's return. The return journey was much quieter than the takeoff. Like a shooting star, the Xingqian streaked across the night sky and landed precisely on the tarmac in the base's vertical passageway. When the hatch opened, Chen Xing's steps were slightly unsteady, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Stepping out of the cockpit, I took off my pressure suit and let out a long sigh of relief. Test data has been archived, optimization plans are being generated. Pangu's voice came from all around. Would you like to check now? Chen Xing glanced at the data, then rubbed his temples wearily. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to get some sleep now. He turned and walked towards the elevator, then suddenly stopped. By the way, what are the reactions from different countries? The Chinese military is still searching for the source of the sonic boom. Western allies speculated maybe a test flight of a new Chinese fighter jet, while other countries have not made any public statements. Pangu paused for a moment. All intelligence indicates that no one suspects us. Very good. Chen Xing smiled with satisfaction and finally relaxed his shoulders as he pushed open the bedroom door. He lay on the bed, his mind still replaying the images of space. That lonely and beautiful blue planet is now quietly suspended in the darkness, waiting for him to change it. The vast universe. He murmured to himself, his last thought before drifting off to sleep being, quicken your pace and stride toward the universe. The following are the main parameters of the Xingqian. Name, Xingqian, anti-gravity spacecraft. Appearance and shape, flattened ellipsoid plus vector nozzle array, wingless smooth streamlined design, bottom ring anti-gravity generator, top protruding cockpit, and distributed particle nozzles around the body. Dimensions, 98 m, L, times 95 m, W, times 32 m, H. Empty weight, 800 tons. Effective load capacity, 1,000 tons. Cargo hold volume, 15,000 cubic meters, detachable modular cargo hold. Energy system, 5 GW cold nuclear fusion energy device plus superconducting circulating energy storage system, solving the range issue. Propulsion system, 1 anti-gravity engine plus 12 high-energy particle thrusters, 100 tons of thrust. Protection system, first generation energy shield, physical deflection plus 3GJ energy absorption dual defense. Weapon system, 300mm caliber 3GW pulse laser cannon, outputs 3 billion joules of energy per second, equivalent to the damage of 717 kilograms of TNT focused on 300mm, capable of instantly melting through 8.5 meters thick special steel. Weapon range, 5,000 kilometers within Earth, estimated to be over 1 million kilometers in space. Operating system, Pangu 1 intelligence system, fully automated. Detection system, first generation full frequency array detection equipment, range of 100,000 kilometers. Communication system, first generation quantum communication, covering a range of 100 million kilometers. One-way travel time between Earth and the Moon, 3.54 hours. Space cruise speed, Mach 100. Blue Star's cruising speed, Mach 8. Earth's maximum speed, Mach 10. Takeoff and landing capability, vertical takeoff and landing. The next morning, Chen Xing got up early as usual, washed up, and enjoyed a delicious breakfast. Before the sense of accomplishment from the successful test of Xingqian had completely faded, Chen Xing plunged headlong into new research and development work. In the laboratory, his eyes shone with unwavering determination as he tirelessly conducted various experiments. Quantum entanglement must be stable at over 99.99%, otherwise communication delays will exceed expectations. He muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. Pangu's voice came from above, "Boss, you've been working for 16 hours straight. It's time to rest." Chen Xing nodded, his gaze remaining fixed on the holographic screen. "Let's stop here for today. We'll finish the last step tomorrow." Now he works 16 hours a day and rests for 8 hours, living a life as regular as a precision machine. A week later, a silver sphere with a diameter of only 1.5 meters lay quietly on the workbench, its surface shimmering with a faint blue light. Finally done. Chen Xing's voice was hoarse but full of joy as he gently stroked the satellite's smooth outer shell. "The multifunctional quantum communications satellite simulation test has passed, boss." Pangu retrieved holographic data. Signal coverage reaches 100 million kilometers, with near-zero latency. Chen Xing let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. A satisfied smile appeared on his tired face. "Let's get ready for mass production." A month later, 50 satellites were neatly arranged in the warehouse, each one having undergone rigorous testing and boasting excellent performance. Inside the cargo hold of the Xingqian, Pangu operated its robotic arm to secure all the satellites. "This is enough to build a communication network between the Earth and the Moon." He looked at the satellite in the cargo hold and spoke softly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Route planning complete, boss." Pangu's voice came from the cockpit. Estimated operation time, 20 hours and 27 minutes. Chen Xing nodded and fastened his seatbelt. "Let's go." The Star Mystery slowly ascended into the air, passed through the base's vertical passage, and soared into the azure sky. In order to avoid attracting attention from other countries, only the anti-gravity engine was activated this time to reduce the occurrence of sonic booms. Outside the porthole, the clouds parted like cotton, and the arc of the blue star gradually appeared. The first true space flight. He muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously gripping the handrail tightly. Not long after, the Xingqian spacecraft reached a geostationary orbit in outer space. Satellite deployment begins. First satellite deployment complete. Pangu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Signal strength 100%. Chen Xing snapped out of his daze and looked at the holographic star map. A small blue dot lit up, signifying that he now had his own satellite communication system. Every so often, the Xingqian satellite releases a satellite, like scattering a string of pearls in the universe. In the darkness of space, the satellite activated its stealth capabilities. After a brief change in color, the outer shell blended into its surroundings, as if disappearing into the darkness. 10 hours later, the moon's enormous gray silhouette filled the porthole, its surface craters clearly visible, desolate yet magnificent. Chen Xing took a deep breath. The oxygen-rich air provided by the life support system kept him exceptionally clear-headed. Begin deploying lunar orbital satellites. The Xingqian spacecraft orbits the moon, releasing one satellite with each orbit, until 14 satellites are evenly distributed in lunar orbit. Quantum communication network completed, boss. Pangu reported. The Earth-Moon communication latency is only 1 millisecond. Very good. Chen Xing's lips curled slightly upward. Initiate a full-month scan. I need the most detailed data. As Xingqian descended to a lower altitude and activated all its full-frequency detection equipment, it swept across every inch of the lunar surface like a keen eagle. Chen Xing stared intently at the holographic projection, as the lunar topographic map gradually improved, clearly showing every canyon and every crater. There! He suddenly pointed to a canyon, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The geological structure is stable, there's a suspected dense concentration of rich mineral deposits nearby. Confirmed as the ideal location, boss. Pangu quickly analyzed the data. The canyon is approximately 12 kilometers deep and 1.5 kilometers wide, effectively resisting cosmic radiation. Chen Xing nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. Prepare for landing. The Star Mystery descended slowly, its anti-gravity engine barely stirring up any lunar dust, and landed smoothly at the bottom of the canyon. The hatch opened, and Chen Xing, wearing a silver-white spacesuit, took his first step, leaving clear marks on the lunar soil with the solace of his boots. "This is a small step for me," he said in a low voice, then suddenly laughed. "Never mind, I shouldn't have plagiarized the famous quote." He bent down to collect the first lunar soil sample, his movements slow but powerful. "Rare metal components detected, boss." Pangu's voice sounded in the headphones. "The purity far surpasses that of blue star ore." Chen Xing's eyes lit up. "Collect it all. This is enough for us to manufacture many core components." For the next few hours, he was like a hard-working farmer. They collected precious soil on the lunar surface until the cargo hold was full. Before returning, he stood at the edge of the canyon, gazing at the dark sky in the distance, and a strange sense of loneliness welled up in his heart. One day, this place will be brightly lit. He made a soft promise, his voice audible only to himself on the silent moon. As the starry sky took off, Chen Xing took one last look at this desolate world, already sketching out a blueprint for the future in his mind. The return journey took only 3.5 hours, thanks to the network of quantum communication satellites that made the journey so smooth. When the Xingqian landed steadily on the base's helipad, Chen Xing realized that he hadn't slept for a whole day. He dragged his weary body out of the cabin, but insisted on watching as Pangu properly arranged all the samples and data. "All samples are well preserved, boss." Pangu retrieved the analysis report. "A preliminary plan for the construction of a lunar base has been generated." Chen Xing nodded. "I'm not watching anymore, I need to go back and rest, I'm too tired." "Okay, your body has indeed reached its limit." Pangu's voice carried a hint of concern. "You need to rest immediately." This time, he didn't argue. He went back to his bedroom, collapsed onto the bed, and instantly fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already noon the next day, and sunlight streamed onto the bed through the gaps in the curtains. Chen Xing stretched, his bones cracking slightly, but he was unusually energetic. Pangu retrieved the detailed data for the canyon. He gave orders as he washed up, his voice trembling slightly with anticipation. A holographic projection unfolds in the restaurant, with a 3D model of the lunar canyon slowly rotating, every detail clearly visible. Chen Xing bit into his bread, his eyes quickly scanning the data, his brain racing as he worked on the base design plan. "The main control center will be built here, and the energy station will be constructed here," he muttered to himself, tracing lines in the air with his fingers as he modified the design. Based on lunar soil composition testing and performance evaluation, on-site preparation is recommended. The production and smelting equipment will be transported to the construction site of the lunar base. Directly extract lunar soil to produce building materials for the construction of a lunar base. Pangu added, "This can save 99% of transportation costs." "Clever." Chen Xing's eyes lit up, and he immediately adjusted the plan. "Then let's send over a few sets of medium-sized production equipment first. Even the large Star Mystic can't hold it all. We'll need to transport some more mining equipment over there to mine the minerals directly in place." His eyes burned with fighting spirit, as if he could already see the lunar base rising from the ground. As spring turns to autumn, the leaves on the mountain trees turn from emerald green to golden yellow, and then sprout new buds. In the blink of an eye, a year has quietly passed. Chen Xing stood in front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant mountains shrouded in thick fog. The exhaled white breath condensed into a thin mist on the glass. During that year, he lived almost entirely in seclusion, and even the sound of firecrackers during the spring festival did not disturb the tranquility of this deep mountain. His life was as quiet as the deep mountains, unknown and unnoticed. During holidays and festivals, no relatives would visit, and he would never leave these mountains and forests. After his parents passed away, he lost contact with those so-called relatives and couldn't even remember what they looked like or how they were addressed. "Relative?" He chuckled lightly, his eyes indifferent. "They're just strangers." He was an introverted child and was practically invisible among his classmates. Now that he is putting all his energy into research and development, he has no time to deal with these useless and complicated interpersonal relationships. He finds this kind of life incredibly comfortable now. Every morning, he would wake up on time, wash up quickly, have breakfast, and then head straight to the base laboratory. For him, being alone is the norm, and research and development is the focus of his life. Inside the laboratory, the construction progress of the lunar base is displayed in real time on a holographic projection. Under Pangu's command, tens of thousands of mechanical spiders and mechanical ants work day and night to dig, reinforce, and assemble. Slowly, bit by bit, a massive underground base on the moon was built. Pangu, report on today's progress. Chen Xing sat in front of the control panel, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, his voice calm. The main structure of the lunar base is 99.9% complete, and it is expected to be capped in another 12 hours. The planting module in the ecological zone has been put into operation, and the equipment installation progress of the shipyard factory is 97%. Overall progress is 99% complete, boss. Pangu's voice echoed from all around the lunar base is expected to enter the final acceptance phase in 2 days. Chen Xing nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Over the past year, he has devoted almost all his time to technology research and development in base construction. From site selection to design, and then to remote command of construction, he personally took charge of every step. The Iron Man armor has been upgraded to the 3rd generation, with the anti-gravity engine efficiency increased by 30% and the computing power of the quantum computer doubled. He was extremely busy, but he felt more fulfilled than ever before. There are no material worries, nor the fatigue of social interaction, only pure research and creation. Occasionally, he would take a break, don the Warstar steel armor and rush into the deep mountains and forests to enjoy a moment of free flight. The armor swept past the treetops, startling a flock of birds, and Chen Xing's laughter was drowned out by the howling wind. He turned the palm pulse cannon to its lowest power and accurately hit a wild rabbit. He picked up his prey, a slight smile playing on his lips. Extra meal today. He then landed beside a clear stream and crouched down. With a gentle touch of my fingers, I parted the stones at the bottom of the stream, and several plump crabs scattered in fright. His movements were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he had caught 5 or 6 and tossed them into the armor's built-in storage compartment. Not far away, a clump of wild mushrooms caught his attention. He walked over, carefully examined them, and picked a few. Pangu, scan and confirm no viruses. Scan complete, edible, boss. Chen Xing grinned, looking as content as a child. These simple joys are a rare respite in his busy life. Sometimes, he would rush to the sea, his armor diving into the deep ocean. The armor's pressure resistance system allowed him to move freely among the coral reefs. Lobsters, abalone, and all kinds of fish became his spoils. Back at the base, he handed the ingredients to the kitchen robot, and soon a sumptuous dinner was ready. He enjoyed his meal alone, occasionally chatting with Pangu. His life was simple yet fulfilling, carefree, and somewhat luxurious. 2 days passed quickly, and the lunar base was finally completed. Chen Xing stood in front of the porthole of the Xingqian, gazing at the gradually enlarging surface of the moon, his heart beating slightly faster. Finally, it's finished, he said in a low voice, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the armrest. The Xingqian slowly landed on the helipad of the lunar underground base. The moment the hatch opened, Chen Xing's breath hitched slightly. The base before him was even more magnificent than what he had seen on the holographic projection. Beneath the towering dome, 10 shipyards stand in neat rows. Each one has enough space to build a very large spaceship. Welcome to the lunar base, boss. Pangu's voice echoed in the empty space, carrying a hint of pride. Chen Xing stepped in, his boots making a crisp sound as they hit the metal floor. 10 times larger than the base on Earth. He looked around, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Everything here has been upgraded, the equipment is more advanced, and the layout is more rational. Even the energy system has been replaced with a 2nd-generation cold fusion device, which has tripled the power output. The number has also been increased to 10 large-scale cold fusion devices. My physical body has been relocated to the supercomputing center at the lunar base. Pangu reported the computing power has been increased to 10 to the power of 30th times per second, which can support more complex research and development tasks. Chen Xing nodded, his gaze fixed on the ecological zone in the distance. That was a specially designed area, covering 1 square kilometer, simulating the natural environment of Earth. The moment he stepped inside, he felt as if he had returned to Earth. A breath of fresh air wafted over me, carrying the fragrance of earth and plants. The vegetables and fruits are lush and green, and chickens and ducks stroll leisurely on the grass. Cattle and sheep chew hay in the enclosure, and fish swim in the shimmering pond. That's great. We won't have to rely on outside food anymore. He smiled, a hint of smugness in his tone, and a rare relaxed expression on his face. In the center of the ecological zone, a small villa stands quietly, surrounded by gardens and orchards. He walked into the villa, lay down on the soft sofa, and the holographic projection turned on automatically, with the image of blue stars slowly rotating. Chen Xing gazed at the azure planet, his eyes gradually deepening. Pangu, tell me, what is the meaning of my life? He asked suddenly, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Pangu paused for a moment, based on data analysis. The boss's research and development achievements have far surpassed the current level of human civilization. You are at the forefront of human civilization. Chen Xing shook his head. No, that's not what I'm asking. He paused, his gaze still fixed on Earth. Why have I secluded myself from the world like this? Perhaps, you've simply chosen the lifestyle that best suits you. Pangu's voice, unusually gentle and human-like, rang out, lonely, but not alone. Chen Xing paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. You're right. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the vibrant scene in the ecological zone. Now, it's time to move on to the next step. His tone became firm again, and the confusion in his eyes vanished. The vast universe awaits him, and his journey has only just begun. A month has passed, and the helipad at the Blue Star base is now open. Chen Xing stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the enormous, silver gray vessel before him. The Starspin-class transport ship rested quietly on the metal platform. The smooth, streamlined, rugby ball-shaped shell gleams with a cold luster under the light, resembling a steel behemoth poised to pounce. Finally finished. Chen Xing muttered to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. For the past month, he has devoted all his energy to the design and construction of this transport ship. Now, it has finally turned from a plan into reality and is about to serve as a vital transportation hub connecting the Earth base and the lunar base. Boss, all test data for the Starspin-class transport ship meet expectations. It is ready for transport missions at any time. Pangu's voice came through the headphones, calm yet tinged with a sense of accomplishment. Chen Xing nodded, slowly walked around the transport ship, and gently stroked the cold metal hull with his fingers. How much has the transport capacity increased? He asked, his gaze still fixed on the ship's hull. With a full load capacity of 100,000 tons, 100 times that of the Xingqian, the round-trip time between the Earth and the Moon has been reduced to 2 hours. Pangu quickly retrieved the data. Name, Starship-class transport ship, unnamed. Appearance and shape, rugby ball shape plus vector nozzle array, smooth and streamlined, bottom ring anti-gravity generator, no cockpit, distributed particle nozzles around the body. Dimensions, 198 m, length, times 110, maximum diameter. Empty weight, 9,800 tons. Effective load capacity, 100,000 tons. Cargo hold volume, 960,000 cubic meters, detachable modular cargo hold. Energy system, 15 GW second generation cold fusion energy device plus superconducting circulating energy storage system. Propulsion system, second generation anti-gravity engine plus 12 second generation high energy particle thrusters, 1,000 tons of thrust. Protection system, second generation energy shield, physical deflection plus 15 GJ energy absorption dual defense. Weapon system, 10 GW pulse laser cannon with a 300 mm caliber, outputs 10 billion joules of energy per second, equivalent to the damage of 2.39 tons of TNT focused on 300 mm, capable of instantly melting through 28 meters of special steel. Weapon range, 15,000 kilometers within Earth, estimated to be over 1 million kilometers in space. Operating system, Pangu 1 intelligence system, fully automated. Detection system, first generation full frequency array detection equipment, range of 100,000 kilometers. Communication system, first generation quantum communication device, covering a range of 100 million kilometers. One-way travel time between Earth and the Moon, 2.5 hours. Space cruise speed, Mach 200. Blue Star's cruising speed, Mach 15. Earth's maximum speed, Mach 21. Takeoff and landing capability, vertical takeoff and landing. Very good. Chen Xing glanced at the transport ship's parameters, stopped, and looked up at the top of the ship. The size of this transport ship has reached the limit of the access passage of the Blue Star base, 198 meters long and 110 meters in maximum diameter. If it gets any bigger, it will be impossible to enter or exit the base via the vertical passage. How are the dockyard facilities at the lunar base being arranged? He turned and walked toward the control panel, his voice steady. All 10 shipyards are now operational, and the first batch of 10 Starship-class transport ships are under construction simultaneously, expected to be completed in 10 days. Pangu reported at that time, the efficiency of resource transportation on the Moon will be increased to more than 1,000 times its current level. A hint of anticipation flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. Since that small mineral vein was completely depleted, the resource supply of the Blue Star base has become strained. Currently, lunar resources are being transported back by the Xingqian spacecraft, but it only has a payload of 1,000 tons. This transportation efficiency is a bit low, it's a drop in the ocean compared to the massive needs of the Earth's bases. In order to reduce the risk of exposure, Chen Xing and Pangu decided to stop mining the mineral resources of Blue Star. Instead, resources were transported from the lunar base back to supply the Earth base. After all, the Moon is currently rich in resources and far from human sight, making it the most ideal source of supply. Let this Star Shuttle-class transport ship set sail immediately. Chen Xing took one last look at the Star Shuttle-class transport ship, then turned and left the tarmac, execute the first transport mission. The order has been given, boss. As soon as Pangu finished speaking, the transport ship's engines emitted a deep hum, the anti-gravity device activated, and the ship slowly rose into the air. Chen Xing stood at the entrance of the passage, watching it pass through the vertical passage and disappear into the azure sky. The resource shortage problem has finally been temporarily resolved. He let out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing slightly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After returning to the villa, Chen Xing went straight to the tea room. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm and bright glow on the wooden tea table. He skillfully boiled water, warmed the cups, and took the tea, his movements fluid and graceful, exuding a rare sense of leisure. "Pangu, bring up the latest international news." He brewed tea while giving instructions in a low voice. Connecting to Global News Network. A holographic projection unfolded on the tea table, with densely packed news headlines scrolling like a waterfall. Chen Xing picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and glanced at the headlines. China's South China Sea Fleet holds large-scale exercises, new stealth fighter suspected to make its debut. The Western Alliance announced the launch of its space defense plan, stating that it will deploy a low-Earth orbit intercept system. A certain country is secretly developing a quantum computer, and it is suspected of breaking through the 1,000 physical qubit barrier. Chen Xing took a sip of tea, a faint hint of sarcasm appearing on his lips. Countries are still fighting over that little bit of territory and resources. He shook his head, a hint of pity in his eyes, truly a frog in a well. Having witnessed the vastness of the universe, he saw the power struggles between these nations as childish and laughable, like a child's toy war. His fingers tapped lightly on the teacup, his thoughts drifting away. "Pangu, what's our next plan?" He put down his teacup, his voice low. "According to your original plan, the gene enhancement project should be launched next." Pangu retrieved a research report. "Boss, continued use of your superbrain abilities is accelerating the depletion of your brain cells." Chen Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already noticed this problem. In recent months, his thinking speed has indeed slowed down compared to his peak, although the average person would not be able to detect this change. But for him, even a 1% decline is like a slight deviation in a precision instrument. "What are the specific figures?" he asked in a deep voice. "Over the past year, your brain cell loss rate has been 357 times higher than that of a normal person." Pangu's tone unusually solemn. "If we continue to consume at the current rate, it is projected that in 5 years, your intelligence level will decline to 60% of its current level." Chen Xing's fingertips paused slightly. 60%. That would mean his super brain abilities would be greatly weakened, and he might even lose some of his advantages in deduction and calculation. "Is there a solution?" He looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Gene enhancement." Pangu retrieved a brand new set of biotechnology data. By optimizing telomerase activity, repairing DNA damage, and enhancing neuronal regeneration capacity, in theory, it could prevent or even reverse cellular aging. Chen Xing's gaze fell on the holographic projection, quickly browsing through the complex formulas and experimental data. These data were all derived and upgraded by Chen Xing through Pangu's use of spare computing power. It has now formed a complete theoretical system. "It seems it's time to look into how to upgrade myself." He chuckled softly, a hint of eager anticipation flashing in his eyes. In the dead of night, Chen Xing sat alone in the biology lab, the holographic screen in front of him flashing with densely packed genetic maps. His eyes were slightly sore from staring at the data for so long, but his brain was still working at high speed. Telomerase activation protocol, neuronal regeneration inducing factor, metabolic optimization protocol. He muttered to himself, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, constantly adjusting the experimental parameters. "Boss, you've been working for 16 hours straight." Pangu's voice echoed in the laboratory, carrying a hint of a reminder. "Wait a little longer, we'll find the key point soon." Chen Xing didn't even look up, his eyes remained fixed on the screen. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his temples throbbed with pain from excessive thinking. But at this moment, he seemed to feel no fatigue, completely immersed in the excitement of cracking the code of life. Suddenly, his fingers stopped in mid-air. Here, the arrangement of these base pairs. His pupils contracted slightly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. "Abnormal gene sequence detected, boss." Pangu quickly amplified the DNA model. "The sequence differs significantly from that of ordinary people, and may be the source of your superbrain abilities." Chen Xing's heart skipped a beat. He stared intently at the spiral structure, his breathing quickening involuntarily. "So that's how it is. My brain mutation is because this gene was activated." His voice trembled slightly with excitement, but then his brows furrowed again. "But it's also accelerating the depletion of my cell lifespan." "Yes, this gene is a double-edged sword." Pangu calmly analyzed. "It has endowed you with intelligence and computational abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. But it also took a toll on your health." Chen Xing remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination. "Then let's modify it." His voice was deep and powerful. "Preserve the advantages, eliminate the disadvantages, and even enhance super brain abilities. Theoretically feasible, but extremely risky." Pangu warned, "If gene editing goes wrong, it can lead to irreversible damage." Risk and reward go hand in hand. Chen Xing stood up and walked towards the gene editing equipment beside him. "Besides, hasn't our Fuxi matrix been upgraded?" A slight smile played on his lips. We'll conduct 10 million simulations first, then begin the experiment. Understood, boss. Pangu's voice carried a hint of respect. The deduction process has begun, estimated to take 846 hours. Chen Xing took a deep breath and looked out at the night sky. The twinkling stars, like countless eyes, silently watched his choice. I will break the limits of the human brain. He then turned and went back to his bedroom to rest. Time, like fine sand in an hourglass, slips away silently. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the laboratory lights were still bright, and Chen Xing stood in front of the workbench, his eyes sparkling with excitement. More than a month ago, Pangu completed 10 million simulations and selected several thousand feasible experimental schemes. Over the past month, Chen Xing has been verifying these solutions one by one. Only today have we finally determined the 8 experimental products with the highest success rate. Finally, it's finished. His voice was hoarse and tired, yet it carried an undeniable sense of accomplishment. On the workbench, 8 test tubes of different colors are neatly arranged, gleaming subtly under the light. Each one represents a possibility, an opportunity to break through the limits of human capability. Congratulations, boss. Pangu's voice echoed in the laboratory. The voice carried a hint of warmth. These 8 potions are the optimal solution after rigorous screening. Both stability and efficacy met expectations, far exceeding the current level of biotechnology on Earth. Chen Xing slowly sat down, his fingers gently stroking the test tube. The cool touch made him slightly more awake. But what about their safety, in live experiments? His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze shifting between the test tubes as if weighing some unseen risk. Yes, I recommend conducting live experiments, boss. Pangu timely offered his suggestion. Primates share 98% of their genes with humans, making them the ideal experimental subjects. Chen Xing remained silent for a moment, his eyes gradually hardening. He knew he couldn't skip this step, so he took a deep breath. His voice was deep and decisive. Send the Star Mystery and the Warstar Force to the African continent to capture enough experimental subjects. An arrest plan has been drafted, boss. Pangu quickly pulled up a holographic map. The distribution areas of chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans on the African continent have been marked. Chen Xing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the flashing red dots on the map. Pangu, make sure the operation remains completely secret. Understood. Pangu responded quickly. Chen Xing moved his finger in the air, zooming in on one area at the same time. Construct a large, temporary laboratory on the far side of the moon. Pangu's response was concise and efficient. The laboratory design drawings have been generated. Construction machinery will begin within 1 hour. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. If the test subject escapes, the vacuum environment of the moon would be the safest way to destroy it. His tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of cold rationality. Pangu continued, as you said, this is the safest option. Let's get started. He spoke softly, his voice fading into the silence of the laboratory. 1 week later, on the ground somewhere above the lunar base, a large, gray, temporary laboratory stands silently in the shadow of the crater. It blends into the desolate surroundings and disappears from sight. Chen Xing stood in the central control room of this temporary laboratory, looking through the reinforced glass window. Looking down at the ecological cabins divided into dozens of independent areas. Each eco-capsule houses a primate, a chimpanzee, a gorilla, or an orangutan. They paced anxiously or huddled warily in a corner. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear, clearly indicating that he had not yet adapted to this unfamiliar environment. How is the test subject's condition? He asked in a low voice, his gaze never leaving the eco-cabin. All healthy, boss. Pangu's voice came through the earpiece. Physiological indicators are stable. You have adapted to the cabin's gravity environment. Chen Xing turned and walked to the central control console, tapping his fingers on the virtual keyboard to bring up detailed data on the 8 gene-based drugs. Let's start with the option with the highest success rate, he said calmly. Option 1, success rate 97.3%. Pangu quickly marked one of the pale gold test tubes. However, the side effects are still unclear. Science is inherently risky. Chen Xing chuckled lightly, his eyes sharp as knives. Prepare for the injection. On the lower level of the laboratory, a young chimpanzee is held in place by a robotic arm. Its eyes were filled with fear, and a low whimper came from its throat. Chen Xing watched it through the monitor screen, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest. Let's begin. He gave the order softly, his voice echoing in the empty control room. The robotic arm precisely injected the pale gold solution into the chimpanzee's vein. Almost instantly, the chimpanzee's body tensed up and its pupils contracted sharply. Vital signs surge. Pangu's alarm suddenly sounded, heart rate 200, body temperature 41.5 degrees Celsius, still rising. Chen Xing leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the screen. The chimpanzee's muscles swelled at a visible rate, and its fur became shiny. The fear in his eyes was gradually replaced by an eerie clarity. It stopped struggling and instead curiously examined its own palm, as if it were seeing its own body for the first time. Vital signs are stabilizing. Pangu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Brainwave activity increased by 300%, muscle density increased by 450%. Chen Xing's breathing quickened slightly, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. It worked? However, the next second, the chimpanzee suddenly let out a deafening roar. It suddenly broke free from the mechanical arms restraints and punched the reinforced glass. Bang! The thick glass was smashed and cracked like a spider web. Warning! The test subject is exhibiting aggressive behavior. Pangu's alarm blared shrilly. Chen Xing laughed, a laugh tinged with a fanatical scientific fervor. Too perfect. His gaze was intense, as if he were looking not at a runaway beast, but at a masterpiece. Immediately initiate sedation and collect a blood sample. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. I need to know what changes have occurred in its genes. Sedative gas release has been initiated. Pangu responded, but boss, its metabolic rate is 5 times that of a normal chimpanzee, so the sedative effect may be limited. Sure enough, the chimpanzee just shook its head and then pounced on the glass again. This time, the entire observation window shattered with a deafening roar. Chen Xing's eyes suddenly narrowed, initiating the final agreement. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. The hatches on top of the laboratory and the ecological module suddenly opened, and the vacuum of the moon instantly swallowed up all the air. The chimpanzee's body suddenly stiffened, its skin began to swell, its eyeballs bulged, and it finally collapsed slowly in a silent struggle. Chen Xing watched all of this quietly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Record the data and analyze the reasons for failure. He turned and left, his voice low. We still have 7 doses of the drug, and 36 test subjects. The laboratory lights stretched his shadow long, casting a deep shadow. 2 weeks have passed. The laboratory lights were cold and glaring. Chen Xing stood in front of the central control console. The fingertips tapped lightly on the metal tabletop, producing a dull sound. His gaze swept across the densely packed data on the holographic screen. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly masked by excitement. Pangu, compile the experimental data. His voice was hoarse, with a hint of tension. All done, boss. Pangu's voice was calm and precise. Over the past 2 weeks, we have completed comprehensive in vivo experiments on 8 different potions. The results are as follows. The holographic screen flashed, displaying experimental data for 8 different drugs in sequence. The effects, side effects, and final state of each drug were clearly labeled. Judging from the effects of the medicine, it has achieved the expected goals, enabling the experimental subjects to reach the limits of their species' physical condition. For example, the strength of the gorilla test subjects was increased by at least 10 times. In some cases, it was increased by 15 times. However, all 8 medications share a common side effect: their average appetite increased by more than 6 times. Moreover, different medications have other different side effects. Chen Xing's gaze swept quickly across the area, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin, his eyes gradually becoming deep. Drug number 1 has achieved the expected increase in physical fitness, but the brain has not seen a corresponding increase, making it easy to lose control of emotions. He muttered to himself, his lips twitching slightly. Irritability, bloodshot eyes, these side effects aren't good. Yes, boss. Pangu added, multiple test subjects exhibited extremely strong aggression within 30 minutes of injection. They even attempted to damage the reinforced glass of the eco-cabin. Chen Xing scoffed, in some countries, this might even make him a berserker. His gaze continued downwards, landing on the data for potion number 4, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. Gender change? Disappearance of reproductive organs? His voice carried a rare hint of surprise. What is this? Biological castration? To be precise, it's a genetic restructuring of sex. Pangu's tone remained calm. The Y chromosome of the experimental subject was completely decomposed under the action of the drug. This leads to a change in its physiological structure, resulting in a sex reversal. Chen Xing was silent for a moment, then chuckled. If the people of the Demon Kingdom used this, they'd be ecstatic. He shook his head and continued reading. The side effect of drug number 5 is localized bodily mutations, with some test subjects experiencing abnormal muscle growth in their right arm. Some of them had thighs several times thicker than their bodies, and others had heads several times larger than their bodies, which was quite frightening. The side effect of the number 6 potion is similar to that of the Red Giant in a certain movie, granting the ability to transform. After losing control of his emotions, he grows to 5 times his original size, like a miniature King Kong, and almost breaks the ecological capsule. The Red Giant? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. It's a pity he doesn't have the ability to get stronger the angrier he gets, otherwise he would be a decent cannon fodder. The side effects of drug number 8 are more direct. It causes intellectual decline to the level of a 7-year-old, and this is irreversible. Chen Xing stared at the line of data, his eyes flickering slightly. Intelligence is reduced, but loyalty is relatively controllable. He muttered to himself, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. With a little guidance, perhaps we can cultivate a group of absolutely obedient soldiers. Theoretically feasible, boss. Panga responded appropriately. However, it should be noted that 7-year-old children still have rebellious tendencies, and excessive pressure may backfire. Chen Xing responded faintly, his gaze continuing to move downwards. The remaining drugs, number 2, 3, and 7, have relatively mild side effects. The only problem with the number 2 drug is that the appetite increases tenfold, but the increase in physical condition and brain function remains stable, and there are no abnormalities in mood. The number 3 potion caused the test subject's libido to increase by more than 5 times. When Chen Xing saw this, his lips twitched. Single dogs refuse. The side effect of drug number 7 is even simpler. All body hair falls out and never grows back. A hairless person? Isn't this a rare jade? Chen Xing touched his hair and chuckled. If it weren't for the number 2 potion, I might have been able to accept it. He let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and his eyes gradually hardened. The conclusion is clear. Potion number 2 is the optimal solution, but the other potions may also have uses in the future. Yes, boss. Panga quickly retrieved the detailed data for potion number 2. Strength increased by 1,500%, reaction speed increased by 1,200%, cellular activity throughout the body is increased by 1,100%, and lifespan is estimated to be extended to over 150 years. The only price is an increased appetite. Chen Xing chuckled softly. Compared to other side effects, this is negligible. He stood up and walked towards the observation window of the laboratory. Inside the ecological chamber below, the remaining experimental subjects were either huddled up or pacing anxiously. They will remain in the ecological cabin to observe any subsequent changes. Pangu, prepare for the next phase of clinical trials. Chen Xing's voice was calm and indifferent. We need some test subjects. Clear. Panga responded without the slightest hesitation. Target locked: members of overseas illegal armed groups and human trafficking rings. And fugitives from certain countries. Chen Xing nodded slightly, his eyes cold. Remember, you must never involve the Dragon Kingdom. All citizens of China have been excluded, boss. Pangu's voice carried an unusual hint of chill. Total targets, 37 individuals. Expected capture within 48 hours. Very good. Chen Xing turned and left the control room, his voice coming back calmly. Once the test subjects are in place, begin clinical testing immediately. 1 month later. Inside the central control room of the temporary lunar laboratory, Chen Xing stared at the final report on the holographic screen, his eyes calm as still water. Clinical trial complete, boss. Pangu's voice echoed in the silent space. 37 human test subjects. After injection of 8 different drugs, the body enhancement effects were consistent with those in the primate test subjects, as were the side effects. Chen Xing gave a soft and glanced at the monitoring screen of the experimental subject. These people are currently sitting quietly inside the eco cabin, some are eating, and some are exercising. The initial fear had long since vanished from their eyes, replaced by a numb obedience. Is your intelligence unaffected? Chen Xing asked. Apart from potion number 8, no other signs of degeneration were detected, boss. Panga replied. However, the subjects of the number 8 potion showed a significant increase in obedience to orders. It is speculated that this is related to the neuromodulatory effects of the drug. Chen Xing's lips curled up slightly. It seems that there are basically no problems with the number 2 potion. He stood up, walked to the laboratory's medicine storage cabinet, and his gaze fell on a bottle of medicine number 2. The pale golden liquid swayed gently in the glass tube, as if it contained boundless power. It's time, he said softly, reaching for the potion. Boss, a reminder again. Pangu's voice carried a rare hint of hesitation, despite the success of the clinical trials. However, as a person with superhuman abilities, the effects of the drug may be subject to unknown variables. Chen Xing smiled, his eyes resolute. Science is inherently about taking risks. Without hesitation, he injected the medicine into his vein. In an instant, a burning sensation spread from his arm to his entire body, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing became rapid. Vital signs surge. Pangu's alarm sounded in his ears, but Chen Xing couldn't hear it anymore. His vision was covered in gold, his brain felt as if it were being torn apart and reassembled, and every nerve was screaming and transforming. Ugh! He groaned and knelt on one knee. The pain lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Chen Xing, panting heavily, slowly raised his head, his eyes sharp as knives. The world has changed. His senses were sharpened several times over. He could hear the sound of his own blood flowing. It can see the fine dust floating in the air and even sense the silence and the vacuum outside the lunar base. Is this the feeling of surpassing human limits? He murmured to himself, his voice filled with a sense of awe. Test complete, boss. Pangu's voice carried a rare astonishment. Your physical functions are expected to improve by more than 1,800% across the board. Brain activity increased by an astonishing 1,500%. Life expectancy increased by at least 200 years. The medication's effectiveness exceeded expectations by more than 30%. Chen Xing smiled, a smile brimming with unprecedented confidence. He stood up and stretched his muscles, finding a power within them that surprised even himself. What happened to the test subjects? He asked suddenly, his tone calm. Executed as planned. Pangu's answer was concise and cold. All 37 test subjects have been sent to the furnace. Chen Xing nodded, his eyes indifferent. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Their sacrifice led to the evolution of humankind. Let's go, Pangu. He turned and left the makeshift laboratory, his voice low and firm. Go back and test the specific data. Chen Xing returned to the Blue Star base aboard the Xingqian. The moment the hatch opened, he took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him. He strode down the gangway, his steps as light as if he were walking on clouds, each step carrying an unprecedented burst of power. Pangu, arrange for a full physical examination immediately. His voice was deep and urgent, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Received, ready, vital signs scan initiated. Pangu responded, his tone carrying a rare hint of anticipation. In the laboratory, Chen Xing stood in the center of the testing area, his arms slightly outstretched, letting the scanning beam slide from his head to his feet. His heartbeat was steady and strong, and his muscle definition was even more pronounced under the light. The blood vessels beneath the skin are faintly visible, as if they contain boundless energy. The fist strength test begins. Pangu's voice rang out. Chen Xing took a deep breath and swung his right fist, slamming it heavily onto the force gauge. With a muffled thud, the reading on the force gauge skyrocketed, eventually settling at 965 kilograms. A slight smile played on his lips, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. More than 300 kilograms more than the world boxing champion. Reaction speed test, Pangu continued. On the screen in front of him, red dots lit up randomly, and Chen Xing's fingers clicked them with lightning speed, each one precise and accurate. The final result showed 50 milliseconds. The average person's time is 300 milliseconds, while the highest record for athletes is 60 milliseconds. He muttered to himself, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, and I am faster than them now. Brain cell detection in progress. Pangu's voice paused slightly. Then, unusually, he added with a hint of surprise, boss, your cell damage problem has been completely resolved. Based on current information and simulations, your super brain abilities are estimated to have increased at least 10 times. Chen Xing closed his eyes, feeling countless thoughts rising in his mind in an instant. My thinking is indeed much clearer and faster than before. This is true, comprehensive enhancement. He murmured softly, a confident smile playing on his lips. Very good. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. This means my research and development capabilities can be elevated to another level. He walked to the mirror and gazed at himself in the mirror. His eyes were sharp as knives, his muscles were smooth and full of explosive power, and he seemed to have been reborn. Pangu, can we develop the next generation of gene therapy now? His voice carried a hint of ambition. Not recommended, boss. Pangu's tone became unusually serious. According to calculations, your body needs at least 5 years to adapt to the current enhanced state. Continuing to develop the next generation of drugs is not an option, but they also cannot be used, otherwise the probability of bodily collapse is as high as 80%. Furthermore, if you don't want to eat a lot of food every day, then there's an even greater need now to develop an energy supplement. Chen Xing frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, he let out a long sigh and nodded. You're right, we can't rush things. After the initial excitement wore off, Chen Xing was indeed feeling very hungry. Pangu, generate the energy potion plan. Received, generated, please check. Pangu quickly provided a solution. After all, it was just an energy concentration potion, which was very simple for Pangu. Chen Xing prepared a highly concentrated energy drug in just a few hours. According to Pangu's testing, each 100 milliliters of the medicine contains the equivalent of 30,000 kilocalories of energy. Its unique sustained-release technology allows the drug to release energy evenly in the body over 24 hours. Chen Xing's current physical condition requires a daily intake of 25,000 to 30,000 calories, which is 10 times more than that of an average person. In other words, 100 milliliters of energy potion is enough to replace his food needs for a whole day. After a brief moment of deliberation, Chen Xing picked up the test tube and drank it all in one gulp. It was slightly cool when it entered my mouth, and soon the persistent feeling of hunger quietly subsided. Instead, you get just the right amount of fullness. Even more amazingly, the cells in the body seemed to cheer, as if dormant vitality was being gently awakened. Chen Xing turned and walked towards the holographic projection table, gazing at the starry sky. So, what should we do next? I suggest developing Mars, boss. Panga retrieved a star map of the solar system. The moon should not be overdeveloped. Otherwise, a reduction in the moon's mass could very likely trigger tidal disruptions on Earth, or even a climate catastrophe. Chen Xing's gaze fell on Mars, where the red planet slowly rotated in the projection, mysterious and alluring. Mars! He repeated softly, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. It is indeed a better choice. However, a comprehensive exploration is required first. Panga cautioned, our current understanding of Mars' geology and resource distribution is limited. Chen Xing nodded, his eyes sharp, then upgrade the Xingqian and send it to carry out this Mars exploration mission. He quickly pulled up the design blueprints for the Xingqian, and with a flick of his finger, he retrieved the parameters for the propulsion system. The first-generation thrusters were replaced with second-generation ones, reducing the number to 4, but the thrust of each thruster was increased to 1,000 tons. An upgrade plan has been generated. Panga quickly retrieved the design blueprints for second-generation thrusters, each with a thrust of 1,000 tons, for a total thrust of 4,000 tons. This is 3.3 times more than the original 1,200 tons. What about the sailing time? Chen Xing asked, his finger lightly tracing the design diagram. The journey from Earth to Mars will be shortened from 10 days to 3 days, Panga replied. Chen Xing's lips curled up slightly. Efficiency has improved significantly. He turned and walked toward the Xingsuan's docking area. His gaze swept over the silver-gray hull. In addition to the propulsion system, the detection equipment also needs a comprehensive upgrade. The latest technology has been integrated, boss. Panga has proposed an upgrade plan for its detection module, expanding the full-frequency array detection range to 300,000 kilometers and improving accuracy by 300%. Very good. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction. This exploration mission will be entrusted to you in charge of the entire process. Received, boss. Estimated delivery time, 30 days. Panga responded, his tone carrying a hint of eagerness. Chen Xing glanced at the upgrade list and nodded slightly. Very good, begin the modifications immediately. For the next 3 days, Chen Xing stayed almost constantly on the Xingqian, personally overseeing every detail of the upgrade. The robotic arm precisely disassembled the old thrusters and installed brand new second-generation high-energy vector particle thrusters. The silver-gray exterior gleamed with a cold luster under the light. Initiate the self-test program, he commanded, his voice steady. Self-check complete. All systems are functioning normally. Panga reported, we are ready to depart at any time. Chen Xing took one last look at the star profound, then turned and walked towards the control panel. Initiate mission. The Starry Skies engines emitted a deep hum as the anti-gravity device activated. The ship slowly rose into the air, passed through the vertical passage, and soared into the azure sky. Chen Xing stood on the observation platform at the base, watching it disappear into the clouds, a trace of emotion flashing in his eyes. The journey to the stars and the sea has taken another step closer. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with an unprecedented determination. Turning back to the Research and Development Center, his gaze fell on the holographic projection. That was the blueprint for a brand new space warship, larger in size, more powerful in firepower, and faster in speed. Mars development requires stronger warship support. His fingers lightly traced the projection, his eyes sharp as knives. A round trip every week is still too slow. He sat down, his brain racing, his super brain abilities fully activated. Countless design options flashed through my mind, and finally, the most optimized version was finalized. Pangu, record the design parameters of the new warship. His voice was deep and powerful. Ready, boss, Pangu replied, a hint of anticipation in his voice. A fighting spirit ignited in Chen Xing's eyes, and his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. The star mystery streaked through the deep sky like a silver meteor, leaving a faint trail in the dark universe. 3 days later, it finally reached Mars orbit, slowly adjusted its attitude, and entered the designated exploration position. Boss, we have arrived in Mars orbit and are commencing a full scan mission. Pangu's voice echoed in Chen Xing's mind, calm and precise. Chen Xing simply hummed in response, his gaze remaining fixed on the new warship design drawings in front of him. Fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, modifying a core parameter. While the Mars exploration mission is important, he is now more focused on the development of new warships. On the holographic projection, a real-time image of Mars slowly rotates, its red surface covered with ravines and craters, desolate yet magnificent. Panga controlled the Xingqian satellite to activate the full-frequency detection array and quantum radar simultaneously. A comprehensive scan of the Martian surface, subsurface structure, and mineral distribution has begun. The data flooded back, and after being analyzed by the Fuchsi matrix, it was quickly transformed into geological maps and resource distribution maps that could be analyzed. Chen Xing would occasionally glance at the data, his brain rapidly absorbing the key information, but he would quickly return to his research and development. Mars exploration is only the first step, the key lies in subsequent Mars development. In the days that followed, Chen Xing's life remained as regular as a precision instrument. I wake up promptly at 7 a.m. every morning, wash up quickly, enjoy the breakfast prepared by the robot, and then head straight to the Research and Development Center. I work 16 hours a day and rest on time without delay. This almost obsessive self-discipline makes his research and development efficiency astonishingly high. Pangu retrieved the latest mineral distribution map of Mars. One afternoon, Chen Xing leaned back in his chair, rubbed his slightly sore eyes, and casually gave an order. As the holographic projection unfolds, a three-dimensional model of Mars floats in the air, with countless markers flashing across its surface. High-purity iron ore, titanium ore, rare earth elements, and a large amount of water ice deposits have been detected. Pangu reported the abundance of resources far exceeds expectations, boss. Chen Xing nodded slightly, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Very good, we won't have to worry about resources in the future. His gaze swept over the marked points, and his brain quickly deduced the optimal mining plan. But he quickly pulled himself back to the warship design in front of him. A week later, the design of the new space warship was finally finalized. Chen Xing stood in front of the holographic projection, gazing at the streamlined behemoth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Pangu, how were the simulation test results? His voice was deep and steady, but the slight trembling of his fingertips betrayed his inner anticipation. The simulation test is complete, all systems have met the expected performance targets. Pangu quickly retrieved the data. The ship's structural strength has increased by 500%, and the firepower system has increased by 800%. The total thrust of the propulsion system has been increased to 120,000 tons, and the cruising speed can reach Mach 3000. Chen Xing's lips curled up slightly. Arrange for the shipyard at the lunar base to immediately begin construction of the experimental ship. The order has been given, boss. Pangu responded. The estimated construction period is 20 days. Chen Xing exhaled softly, his gaze fixed on the starry sky projected on the holographic projection. It was as if I could already see that warship soaring through the universe. The construction of the experimental ship was in full swing, but Chen Xing was not idle. His super brain abilities underwent a qualitative leap after genetic enhancement. Their thinking speed is faster than ever before, and their reasoning ability is stronger. While cold fusion is stable, thermonuclear fusion has a higher and more powerful energy output. He muttered to himself, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. A completely new set of reactor design drawings was retrieved. On the holographic projection, complex formulas and three-dimensional models are intertwined. Chen Xing's brain was working at high speed like a supercomputer, constantly optimizing every detail. Boss, the fuel consumption rate of a thermonuclear fusion reactor is more than 50 times that of a cold fusion reactor. Pangu pointed out. Theoretically, within the same volume, the peak energy output can reach more than 100 times that of cold fusion. That's totally worth it. Chen Xing's eyes were sharp as knives. Anyway, the moon's helium-3 reserves are enough for us to use for hundreds of years, so leaving them is a waste. With a gentle stroke of his finger, the core structure of the reactor was magnified. The confinement scheme for high-temperature plasma has been readjusted. The magnetic field confinement strength needs to be increased by another 5%, otherwise it will easily go out of control under high-temperature conditions. He spoke in a low voice, his brows furrowing slightly. Adjusted, boss. Pangu responded swiftly. Simulation tests show that stability has improved to 99.8%. Chen Xing nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Very good, let's prepare to build the prototype. Well, let's conduct the experiment on the far side of the moon. We should be careful. 1 week later, on the far side of the moon, a silver-gray spherical building stands quietly in the shadow of the crater. The prototype of the thermonuclear fusion reactor has finally been built. The surface of the sphere, which is 10 meters in diameter, is covered with intricate patterns. A deep blue halo flowed across the metal casing, like a sleeping star. Chen Xing stood in front of the control console at the Blue Star Base R&D Center. A finger hovers above the start button. Pangu, final self-check. His voice was deep and tense. Self-check complete. All systems are functioning normally, boss. Pangu's voice was calm and precise. Chen Xing took a deep breath and pressed the start button. Ignition. Inside the reactor, the high-temperature plasma is instantly confined by a magnetic field. Energy readings skyrocketed 100 GW, 500 GW, 1000 GW, and finally stabilized at 3000 GW. Ignition successful, output power meets expectations. Pangu reported, his tone unusually excited. Chen Xing's lips curled up slightly. His eyes gleamed with the light of victory. Continue monitoring, it needs to operate stably for at least a week. Time passed slowly, and the reactor operated exceptionally smoothly. Chen Xing would occasionally look up at the data on the holographic screen, but he spends most of his time immersed in other research and study. However, 24 hours later, an accident suddenly occurred. Warning: plasma confinement field fluctuations. Pangu's alarm suddenly sounded. Chen Seng suddenly looked up, his pupils shrinking sharply. The energy curve on the screen was fluctuating violently, and the reactor core temperature was soaring. Analyze the cause immediately. His voice trembled slightly from nervousness. The magnetic field generator is experiencing localized overheating, and its stability has decreased to a critical value. Pangu responded quickly. Chen Seng's fingers flew across the holographic keyboard. I tried to adjust the parameters manually, but it was too late. Emergency shutdown protocol activated. Pangu acted decisively, cutting off the fuel supply. The hum of the reactor stopped abruptly, and the pale blue halo gradually dimmed. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Chen Seng's forehead, and his fists clenched unconsciously, just a little bit more. The reactor has been safely shut down, boss. Pangu's voice carried a hint of lingering fear. Chen Seng let out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing slightly, debriefing. I need to know where the problem lies. The next few hours. He and Pangu carefully examined each set of data and finally pinpointed the problem. The cooling system design of the magnetic field generator has a minor flaw. Chen Seng stared at the hologram, his brows furrowed. Yes, prolonged operation under high load can lead to localized overheating, Pangu added. Chen Seng's eyes sharpened, redesign the cooling circuit and add redundancy. He turned and walked to his workbench, his brain working at high speed, countless improvement plans flashing through his mind. The improvements were completed 1 day later. The new cooling system features a tiered circulation design, which improves efficiency by 200%. One more time, Chen Seng said firmly. The second ignition also went smoothly, and the energy reading stabilized again at 3000 GW. This time, Chen Seng instructed Pangu to keep a close eye on all data changes throughout the entire process, without allowing any slackening. He then continued with other research work. He can't keep an eye on it forever, the cycle is too long. An hour, a day, 3 days, time slowly passed. The reactor has been operating stably, with minor fluctuations remaining within safe limits. On the 7th day, Chen Seng stood in front of the control panel, a hint of relief finally appearing in his eyes. It's a success. All systems are functioning normally, boss. Pangu's voice carried a hint of accomplishment. Thermonuclear fusion reactor passes test. Chen Seng smiled slightly, shut down the reactor, dismantle it, and install it at the lunar base's energy center. Engineering robots have been deployed and the relocation is expected to be completed in 6 hours. When the reactor was successfully connected to the lunar base's energy network, the lights throughout the base instantly became brighter. Energy supply increased by 300%, boss. Pangu reported the operating efficiency of all systems has significantly improved. Chen Seng nodded in satisfaction, although it didn't reach more than 100 times the theoretical value. But a 30-fold increase is already quite good. His eyes gleamed with ambition. This shows that there is still a lot of room for improvement in thermonuclear fusion technology. 12 days later, the Xingqian returned to the Blue Star base as scheduled. The cargo hold was filled with Martian soil and mineral samples. Chen Seng couldn't wait to board the Star Mystery. His fingers gently traced the reddish-brown samples, his eyes gleaming with the passion of a scientist. Pangu, begin sample analysis immediately. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. He immediately immersed himself in the analysis experiment, unleashing his super brain abilities, with data from various instruments scrolling before his eyes like a waterfall. This crystal structure. He suddenly stopped what he was doing. His pupils dilated slightly, an arrangement I've never seen before. 3 new substances detected, boss. Pangu retrieved the molecular model. Preliminary analysis shows that one of the materials exhibits conductivity and strength far exceeding that of existing materials. Chen Seng's breathing quickened slightly, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on the table. Begin in-depth research immediately. By the way, what about the other 2 unknown minerals? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. A substance with high-energy catalytic properties has been detected, boss. Pangu quickly analyzed. It can be used for the synthesis of new alloys and to improve reactor efficiency. A fighting spirit ignited in Chen Seng's eyes. What about the other one? The analysis is still in progress. Results are expected in 3 more days. Chen Seng was completely immersed in the experiment and even forgot about the passage of time. The next day, Pangu's voice interrupted his concentration. Boss, the prototype of the new space warship has been completed and is awaiting instructions for its maiden voyage test. Chen Seng didn't even look up, his gaze still fixed on the new material sample under the microscope. You are fully responsible for the testing. I need to continue studying these samples. His tone was firm and unwavering. Understood, boss. Pangu responded. A complete testing plan has been developed and will be implemented step by step. Chen Seng simply gave a soft and then immersed himself back in his research on the new substance. His brain was working at high speed, his super brain abilities were fully activated, and countless possibilities unfolded before his eyes. These new materials may bring about another technological revolution. 2 days later, the laboratory lights were still bright. Chen Xing stared at the data on the holographic screen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Boss, the analysis results for the last new substance are in." Pangu's voice unusually carried a slight fluctuation. "Its atomic structure has unique energy absorption characteristics. It can convert kinetic energy into stable internal energy storage, generating almost no heat or deformation." Chen Xing's pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers hovered in midair, as if frozen by some invisible force. "This characteristic," he murmured to himself, a scene from a science fiction movie flashing through his mind. "It's exactly like vibranium." "That's absolutely right, boss." Pangu quickly retrieved the simulation data. In the test, a 10-gram sample absorbed the impact force equivalent to the explosion of 500 kilograms of TNT, and its temperature only increased by 0.1 degrees Celsius. Chen Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Then let's call it vibranium." He reached out and touched the molecular model in the holographic projection, as if he could feel the potential of this magical substance. "The name has been recorded." Pangu paused for a moment. "Also, the maiden voyage test report for the Star Shark has been completed. Would you like to view it now?" "Retrieve it." Chen Xing snapped out of his thoughts and turned his gaze to another screen. As the holographic projection unfolded, a streamlined behemoth appeared in the air. Its silver-gray exterior has a cold, sharp sheen. The ship's bow, with its sharp, shark-like conical ram, gleamed with a chilling light. The tail thruster array is distributed like a shark fin. A total of 47 items were tested, of which 45 met the standards, and the remaining 2 had slight deviations. Pangu's voice was calm and precise. "The propulsion system's cooling efficiency decreases by 12% after prolonged extreme flight. During continuous firing of the weapon system, there is a 0.3-second delay in energy allocation." Chen Xing's gaze swept over each data point, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, producing a dull sound. "Optimize the cooling circuit and add backup energy nodes." He nodded in satisfaction. "The designation will be Star Shark. Once completed, it will be put into service immediately, with an initial batch of 100 ships." "It's arranged, boss." Pangu responded. "Optimization is expected to be completed within 1 day, and the first batch of Star Shark-class warships will all be rolled off the production line in 90 days. Chen Xing nodded, his gaze returning to the molecular model of vibranium. "Now, it's time to address the real issues." His voice was deep, with a hint of challenge. For the next month, the laboratory lights stayed on day and night. Chen Xing moved between the various laboratories, his eyes becoming increasingly bloodshot. "All conventional synthesis methods have failed." He rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse. "The stability of atomic bonds is too anomalous. Simulation 3,211,749 failed, boss." Pangu's voice remained calm, but his speaking speed increased slightly. "It is recommended to adjust the catalyst ratio and add rare earth elements as a medium." Chen Xing's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, and new formulas poured out like flowing water. "Try this," he whispered, pressing the execute button. On the holographic screen, the atomic model began to reassemble, but it crashed at the last step, turning into a red warning. "Damn it!" Chen Xing slammed his fist on the table, leaving a layer of sweat stains on the metal surface. His breathing was rapid, and a hint of irritation flashed in his eyes. The synthesis formulas for the first 2 new substances were already mastered a week ago. Vibranium, however, stands as an invisible wall, blocking all possibilities. "You need a break, boss?" Pangu asked softly. Chen Xing shook his head, his eyes fixed on the failed data. Then he sighed. "All right, maybe I'll have inspiration when I wake up." Another month passed, and the lab's whiteboard was covered with densely packed formulas. Some were roughly crossed out, while others were repeatedly revised. Chen Xing stood by the window of the villa, gazing at the distant mountains with an empty look in his eyes. "Pangu, how many times have we tried?" His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. 89,843,221 simulations, boss." Pangu paused for a rare moment. "Success rate, 0.00001%. Chen Xing gave a wry smile, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the window frame. "Perhaps it's time to give up." He muttered to himself, "Some things are destined to be beyond human creation." Calculations show that after 100,000 more attempts, the success rate will increase to 0.0001%. Pangu's tone carried a hint of stubbornness. "You once said that science is inherently risky." Chen Xing remained silent for a long time, then suddenly turned and went back to the lab. "Then let's do it 100,000 more times." His eyes rekindled with fighting spirit, as if the dejection he had just felt had never existed. Another month passed, and Chen Xing slumped in his chair. The stray hairs on his forehead were soaked with sweat and stuck to his pale skin. "The last time," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "If it doesn't work, then." His words trailed off, but his finger pressed firmly on the start button. On the holographic screen, the atomic model began to slowly reassemble, layer upon layer, like an intricately woven net. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, the model stabilized, and a system notification sounded crisply. Synthesis successful. Chen Xing suddenly stood up, and the chair crashed to the ground. His pupils contracted sharply, his hands trembled slightly, and he stared intently at the line of green text on the screen. It was a success. His voice trembled, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Successful, boss. Pangu's voice rose an octave for the first time. The vibranium synthesis formula has been verified. Chen Xing stood still, motionless. A moment later, he suddenly burst into laughter, which echoed throughout the laboratory, with a touch of madness and a touch of relief. 3 months. A full 3 months. He wiped his face and found his palms were damp. I almost gave up. You did it, boss. Pangu spoke softly, his tone filled with respect. Chen Xing took a deep breath, then suddenly turned and rushed towards the gym. He slammed his fist into the sandbag, and the impact of nearly a ton punctured the sandbag, causing the filling to burst out. Ha! Again! He was like a beast unleashed from its cage, wildly venting his pent-up emotions. Sweat splattered, muscles taut like steel cables. Half an hour later, he lay on the ground, exhausted. His chest heaved violently, but a satisfied smile played on his lips. Pangu, according to the synthesis formula, began synthesizing vibranium. His voice regained its usual composure. At the same time, establish vibranium production lines at the lunar and Earth bases. It's arranged, boss. Pangu responded. The first batch of synthetic vibranium is expected to be produced in 1 day. Chen Xing slowly closed his eyes, and the image of the Star Shark fleet, clad in vibranium armor, soaring through the universe appeared in his mind. Mars base. He murmured softly, it's time to take action. Because Chen Xing became engrossed in researching new materials, the Mars base project was shelved. Name, Star Shark class space battleship, unnamed. Appearance and shape, streamlined shark shape plus vector nozzle array, smooth and streamlined shape, bottom ring anti-gravity generator, sharp cone-shaped ram at the bow like a shark snout, and tail thruster array distributed like a shark fin. Dimensions, 368 m, length, times 90, width, times 80, height. Empty weight, 89,000 tons. Effective load capacity, 50,000 tons. Cargo hold volume 1,280,000 cubic meters, detachable modular cargo hold. Energy system 30 GW second generation cold fusion energy device plus superconducting circulating energy storage system. Propulsion system 3rd generation anti-gravity engine plus 12 3rd generation high energy particle thrusters, 10,000 tons of thrust. Protection system 3rd generation energy shield, physical deflection plus 30 GJ energy absorption dual defense, close range laser matrix plus 12 electromagnetic rapid fire cannons. Weapon systems, 300mm caliber 25 GW pulse laser cannon, outputs 25 billion joules of energy per second, equivalent to the damage of 5.97 tons of TNT focused on 300mm, capable of instantly melting through 69 meters of special steel, 300mm caliber electromagnetic railgun, interstellar missile launchers, 4x32 cell 300mm caliber launchers plus 8x16 cell 200mm caliber launchers plus 12x8 cell 100mm caliber launchers. Weapon range, 45,000 kilometers within Earth, estimated to be over 1 million kilometers in space. Operating system, Pangu 2 intelligence system, fully automated. Detection system, second generation full frequency array detection equipment, range of 500,000 kilometers. Communication system, first generation quantum communication device, covering a range of 100 million kilometers. Space cruise speed, Mach 3000. Space speed limit, Mach 6000. Special weapon, a 300mm electromagnetic pulse cannon, EMP electromagnetic interference. Time flies, and a year has passed. Pangu, report on the situation at the Mars base. He asked the question seemingly casually, but his eyes revealed a hint of concern for the work. Reporting to the boss, construction of the Mars underground base began as planned a year ago and was recently completed and accepted. The base is similar in size to the lunar base, and is also located 10 kilometers below the Earth's surface. The energy, ecology, manufacturing, and R&D modules are operating normally. The primary task at present is mineral extraction. 10 large-scale mining areas have been established, and resource output is stable. There are currently no other extended task instructions. Pangu quickly retrieved the real-time status report and data summary of the Mars base. Yes, just follow the steps. Chen Xing responded calmly, shifting his gaze from the Mars marker on the holographic projection to the deep distance ahead. At this moment, he sat upright in the spacious bridge command seat of the Star Shark. Leaning back slightly, my gaze pierced through the enormous panoramic porthole. It was thrown at the area composed of countless meteorites of varying sizes and shapes. It may rotate slowly or float silently. Together, they form the asteroid belt, the famous graveyard and treasure trove of the solar system. This voyage has two purposes. First, take a vacation to relax and see this star mine that nurtures endless resources. Secondly, we will investigate meteorites or dwarf planets that are suitable for establishing mineral subbases. Pangu, fleet status? Chen Xing's voice rang out in the silent bridge, calm and steady, with a hint of barely perceptible relaxation. Reporting to the boss, the fleet's voyage is proceeding normally. All system operating parameters are within safe thresholds. Pangu's voice reported clearly and efficiently. This time, Chen Xing brought out more than just the Star Shark spaceship. There are also escort, transport, and mining formations. Chen Xing's gaze swept across the tactical star map, on which the formation of the massive fleet behind him was clearly marked. 50 Star Shark-class space battleships upgraded with vibranium armor. Like a silent swarm of steel sharks, they guarded the flanks and rear. The most striking feature is the 100 uniquely designed mining engineering vessels, the Crab class. Their design completely overturned the aesthetics of traditional warships. As its name suggests, it presents a solid, flattened spherical outline, resembling a giant, steel-shelled creature. At the front of the ship are two exceptionally thick, multifunctional giant mechanical arms, almost as long as the ship itself. Like the giant pincers of a crab, they are now in a retracted, ready-to-go state. The joints gleamed with the eerie light of hydraulic devices, containing a terrifying power capable of crushing small meteorites. Surrounding the hull are 6 relatively slender but equally flexible multifunctional robotic arms. Like auxiliary walking legs, they are always ready to perform precise cutting, drilling, or crushing operations. On the back of the ship is a huge open warehouse entrance, the hatch of which is now tightly closed, waiting to devour minerals. At its bottom, there are equally large unloading hatches designed symmetrically. These giant crabs are enormous in size, 500 meters long, 450 meters wide, and 250 meters high. The weight of a fully loaded mineral vessel can reach 1.5 million tons. Its core power comes from a thermonuclear fusion reactor with a power of up to 1500 GW. Only this kind of violent energy. Only then can they withstand the long-term, high-intensity tearing of rocks in the harsh asteroid belt environment. Cold fusion seems too mild at this moment. Their defense relies solely on vibranium composite armor covering their entire bodies and standard third-generation energy shields. It was not equipped with any offensive weapons. Weapons are a burden to miners and are easily damaged while working. Chen Xing said this at the design finalization meeting, his tone carrying a kind of pragmatic coldness. Of course, there is also a transport fleet of 100 Starship-class transport ships fully loaded with base construction materials and equipment. Target area ahead, slow down, and deploy detection array. Chen Xing gave the order, leaned forward slightly, and focused his gaze. Command confirmed. Fleet slows to 5% of cruising speed. Full band detection array power activated to maximum. Pangu responded quickly. Advanced sensor arrays are visible on the bow and hull of the Star Shark. The invisible probe beams, like a dense fishing net, are cast towards the asteroid belt ahead. Instantly, on the holographic screen of the bridge, the sparse background of starlight was replaced by a dense array of meteorites and dwarf planets of varying sizes and shapes. The data stream cascades down like a waterfall, labeling their components, density, trajectory, and potential value. Chen Xing's brain is like a parallel connection to the shipborne supercomputer Fuxi Matrix. Massive amounts of information are absorbed, processed, and cross-referenced instantly. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest unconsciously, his mind racing. It assesses the mineral reserves, mining difficulty, and orbital stability of each potential target, and the degree of optimization of the entire transportation network layout. Marked as C724, rich in iron-nickel core, with stable structure and low orbital eccentricity, it is suitable for establishing the number 1 main mine. D8813, an icy asteroid, has huge reserves of water ice and volatiles, making it an ideal choice for establishing a refueling station. The loose zone in Area F, although the individual particles are small, is rich in rare metal clusters. Multiple giant crab ships can be deployed for cluster-style sweeping mining operations. He muttered to himself as he rapidly made marks and annotations on the star chart. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, as if he could see through the inside of those cold rocks. Pangu faithfully recorded his every decision and synchronized it with the entire engineering fleet. For the next 3 days, Chen Xing's Star Shark traversed, stopped, and meticulously scanned the asteroid belt like a ghost. The massive fleet hovered quietly in the relatively safe airspace, waiting for orders. He personally witnessed several test-type crab ships commencing operations. The scene was filled with a mechanical, violent aesthetic. The giant robotic arm, like the fangs of a cosmic monster, pierced fiercely into a meteorite the size of a football field. A powerful hydraulic system holds it firmly in place. Then, the 6 auxiliary robotic arms moved like precise surgical scalpels. Equipped with a high-energy laser cutter and an ultra-high-frequency vibration crushing head, it begins to efficiently decompose the target. Crushed stones and mineral powder were drawn into the open cargo hold on the back of the ship, which resembled a gaping abyss, by a powerful electromagnetic suction pipe. Once the cargo hold is fully loaded and closed, the entire cancer transforms into a moving asteroid. The efficiency is good. Chen Seng looked at the real-time transmitted operation data and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. It's a sense of satisfaction from controlling resources and expanding territory. It temporarily alleviated his usual sense of loneliness. After a 3-day investigation, Chen Seng precisely pinpointed the coordinates of 17 resource points and subbase locations on a star map of the asteroid belt. Pangu, proceed as planned. He leaned back in his command seat, his voice carrying a hint of relief that the mission was accomplished. The transport ships unload construction materials and equipment, and the mining ships move into their assigned locations to begin base construction and mining operations. The escort fleet was deployed in dispersed locations to ensure the safety of each mining site. The order has been issued, boss. Pangu confirmed. The Cancer-class fleet will produce its first batch of minerals after that. The logistics and transportation system will officially commence, with the Star Shuttle transport fleet responsible for transferring the goods back to the lunar base refinery. Very good. Chen Seng nodded. His gaze swept one last time across the bustling star field outside the porthole. The steel behemoth cruised among the rubble, its robotic arms waving in unison. Set a flight path and return to the Blue Star base. He issued the return order. The Starshark gracefully turned its hull, its stern thruster array spewing out a stream of eerie blue particles. The massive ship began to accelerate, leaving the soon-to-awaken star mine behind. The escorting Starshark warships remained on site like loyal guardians. Transport ships and mining ships then began construction and mining operations at the mineral subbases according to established procedures. Soon, Starshark crossed the edge of the asteroid belt, re-entering the relatively empty interplanetary space. The 7-day return journey provided a rare and undisturbed time for reflection. Chen Seng closed his eyes, not to rest, but to let the super brain operate at full speed in the quiet. Over the past year, he has not stopped working on the base construction. In addition to overseeing the construction of the Mars base and finalizing the design of the Cancer ship, he devoted most of his energy to upgrading existing technologies and exploring new fields. At this moment, a problem that had been lingering in my mind clearly emerged. Weapon systems, especially main gun technology. The existing pulse laser cannons are far more powerful than any weapon on Earth. It could even penetrate the thick armor of the pre-upgraded Starshark-class warship. But in Chen Seng's reinforced and ever-expanding understanding, this method relies on focused thermal energy to cause ablation and destruction. It seems, not shocking enough, not efficient enough. In science fiction, there are those giant energy beams that can tear apart stars and pierce through fleets. Those incredible space weapons and gravity weapons. That's what he envisioned a main gun should look like. Pulse lasers, their range and power have hit a theoretical ceiling. He whispered silently, his brows slightly furrowed. My fingertips tapped unconsciously on the cold metal armrest. It makes a faint tap, tap sound. A new physical principle is needed. A higher energy level. A more direct method of destruction. Countless thoughts raced and collided within his enhanced superbrain like wild horses. A space-distorting wave cannon? Using a singularity generator of dark matter annihilation? A dimensional fall weapon that tears apart the structure of space-time? Every idea is accompanied by a massive amount of formula derivation and physical model being instantly constructed and expanded in consciousness. And like a dazzling bubble, it was ruthlessly burst by reality. Current technology is not feasible. There is a gap in basic theoretical understanding. Energy demand is soaring exponentially, far exceeding the limits of existing energy capacity. Material science, there's simply no material that can bind that energy level. Chen Seng's breathing became slightly rapid, and a familiar, slight throbbing sensation came from his temples, caused by excessive calculations. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in his deep pupils, it seemed as if nebulae were spinning rapidly, disappearing and being reborn. Science fiction is ultimately just science fiction. He gave a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of his mouth, his voice low but sharp with a hint of resentment. Based on reality, explore the limits of existing physical rules. His thoughts converged instantly, like a precise scalpel cutting into the realm of high-energy particle physics. High-energy particle beams, this is the current technological path. The direction most likely to break through the current firepower bottleneck. The holographic star map unfolded and magnified automatically in front of him. The symbols and data streams of particle physics flowed by like a waterfall. Particle cannons are not a single concept. Chen Seng's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, and his brain was like a supercomputer, rapidly classifying and analyzing data. Proton cannon bombarding targets with hydrogen nuclei at near light speed. Pure physical kinetic energy destruction, with extremely strong penetrating power. The research and development challenges lie in the miniaturization of particle accelerators, the maintenance of ultra-high energy levels, and the radiation resistance of materials. Electron gun, dense high-energy electron stream. It primarily generates strong electromagnetic pulses, EMP, disabling electronic equipment, but causing relatively shallow melting damage to physical armor. The technical threshold is relatively low. Neutron cannon unleashes deadly neutron radiation. It penetrates matter, directly destroys the atomic nucleus structure, and is devastating to living organisms, causing materials to become embrittled. However, the requirements for shielding, materials, and precise control are absolutely hellish. Currently unattainable. Ion cannon accelerates charged heavy ions, such as helium nuclei and carbon nuclei. It combines the effects of physical kinetic energy impact and strong electromagnetic interference. Its power is slightly less than that of a pure proton cannon, but its technical implementation is less difficult than that of a proton cannon and a neutron cannon. Plasma cannon fires high-temperature, high-density plasma clouds. It combines high-temperature ablation and kinetic energy impact. The energy utilization efficiency is not high, the ballistic velocity is relatively slow, and maintaining a stable plasma beam is quite difficult. A clear diagram of particle cannon types and a comparison of their characteristics instantly formed in his mind. At the same time, a research and development difficulty assessment report based on the current technology tree, materials science, and energy level was also generated. Chen Xing's fingertips slid and sorted across the invisible interface of thought. Research and development difficulty. From highest to lowest power: neutron cannon, proton cannon, plasma cannon, ion cannon, electron cannon. His gaze lingered for a moment on the complex model representing neutron cannons, proton cannons, and plasma cannons, before he finally shook his head. The first three. Both the technological bottlenecks and the material requirements are extremely demanding. It's a pipe dream in the short term. The gaze moves downwards, landing on the models of the ion cannon and electron cannon. Electronic cannon. EMP is highly effective and the technology is relatively mature. However, it is not effective against targets with thick armor or physical protection, and can only melt shallow layers of armor. It's more like a tactical support weapon. Ion cannon. Chen Xing's gaze became intense. The dynamic demonstration, simulating a charged heavy ion beam tearing apart a target, was tightly locked on. Physical impact superimposed with electromagnetic pulse. Double destruction effect. Although its penetrating power is not as good as that of a pure proton cannon, but it is enough to pose a significant threat to the vibranium composite armor of existing starships, and his brain rapidly reviewed existing particle accelerator technologies. Electromagnetic confinement field scheme and core energy output data. The research and development difficulty is higher than that of the electronic cannon, but it's still within the reachable range of the current tech tree. A clear choice, like a lighthouse illuminating the darkness, clearly emerged in his mind. It better suits my current needs. What I need are main guns capable of directly destroying and effectively suppressing enemy capital ships. Chen Xing's eyes became incredibly firm, the kind of determination a scientific decision-maker would have. Concentrate resources and prioritize overcoming the ion cannon. He gave the order in a low voice, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. It's as if one can already foresee the sight of a torrent of azure or violet particles tearing apart the stars. As for the electronic cannon, a hint of pragmatism flashed across his lips. As a supplement to EMP tactics, the research and development difficulty is not high. Simply allocate some of Pangu's computing resources and establish a separate project team to follow up. I'll refine it when I have time. Once the thought process is clear and the goal is set, the objective will be determined. The brief anxiety caused by technological barriers was instantly replaced by soaring fighting spirit. The eerie blue light from the Starshark's tail thrusters brightened slightly. Speed up and rush towards the finish line Blue Star base. Back to the tranquil research and development center of the Blue Star underground base. Chen Xing didn't stop for a moment, and didn't even take off his dark casual clothes. He walked straight to the central holographic workbench and made a sweeping motion with his finger. Complex particle accelerator structure diagram, electromagnetic field confinement model, energy conversion matrix. Countless shimmering lines and symbols instantly filled the entire space. Pangu. His voice echoed in the empty laboratory, carrying an almost commanding urgency. Retrieve all relevant theories and experimental data on heavy ion acceleration, including our previous reports on the properties of rare elements collected in the asteroid belt. Received, boss. Data stream in progress. The ion cannon Thor's hammer project has been established. All related resources will be allocated preferentially. Pangu's response was swift and efficient. A massive stream of holographic data began to converge and surge around the workbench. Chen Xing took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the massive amount of information like the most sophisticated scanner. His brain once again entered an overclocked state, with neurons firing and connecting at an astonishing speed. Particle source selection, helium nuclei, or carbon nuclei and heavy ions? The efficiency of the injector needs to be improved by at least 30%. The magnetic field gradient of the acceleration ring. This needs to be optimized again. Synchrotron radiation loss must be minimized. Electromagnetic field configuration of the focusing lens. The existing solution has too high a runaway rate. Try this topology. He would sometimes mutter to himself at a rapid pace, and at other times fall into long silences. Only the rapidly moving eyeballs reveal the intense clash of thoughts. Fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, constantly adjusting the parameters in the 3D model. Every tiny change is accompanied by complex simulation calculations roaring in the background. Sweat soaked his forehead without him even noticing. The only sounds in the lab were his focused breathing and the tapping of the virtual keyboard, and the electronic voice that Pangu occasionally used to report key data or simulation results. That pure feeling of being fully engaged in challenging the unknown. It was reflected in his eyes, which had become even sharper due to genetic enhancement. It shone with an almost fanatical excitement. The star shark hovers in the cold void at the edge of the asteroid belt. Chen Xing stood in front of the panoramic porthole on the bridge, his hands behind his back. His gaze was calmly fixed on a selected grayish-brown meteorite about 5 kilometers in diameter. The ship's interior was dimly lit, with only the control console and holographic screen flashing a cold blue light that illuminated his sharply defined profile. It's been 3 months. For 3 whole months, he practically welded himself to the Research and Development Center at the Blue Star Base. Together with Pangu, they poured all their attention into the ion cannon codenamed Thor's Hammer. Formulas, models, simulations, materials, energy conversion. Countless challenges came rushing at us like cosmic dust. They were then crushed and reconstructed one by the terrifying computing power of the superbrain combined with Pangu. Now is the time to verify the results. Target locked, C724 test target. The calm electronic voice of Pangu rang out in the bridge, breaking the silence. Charge. Chen Xing's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable determination. Ion cannon charging and starting. Particle accelerator preheating. Magnetic field confinement is stable. Energy injection rate 99.7%. As Pangu reported, the Star Shark slowly revealed a brand new, more complex, and sophisticated cannon barrel. A chilling deep blue light began to gather inside the dark cannon barrel. The light was not blazing, instead, it exuded a cold, destructive aura. Chen Xing could feel an extremely faint hum coming from the ship's hull. That was a massive amount of energy surging and accelerating within the confinement field. His heartbeat was steady, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. It was fixed on the lonely meteorite on the holographic screen. Emission. The command is concise and straightforward. Buzz. A thick, condensed, deep blue beam of light, crackling with electric arcs, instantly tore through the darkness. The beam traveled at 80% of the speed of light and hit the target precisely almost the instant the command was given. There was no earth-shattering explosion or fire, only streaks of lightning. The moment they made contact, the hard meteorite was like an ice cube thrown into strong acid, its surface instantly boiled and vaporized. The powerful physical kinetic energy is superimposed with the terrifying electromagnetic pulse effect, silently and brutally tearing and disintegrating the structure of meteorites at the atomic level. A deep blue torrent swept through, leaving behind a huge hole with melted, mirror-like edges. The beam of light, still powerful, continued to shoot into the deep reaches of the universe until it disappeared beyond the limits of detection. The meteorite's center was completely pierced, and its structure was severely damaged. Under the influence of inertia, it slowly split into several huge fragments, which floated away silently. The bridge was completely silent, save for the faint buzzing of the instruments. Chen Xing quietly watched the damage data and energy readings displayed on the holographic screen. Depth of impact, penetration aperture, energy dissipation rate, range record. Each indicator is like the most precise movement of a melody, perfectly matching the parameters he set. Its power is 10.3 times that of a pulse laser cannon, and its effective range is 5.1 times greater. Pangu's voice rang out at the right moment, breaking the silence and accurately reporting the result. All systems are functioning normally, with no overload or damage. A barely perceptible smile finally appeared on Chen Xing's lips, like a pebble thrown into a frozen lake, instantly restoring its deep tranquility. 3 months of painstaking effort was worth it. He slowly exhaled, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Very good. He nodded, his tone returning to its usual calm. Thor's Hammer finalized. Pangu, formulate a plan to upgrade the entire Starshark-class fleet with this equipment. It has the highest priority. Instruction confirmed. Production line adjustment plan has been generated. The main gun upgrades for all active Starshark-class warships are expected to be completed within 1 month. Pangu's efficiency remained as high as ever. The main gun, a major concern, has been resolved. Chen Xing felt a long-lost mental fatigue. The superbrain operates under continuous high load. Even a strengthened body needs a brief respite. Set automatic return, destination Blue Star Base. He gave the order and turned to leave the bridge. I need to rest for a few days. Back to that familiar villa at the Blue Star Base. Chen Xing, unusually, did not immediately rush into the laboratory. He brewed himself a pot of tea, sat in front of the French windows, and gazed at the verdant mountains outside. Sunlight streamed through the glass, falling on me and bringing a long-lost warmth that belonged to human beings. He wasn't thinking about anything, he was just letting his mind wander. Feel the aroma of tea lingering on your lips and teeth, and listen to the rustling of the mountain wind through the treetops. This kind of pure, purposeless leisure was a luxury and a precious thing for him. A brief rest is like loosening the tension on a taut bowstring. A few days later, when Chen Xing stepped into the R&D center again, his eyes have regained their former sharpness and focus. Pango had already projected a detailed technology upgrade roadmap onto the central holographic platform. It covers all aspects of the base's technology, including energy, materials, propulsion, detection, defense, manufacturing processes, and even ecological life support systems. The success of the ion gun validates our breakthroughs in high-energy particle physics and energy confinement. Chen Xing's finger traced across the hologram, his gaze sharp. These breakthroughs can benefit all fields. Pangu, initiate Project Spark to comprehensively upgrade all technology trees in the base. Received, boss. The Spark program has been activated. Resource allocation, production line upgrades, and R&D prioritization have been completed. Pangu's response was concise and powerful. This acted as a powerful catalyst, propelling the base into an unprecedented period of rapid development. Spring goes and autumn comes, and the seasons change. The leaves outside the villa window turn green and then yellow, then fall again, in an endless cycle. It silently tells the story of the passage of time. 5 years have passed. On the vast scale of the universe and with the frenzied leaps in technology, it all seems like just a blink of an eye. However, when Chen Xing stood on the bridge of the Star Shark again, looking down below, the scene before us has undergone earth-shattering changes. The underground space of the Blue Star Base, which was once somewhat empty, it is now filled with sophisticated automated production lines and vast warehouse areas, like a constantly operating underground steel forest. But this is merely a microcosm of a vast empire. His gaze fell upon the holographic star map. The blue dot symbolizes the area under the base's control. It has spread like wildfire throughout the entire solar system. This once empty and desolate star field has now been completely awakened. From the underground base complex on Venus, the planet closest to the Sun and with the harshest environment, to reach more than a dozen massive underground industrial cities beneath the Martian surface, an orbital space base established on Jupiter and its many moons, to the busy resource transfer spaceport at the edge of Saturn's rings, automated resource collection stations on the icy moons of Uranus and Neptune, to the Kuiper Belt outpost at the outermost edge of the solar system. Chen Xing's base of influence is like a finely woven spider web, silently covering every corner of the solar system. Every valuable planet or satellite has been equipped with a vast underground base, or it may have constructed a giant orbital spaceport that runs around it. Countless automated factories are humming day and night. Resources extracted from asteroid belts, satellite veins, and even the atmospheres of gas giants. It transforms into a cold, steel torrent. At key strategic junctures, such as the orbits of Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto, numerous armed bases, large artillery arrays, and energy shield generators were deployed. They formed a series of formidable, three-dimensional defenses. The Kuiper Belt's world of ice crystals and meteorites is filled with countless invisible surveillance outposts. Around the outpost, a defensive line of positions consisting of an array of automated turrets and energy shield generators was deployed. Outside the defensive positions, there were also numerous areas containing space mines. The cold muzzle pointed warily into deep space. The hidden space minefields form an invisible early warning barrier. Technology is also advancing rapidly. The Starshark-class spaceship, a creation he was once very proud of. It has already undergone 2 transformative upgrades. The latest third-generation Starshark-class destroyer has a hull length exceeding 1,000 meters. It reached an astonishing 1.2 kilometers, 300 meters wide, and 260 meters high. The coverage area and thickness of the stronger vibranium composite armor have doubled. The internal structure has been optimized countless times, achieving the ultimate in both strength and space utilization. It is equipped with a more powerful Thor's hammer improved heavy ion main cannon, which is 10 times more powerful than the first-generation ion cannon. It also possesses powerful weapon systems such as multiple secondary cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and interstellar missile pods. A more efficient nuclear fusion propulsion engine allows for a conventional cruising speed of 0.3 times the speed of light. A more sensitive full-frequency detection system allows for a detection range of 100 million kilometers, a higher strength energy shield and the Panga 3 intelligent core. There are also newly designed Hive drones to assist in attack and defense. The Starship-class transport ships and the Crab-class mining engineering ships have also been upgraded to the third generation. Its size has also increased by about 3 times, and its transportation volume and mining efficiency have increased exponentially. The sheer size of the fleet demonstrates that Chen Sing now commands the undisputed overlord of the solar system. The entire fleet of 10,000 third-generation Starshark spaceships resemble the patrolling steel giant shark. It patrols important routes and strategic nodes within the solar system. 20,000 third-generation Star Shuttle transport ships, like diligent worker ants, weave a busy interstellar logistics network. The 50,000 third-generation giant crab mining engineering ships are like greedy steel giant crabs. Like tireless worker ants, they devour resources amidst the starry sky. Together they form a silent yet powerful force. They are carrying out their respective missions in every corner of the solar system. Such a massive development undertaking and such frequent interstellar travel. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to escape the increasingly sophisticated space monitoring networks of various countries on Earth. However, under Panga's omnipresent and all-pervasive network control, this became a reality. Global satellites, radio telescope arrays, deep space exploration networks, all the eyes and ears that might catch any unusual signals. Its data stream was quietly taken over, filtered, and modified by Pangu at the source. Occasionally, there are exceptionally perceptive astronomers or seasoned astronomy enthusiasts capture unusual trajectories or energy fluctuations, or blurry, anomalous images from a vast sea of data, but their discovery reports, observational data, and even records on their private computers. They are always accidentally deleted or overwritten at crucial moments, or they might be dismissed by authoritative institutions with excuses such as equipment malfunction, data processing error, or known asteroid activity. Despite the dramatic changes in the solar system, the general public on Earth still perceives it as a peaceful and quiet deep space. Over the past 5 years, Blue Star has not been without its share of troubles. The most striking event was the space tragedy that shocked the world 3 years ago. The International Space Station, which has been in service for many years and should have been decommissioned long ago, suffered a catastrophic failure. According to information pieced together by various countries afterward, it appears that multiple critical systems failed in a chain reaction within a very short period of time. Its attitude was completely out of control, and it eventually fell irreversibly into the atmosphere. All astronauts on board at the time, regardless of nationality, perished. Before the rescue spacecraft could even take off, the space station had already turned into a dazzling fireball streaking across the sky. This sudden disaster has cast a deep shadow over the global aerospace community. This has also greatly undermined the confidence of other countries besides China in manned spaceflight. And the Dragon Kingdom's Heavenly Court space station. Before and after this disaster, it completed several astonishing expansions. Its total mass and usable volume are more than twice that of the former International Space Station. It has become the undisputed giant in low Earth orbit. Its advanced technology and reliability stand out even more brightly in stark contrast to the International Space Station. Following the disaster, numerous countries, including former space giants, expressed their support. Many countries extended olive branches to China seeking cooperation. The hope is to allow our own astronauts to enter the Heavenly Palace and continue the dream of space exploration. Faced with a flood of requests, the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom demonstrated a pragmatic and strategic diplomatic approach. For Russia, which also suffered heavy losses in the International Space Station disaster, and the French, who have always maintained a relatively good relationship with China. After careful evaluation, the Dragon Kingdom finally agreed to the cooperation request. The hard-working engineers of the Russian Bear and the scientists of the French Rooster. With mixed emotions, they gradually moved into this magnificent Eastern Heavenly Court. In an informal corner of the space station, a bottle of vodka was quietly opened. The Russian astronaut, with red eyes, quietly toasted his fallen comrade. However, China has set extremely high technical barriers and almost harsh cooperation terms for the United States and the United Kingdom. Its core demands directly target the transfer of the other party's core aerospace technology and huge financial investment. The intention is obvious: either pay an unbearable price or there's no point in talking. This decision caused a huge uproar in the Western world. Especially within the United States, the hawkish faction was instantly ignited. This is blatant technological blackmail and space hegemony. A senior American general roared during an internal meeting, "If we don't get a fair chance to cooperate, then no one should monopolize low Earth orbit. If necessary, we have the capability to turn that space station into a pile of expensive space junk." These inflammatory remarks were leaked to the media by someone, instantly igniting global public opinion. The headline "Eagle threatens to shoot down China's space station" dominated the front pages of all international news. The world situation has suddenly become tense, and the shadow of war seems to be looming over near-Earth orbit. The Dragon Kingdom's response was brief, powerful, and full of its consistent firmness. In response to the recent malicious remarks, we hereby solemnly declare, the Dragon Kingdom has always adhered to the principle of peacefully developing the universe, committed to promoting the common progress of human space exploration. The Tianting space station serves as an important platform for all humankind to explore the universe. Its security is our bottom line that cannot be questioned. Any attempt to undermine the safety of the space station or interfere with its normal scientific research activities is prohibited. All of these will be seen as serious provocations against the sovereignty of the Dragon Kingdom. We will not stand idly by and will take all necessary measures. We must respond resolutely, swiftly, and effectively. This is a serious warning, don't say you weren't warned. This statement was forceful and uncompromising. For a time, the world's attention was focused on the conflict between the two major powers. Various sectors have begun to carefully assess the possibility of a conflict between the two sides. Ha, paper tiger. Chen Xing just scoffed dismissively. He even had Pangu prepare contingency plans in case the US makes any unusual moves. We could instantly cripple its global military network and space launch capabilities, and see how it can't think straight. Both Russia and France expressed serious concern immediately. And, unusually, it joined forces with other influential countries to put pressure on the US. At a time when humanity has just experienced a devastating space tragedy. Any words or actions that could potentially trigger a military conflict in space are a crime against all humanity. The Russian foreign minister's speech at the United Nations was powerful and resounding. The French president attempted to play the role of mediator. However, the words also revealed a lack of agreement with the US hardline stance. Calmness and cooperation are the only way out. Targeting our shared space assets will only drag the world into an abyss. Standing in opposition to human exploration is not beneficial to any country, and they will certainly not have a good outcome. The immense pressure from the international community, especially the lack of support from traditional allies, has left the United States isolated. Faced with reality, the fervor within the US government quickly cooled down. Ultimately, under the combined pressure and earnest persuasion of Russia, France, and the vast majority of countries in the world, they succeeded. Ultimately, the US didn't dare cross the dangerous line and reluctantly withdrew its threat. Instead, it announced plans to build a new generation space station, Freedom Star, and generously invited countries to participate. They were trying to save face and sow discord within the Dragon Kingdom's cooperative camp. Interestingly, the French seem to understand the principle of not putting all your eggs in one basket. While the Longguo project is progressing smoothly, it has also shamelessly expressed its intention to join the construction of the US new space station. The Chinese side showed considerable magnanimity in this regard and did not obstruct the operation. As for the Russian bear, a hint of excitement clearly flashed in its eyes when it saw the olive branch extended by the American. But recalling the various unpleasant experiences of cooperation in the past and the stable cooperation in the heavenly court now, ultimately, they chose to remain detached and focus on cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom. Politics is such a boring and calculating game. Chen Xing withdrew his gaze, his tone calm and even, as if he were commenting on a trivial matter. A clown. The threat from the US appears so pale and laughable in the face of the power it now wields. With just a thought, Pangu could paralyze the entire American war machine instantly. This absolute control made him completely lose interest in the conflicts on Earth. His journey is to the stars and the sea. He took one last look at the newly optimized design on the holographic platform in front of him. Theoretical model of hyperspace engine for next-generation deep space warships. The complex multidimensional formulas are like a dazzling galaxy slowly rotating. Although it is still a long way from practical application, this also means that it can be realized in the future. That will be the opportunity for him to leave the solar system. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction, a hint of anticipation for the unknown flashing in his eyes. He shut down the holographic display and turned to leave the futuristic research and development center. We walked along the familiar path toward the villa. At this moment, all he wanted was to brew a pot of fresh tea and enjoy the fragrant aroma. Forget for a moment the roar of the ion cannons, the rumble of the warships, and the vastness of the star map. Enjoy this moment of tranquility that belongs to human beings. Outside the porthole of the Starshark's bridge, Kuiper dust slid silently by. Chen Xing's gaze, however, pierced through the desolate landscape. It landed on the rotating multidimensional formula on the holographic platform, representing the core problem of the hyperspace engine. 5 years have passed, and the solar system has become his backyard. However, the technological barriers of the hyperspace engine remain like a sighing wall standing before the vast universe. As a result, Chen Xing has been drifting in space for 5 days. The research and development progress was stalled, which made him very frustrated. I thought I'd come out for some fresh air and a break, maybe some inspiration will suddenly strike. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice rang out in the silent bridge. With a hint of nonchalance, based on the current research and development speed, what is the estimated timeframe for breaking through the theoretical bottleneck of the hyperspace engine? Calculation based on the current computing power of the Fuchs matrix and existing theoretical models. The optimal path derivation is only 17.8% complete, and the estimated time to break through is 37 years, 4 months, and 11 days. Boss. Pangu's response was precise down to the heavens, yet it was like a bucket of cold water poured over Chen Xing's heart. 37 years. Even considering his current estimated long lifespan, this is still an unsettling number. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the cold handrail, making a dull tap, tap sound. 6 years ago, the first gene enhancement brought about a super brain leap. This allowed his research and development to advance by leaps and bounds, and he has now become the unsung master of the solar system. Now, we face the vast expanse of deep space. The limits of this body and this brain have once again become a constraint. The bottleneck lies within ourselves. Chen Xing sighed softly, a resolute glint flashing in his sharp eyes. He slowly raised his head and looked into the deep void, as if he were facing an invisible shackle. Pangu, initiate the sublimation plan. His voice was firm and unwavering, objective, to develop a second-generation gene-enhancing agent, completely breaking through the existing limits of the human body and the superbrain. Command confirmed. The ascension plan has been activated, boss. Pangu's response carried a faint humming sound, a sign of increased computational load. Integrate all relevant databases and all data from the first-generation gene therapy. 6 years of adaptive monitoring records, the latest breakthroughs in biotechnology, the inductive model is under construction. Subsequently, Chen Xing quickly piloted the Star Shark back to port. 2 days later, they returned to the laboratory at the Blue Star base, which had been upgraded countless times and was now a veritable biological temple. Chen Xing immediately threw himself into this upgrade war against himself. On the holographic platform, a complex three-dimensional model representing his own genetic chain floats. Next to it is the molecular structure of the first-generation drug, as well as tens of thousands of possible evolutionary paths deduced by Pangu. The goal is clear. Chen Xing's voice was deep and focused. Fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, adjusting the parameters. Maximize the stimulation of neural potential while ensuring absolute safety. It enhances thinking speed, information processing, and logical reasoning, while further optimizing cell activity. Difficulty level assessment, S-level, boss. Pangu provides timely reminders. This technique pushes beyond the inherent limits of the human body, involves deep gene expression regulation, and carries risks far greater than the first generation. I know. Chen Xing's gaze was fixed on a gene fragment that was being optimized. His eyes were like the most precise probe, but our current foundation is more than 100 times stronger than it was 6 years ago. Indeed, 6 years of accumulation is terrifying. Chen Xing's own knowledge reserves have already surpassed those of the Blue Star civilization by dozens of times. Delving into the unknown realms of theoretical physics, high-dimensional mathematics, and biological genes, Pangu's intelligent core underwent several iterations, and its logical deduction and simulation capabilities can be described as godlike. The laboratory equipment is now vastly different from what it used to be. Nanoscale gene editing precision, probes for real-time monitoring of quantum-level changes in cells, all of these provided a solid foundation for this adventure. In the days that followed, Chen Xing once again transformed into a sophisticated research machine. He was almost completely immersed in the ocean of genes. He engaged in countless brainstorming sessions with Pangu. Formulas, models, and simulation results washed over his consciousness like a waterfall. This telomerase activation pathway is too aggressive, increasing the risk of cell carcinogenesis by 32%. Rejected. The concentration of neuronal synapse regeneration-inducing factors increased by 15%, and simulation showed a significant increase in superbrain activity. However, the demand for energy metabolism is growing exponentially. A corresponding energy conversion solution is needed. Let's try introducing the inert catalytic element found in the asteroid belt to see if it can stabilize high-energy gene expression. Fail, optimize, fail again, optimize again. The laboratory lights burn day and night, recording this arduous struggle against the mysteries of life. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye amidst the frenzied research and development. When Chen Xing stood exhausted but with burning eyes in front of the workbench, 3 test tubes of different colors lay quietly on top. Agent A, amber gold; Agent B, pure blue; Agent C, deep purple. This is the culmination of 6 months of the sublimation plan. 3 medications with roughly the same effect, but with unknown side effects. Number of simulations, 8.9 billion. Pangu reported, his voice carrying a lingering resonance from computational overload. All 3 methods meet the theoretical safety threshold, however, their actual effectiveness and side effects require verification through in vivo experiments. Experimental subject, Chen Xing's gaze fell on the monitoring screen of the lunar base's ecological zone. There, the legacy of the first generation of gene therapy lives. 25 apes, who had undergone 6 years of enhanced living and whose intelligence was approaching that of adult humans, were used in the experiments. Of course, this excludes the experimental subject number 8 who suffered from intellectual degeneration, and the 10 cubs with innate superhuman strength bred through the efforts of test subjects number 3 and number 4. It's time. Chen Xing's voice was calm and composed. At the lunar base, the temporary laboratory on the surface, which had been sealed off for years, once again lit up with cold lights. Of the 18 adult test subjects, 7 were left behind to care for the cubs. They were all invited in by the transport robots controlled by Pangu. Unlike the bewildered and fearful guinea pig of 6 years ago, now, their eyes are filled with complex emotions and clear understanding. They knew what this laboratory meant, and they were even clearer about the source of their power. The reactions varied as the transparent door of the eco-cabin slowly closed. A male gorilla, codenamed The Rock, who had taken the number 2 drug and was the most robust in physique, excitedly patted his thick chest. It let out a low, expectant roar. Its eyes burned as it stared intently at the surveillance camera outside the cabin, as if saying, "Come on, give me even greater power." Several female gorillas who had taken drug number 3, the libido-enhancing drug, appeared somewhat restless. He paced around inside the cabin, but eventually quieted down, his eyes filled with resignation and a hint of curiosity. More test subjects took the second drug. Like the female gorilla, codenamed the Wise One, whose fur was exceptionally neatly combed and whose eyes were calm, he simply sat down quietly cross-legged, closed his eyes, and rested. They had long understood their own value and knew that resistance was futile. Their immense power was like that of an infant before the base controlled by Pangu. Instead of struggling in vain, it's better to accept it calmly. Perhaps they can gain greater power, higher intelligence, and better living conditions. Chen Xing watched this scene unfold through a high-definition projector in the observation room of the Blue Star base. His eyes were deep, devoid of pity or excitement, only displaying the calm of a pure observer. "Begin, Pangu," he commanded. "Prioritize testing of reagents A, B, and C on reagent 2 experimental subject. Pay close attention to the reactions of the Wise Man and the Rock." Command executed. Pangu's voice was cold and efficient. The robotic arm precisely injected the amber gold A-grade drug into the Wise Man's vein. Its body trembled slightly, and it opened its eyes, a golden light flashing in them. Then a deeper calm descended, as if silently sensing the changes within my body. Next, the dark blue bee potion was injected into the frenzied boulder. Almost the instant the drug entered his bloodstream, the rock's eyes suddenly became bloodshot and turned red. It let out a deafening roar, filled with pain and rage. Something terrifying has happened. Its body expanded wildly at a visible speed, like an inflating balloon. Muscle fibers tear and rebuild, and bones make a teeth-grinding creaking sound. In just over 10 seconds, the massive body, originally 3 meters tall, suddenly swelled to a terrifying height of nearly 30 meters. The entire ecopod looked like a toy in its presence. Roar dash. The utterly irrational, ferocious roar pounded against the reinforced glass like a tangible sonic wave. Its massive fist, like a battering ram, slammed into the bulkhead with an aura of annihilation. Boom! A reinforced glass and alloy frame capable of withstanding small meteorite impacts. In a deafening roar, it was instantly torn apart and shattered. The suction force of the vacuum surged in instantly. The air inside the laboratory was leaking out wildly, creating a violent storm. Debris and equipment wreckage were swept towards the breach. The other test subjects in the ecological chambers screamed in terror. And the berserk giant rock, its mountain-like body is exposed to the vacuum of the moon and the extreme cold of nearly 200 degrees below zero. An amazing scene unfolded. It did not explode and die instantly like a normal creature. Its body's surface muscles, which were twisted and knotted like a dragon, twitched violently. The bluish-black blood vessels bulged and protruded wildly under the skin like monstrous pythons, as if they were about to burst. Its movements became extremely difficult and sluggish. Like sinking into an invisible swamp, every tiny movement is accompanied by the breaking and rebuilding of muscle fibers. It opened its mouth wide, but no sound came out. Only a silent, extremely painful scream was frozen on the hideous, distorted face. The rage in those enormous, crimson eyes remained unchanged, but deep down, it reveals a tremendous fear and struggle against death that stems from the instinct for survival. It was actually relying on the terrifying physical body that had been forcibly pushed to its limits by the drug. Enduring the deadly corrosive effects of vacuum and extreme cold, time seemed to stretch out. Chen Xing stared intently at the projection, unconsciously holding his breath. His eyes were filled with shock and a mad scientist's inquisitive gaze. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 50 seconds. The massive body of the giant rock trembled violently. The skin began to turn an ominous purplish blue. The movement slowed down more and more until they finally froze completely. like a statue of a desperate demon struggling to the end of its life. 10 minutes later, that enormous, terrifying body appeared. Only under the continuous effects of vacuum and low temperature did it completely lose its last glimmer of life. The experimental subject for drug B lost vital signs. Pangu's voice broke the deathly silence. Survival time in a vacuum and extreme cold environment 10 minutes and 17 seconds. His physical strength far exceeded expectations, but his consciousness went completely berserk and out of control. Chen Xing slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Looking at the chaotic laboratory ruins and the huge, silent wreckage on the projection screen, a testament to power and destruction, he murmured in amazement, truly, terrifying physical potential. He quickly turned his attention to the wise man. The ecological cabin it was in was intact. After being injected with drug A, its body underwent significant changes, with its muscle lines becoming smoother and more defined. His eyes were deeper and sharper, as if sparks of wisdom were dancing within them, but its stomach made a thunderous rumbling sound. Their eyes also fell on the food stored inside the eco-cabin. With an unprecedented and intense longing, the enhancement of the A-drug experimental subject the Wise One is complete. Pangu reports. The increase in physical condition and brain activity is in line with expectations. Side effects confirmed: basal metabolic rate surges, energy requirements are 20 times higher than before the enhancement. 20 times, Chen Xing murmured, not surprised by the result. Energy potions were no problem for him, controllable. Finally, his gaze fell on the other test subject, number 2, who had been injected with the deep purple sea drug. The changes in this gorilla, codenamed the Thinker, were even more peculiar. Its size hasn't changed much, but its eyes have become like the deepest universe. It was filled with an ineffable radiance of wisdom. It even picked up a piece of debris that had fallen inside the experimental chamber and thoughtfully began to carve something on the chamber wall. The pattern vaguely resembled a simple atomic model. The enhancement of the sea potion test subject the Thinker is complete. Pangu's voice carried a hint of analytical fluctuation. Physical fitness and brain activity have steadily increased, and intelligence has been further enhanced. The magnitude is estimated at 10 times. Side effects confirmed: accelerated telomere loss, reducing theoretical lifespan to 50% of pre-enhanced levels. A 10-fold increase in intelligence. Chen Xing's heart started racing uncontrollably at that moment. The allure of this number to this mad scientist was fatal. His super brain ability is directly linked to his intelligence, with a 10-fold increase. This means that the barriers to the hyperspace engine could be breached within a few years, or even a few months. This means he will touch upon deeper cosmic truths. However, lifespan is reduced by 50%. The cold reality was like a bucket of ice water being poured over it. Pangu promptly retrieved Chen Xing's latest physiological prediction report, based on second-generation detection equipment and gene model. Boss, your current median theoretical life expectancy is 200 years. After using drug C, the median theoretical lifespan will decrease to 100 years. Your current biological age is 36 years old. 100 years. For an ordinary person, it may be a long time. But for Chen Xing, who aspires to explore the stars and unravel the mysteries of a level 10 civilization, it's too short. He stared at the Thinker in the holographic projection, its eyes deep and seemingly knowing something. He then looked at his own hands, the hands that could design starships and edit genes. Amber Gold's A-grade serum represents stable and controllable evolution. The only side effect is consuming more of it. The deep purple sea potion is a shortcut to the pinnacle of wisdom, but at the cost of burning one's life force. A choice was laid out before him. The laboratory lights illuminated his sharply defined profile. It is filled with the fervor of scientists when faced with the ultimate temptation, and the weighty considerations when taking control of one's own destiny. The vast universe beckons, but the path beneath our feet diverges at this moment. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the villa's huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm dappled patterns on the floor. Chen Xing sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the robot T01. The fried egg is golden brown, the bacon is crispy and fragrant, and it is served with fresh fruit and freshly ground coffee, creating an irresistible aroma. His movements were composed, but his eyes were more profound and serene than usual. It's as if last night's decision has solidified into an unshakable foundation. After finishing his meal, he put down his knife and fork and gently wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. There was no hesitation, nor any unnecessary sentimentality. He got up and headed straight for the elevator leading to the base's biological laboratory. The objective was clear: to inject the deep purple sea drug. The lights in the biology lab were cool white and bright. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and the ozone odor characteristic of precision instruments. The syringe filled with deep purple medicine lay quietly on the sterile operating table, gleaming with a shimmering light. Like a solidified cosmic nebula, it contains a chilling power and a price to pay. Pangu's voice echoed in the laboratory. With a rare, almost human concerned: boss, are you sure you want to choose potion C? Based on simulations, the telomere loss side effect is irreversible, and theoretically your lifespan will be significantly shortened to about 100 years. If you choose medicine A, considering your current physical condition, your lifespan is projected to reach 1,000 years. Confirm. Chen Xing answered without the slightest hesitation, his voice as steady as a rock. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, his movements swift and decisive. Pangu, I've weighed the options. Injecting drug A enhances super brain abilities several times over. The improvement is still minimal in the face of the barriers of the hyperspace engine. It is estimated that it will take another 10 or 20 years to make a breakthrough. This would contradict the original intention of developing second-generation gene therapy agents. Why not take a gamble, as long as the super brain's abilities are greatly enhanced? Now many problems can be easily solved, including lifespan. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. I believe that developing another life-extending drug shouldn't be too difficult by then. Boss, we understand. Pangu respects your choice. Pangu rarely uttered such words. Some might ask, why not combine the advantages of the three drugs together? Chen Xing could only chuckle. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Let's not even talk about how much time it takes to do the experiments. Just by combining the effects of the three drugs, the side effects would be several times greater. This is not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. If you make it but can't use it, then all your efforts will be wasted. Soon, Pangu controlled the robotic arm to pick up the syringe. A cold sensation traveled through my fingertips as the needle pierced my skin. The dark purple liquid was slowly injected into Chen Xing's vein. There was no intense pain or rage as expected. Instead, a strange, warm current quickly spread out. Like spring rain that nourishes parched earth, it instantly enveloped every cell in the body. Well. A low, comfortable groan involuntarily escaped from the depths of his throat. It wasn't pain, but rather a deep sense of satisfaction. It was as if every thirsty cell in the body was greedily absorbing this nectar of evolution. He could clearly feel the earth-shattering changes taking place within his body. Muscle fibers are reshaped as if by an invisible hand. It becomes denser and tougher, containing explosive power. The bones seemed to be tempered, their density increased dramatically, and they emitted a faint hum. The activity of internal organs has been elevated to an unbelievable level. Metabolism is like turning on a turbocharger. The blood flowed faster, carrying more oxygen and energy. But this is just the prelude. The true transformation occurs in the deepest place, the brain. It was as if countless stars were simultaneously igniting and exploding inside his skull. Dormant neurons are growing, connecting, and reorganizing at an unprecedented pace. Old ways of thinking are instantly replaced by more efficient, complex, and sophisticated networks. The core sequence deep within his genes that gave him superhuman abilities. As if a shackle had been removed, it shone with dazzling light. The speed of information processing, the depth of logical reasoning, the ability to imagine spatially, all attributes related to intelligence are soaring exponentially. Countless problems that had previously troubled him, about hyperspace engines, about higher dimensional physics, about the essence of life. At this moment, it was like a thin mist being dispelled by the sunlight. Countless inspirations and optimization solutions surged into my mind like a flood bursting its banks. The overwhelming flood of information and the comfort brought about by profound physiological modifications are intertwined. It creates a strange kind of dizziness. Chen Xing's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and his vision gradually blurred. He obeyed his body's will and walked to the resting bed in the corner of the laboratory. Almost the instant he collapsed, he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The body and brain are processing this leap in life in the most efficient way possible. 8 hours passed quietly in the constant dim light of the base. Chen Xing's eyelashes trembled slightly, then he suddenly opened them. Those eyes were completely different from before they fell asleep. It is so profound that it seems to contain the entire universe. It was so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate the most basic structure of matter. His eyes showed no trace of the confusion one might expect from someone who has just woken up. There was only an almost inhuman clarity and an absolute sense of control. His movements as he sat up were fluid and swift, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if every joint in the body had achieved perfect coordination. He lowered his head, spread his hands, and slowly clenched and unclenched them. The air was squeezed and popped in the palm of the hand, producing a faint crackling sound. He could clearly feel an unprecedented surge of immense power coursing through his body, and the unprecedented clarity and speed of the brain. Pangu, conduct a full-scale test. His voice rang out, calm yet carrying an undeniable command. Received, boss. Vital signs scan initiated. He was enveloped by a cold robotic arm and a scanning beam. Data was refreshed like a waterfall on the adjacent holographic screen. Chen Xing walked up to the force measuring device and casually threw a punch. A deep, resounding bang. The sturdy alloy target's surface left a clear fist mark. The entire instrument groaned under the strain. Punching power test, 9,810 kilograms, 1,016% increase compared to before enhancement. He stared blankly at the terrifying number. Moving on to the next test. The randomly lit red dots on the screen looked to him like a slow-motion slideshow. With lightning-fast precision, each tap was made before the red dot fully lit up. Neural reaction speed test, 4.8 milliseconds, 1,041% improvement compared to before enhancement. The reaction test was completed, and the results were astonishing. Cell activity analysis, overall physiological function improved by approximately 950%-1200%. Telomerase activity monitoring, telomere loss rate increased to 500% of the pre-enhanced baseline. Theoretical median lifespan model update, approximately 100 years. Brain activity and super brain ability assessment estimated improvement of comprehensive calculation, reasoning, learning and memory abilities by more than 3,500%. Quantum-level neural signal transmission efficiency surpasses the upper limit of existing models. Basal metabolic rate analysis, energy demand surges. Daily energy requirement estimated at 250,000 to 300,000 kilocalories, 10 times that before the intensive training. Looking at the cold, hard data on the screen, especially that glaring theoretical median lifespan, approximately 100 years, a complex emotion flickered in the depths of Chen Xing's eyes. A lifespan of 900 years. In return, I now possess a divine clarity and power in my mind. Is it worth it? This thought only lasted for a moment. I was completely overwhelmed by the more than 10 new optimization schemes for the stability of the hyperspace engine's curvature bubble that came to mind. The problem that had troubled him for years now seemed rather simple. He could almost see the multidimensional formula disassemble, recombine, and optimize itself right before his eyes. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Ha ha. He burst into laughter. His eyes held an almost obsessive fervor and an unquestionable resolve. The journey to the stars and the sea allows no room for hesitation. With this power, he was confident that within 100 years, no, perhaps in an even shorter time, we will reach a place far beyond the reach of even a 1,000-year lifespan. However, in that very moment of soaring pride, an unprecedented, black hole-like hunger, originating from the instinct for survival, suddenly struck. My stomach was convulsing violently, and every cell in my body was screaming. It was as if each one was burning to ashes. Ah! Chen Xing groaned, his brows furrowed. He immediately rushed to the nearby medicine storage freezer. Grabbed 10 bottles of first-generation energy potions. Each bottle contains 100 ml and a total of 300,000 kilocalories of energy. Without hesitation, I pulled out the stopper. He tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go. 1,000 ml of cold liquid quickly filled my stomach, bringing a brief feeling of fullness. The cramping in my abdomen lessened, and the agonizing hunger also receded. However, boss, your energy intake has reached 300,000 kilocalories. However, according to metabolic monitoring, it only alleviated about 30% of the energy deficit. Pangu's voice carried a hint of seriousness after analysis. Chen Xing felt the cells still faintly screaming, and his brows furrowed even deeper. He pressed his still empty abdomen, and a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. It's not that the quantity is insufficient, he muttered to himself. The brain instantly sprang to life like a sophisticated instrument. The quality is insufficient. Physical evolution has broken through human limits and reached a new level. The energy level required by cells has also increased. These ordinary energy potions are like putting low-quality gasoline on a supercar. The conversion efficiency is too low to meet the engine's full operating capacity. The hunger alarm was not debunked, but merely suppressed. He knew that if the energy source problem wasn't solved, it might take 2 or 3 hours. That terrible, mind-numbing hunger will strike again, and it will be even more intense. What can we do? We can't just keep flooding the medicine in like water. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xing immediately sat down in front of the biological experiment table. An overclocked brain is like the most powerful biological computer in the universe. Regarding bioenergetics, efficient mitochondrial cell transformation, and high-energy molecular bond synthesis, a massive amount of knowledge was instantly mobilized, reorganized, and deduced. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, so fast that they left after images. Complex molecular structures are rapidly constructed, disassembled, and optimized on the screen. The simulated data stream cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. It was instantly understood, absorbed, and used by his brain for the next step of deduction. Pangu fully cooperated with the calculations, providing massive computing power support. Time passed second by second. The only sounds in the lab were the clicking of the virtual keyboard and the faint buzzing of the instruments. Seeing this, some people might ask why Chen Xing doesn't develop brain-computer interface technology. This way, you don't have to type it in manually, which is slow and troublesome. Chen Xing can only tell you that it was actually developed a long time ago, but it just can't be used. When he first put on the brain-computer interface helmet and connected, his brain's super brain abilities suddenly became uncontrollable. Like a wild horse that has broken free, it launched a frenzied attack on Pangu, wanting to swallow him whole. Panga seemed to be naturally suppressed in the face of the super brain's attack, unable to react at all. He could only watch helplessly as the super brain's power devoured him, but fortunately Chen Xing realized the situation was dire. Only by taking off his helmet could Pangu avoid being swallowed up. Let's get back to the main topic. Just 2 hours. The synthesis formula for the second-generation energy potion star core has been verified. Pangu's voice carried a hint of amazement. Chen Xing looked at the intricately designed molecular model on the screen, which emitted a deep blue hue. Start the nanosynthesis equipment quickly. Soon, a brand new 100 ml vial of potion, radiating a deep, dark blue light, appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp. The moment the medicine entered the throat, a gentle yet incredibly powerful surge of energy erupted. This energy is pure and efficient, like sweet rain precisely penetrating deep into every thirsty cell. The energy channels on the cell membrane seemed to be completely activated. It greedily absorbed this high-quality fuel. Buzz. Chen Xing seemed to hear the satisfied and joyful resonance emanating from billions of cells in his body at the same time. That persistent, deep-seated hunger, like ice and snow under the sun, melted away instantly. Instead, it brings a peak state of being full of energy and vitality. It's done! Ha ha! He let out a long sigh, a hint of weariness flashing in his eyes. But more than anything, it was the exhilarating feeling of successfully solving the hunger problem. He glanced at the time, it was already late at night. At this moment, countless preliminary plans for extracting the life-extending properties of drug A and developing a pure life-extending drug flashed through his mind. There are even 3 highly feasible technical paths. His intense desire to explore almost pulled him back to the lab table, but he forcibly suppressed this impulse. Pangu, record all the data on the Star Core potion and the following preliminary plan for the life-extending potion. His voice had a slight, barely perceptible hoarseness. Then, he moved his hands quickly across the virtual keyboard. He stopped half an hour later. That's enough for today. I'm tired and need to rest. The super brain's capabilities have increased more than 30 times. However, the physical and mental burden they bear is also unprecedented. They replenished their energy and solved their immediate problem. A deep sense of exhaustion washed over me like a tidal wave. He left the laboratory and went to his bedroom. His steps remained steady and powerful, but his silhouette was obscured by the corridor lights. Yet it revealed a hint of relaxation after completing a major mission. On his journey to the stars, he completed another crucial and costly self-upgrade. The road ahead is illuminated by an even more powerful light of wisdom. It seems to have become clearer than ever before, but it is also full of more unknown challenges. At this moment, he needs a short rest to gather strength in preparation for the vast and dangerous deep space universe. Deep within the lunar base's ecological zone, the simulated sunlight gently shines on a specially created corner of the gorilla home. The thinker's massive body was curled up in a specially made alloy chair. A holographic screen of similar size floats in front of it. On the screen, complex quantum field theory formulas slowly rotated. Beside him, Pangu was giving an explanation in a gentle tone. Its thick fingers clumsily but with extraordinary precision typed on the virtual keyboard. He tried to derive a variant of a formula, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented focus and eagerness. 2 days ago, the deep purple sea potion not only reshaped its body, it further ignited the burning flame of knowledge deep within its soul. It is no longer a naive beast, but a being with wisdom surpassing that of top human scientists. This wisdom both captivated and terrified it. Fear, this wisdom, will eventually dissipate with a shortened lifespan. Pangu estimated that it only has a lifespan of about 50 years. It is now 30 years old, and has less than half of its lifespan left. Not far away, the wise man calmly surveyed his homeland. It also underwent second-generation enhancement, with its power increase stabilizing at around 12 times. The improvement in intelligence is less than that of those who engage in deep thinking, at about 6 times. The curriculum that Pangu arranged for it focused on group management, resource allocation, and conflict mediation. At this moment, it is using a low but clear guttural sound. He was calming a young gorilla that was agitated over a new toy, and his actions already showed signs of leadership. Chen Xing stood behind a one-way observation window high up in the ecological zone, silently watching all of this. Drug B caused 3 test subjects to die due to their berserk state. The remaining 15 experimental subjects successfully survived the second-generation enhancement. They were all further enhanced, but to varying degrees. Strength increases by 10 to 15 times, and intelligence increases by 3 to 10 times. At this moment, they are like sparks of wisdom that have been accelerated. It burns quietly in this man-made world. Pangu, how is the thinker's learning progress? Chen Xing's voice rang out in the empty observation room. Incredible, boss. Pangu responded with a hint of admiration after analysis. It has mastered a knowledge system equivalent to that of a top physics graduate student on Earth. Their logical reasoning ability is particularly outstanding, and their absorption and conversion rate of new knowledge is as high as 92.7%. It is expected that I can participate in basic scientific research support work within 3 months. Chen Xing's gaze fell on the thinker, noticing its furrowed brows as it pondered, and he nodded slightly. Very good. Maintain the depth of the course and guide it toward high-energy physics. Understood. The Wise Leader's leadership course is progressing smoothly, with group order and stability increasing by 75%. Chen Xing took one last look at this home brimming with strange vitality before turning and leaving. The path to enlightenment and wisdom has been paved, and it may indeed bring unexpected benefits in the future. The next morning, after enjoying the breakfast that T01 had prepared, Chen Xing went straight into the biological laboratory without lingering for a moment. The air was filled with the distinctive ozone smell of precision instruments and a faint scent of disinfectant. On the holographic stage, the molecular structure diagram of the first-generation drug A, along with 6 years of physiological monitoring data from experimental subjects such as the Thinker and the Wise Man, unfolds like a galaxy. Pangu locked the gene expression sequence and metabolic pathway in drug A that are directly related to enhanced telomerase activity and delayed cell aging. Chen Xing's voice was calm and clear. The target sequence has been highlighted, and the associated metabolic pathway model has been completed. Pangu's response was incredibly swift. With the terrifying superbrain abilities brought about by the second-generation gene serum, Chen Xing's thinking is like that of a supercomputer operating at the speed of light. His fingers moved across the virtual keyboard, creating a blurry blur of light and shadow. The complex gene map is broken down layer by layer, redundancy is removed, and expression is optimized. Countless possible extraction, purification, and stabilization schemes are generated, simulated, and eliminated in an instant in my mind, leaving only the optimal solution. The molecular model on the holographic screen rapidly reconstructed according to his will. The life-extending property was originally intertwined with other enhancement effects of Agent A. It was precisely peeled out. This results in a completely new molecular configuration that is independent, efficient, and minimizes side effects. The only sounds in the lab were the tapping of the virtual keyboard and the soft buzzing of the instruments, and Chen Xing's slightly rapid breathing due to his rapid thinking. 2 days. In just 2 days, when the last set of stabilizer parameters was finalized, the pale green molecular structure representing the new drug on the holographic platform rotated stably. Chen Xing stopped moving when it emitted a gentle yet vibrant light. The synthesis formula for the life-extending drug Qingtang has been verified, with a simulation success rate of 99.98%. Pangu's voice carried a sense of confirmation. Chen Xing looked at the eerie green light, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. With today's supercomputers, simply extracting and optimizing a known characteristic is indeed not a difficult task. Lunar Base, Temporary Surface Laboratory. The heavy, airtight door slid open silently, and Chen Xing walked in. The Thinker, guided by Pangu, is already waiting here. Its massive body appeared remarkably serene under the cold laboratory lights. Those intelligent eyes looked at Chen Xing with a hint of barely perceptible tension and even greater anticipation. Pangu has already communicated with the information terminal in the ecological zone. The principles, enormous potential, and accompanying unknown risks of life-extending drugs, including the possibility of sudden death, will be discussed. It was clearly informed. The Thinker. Chen Xing's voice was calm and even, his gaze fixed on those intelligent eyes. Pangu should have already explained everything to you. The choice is yours. He paused, his tone remaining calm. However, it carried a sense of respect in the exchange of ideas. Accept the experiment, succeed. You will have hundreds of years to continue your pursuit of knowledge and even lead your people toward new possibilities. Failure could cost you your life. You can refuse, and still live in your home until the end of time. The Thinker's massive chest heaved slightly. It slowly lowered its head, its thick fingers unconsciously stroking the cold alloy floor. The laboratory was silent except for the low hum of the ventilation system. It recalled the nascent glimmer of wisdom that emerged after its first genetic enhancement. I recalled the warmth and sense of responsibility I had felt within my community over the past 6 years. I also recalled the unparalleled fulfillment and ecstasy of immersing myself in the ocean of knowledge these past 2 days. It was a desire that transcended instinct, wisdom, learning, exploration. It has only just touched the edge of this dazzling world. It could not have imagined that such a fortunate opportunity would end in such a short life. It cannot accept, and will never accept, such a fate. A people needs wise men, but it needs pioneers even more. It suddenly raised its head, and the hesitation in its eyes was replaced by a do-or-die determination. A deep, clear, and resolute roar came from his throat. Accept. For knowledge. For my people. I am willing to take the risk. Its extraordinary intelligence enabled it to learn human language in just 2 days. His deep, ape-like eyes burned with a longing for a longer life. It is a strong desire for intelligent life and an indomitable fighting spirit to change one's destiny. Chen Xing calmly gazed at the indomitable flame in its eyes and nodded slightly. He was not unmoved. Faced with a life form that possesses high intelligence and actively chooses to challenge its destiny, he could no longer regard it as a mere experimental subject. This courage and awareness deserve a chance to choose and a degree of respect. Of course, beneath this respect lies his absolute control. He firmly believed that he could give power and take everything back. Very good. His voice remained calm, but it had lost some of its aloofness. Pangu, let's begin. He commanded, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. The highest level of vital sign monitoring focuses on tracking real-time changes in telomerase activity. Cell division, telomere loss rate, mitochondrial functional efficiency, neurotransmitter fluctuations, and whole body energy field spectrum. Any abnormality will trigger the circuit breaker contingency plan within 0.01 seconds. Command executed. Monitoring system activated at full power. Aseptic injection ready. Pangu's voice became more solemn than ever before. The pale green vine potion was slowly injected into the contemplative man's veins. Injection complete. Vital signs are stable. Telomerase activity begins to increase. The rate of increase matches the prediction of the optimal model. The rate of telomere loss during cell division begins to slow down. Optimization of mitochondrial metabolic efficiency. No immune rejection or abnormal energy field fluctuations were detected. Stable nerve signal transmission. Pangu's report rang out clearly in the silent laboratory. The data stream moved steadily and healthily across the screen. The thinker closed his eyes, his muscles, which resembled steel cables, tensed slightly. It wasn't because of pain, but because I was silently feeling a strange, warm current flowing through my body. Every second felt like an eternity. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes. There was no rage, no pain. A gentle yet powerful current of life instantly surged through my entire body. Like parched earth receiving sweet rain, every cell in the body is cheering with joy. It clearly sensed a vitality originating from the deepest part of life being awakened and enhanced. My skin seems to have become more elastic, and my breathing is longer and stronger. An unprecedented feeling of youth filled my entire body. Comprehensive vital signs monitoring report: telomerase activity has increased and stabilized at the expected theoretical peak. The overall cellular metabolic rate is optimized to its best performance state. The telomere loss rate has been reduced to 10% of the pre-strengthening baseline. Mitochondrial energy production efficiency increased by 35%. All major organ function indices showed significant positive improvement. Pangu's voice carried a calmness that confirmed everything. Solemnly announced, median theoretical physiological lifespan model updated, approximately 500 years. Repeat, the green vine potion experiment success. The thinker suddenly opened his eyes, his huge hands clenching into fists. Feel the seemingly endless, vibrant life force flowing in your blood. It could no longer contain its inner joy and gratitude for the new life, and reverence for the Creator who bestowed all this. Raising its enormous head, it let out a deep, powerful roar that shook the entire laboratory, filled with primal power and pure joy of life. Then, it made a gesture that slightly moved Chen Xing. Its massive body stood in a posture that was both powerful and incredibly solemn. Facing Chen Xing, he slowly knelt on one knee. The heavy knees and knuckles slammed against the alloy floor with a dull thud. It lowered its head and spoke in a deep, guttural voice that clearly conveyed complex emotions. He said with utmost solemnity, "My lord, thank you for bestowing upon me new life and wisdom. The thinker hereby swears, I, and the people I lead, are loyal to you for all eternity. Protect your will, protect everything you have. I am willing to give my life for your great cause. I will follow you for eternity." The sound echoed in the empty laboratory. With an almost sacred piety and determination, Chen Xing looked at the enormous creature kneeling on the ground. Look into the undisguised flame of loyalty in its eyes. It is a loyalty based on wisdom, gratitude, and the future of the community. A faint, almost gratified glint finally flickered in his deep eyes. "Arise, thinker." Chen Xing's voice remained calm, but it carried a hint of warmth and approval. "I appreciate your loyalty, and I hope you will keep your word, but I still want to make things clear to you. I can give you strength and wisdom, and I can also take it all back. I hope you can understand this principle. Now I bestow upon you the name Pioneer. Lead your people, protect the flame of wisdom, and strive to learn." The wise man was formally appointed as the clan chief, and you, as a pioneer of your people. Their status is higher than that of the clan chief, and they lead the clan onto the right path. He succinctly established the new order. Command recorded, identity and permissions updated. Pangu confirmed. The thinker no, it should now be called the Pioneer. Upon hearing this, his eyes shone even brighter. It bowed deeply once more. "Yes, sir. The pioneers will always remember their oath and will never betray it." It raised its head, its eyes gleaming with determination. Then, under Pangu's guidance, it left the laboratory with steady and powerful steps. His silhouette carried a sense of both the weight of a mission and a sense of triumph. Blue Star Base Biological Laboratory. Chen Xing picked up a similarly dark green vine potion. Looking at the life-giving light, he poured it into his body without hesitation. A familiar, gentle warmth instantly swept over my entire body. It possesses a more refined and powerful vitality than what a thinker experiences. He can clearly introspect the cheers of the cells in his body. I felt the life essence that was being depleted at an accelerated rate due to the seed drug. Now it is being smoothed, strengthened, and extended by a gentle yet resilient force. "Boss, vital signs monitoring complete." Pangu's voice carried a hint of human joy. The telomere loss rate has stabilized at an extremely low level, and peak cell activity has increased and solidified. Comprehensive assessment: the median theoretical physiological lifespan has been updated to 1,100 years. 1,100. Chen Xing slowly exhaled a long breath. An uncontrollable smile curved upwards at the corners of his mouth. It will take 100 years longer than expected. An ample sense of time is like the strongest support. This completely dispelled the last trace of gloom in his heart caused by his shortened lifespan. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the seemingly endless life force surging within him. A genuine and confident smile finally appeared on his lips. The first fatal shackle on the journey to the stars and the sea is time. It has been broken by his own hands. In the future, we will have more time to conquer deep space. This resolves concerns about lifespan. Chen Xing's state of mind was like the deep sea after a storm, a return to near absolute tranquility. He stood in the center of the Blue Star Base Research and Development Center. It is surrounded by a constantly flowing galaxy of data. After his super brain abilities increased more than 30 times under the catalysis of the second-generation gene drug, the world, in his eyes, has been completely deconstructed and reconstructed. It is no longer just a complex appearance. Rather, it is an underlying blueprint woven from countless precise formulas, flowing energy, and malleable rules. Pangu. His voice echoed in the empty laboratory. It carries a calm and insightful quality. Retrieve all bottleneck data for the Hyperspace Engine project and prioritize it to the highest level. Command confirmed, boss. All relevant data streams have been connected to the main operation matrix. Pangu's response was incredibly swift. Instantly, on the holographic projection platform, multidimensional formulas and spatial topological models representing the core challenges of warp drive. It came alive as if it had been infused with life, becoming clearer and more three-dimensional than ever before. Chen Xing's gaze pierced the core of the model like a probe. Warp drive, achieving faster-than-light travel by manipulating the geometry of spacetime itself, rather than a traditional sense of acceleration. He muttered to himself, but his voice echoed clearly. Using enormous energy to compress space in front of the warship and stretch space behind it, an artificially created space curvature bubble envelopes the warship. The difference in spatial curvature creates a wave motion, which in turn causes the warship to glide within it. To achieve movement faster than the speed of light, the warship is in an inertial stationary state inside the bubble. Acceleration is zero. To avoid the relativistic mass increase effect, his fingertips traced across the void. The holographic projection began to twist and fold under his control. The real challenge lies in stabilizing this curvature bubble. The key lies in how to continuously and precisely distort the structure of spacetime with manageable energy consumption. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Vibranium, its spatial stability properties. Can it serve as the skeleton or anchor point of a curvature bubble, to enhance its structural strength and reduce energy loss? Highly likely, boss. Pangu's voice carried the certainty of calculation. Simulations show that a vibranium structure is embedded in the key nodes of the curvature field generator. The stability of the space bubble is expected to improve by 432%, and energy loss will be reduced by 65%. Good. A fighting spirit ignited in Chen Xing's eyes. Energy transmission and conversion efficiency is another bottleneck. Existing room temperature superconductors may exhibit quantum tunneling under extreme curvature fields, leading to energy leakage. His brain instantly generated dozens of optimization solutions. Redesign the energy channel topology and use vibranium to constrain the superconducting current path. Simultaneously, optimize the lattice arrangement of superconducting materials to increase the critical current density. Solution in progress. Simulation passed. Energy transfer efficiency is expected to increase to 99.997%. Pangu's report was like the most precise drumbeat. Finally, there is the engine's heart, the energy source. Chen Xing's gaze fell on the model of the 10 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor. At the moment the warp drive is activated, the peak power demand will far exceed the reactor's continuous output capacity. He smiled slightly, revealing the confident smile of a scientist. Solution: the superconducting circulating energy storage system is fully charged before the engine starts. It acts as a supercapacitor to provide instantaneous bursts of power. The reactor is responsible for maintaining a continuous energy supply during the stable operation of the curvature field. The two work together to achieve a dynamic balance. The collaborative solution has been optimized, with a peak startup power of 2.5 TW and a stable continuous operating power of 1.3 TW. Pangu quickly integrated all the optimization points. The theoretical model bottlenecks have all been overcome, boss. Chen Xing took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as stars. Then let's begin. Let's turn theory into practice. For the next whole year, Chen Xing was completely immersed in the research and development of this groundbreaking technology. The laboratory became the center of his world. The terrifying superbrain abilities granted by the second-generation gene serum were brought to their fullest potential. His thoughts were as brilliant as a supernova explosion. Countless complex engineering drawings, material synthesis formulas, and energy field coupling parameters. It was instantly constructed, optimized, and finalized in his mind. Then, through Pangu and automated production lines, they are quickly transformed into precision components in reality. Vibranium is processed into exotic geometric structures and embedded with huge curvature field generating loops. The optimized room temperature superconducting material resembles silver blood vessels, weaving together a highly efficient energy transmission network. The 10 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor is tightly coupled with a specially enhanced superconducting circulating energy storage system. This forms the core of the engine's powerful performance. Pangu's computing core was also operating at full power. It assists Chen Xing in conducting a massive number of simulation tests and parameter fine-tuning. A year has passed quietly in my selfless focus. The last vibranium component, shimmering with a deep blue luster, was precisely embedded into the engine core by the robotic arm. A colossal object with a diameter of nearly 100 meters and a structure so complex it's dazzling. Finally, it was fully displayed in the center of the largest shipyard factory on the lunar base. Its entire body radiates a cold light of metal and energy. It lies dormant, like a giant beast ready to tear through space at any moment. Pangu, final self-check. Chen Xing's voice came through the communication channel, carrying a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Self-test sequence initiated. Energy circuit clear. Vibranium anchor points are stable. Superconducting network shows no anomalies. Thermonuclear reactor preheating complete. Pangu's voice calmly reported each piece of data. All systems have reached design parameters. The curvature engine Dawn is ready. Very good. Chen Xing stood on the bridge of the Star Shark. My gaze pierced through the porthole and locked onto the Dawn engine mounted on the giant test platform. Initiating Phase 1 testing, unmanned, unloaded mode. Target, Kuiper Belt outskirts. Command confirmed. Engine start countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Buzz. There was no deafening roar. There was only a deep, heart-pounding hum that seemed to originate from the space itself. The space around the test platform instantly became blurry and distorted. Visible to the naked eye, ripples like water spread wildly from the engine as its core. The next second, the buzzing sound suddenly rose to a sharp, critical point. Whoosh! A distorted, irregularly shaped transparent bubble appeared. It encloses the engine along with the massive test platform on which it is located. Then, the space bubble seemed to be suddenly pushed forward by an invisible giant hand. They vanished without a trace in an instant. It left behind only a brief, violently disturbed spatial afterimage in the same spot. The bridge was deathly silent. Chen Xing was so shocked by this scene that defied common sense that he was speechless. Chen Xing stared intently at the airspace that had been cleared in an instant. His pupils contracted slightly, and he unconsciously held his breath. Space bubble successfully generated and stabilized. Target has entered warp drive mode. Pangu's voice broke the silence, carrying a slight fluctuation of increased computational load. Real-time monitoring in progress. Curvature bubble stable. Acceleration curve meets expectations. Time passed second by second. Every second felt incredibly long. Nearly 2 minutes passed. Curvature acceleration reaches maximum stability, 32 times the speed of light. All engine systems are running stably. Pangu's report was like heavenly music. It's a success. Chen Xing murmured softly. The clenched fist slowly loosened. There were tiny beads of sweat on my palms. It was a complex emotion that mixed a great sense of accomplishment with awe of the unknown power. Continuously monitor and record all data. Understood. At the current speed, we expect to arrive at the designated coordinates in 7 minutes and 48 seconds. Soon, more than 7 minutes had passed. Edge of the Kuiper Belt. Space was violently disturbed again. the unmanned test platform reappeared intact at the designated coordinates. It was as if only a brief leap had taken place. The first phase of flight testing for the warp drive Dawn has been a complete success. Pangu's voice was full of affirmation. Cumulative sailing distance approximately 310 astronomical units. The maximum warp speed is stably maintained at 32 times the speed of light. Startup time 5 seconds, acceleration to maximum warp speed 110 seconds. Pangu quickly reported the data. For example, taking Proxima Centauri, 4.2 light-years away, as an example, the theoretical travel time would only be about 51 days. Meanwhile, according to the design, it requires 1 hour of forced cooling after 6 months of continuous high-load operation. This test was short and required no cooling. 51 days, Chen Xing repeated the number. His eyes shone with an unprecedented light. It takes less than 2 months to reach the nearest other star from the edge of the solar system. This was an unimaginable leap before the invention of the warp drive. And this is merely the starting point of warp drive. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Pangu, prepare for the second phase of testing, Starshark implementation. 1 month later, the Dawn engine has undergone a comprehensive review and optimization. It was successfully integrated into Chen Xing's exclusive Starshark. This time, Chen Xing personally oversaw operations on the bridge. Set flight path, target, outer edge of the Oort cloud, distance 0.5 light-years. His voice was steady, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Flight route set, Dawn engine ready. Initiate warp drive. Warp drive initiated. 5-second countdown. The scene around the Starshark's hull was distorted and blurred once again. It's like sinking to the bottom of the water. Buzz, the familiar deep hum and the feeling of space tearing apart came over me. The bridge shuddered slightly. The familiar starry sky outside the porthole was instantly stretched and distorted into a colorful band of light. It felt like being in a tunnel made of pure light and energy. The Starshark was enveloped in a stable space bubble. It began its gliding beyond the speed of light in the folds of the universe. Chen Xing felt no vibration at all inside the Starshark. It was very stable. If you don't look outside, you can't feel the warship moving at all. Curvature bubble stabilized. Accelerating. 10 seconds. 50 seconds. 100 seconds. Maximum stable warp speed reached 32 times the speed of light. Estimated arrival time 5 days, 16 hours, and 52 minutes. Chen Xing felt the ship's strange stability. Looking out the porthole at the bizarre, curving passageway, a sense of grandeur, of controlling the stars and transcending dimensions, arises spontaneously. We can finally step out of the cradle of the solar system. The success of the warp drive. It was as if Chen Xing's interstellar fleet had been given real wings. But these wings require a stronger body to support them. After completing the test, Chen Xing did not stop. He immediately devoted himself to a comprehensive upgrade and optimization of the existing warship technology. Goal: to build a fourth-generation warship, a starship truly adapted to deep space and interstellar travel. 3 months. Another 3 months of tireless research and development. With the support of the superbrain's terrifying deductive abilities and existing cutting-edge technology, the design blueprint for the fourth-generation Starshark-class warship was born. It has completely shed the naivete of planetary warships. Its size has taken another leap forward. It is 1.8 kilometers long, 500 meters wide, and 400 meters high, like a moving steel mountain range. A thicker layer of vibranium composite armor covers the entire body. The upgraded and optimized nuclear fusion propulsion engine has seen a dramatic increase in performance. Its normal cruising speed reached an astonishing 0.8 times the speed of light. This allows it to maintain high-speed maneuverability within the star system even after exiting warp drive. The warp drive is only responsible for warp speed travel and has no conventional navigation capability. The weapon systems, detection systems, and shield systems have also been upgraded in all aspects. It is equipped with the entry-level Dawn curvature engine. The fourth-generation Starshark-class warships have been officially given a new name, Starship. The Starshark class has become history, and the new code name is the Star Dome-class Starship. The following month, under Pangu's efficient scheduling, the Starship-class transport ships and the Crab-class mining engineering ships have also completed their simultaneous fourth-generation upgrades. Its size has also increased significantly, and its carrying capacity and mining efficiency have reached new highs. They were named the Star Shuttle 4 transport ship and the Cancer 4 mining engineering ship, respectively. Over the next 3 months, a massive re-engineering project was launched across major shipyards throughout the solar system. Tens of thousands of third-generation Starshark, Star Shuttle, and Cancer-class ships. They sailed into the dock in an orderly manner to undergo a complete transformation. Dismantle the keel, replace the engine, reinforce the structure, upgrade the system. Objective: upgrade all ships to the standard of 4th generation starships, Starship class, and Tier 4 auxiliary ships. I'm lying on the lounge sofa on the villa's rooftop. Chen Xing gazed at the starry night sky. It was as if I could see the massive and powerful silhouette of the Starship class starship. His eyes were deep and calm. Yet, an unprecedented surge of emotion welled up within me. The roar of the warp drive still echoes in my ears. The blueprint for the starship has become a reality. More than 13 years have passed since the awakening of the superbrain. The territory of the solar system. It seems a bit cramped at this moment. The boundless darkness and dazzling starlight of deep space. It is with unprecedented clarity. A silent yet grand call was extended to him. 4th generation warship, Starship class starship, prototype, design parameters. Dimensions 1.8 kilometers, length, times 500 m, width, times 400 m, height. Energy, next generation thermonuclear fusion propulsion engine, conventional cruising speed 0.8 times the speed of light, plus starry sky warp hyperspace engine, maximum warp speed 32 c. Armor, multi-layered composite vibranium armor, thickness and coverage increased by 200%, plus quantum optical stealth. Weapons, upgraded Thor's hammer heavy ion main cannon, twin-mounted ion secondary cannon, electromagnetic railgun array, Hive missile launch system, close-in defense laser matrix, EMP electronic cannon, and close-in defense rapid-fire cannon. Protection, 4th generation high-intensity energy shield, active defense system. Detection/communication, ultra-long-range quantum radar array, deep space quantum communication network. Other features include a large hangar for carrier-based aircraft/drones, an ecosystem maintenance zone, and a reinforced Pangu for intelligent core. The Starship, a 4th generation starship that embodies Chen Xing's countless efforts and symbolizes the pinnacle of solar system technology. It floats silently in the center of the lunar base dock. Chen Xing stood in front of the bridge porthole. His gaze swept intensely over the 1.8 kilometer long steel behemoth. The vibranium composite armor gleamed with a cold, eerie luster under the shipyard lights. The muzzle of the optimized Thor's hammer heavy ion cannon at the bow is as deep as a black hole. An unprecedented impulse surged in his chest. Pilot it yourself, break out of the solar system, and see what the vast starry sea truly looks like. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Ready to set sail. Destination, beyond the solar system. Let's go and broaden our horizons. He could almost see the starship tearing through the Oort cloud and sailing into an unfamiliar star system. However, Pangu's response was as calm as ice water, instantly extinguishing his explorer's passion. Warning. Risk assessment level extremely high. Boss. Pangu's electronic voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. The reasons are as follows. Unknown spatial environment. Do high-energy particle storms, gravitational anomalies, dark matter turbulence, or unknown space structures exist outside the solar system? Current detection methods cannot fully predict the future. While curvature bubbles can evade conventional physical damage, they are vulnerable to certain extreme or unknown spatial phenomena. There is a gap in its stability theory model. 2. Potential threat from extraterrestrial civilizations. It is highly likely that extraterrestrial civilizations exist within our solar system. Its attack patterns and power may exceed the defensive limits of a starship. At that time, your life form will not be able to survive in deep space if the ship is severely damaged or the life support systems fail. 3. The stability of warp drive still needs long-term verification. The Dawn engine only completed short-range testing within the solar system. Long-distance, prolonged warp drive in deep space may put immense strain on engine structure, energy supply, and space bubble stability, potentially exceeding the limits of simulation. 4. Risk of information isolation. If an extreme situation occurs that causes quantum communication to be interrupted, Starship will be completely isolated and helpless. As the core and highest intelligent carrier of the entire base network, your value cannot be measured by any starship. Taking personal risks does not align with the principle of achieving the optimal risk-reward ratio. Conclusion: it is strongly recommended to cancel the plan to personally lead the first deep space exploration mission. You are not a cultivator from a fantasy novel who can traverse the void with their physical body and ignore the laws of physics. Chen Xing fell silent. Pangu's analysis was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flames of ambition in his heart. The excitement on his face quickly faded. His brows were furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on the cold alloy handrail. Yes, impulsiveness is the devil. He is not invincible, his power relies entirely on technological creations. He possesses a super brain and a powerful fleet. But ultimately, he was still made of flesh and blood. How fragile is an individual life in the face of the true depths of space? An unexpected space storm, an undetected deadly ray, a powerful alien warship. Any of these could cause this body, which carries wisdom and ability, to vanish into thin air in an instant. The explorer's passion was gradually replaced by reason in the face of the cold reality of risk. He only has one life, he can't gamble with it, especially his own life, which carries the future of all human civilization. He slowly exhaled, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. But more than anything, there was clarity after making a decision. You're right, Pangu. It was me. That's a bit too hasty. Exploring the unknown shouldn't be rushed, much less involve taking unnecessary risks. He turned around and looked at the huge holographic star map in the center. The blue boundary of the solar system is clearly visible, beyond which lies a deep and boundless darkness. Since I can't go, let's send our eyes and arms to scout ahead first. Pangu, execute the Deep Space Sentinel program. His voice was firm and resolute, carrying an unquestionable determination. Instruction confirmed. Boss, you've made a wise decision. Pangu's voice seemed to carry a hint of relief. Target, 10,000 starships, all deployed. Chen Xing's voice was resolute. Mission, centered on the solar system. To conduct comprehensive and multi-sectoral exploration and reconnaissance of deep space. The primary objective is to investigate the space environment, resource distribution, and potential signs of civilization within a 10-light-year radius of the solar system. Simultaneously, quantum communication relay nodes will be laid along the route to build an extended network. Deployment plan is being optimized. Pangu is rapidly calculating. It is recommended that 10,000 starships be organized into 3,333 deep space reconnaissance squadrons. Each squadron is equipped with 3 Stardust-class ships responsible for combat, reconnaissance, and communications relay. 2 Star Shuttle-class 4 transport starships will be responsible for logistical support. 2 Starship-class 4 transport ships, each fully loaded with 15 million tons of supplies, are sufficient to support a small squadron of 5 ships. It has maintained high-intensity operation for over 20 years without resupply. Chen Xing nodded. The plan is approved. The order for the allocation of supplies has been issued. All major storage bases, refineries, and manufacturing centers within the solar system have entered the highest priority operation state. Resupply loading for 3,333 small teams. Estimated loading time, 7 days. Pangu reported. Very good. Chen Xing nodded. This is our confidence. Let them carry enough supplies to take root in deep space. The Starship, my personal vehicle, will remain in the solar system. The instructions are clear, boss. Watching the light spots begin to move densely on the holographic star map, Chen Xing continued, since all the main starships have been sent out, then we must also strengthen the defense of the solar system, lest we be overrun by others. Pangu, do you know what to do? Understood. Based on the construction over the past 10 years, the overall defense system of the solar system has been completed. Pangu quickly retrieved another set of data. The Kuiper Belt's numerous stealthy surveillance outposts, automated artillery arrays, energy shield generators, and space minefields form the first line of defense and early warning system. Pluto and its moons are armed into powerful war fortresses, providing strong firepower support for the first line of defense. Large armed fortresses in the orbits of planets such as Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, along with various armed satellite defense platforms, form a second line of fire. The lunar underground base's defensive fortifications and countless camouflaged artillery emplacements on the surface constitute the last line of defense. Furthermore, a quantum communication network spanning the solar system ensures a latency of less than 10 milliseconds. Any unauthorized intruder will be detected and locked before entering the Oort cloud. Overall defense assessment, impregnable. Current threat level, extremely low. The solar system had long been transformed by Chen Xing into a steel fortress covered with spikes. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction. Very good. However, it's always good to be prepared. Pangu simultaneously launched the military mobilization plan. All shipyards within the solar system are working at full capacity to build Stardust-class starships, Star Shuttle 4-class transport ships, and Cancer 4-class mining ships. Prioritize starship construction with resources. Target quantity, no upper limit. His voice echoed in the bridge, carrying a domineering air of looking down upon the stars. What lies in the darkness beyond our solar system? We don't know. Is it an opportunity, an ally, or an enemy? His gaze seemed to pierce through the ship's hull, reaching into the endless depths of space. Whether it's discovering extraterrestrial civilizations or being discovered by a more powerful being, we must all possess the power to crush any potential threat. To protect our home. 1,000,000 starships? That's just the beginning. The unlimited unit production plan is now activated. Priority, highest. Pangu's response was accompanied by a high-efficiency hum. All dock resources have been reallocated, and production lines are running at full capacity. The initial monthly construction volume is expected to increase to 3,000 starships. Furthermore, with abundant resource supply and continued expansion of shipyards, monthly construction volume will continue to rise. Pangu responded swiftly, its immense computing power coordinating the industrial machinery of the entire solar system. A week flew by in the midst of efficient operation. On Pluto's icy orbit, the most spectacular sight in the history of the solar system is now unfolding. The starship stood like a steel mountain in the center of the array. Ahead of it were 3,333 reconnaissance squads, each consisting of 3 Stardust-class starships and 2 Star Shuttle 4-class transport starships. They stood in neat rows, like a star-studded legion awaiting inspection. The massive bodies of nearly 10,000 starships gleamed with a cold metallic light. More than 6,000 bulky yet equally powerful Starship Class 4 transport ships followed closely behind. Together they form a boundless steel forest. Chen Sing stood at the very front of the bridge of the Star Dome, looking through the huge porthole. He gazed at the steel torrent he had created with his own hands. An indescribable sense of pride surged within him, mixed with a touch of awe for the unknown. Pangu, fleet status? His voice was steady and powerful. All deep space reconnaissance teams have assembled. Supplies are fully loaded. System self-check passed. Quantum communication relay node loaded and ready. Warp drive warm-up complete. Ready to deploy. Pangu's voice was clear and loud. Chen Xing took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the neat array before finally settling on the deep, boundless darkness outside the bridge. There lies the unknown, the challenges, and the future. He slowly raised his right hand, his eyes blazing. Facing the boundless deep space, facing his loyal Steel Legion. Using all his strength, he issued that earth-shattering command. Set off. Command confirmed. All reconnaissance teams, activate warp drives. Proceed to the designated coordinates. Pangu's command was instantly transmitted to every starship. Buzz. In an instant, 3,333 points in space, centered on Pluto's orbit, were simultaneously subjected to violent distortion. The space is like a lake surface tossed with a giant rock, rippling with visible waves. Irregularly shaped, distorted, and transparent curvature bubbles instantly formed, enveloping the steel squads within them. The next second. Swish, 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 swish. 3333 dazzling streaks of light. As if propelled by an invisible giant hand, they were launched in an orderly fashion in all directions, disappearing from their original positions. Only in the fleeting afterimages of space did they leave behind streaks of dazzling yet eerie light. In just over 10 seconds, Pluto's once crowded orbit became completely empty. Only the starship remained, like a silent guardian, quietly hovering in place. Chen Xing remained standing by the porthole, gazing in the direction where the fleet had disappeared, silent for a long time. Outside the porthole, all that remained was the vast cosmic backdrop and the cold silhouette of Pluto. He slowly loosened his clenched fist, his palms slightly damp with sweat. "They're gone," he muttered to himself, his voice carrying a subtle, complex emotion. There are expectations, there are worries, and even more so, there is a heavy responsibility to sow seeds to the stars and the sea. He took one last look at the deep, now silent space, then turned and walked steadily toward the command seat. Pangu. Yes, boss. Continuously receive quantum communication signals transmitted back by all teams, and report any abnormalities immediately. At the same time, we will closely monitor the implementation of the unlimited troop production plan. I want to see every shipyard in the solar system shining with the light of a starship's birth. His voice regained its calmness and control. Let's go, head back. We still have a lot to do. The lights on the Star Dome's bridge dimmed, and Chen Xing's figure blended into the command seat. Deep space, edge of the Oort cloud. Dozens of astronomical units away from the core of the solar system, absolute darkness and deathly silence reign eternally. A triangular arrow formation consisting of 3 Starship-class starships and 2 Starship 4 transport ships. Like 5 cold, metallic stars, they quietly glide out of the curvature bubble ripples. The subtle perturbations that remain when the space bubble disappears. Like the last ripples created by a stone thrown into a deep pool, it vanishes in an instant. Curved traversal complete, coordinates confirmed, have reached the edge of the designated reconnaissance sector. The synthesized voice of the ship's onboard AI system was calmly broadcast from the bridge. The pale blue flame of the conventional cruise engine silently illuminated. It propels the steel behemoth forward steadily at 0.8 times the speed of light. All around was a chilling, pure darkness. The sun's light here has diminished to that of a negligible bright star. The stars are sparse and distant, and their light is cold and constant. The conventional power engine is running stably, all systems are online, and we have begun executing the deep space exploration protocol. The shipboard AI system's voice sounded again, initiating the preset program. On the ship's hull, countless detection arrays, like awakened senses, quietly unfolded. It collects information from every electromagnetic signal, every gravitational fluctuation, and every grain of interstellar dust. The pulse waves of high-precision quantum radar depict the three-dimensional structure of the space ahead. Environmental parameters recorded. Background radiation is stable. The intensity of cosmic rays was lower than expected, and no unusual energy sources or large-scale gravitational distortions were detected. The star map mapping module has been activated and is constructing a three-dimensional spatial model of this sector with an accuracy of 0.001 arcsecond. Meanwhile, at the rear of the fleet, the hatch of a Starship Class 4 transport ship opened silently. A small, diamond-shaped device with a simple design and a faint blue glow was gently pushed out by a robotic arm. Deployment of the Deep Space Quantum Communication Relay Node, Beacon 9501321244101 is complete. A stable connection with the main solar system network is being established. This tiny device is like the first node in a spider web. It began to direct the flow of information from afar back to the center of the solar system. A sparse interstellar dust cloud has been detected ahead, mainly composed of hydrogen, helium ice crystals, and silicate particles. Its density is lower than the average of the asteroid belt in the solar system. The shipboard AI system continuously updates the detection data. No large celestial bodies or mineral-rich asteroid belts with exploitable resources have been discovered. Star map data recording complete, initiating warp drive. Subsequently, the 5 starships maintained close formation and re-entered warp drive. Once you reach a new area, exit warp drive. Continue to operate the probe array to record star map data and deploy quantum communication relay nodes. The shipboard AI system faithfully executes the preset exploration program, efficiently, accurately, and tirelessly. It watches every frame and every set of data transmitted back by the detector. Analyze, categorize, store, and forward calmly. To it, this unfamiliar deep space is, for the time being, just a blank area of data waiting to be filled with information. Inside the bridge of the star dome, in the distant solar system, Chen Xing stared at the blue dot representing the small team on the holographic star map. The light spot blinked steadily, while a summary of the environmental parameters transmitted back scrolled in real time next to it. Looking at the words, "No abnormalities found" and "stable environment," it was clear that Chen Xing muttered to himself, "At least, the first step went smoothly." My fingers tapped lightly on the armrest unconsciously. His gaze swept over the other 3,332 equally stable, twinkling points of light on the star map. Pangu's voice rang out again, breaking the brief silence. "Boss, all 3,333 deep space reconnaissance teams have entered normal exploration missions. The fleet is in stable condition, and the first batch of basic environmental data has been received and archived. Continue monitoring and maintain a long-term routine alert level." Chen Xing's voice was steady, but his gaze never left the dark star map that represented the unknown and vastness. Half a year passed quietly amidst the massive industrial roar of the solar system and Chen Xing's relentless intellectual storms. Inside the Blue Star Base R&D Center, on the vast holographic star map, there are 3,333 blue dots representing reconnaissance squads. Like fireflies scattered into the deep sea, they spread outward steadily and firmly. In deep space, 3,333 reconnaissance squads, sharp as steel arrows. Like meticulous and silent worker bees, they continuously carry out the massive project of exploring and mapping the stars. Panda's daily routine reports were largely the same. Squad 2451, range 4.7 light-years. The space environment is stable, and no abnormal energy sources or signs of intelligent life have been detected. The deployment of quantum communication relay nodes has been completed. Squad 0547 encountered a high-energy particle stream. The warning system triggered the evasion procedure 0.3 seconds in advance. The warp engine fine-tuning was successful, and there was no damage. Squad 1258 traversed a small interstellar dust belt, with slight wear on the surface of the vibranium armor. Automatic repair system activated, efficiency 99.8%. Pangu's report was calm and unwavering. "Boss, all reconnaissance teams are in stable condition and continuously transmitting environmental data. The maximum exploration radius has exceeded 5 light-years. No signs of intelligent civilization were found, and no unavoidable dangers were encountered. Risk assessment: the risk level is expected to remain low." As expected, Chen Xing's gaze did not leave the shimmering lights. Unconsciously, my fingertips traced the projection of a set of high-dimensional space curvature formulas. Good news? No. Resource-rich areas, strange celestial bodies, signals of civilization. These anticipated discoveries, like stones thrown into the deep sea, left no echo. Bad news? No, not at all. The furthest team has ventured as far as the dark lands 5 light-years from the solar system. What was transmitted back was still that unchanging, awe-inspiring yet somewhat monotonous map of deep space. Chen Xing was not particularly affected by this. The vastness of the universe far exceeds imagination, and he is well aware of the length and randomness of exploration. Calmness, at least, means there is no imminent threat. Time seemed exceptionally long, yet exceptionally fulfilling, as it was swept away by the flow of data. For Chen Seng, who possesses a super brain, these 6 months of ordinary life were not wasted. He was immersed in the ocean of technology. Optimization of the warp drive, expansion of the application of vibranium materials, superposition of field strength and energy shields, and a leap in the precision of detection arrays. Countless problems were disassembled, reassembled, and conquered in the face of his superbrain. The laboratory lights shone almost day and night, becoming another deep space for him to explore. Until a month ago, a report from our nearest stellar neighbor. A detailed exploration report on the Alpha Centauri triple galaxy. Finally, it brought about a slightly different ripple. Boss, Reconnaissance Team No. 0177 has arrived at the Alpha Centauri Triad, also known as the Proxima Centauri system. The detailed exploration has been completed. The following is a detailed report. Pangu's voice remained steady, but Chen Xing could sense the subtle fluctuations as it retrieved data. The holographic star map magnified instantly, focusing on the dim red dwarf star Proxima Centauri, and the intriguing rocky planet in its gravitational field, Proxima Centauri b. Planet Proxima Centauri b has been confirmed to have a liquid water ocean. The atmosphere is mainly composed of nitrogen and carbon dioxide, with trace amounts of oxygen. The Earth's surface temperature range contains complex organic molecules. Pangu's report was presented point by point. Chen Xing tapped his fingertip lightly on the armrest, his eyes focused. Signs of life? Single-celled and multicellular eukaryotic communities were detected, mainly distributed in marine hydrothermal vents and shallow sea areas. No macroscopic multicellular plant or animal morphology was found. No industrial activity, electromagnetic signals, or traces of intelligent civilization creation were detected. Assessment: primitive life existed, but no intelligent civilization evolved. Primitive life. Chen Xing repeated in a low voice, a glint of pure scientific brilliance flashing in his eyes. This means that life may not be alone in the universe, but intelligence remains a rare treasure. Without the spark of intelligence, the value of this planet reverts to its physical essence. Resource assessment? At this moment, he was more concerned with practical value. Excellent resource endowment. The planet's crust is rich in iron, titanium, and rare metal mineral deposits. The asteroid belt and its nearby icy satellites contain large amounts of water ice, helium-3, and organic compounds. Overall assessment: possesses extremely high strategic value and is an ideal location for establishing a deep space subbase and resource supply center. Chen Xing's gaze was focused on the simulated continental shelf of Proxima Centauri b. His gaze sharpened and became pragmatic. Excellent location, abundant resources, no interference from intelligent life. Perfect location for an advanced base. Chen Xing's lips curled up slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The absence of interference from intelligent life means that we can develop freely. Very good. Pangu, formulate the construction plan for the Outpost Alpha base. Dispatch a construction fleet, 10 Stardust-class starships for escort, 100 Star Shuttle 4-class ships fully loaded with base modules, engineering machinery, and initial supplies, and 100 Cancer 4-class ships responsible for on-site resource extraction. Objective: to establish permanent branch bases and resource refining centers in and around Proxima Centauri b, both underground and in orbit, as well as at nearby resource points. Command confirmed. The Outpost Alpha fleet is being assembled and is expected to depart from the Pluto rendezvous point in 1 day. Pangu responded efficiently. The discovery of the Proxima Centauri galaxy was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. The ripples created, however, transformed into an even more powerful driving force. Chen Xing's research on the various technologies and equipment at the base has never stopped. In the past 6 months, his supercomputer has been like a never-ending furnace, pushing warp drive technology to new heights. The spatial anchoring effect of vibranium in curvature fields, magnetic field confinement topology optimization, further improvement of energy injection efficiency. In the laboratory, Chen Xing's figure blended seamlessly with the holographic model. He was muttering formulas that were difficult for others to understand. Sweat soaked his forehead and hair, but was quickly removed by the temperature control system. Finally, the blueprint for the new generation Dan 2 warp drive was born. Maximum stable warp speed, 186 times the speed of light. Theoretical model verification passed. Startup time has been reduced to 3 seconds, and the time to accelerate to maximum warp speed has been reduced to 60 seconds. The continuous high-load operation period has been extended to 12 months. When Pangu gave his report, his tone revealed a rare excitement. 186 times the speed of light. Chen Xing stared at the astonishing parameters, and finally a smile of complete control appeared on his lips. Excellent. This is more worthy of the name Deep Space Engine. The efficiency of deep space exploration will increase exponentially. Conventional nuclear fusion thrusters have also been pushed to their limits. Standard cruising speed 0.9 times the speed of light. Maximum speed 0.999 times the speed of light. Confirmed unable to break the speed of light barrier. Technological breakthroughs are like a chain reaction. Pangu continued his report. The starship's defense, weaponry, and detection systems have been upgraded and optimized. New standard, Starship Tier 2. Immediately upgrade and modify the existing Stardust class and Star Shuttle 4 class starships with the Dan2 engine and supporting systems. Chen Xing gave the order, his eyes flashing with an efficient and ruthless light. Time window, 1 month. The modification order has been issued. All docks are now in highest priority modification mode. Pangu's response was concise and powerful. The following month, the entire solar system seems to have transformed into a sophisticated, supergiant machine tool. The 35,000 brand new Starship class and Starship 4 transport ships built in the past 6 months. They sailed into the dock as if undergoing a baptism. The robotic arm flies and core components are replaced efficiently. The brand new Dan2 engine, the enhanced Skyrocket 2 nuclear fusion thruster, upgraded detection arrays and weapon systems. It's like giving a steel behemoth a more powerful heart, sharper senses, and sharper teeth. When this revitalized steel torrent reassembled, its performance far surpassed that of the advanced team 6 months prior. Pangu, upgrade 30,000 of them to the Star Dome class and Star Shuttle 4 class. Reorganized into 6,000 reconnaissance squads according to the original standard, 3 combat plus 2 transport. Chen Xing gave the order, his voice steady and powerful. Give them new exploration sectors. The mission remains the same: deep space exploration, mapping of stars, establishment of communication nodes, and searching for any valuable clues. Goal: further, faster, deeper. Leveraging the speed advantage of the new engine, it will cover the deep cosmos that the advanced team has yet to reach, and encrypt the detection grid in existing areas. Teaming complete. Route planning underway. 6,000 Swift-Wind reconnaissance squads have begun their deployment. Pangu's execution ability is impeccable. Watching the faster blue dots representing the Gale squad on the star map shoot into deep space like fireworks, Chen Xing felt only calm anticipation. He turned around and returned to the central workbench. Immerse yourself once again in the unfinished energy shield enhancement formula. For him, it's not just about unlocking the deeper mysteries of the universe. Nothing makes him feel more fulfilled and satisfied than continuously scaling the heights of science and technology. The vast universe is the goal, while research itself is the powerful driving force. Another 6 months have passed steadily in a cycle of calculation, deduction, and optimization. The dots on the holographic star map represent the old and new reconnaissance squads. Like ever-extending nerve endings, it has gradually reached a vast area of nearly 100 light-years around the solar system. Deep space reconnaissance is like a precise clock, regularly transmitting data back. They filled the blank spaces in the star map, but still no great discovery was made. Until this day, the peace was shattered by a completely different signal. Chen Xing is deeply entangled in a set of complex graviton binding equations. They are trying to find a way to break through the theoretical limits of energy shields. The electronic sounds from Pangu broke the tranquility of the Research and Development Center. This time, its tone carried an unprecedented, extremely subtle yet undeniable fluctuation. Boss, this is a top priority alert. Coordinates 81.3 light-years from the solar system, on the outer edge of the GJ 1061 galaxy. Urgent report from the Gale 4887 reconnaissance squad. Chen Xing's gaze instantly shifted away from the complex gravitational field formulas. He didn't speak, but suddenly looked up, his gaze shooting like lightning towards the central holographic star map. The holographic projection switched instantly, revealing an unfamiliar starfield background. In the center of the high-precision image captured by the detection array, a clear target is magnified and highlighted in red. That is definitely not a natural celestial body. A uniquely shaped ship. Its entire body has a dark, matte finish, and its lines are neither the streamline nor the sharp geometric shapes commonly seen by humans. Instead, it possesses an indescribable fluidity and asymmetry, almost like that of a living organism. The surface of the ship is covered with incomprehensible patterns and raised structures. It is not large in size, with an estimated length of only about 200 meters, much smaller than the Star Dome class. However, what is most striking is its condition. There was a huge, ripped-out tear in the middle of the ship's hull, with the edges curled up and charred. It was as if it had been torn apart by some kind of violent energy. Several pieces of debris floated around it, silently telling the story of the fatal blow it had suffered. It floats silently in the deep void, 81 light-years from the solar system. Like a cold, metallic wreck, it exudes an aura of death and mystery. Scanning confirms, Target X1 is an artificial creation, not naturally formed. Pangu's voice was rapid and calm. Preliminary scan analysis of Target X1 material: unknown alloy, strength lower than vibranium composite armor. Energy characteristics: weak and unstable, suspected to be driven by primary nuclear fusion energy. No obvious weapon system signal. Structural integrity damaged, multiple energy leaks and shell damage detected. Morphological database comparison, no matching record found. Preliminary assessment, not a product of the solar system, but consistent with the characteristics of a small transport ship from a rudimentary interstellar civilization. Unknown text or symbols detected on the surface of the X-1 ship. The image was zoomed in again, focusing on a relatively intact armor plating near the bow. A set of distorted, complex, and exotic symbols is clearly visible. Those were words that humans had never encountered before. Chen Xing's breathing stopped almost imperceptibly for a moment. His deep eyes were fixed on the damaged X-1 alien ship and the unfamiliar symbols. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if stars were burning and colliding violently. 14 years of solitary climbing, countless moments of contemplation after gazing at the starry sky, the ultimate question of whether something is unique. All the expectations, worries, and ambitions. At this moment, I was ignited by this cold, alien evidence in a very impactful way. The veil of silence surrounding the universe has finally been partially torn away. He slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips almost unconsciously touching the outline of the alien transport ship in the holographic image. The cold touch seemed to be transmitted through the projection. Finally, it's here. Chen Xing's voice finally rang out. The silence was broken, low and steady, carrying an absolute calm. Pangu, order the Gale 4887 reconnaissance team to approach the target X-1 spaceship, to carry out boarding and search missions and obtain all information and intelligence. At the same time, the highest level of alarm was sounded. Use a full band detection system to carefully scan the surroundings and report any unusual activity. His gaze was fixed on the alien spaceship as if it were a tangible object. I want to know everything about it. Every component, every energy fluctuation, even where it came from and where it is going. The instruction has been issued. Pangu's electronic voice remained calm, yet carried an unprecedentedly efficient buzzing sound. The Gale 4887 squad has ceased routine patrols and switched to a tactical approach posture. The energy shields of the 3 starships have been upgraded to 75% power, and their weapon systems are ready for deployment. The 2-star shuttle class 4 ships retreated to a safe distance. The full band detection system is operating at full power, expanding the scanning range to a radius of 1 billion kilometers. The focus of the screening is on gravitational anomalies, energy bursts, and residual signals from quantum communication. Preliminary scan report: apart from the slight energy leakage from the target X-1 debris itself, no engine contrails, weapon charging signals, communication signals, or hull reflections were detected. Chen Xing did not respond. His entire focus was on the high-definition images being transmitted in real time. The 3 Starship-class starships were like the most cautious hunters, silently gliding toward that tiny alien wreckage. The huge difference in size creates a strong visual impact. This further highlights the fragility and loneliness of that alien spaceship. Distance to target X-1, 1000 km, 500 km, 100 km, connection procedure initiated. Pangu's broadcast was orderly and methodical. The belly hatch of a Starship-class starship opened. Several small, disc-shaped landing craft were released. They resemble nimble metallic flying insects. It flew precisely around the most severely damaged area of target X-1. It releases a finer scanning beam. The initial external scan is complete. The outer shell of target X-1 is mainly composed of an unknown titanium alloy composite, with a strength of approximately 25% that of vibranium composite armor. Traces of high-energy particle weapon residue were detected at the damaged area, and the energy characteristics did not match the existing database. No active energy response or vital signs were detected. Board the ship. Chen Xing's voice remained completely calm, but the frequency of his fingertips tapping the armrest unconsciously increased slightly. The disc-shaped landing craft hovered beside the massive laceration, like a precise scalpel finding the incision. The hatch slid open, and squads of armed combat robots were ejected. Their bodies are made of high-strength alloy. It shimmers with a matte metallic sheen and has flexible joints. The head integrates multiple sensors, and the end of the arm is equipped with a cutting beam and a multifunctional mechanical claw. Small pulsed particle beam weapons are suspended on its back. These cold, steel warriors are an extension of Chen Xing's will into the distant depths of space. They used magnetic boots to attach to the rough, patterned hull of the alien spaceship. Its movements were swift and steady, crawling like a spider into the menacing breach. The holographic projection on the bridge instantly switched to a real-time first-person view shared by the robots. As soon as the image stabilized, a strong visual impact hit you. The place is a complete mess. The interior of the passageway does not feature the straight lines and rigid geometry commonly found in human-made ships. Instead, it presents an uncomfortable sense of distortion and asymmetry, like a biological cavity. The walls were covered with some kind of dark red, seemingly resilient non-metallic material. It was covered with dark, unidentifiable vein-like protrusions and depressions. At this moment, these cavity walls were torn apart and rolled up by tremendous force. The edges were charred and carbonized, revealing a broken pipe inside, from which flowed a solidified, dark blue, viscous liquid. It is suspected to be a coolant or some kind of biomass delivery pipe. Entangled, twisted cables that flickered with faint electric sparks. The air was thick with the scent of death. The pungent smell of burning metal, and a kind of indescribable sweet, fishy smell of decaying organic matter. And the alien air molecules that remain after the vacuum leak, so thin they are almost imperceptible. Scattered across the ground were numerous strange fragments, twisted metal components, a broken, transparent container of unknown material, which appeared to have once contained some kind of gel-like substance. There were also some oddly shaped objects that looked like the remains of tools or instruments. The most unsettling places are the corners and the depths of the passageways. Those few things frozen at absolute zero. They are not humanoid. One of them is larger and has a segmented exoskeleton similar to that of an insect. For slender, barbed, arthropod arms were twisted and curled up, on an oval-shaped head covered with a chitinous shell. It has multiple pits with compound eye structures. The mouthparts resemble a cluster of shrunken, bony tubular structures. The other one is even stranger. It resembled a solidified mass of soft tissue covered in dark green scales. Some limbs exhibit the shape of flagella or tentacles. At this moment, it was as stiff as an ice sculpture. Their postures are frozen in the moment of death, filled with pain and struggle. The body also has fatal penetrating or laser-like wounds. Traces of high-energy particle weapons also remained at the edges of the wound. No matching record found in the morphology database. Preliminary identification suggests two unknown alien species. The estimated time of death, based on environmental temperature and a decay model, exceeds 1 Earth year. Pangu's voice rang in Chen Xing's ears, coldly analyzing this hellish scene. Chen Xing's gaze swept over the solidified alien corpses. A pure, scientist-like gaze flickered deep within his eyes, but it was instantly replaced by a deeper sense of vigilance. Non-human forms of life attest to the diversity of the universe, but it also implies potential, unpredictable threat patterns. Search the bridge, or a similar main control area. Search for data storage cores, navigation logs, and any terminals that can provide information. Chen Xing gave the order. His voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet research and development center. The robot squad is divided into groups. Like the most efficient cleaners, they began to explore deeper into the spaceship's interior. They used cutting beams to slice through the twisted and blocked hatches. Use a scanner to penetrate layers of obstacles in search of energy nodes. A weak but regular energy signal source was detected. Located in the core area of the spacecraft, it is suspected to be maintained by backup power. Pangu gave a hint. Suspicious port detected. A robot's signal is amplified. The image shows a relatively intact cabin wall covered with complex knob-like protrusions and grooves. An oddly shaped interface was exposed. It is not a traditional jack or optical port. Instead, it is a complex structure composed of multiple tiny clusters of metal fibers that resemble biological nerve bundles. There is a slightly concave energy sensing area in the center. Port structure analysis complete. The interface standard is unknown, the energy transmission protocol is complex, and it contains multiple bioverification features. Attempts to establish physical connections and crack data protocols. Pangu's electronic sound seemed to carry a subtle hum of increased computational load. Inside the Research and Development Center, an invisible torrent of data flows through a quantum communication network. It travels across 81 light-years and is instantly injected into the decoding unit of the frontline robot. This is a silent war, taking place at the microscopic level of bits and photons. Chen Xing could sense that Pangu was fully mobilizing the enormous computing power of the Fuxi matrix and the Blue Star Base supercomputing center. Like an invisible battering ram, it violently struck the last secret fortress of the wrecked spaceship. Time seemed to stretch out. Inside the bridge, only the faint buzzing of the instruments and Chen Xing's steady yet slightly deep breathing could be heard. He stared intently at the waterfall of rapidly scrolling cryptographic symbols on the screen, representing the surge of data. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Warning! Target system's underlying self-destruct protocol detected. Countdown, 10 seconds. Pangu's voice suddenly rose in pitch, carrying a rare hint of urgency. Damn it! Chen Xing's pupils constricted sharply. The other side has actually set up such extreme defensive measures. Physical connection forcibly maintained. Emergency deployment of lunar and Martian Fuxi matrix to enhance computing power. Initiate the highest priority data flood. Attempt to override the self-destruct command. Pangu's voice was resolute. The scarlet numbers on the screen, representing the self-destruct countdown, jumped wildly. 9, 8, 7. The data stream scrolled at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. 6, 5, 4. Protocol suppression successful. Self-destruct command aborted. Physical isolation of core data area released. Pangu's electronic voice rang out at the last moment. The countdown is now at 3. Chen Sang loosened his clenched fist slightly, his palms were cold and sweaty. That was close. Data download in progress. Core database access permissions obtained. Parsing unknown file format and encoding. Pangu's voice returned to normal, but it still carried the burden of calculation. On the holographic screen, a large amount of chaotic text composed of distorted symbols and meaningless geometric diagrams, and some data streams that appear to be fragments of the star map began to flow in. The Fuxi matrix, controlled by Pangu, is being frantically analyzed across various bases. Time passed second by second. Finally, Pangu's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of solemnity after analysis. Preliminary analysis of core data complete, boss. The following is a summary of key intelligence. Civilization symbol. According to its internal documents, it refers to itself as the Casa du Kasser Union. Its writing system has established a basic mapping model. Approximately 65% of the vocabulary can be preliminarily translated. 2. Spaceship type, confirmed to be a small Ash-class resource exploration/transport ship. It belongs to the 7th Resource Development Fleet of the Casal Consortium. 3. Key excerpt from the navigation log. The ship was approximately 1 Earth-year-old. It is located near the orbit of a terrestrial planet designated GJ-1061d within the GJ-1061 system. They were attacked by an unidentified fleet. The attacker's ship features streamlined black paint and uses high-energy particle beam weapons, which match the damage marks on the hull. The attack pattern is extremely efficient and ruthless. After suffering severe damage, the ship activated its emergency warp drive to escape the scene. The technical principle is rudimentary, resembling a prototype of curvature technology, but it is extremely unstable. The vehicle escaped to random coordinates, eventually drifting to its current location. The engine was completely destroyed, and all occupants perished. 4. Star chart fragments. Star chart fragments stored in its flight recorder have been successfully extracted, including its parent system, located approximately 110 light-years from the solar system. It has been marked as the location of Casal Primary. The 7th Resource Development Fleet operates in part of its star system, with a radius of approximately 50 light-years, and the coordinates of the planet GJ-1061d where it was attacked. It is worth noting that, according to its star map, the GJ-1061 galaxy is only 81.3 light-years away from the solar system. Fortunately, the Casal Consortium has not yet discovered the existence of a solar system. Technology assessment. The Casal Consortium's technology level is preliminarily determined to be a civilization level 2.5 to 2.8. The development of the star system is extremely mature, and the rudimentary technology of unstable short-distance curvature has been initially mastered. The attacker's technical skill level is estimated to be at least level 2.5. This judgment is based on their possession of high-energy directed weapons and their inability to track down the fleeing target. The information exploded in Chen Xing's mind like a bombshell. Casale Consortium, Ash-class transport ship, 7th Resource Development Fleet, Black Raid Fleet, planet GJ-1061d, the mother planet of Casal, 110 light-years away. An activity range of 50 light-years. Behind the cold words lies a picture of deep space full of crisis and opportunity. A smart civilization, the Casale Commonwealth, capable of operating across star systems. They have established a home just 110 light-years from the solar system, and their reach extends to a range of 50 light-years. And in the GJ-1061 galaxy, which is 81 light-years away, this civilization's exploration vessel was devastated by an attack from a ruthless, unknown force. More importantly, the star map fragments obtained are displayed together with the player's own star map. There is indeed a passable route from Casale Prime to the solar system. Otherwise, Chen Xing's reconnaissance team wouldn't have arrived here. It may not have been discovered yet because it is so remote. What does that mean? This means that the solar system is not actually hidden. It may have already been exposed to the potential vision of a nascent interstellar civilization. Even though the other side may not have yet gone to the solar system to scout, this is a major potential crisis. Perhaps in a few years or decades, the solar system will attract extraterrestrial exploration, and Earth will be invaded by aliens. In particular, the mysterious attacker is very likely to be a space pirate or something similar, because no valuable items were left on target X1. How far is the threat posed by the fact that it can launch attacks within Casal's operational range? If the attackers were indeed pirates. Therefore, it is very likely that the Casal Commonwealth is not the only alien civilization in this star system. An unprecedented chill crept up Chen Xing's spine. The dark forest theory of the universe. For the first time, it was presented to him in such a naked and intimate way. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice suddenly rang out. It broke the suffocating silence in the R&D center with an undeniable decisiveness. Command, Gale 4887, Reconnaissance Squad. First, expedite the collection operation and preserve all collected samples. This includes items such as alien remains and equipment fragments. It is imperative to ensure sample integrity and implement proper isolation measures. Second, perform a thorough scan of the X-1 wreckage. After obtaining all technical details of its engine, weapons, if any remain, structure, etc., destroy it completely on the spot. Leave no traceable intact parts. Execute the molecular-level pulverization protocol. Command confirmed. Sample recovery and preservation procedure initiated. Molecular-level pulverization protocol loading. Pangu immediately carried out the order. Third, the team's mission priority has been changed. The original sector exploration plan has been abandoned. Carry all samples and data, and immediately return at full speed. Activate the Dan-2 engine at maximum safe warp speed. I need those samples delivered to the Mars base as quickly as possible. Flight route reset. Maximum safe warp speed 186C initiated. Estimated return time approximately 165 days. Pangu quickly calculated and responded. Chen Xing turned his gaze back to the holographic star map. That region represents the GJ 1061 galaxy, and the dotted line path pointing to Castle main star 110 light-years away. At this moment, it seemed to be flashing with a mysterious red light. The exploration of tens of thousands of reconnaissance teams has finally touched upon a corner of the true universe, but the reality is far grander and more cruel than imagined. He slowly sat down, leaned back slightly, and closed his eyes. The superbrain was operating at high speed, processing this explosive information and deducing countless possibilities. When I opened my eyes again, there were those deep, dark eyes. The shock and chill had been replaced by a colder, harder resolve. The peaceful era of deep space exploration has come to an end. The journey to the stars and the sea has only just begun, and from this moment on, the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice was deep and powerful. Notify all Gale reconnaissance teams to raise the alert level to the highest level. The exploration mode incorporates an active concealment protocol to prevent any unnecessary energy leakage. Meanwhile, he paused, his eyes flashing with an iron will. The unlimited troop expansion plan has increased its production capacity target by 1000%. Resource supply priority has been raised once again. I want to see a force within 2 years powerful enough to crush anything that dares to peer into the solar system. A million-strong steel torrent of starships. Instructions confirmed, boss. Pangu's voice carried a chilling tone. The Deep Space Sentinel program has entered a state of war preparedness. The new objective for the Unlimited Army Production Plan has been revised, increase the average monthly starship production capacity to 50,000. The lights in the Blue Star Base R&D Center seemed a few degrees colder than usual. Chen Xing stood before the enormous holographic star map, his gaze sharp as a knife. It was locked onto the region representing the coordinates of the GJ 1061 galaxy and the more distant Castle Primary. The cold, alien wreckage 81.3 light-years away. Like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, it completely disrupted Chen Xing's steady and peaceful progress. Casale Union, a real alien civilization with the ability to travel between star systems. Its reach is only a few tens of light-years away from the solar system. Although, according to intelligence, the other side does not seem to have discovered the existence of the solar system. But this is by no means a reason to be complacent. The tragic fate of that Ash-class ship. This clearly demonstrates that this star field is not a peaceful and tranquil place. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice was deep and clear, carrying an unquestionable determination. Lock onto the other reconnaissance squad closest to Gale 4887. Target change, based on the acquired star map fragments and route information. Infiltrate the core area of the Casale Consortium's operational star system. Mission, highest level covered reconnaissance. Gather all intelligence on this civilization. Social structure, technological strength, military deployment, political leanings, every detail. Maintain the highest alert level in case of any situation. Even the slightest disturbance will be reported using quantum encryption immediately. Command confirmed, boss. Pangu responded quickly, his tone carrying a hint of menace. The Gale 1123 squad has been located approximately 35 light-years from the edge of the target star system. Course correction complete. Dan-2 engine activated at maximum safe warp speed. Estimated arrival time, 42 days. The highest level of stealth protocol has been loaded. Gathering intelligence is of utmost urgency. Passively waiting is not Chen Xing's style. The information from just one damaged transport ship is far too limited. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. He needs a deeper eye to see the true face of that potential neighbor. With the intelligence gathering pieces already in place, Chen Xing immediately turned his attention to the more pressing defensive weaknesses. Since the Casale complex already possesses rudimentary forms of curvature technology, what about even more advanced civilizations? Or perhaps it's due to Causal's own technological breakthrough? If one day, a fully fledged warp drive fleet were to appear silently in the Oort cloud region, they could even travel at warp speed to Earth's orbit, the consequences would be unimaginable. This thought sent a chill down Chen Xing's spine. Passive defense is tantamount to sitting and waiting for death. He needs eyes that can see the disturbance in space in advance. He needs an interception network, one that can interfere with or even disrupt the enemy's warp drive. He turned and strode toward the central holographic workbench. With a wave of his hand, he brought up all the design blueprints and operating data of the Dantu engine. Spatial fluctuations, warp drive. He muttered to himself, his fingertips flying across the virtual keyboard. Now that we have grasped the secrets of curvature, we must be able to perceive it, and even control it. Panga mobilized all the computing power of the Fuxi matrix. Priority: spatial fluctuation monitoring and interference blocking technology. Objective: to construct an early warning and defense barrier covering the entire solar system. The computing resources are ready, boss. Spatial fluctuation monitoring model under construction. Based on the reverse engineering principle of the Dawn engine, Pangu's voice carried the buzzing of full power. Chen Xing's brain exploded like a supernova. The terrifying intelligence granted by the second-generation gene serum was brought to its extreme. Warp navigation is essentially about distorting spatial geometry to form a warp bubble. Then, any abnormal distortion of space itself. In theory, they should all be detectable. Countless complex gravitational field equations, space-time metric tensors, the energy-space coupling formula was being disassembled, reassembled, and optimized in front of him. The key is to identify and amplify the unnatural ripples in the background space, filtering out the background noise of gravitational waves from the universe itself. Chen Xing was completely immersed in a sea of formulas. Fingers blurred across the virtual keyboard, constructing a brand new theoretical framework for detection. The laboratory lights became his only reference for perceiving time, and the alternation of day and night lost its meaning. He repeatedly deduced, modeled, simulated failures, and optimized. Countless flashes of inspiration collided, vanished, and were reborn in my mind. 2 weeks flew by amidst countless simulations and theoretical reconstructions. The theoretical model for the listener-wide area spatial fluctuation monitoring array has been completed. Pangu's voice carried a hint of certainty after calculation. Core principle: deploy an ultra-sensitive network of graviton sensors. Real-time supercomputing analysis combined with the Fuxi matrix. Capture and identify any unnatural spatial distortions within a radius of 0.1 light-years. Unique ripple signals generated by warp drive, large space jumps, etc. The recognition accuracy reaches 99.8%. Very good. Chen Xing was extremely excited. We have the eyes, now we need a net. His gaze shifted to a more aggressive area: curvature interference blocking. Interference and blocking, the core lies in disrupting the stability of the curvature bubble, making it unable to maintain or forcing it to crash. He muttered to himself, his mind racing. Based on the principles of the Dawn engine, the stability of a curvature bubble depends on precise energy field confinement and spatial anchoring. So, the direction of the interference is. His fingers began to fly again. Option 1: high intensity, specific spectrum energy shock. Create intense energy turbulence around the target curvature bubble. It disrupts the stability of its energy field and the effectiveness of its spatial anchoring point. The holographic stage simulates the dynamic image of an energy shock wave impacting a curvature bubble. Option 2: perturbation of local spatial constant. Utilizing powerful gravitational field generators or space warping devices. Artificially create temporary spatial folds or traps in the target area. Disrupt its predefined spatial geometry. Another simulation shows the space being forcibly distorted. This causes the curvature bubbles along the path to oscillate violently and are on the verge of bursting. Option 3: resonance interference. Analyze the core frequency of the target curvature engine to emit spatial fluctuations at the same frequency or even multiples of that frequency in the opposite direction. This triggers internal resonance, undermining its structural stability from within. The three technological approaches collided, merged, and optimized intensely in his mind. Energy shocks are effective quickly, but they consume a huge amount of energy and can be defended against by advanced shields. The spatial constant perturbation has a strong effect, but it has the highest technical threshold, requiring precise prediction of the target's location. Resonance interference is the most covered and efficient method, but it requires cracking the core frequency of the target engine, which involves uncertainty. Then, let's merge. Chen Xing's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Construct a composite interference field. It also includes modules for high-intensity energy turbulence and adjustable local spatial constant perturbation, and it includes a reserved interface for active frequency detection and resonance generator. Trinity. No intruder can hide. In the days that followed, the laboratory was filled with an invisible tension. Chen Xing is like a warrior fighting against space itself. The mathematical model of the interference field is being continuously optimized. It calculates the energy threshold, the amplitude and range of spatial perturbations, and the sensitivity of frequency capture. Countless simulations failed, and countless parameter adjustments were made. Finally, 1 month later, late at night, on the holographic stage, there is a simulated curvature bubble representing an unknown intruder. Under the triple attack of the complex interference field, it was like a soap bubble that had been punctured. After a violent tremor, it vanished silently, failing to reach its intended coordinates. The composite Module 4 warp-induced navigation interference blocking field has passed verification. Pangu's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Code name, Disintegrator. It can effectively interfere with and forcibly terminate warp drive of civilizations of type 2.5 and below within a radius of 0.1 light-years. Not enough. Chen Xing stared intently at the data. Integrate the listener monitoring array with the disintegrator interference field. Construct an integrated defense unit. Integrated Solution Generation Star Curtain, a device for integrated space fluctuation monitoring and interference blocking. Pangu responded swiftly. Monitoring radius 0.1 light-years, effective interference blocking radius 0.1 light-years. Cooperative operation mode optimization complete. Build a prototype immediately. Deployed outside Mars orbit for full power testing. Chen Xing gave the order. 3 days later, a star curtain device with a diameter of several hundred meters, a complex structure, and silver-gray energy patterns flowing on its surface. It was deployed in a designated airspace outside Mars orbit. Full power startup test of the Starry Night device begins. Pangu's voice echoed in the test command center. Chen Xing stared intently at the holographic screen. Outside the test site of the star curtain device, far from Mars orbit, a Starship 4 transport ship, serving as a target vessel, begins to activate its Dawn 2 warp drive. Target engine activated. Spatial fluctuation signal detected. Coordinates locked. Interference wave activated. Countdown 3, 2, 1, launch. The listener module instantly detected the unusual spatial ripples and pinpointed the location. The disintegrator jamming wave was activated and launched immediately afterward. Invisible energy interference waves travel through subspace, subtly disturbing local space while simultaneously acting on the target area. Just as distorted ripples appeared around the target ship, and a spatial curvature bubble was about to form, an invisible energy wave, carrying high-frequency vibrations, struck that area precisely. The space around the target ship was like a mirror that had been struck by a boulder, instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The newly formed space bubble trembled and flickered violently, like a dreamlike bubble. It then completely collapsed in less than 0.5 seconds. The violent spatial turbulence swept across the target ship like an invisible hurricane. This caused the ship to shake violently, and the alarms on the conventional engines sounded shrilly. Interference successful. Curvature bubble failed to form. Target engine overload protection activated. Minor structural damage to the ship, no major issues. Pangu's report was delivered with a calm and certain tone. Chen Xing stood in front of the control panel, looking at the real-time data being transmitted back in the target ship's disheveled state. A cold and satisfied smile finally appeared on his lips. Then a series of tests were conducted, and more than 10 target ships were scrapped before all the tests were completed. All tests were successful. Test results met design expectations. Pangu's report was powerful and resounding. Chen Xing breathed a long sigh of relief. My nerves, which had been tense for more than a month, finally relaxed a little. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Pangu, activate Project Star Curtain. Produce Star Curtain devices at full capacity. Deployment priority centered on Blue Star, covering layer by layer from the inside out. Establish the first line of defense around the Oort cloud. I want the entire solar system to be enveloped under our star curtain. Command confirmed. Starry Night production line is now running at full power. The deployment plan is being optimized, and it is estimated that it will take 3 months to fully cover the solar system. Pangu executed the task efficiently. Just as Chen Xing was feeling somewhat relieved by the successful deployment of Starscreen, the eye from deep space has finally sent back the long-awaited images. The Gale 1123 reconnaissance team moved like ghosts. Finally, it quietly slipped into the edge of the 7th resource sector marked by the Casale Consortium. On the way to the 7th resource sector, they encountered more and more spaceships. It wasn't until they entered the outer perimeter of the 7th resource sector that the images transmitted back by the probe began to change drastically. Boss, Gale 1123 has entered the outer perimeter of the 7th resource sector of the Casale Consortium. Environmental scans show unusual prosperity. Pangu's voice carried a hint of seriousness after analysis. At the same time, the real-time image is projected onto the holographic projection. Chen Xing's gaze was instantly drawn to it. The scene before him was completely different from the desolate deep space he had explored before. The background of sparse stars. At this moment, it is adorned with countless moving points of light and fixed large structures, making it look like a dazzling galaxy. The first thing that catches the eye is the waterway. The invisible interstellar routes are like busy highways, with all sorts of strangely shaped spaceships and warships shuttling back and forth. There are giant or transport ships that are as bulky as whales and have long, shiny tails. There are flat, armed patrol boats with shimmering energy shields. There are also nimble, high-speed communication boats or small passenger ships. They come in various shapes, some with sharp edges and an industrial feel. Some have a streamlined shape like a living organism, and their paint jobs are also varied. But they all follow some kind of invisible traffic rules, flowing at high speed in the void. Further away, several enormous, breathtaking space structures floated in the starlight. One of them is particularly striking. It is not a geometric structure of a human space station. Instead, it is composed of countless thick, gnarled metal structures that resemble biological branches. Its surface is covered with honeycomb-shaped luminous energy panels, resembling a giant metallic coral flower blooming in the universe. At the nodes of the branches, countless parking spaces extend out. With its guide lights on, the spacecraft was bustling about, moving in and out of the area. Small transport boats, like busy worker bees, sped through the gaps in the coral. That's their starport? Chen Xing muttered to himself, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. This is hundreds of times larger than his space base orbiting Jupiter. Around the starport, thousands of warships, clearly of frigate class, were circling. Their designs are more ferocious, with menacing cannon muzzles, and they patrol vigilantly. Near the starport, you can also see some residential or industrial platforms built on asteroids or directly in the void. It is shimmering with various colored lights, like a floating island. The entire region was filled with vitality, order, and a kind of bustling energy befitting a mature stellar civilization. Confirmed, comparison with the Target X1 database. This is the hub port of the 7th Resource Star Zone, Pengen-G port. Pangu is marked with information. The Swift 1123 squad has activated the highest level of stealth mode. Passive scanning records everything, preventing any leakage of active detection signals. Chen Xing stared at this bustling yet unfamiliar star field, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This is a living, technologically advanced, and widely active late-stage Type 2 stellar civilization. Its prosperity far exceeded his expectations. Compared to this, the solar system is like a primitive tribe that has just lit a torch. Suddenly, a bold and adventurous plan took shape in his mind. He needs deeper intelligence, he needs to understand the inner workings of this civilization. It is necessary to know their attitude towards their neighbors. We need to gather more information about civilizations in the surrounding star systems. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice was calm and undisturbed. Command Gale 1123 Squadron to select a Starship-class starship and break away from the formation. About 10 astronomical units away from the central starport, in a relatively open area far from the main shipping routes. Disarm all stealth measures and perform a warp drive to approach and dock at the starport. Disguised as a ship from an unknown advanced civilization that has arrived from a long-distance voyage and is preparing to dock for rest and recuperation. Attract the other party to take the initiative to make contact. Meanwhile, prepare a team of nanomimicry spy robots disguised as human civilization. Equipped with state-of-the-art translation and learning modules, it will commence intelligence-gathering missions once granted permission to dock. Command understood. Risk level, medium-high. Execution plan being generated. Pangu quickly analyzed the feasibility. Disguise program loaded. Spy robot ready to deploy. Target Starship XL8971, initiating disengagement and reappearance procedures. The 7th Resource Star Zone hub port, Pengen-G port. The giant metallic coral flowers reflected a magnificent light under the starlight, and the port area remained bustling. Sudden. Inside the main control tower of Pengen-G port, a piercing alarm suddenly blared through the sky. Top alert. An unusually high-energy spatial distortion has been detected. Coordinates K7-2412,1542,5224. The intensity far exceeds the recording threshold. Suspected characteristics of a space bubble indicating the end of a mature warp drive. The monitor's voice was distorted with shock. The entire starport was instantly enveloped in a tense atmosphere. The port commander suddenly stood up. He stared intently at the huge signal source that suddenly appeared on the screen, representing violent spatial disturbances. What? Mature curvature technology? Retrieve optical imagery immediately. All escort ships on Level 1 combat alert. Target area. Quickly. Almost simultaneously with the alarm sounding, the engines of dozens of Kasale frigates deployed on the outermost perimeter of starport were running at full power. Like a swarm of startled bees, they rushed toward the alarm coordinates at top speed. Their cannons are charging and their shields are fully deployed. They tensely surrounded that space, their cannons locked tightly on the core of the distorted space. In this tense silence, space violently rippled, stretched, and twisted like crumpled silk. Buzz! After a deep hum that seemed to originate from the space itself, a huge, irregular, twisted transparent bubble suddenly appeared and then vanished in an instant. A massive, streamlined vessel, its entire body covered in unknown dark gold armor, camouflage color change. A massive warship gleaming with a cold, noble luster. As if leaping out of nothingness, it silently floats in the center of the encirclement. Its majestic hull, stretching 1.8 kilometers, features a powerful shark-shaped design, and the clearly powerful and uniquely shaped gun muzzles on the ship's hull. It instantly intimidated all the Kasale frigates surrounding it. Compared to this steel behemoth, Kasal's hundreds of meters-long frigates looked as insignificant as toys. A deathly silence enveloped the communication channel. Captains of the Kasal frigate, looking out the porthole at this colossal ship that exuded a cold and oppressive aura. Everyone felt their scalp tingle and their palms sweat. This is absolutely not any model known to the consortium. This level of technology far surpasses theirs. After a brief, suffocating silence, the communications officer of the escort fleet flagship, under the commander's stern intense gaze, gave instructions. Use the calmest possible tone, even one that conveys obvious humility and awe. A broadcast message with language encoding and a generic friendly identifier was sent to the public channel. Honorable unknown visitor, welcome to Pangan Port, part of the Kasale Commonwealth. We are the Pangenja Defense Fleet of the 7th Resource Sector of the Kasale Consortium. Your unexpected visit is a great honor and a surprise to us. Please state your identity and purpose of visit. We mean no offense and are happy to provide you with the necessary assistance if you require it. The broadcast echoed through the vast star field, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. The 7th Resource Sector of the Kasale Consortium, outside the Pangenja port. The enormous, metallic, coral-shaped starport stands silently under the starlight. Its busy traffic flow fell into a stagnant silence due to the appearance of that uninvited guest. Starry Sky XL 8971, its dark gold armor gleamed with a cold, noble luster under the port lights. It hovered in the center of the encirclement like a giant beast from the abyss. The public channel broadcast from the flagship of the Kasal escort fleet, trembling with obvious humility, echoed in the vacuum. A moment of deathly silence. Inside the bridge of Starry Sky XL 8971, Panga's electronic voice was calm and even. Communication request received, boss. Broadcast message includes language encoding, friendly identifier, and identity verification. Pangu, translate and analyze the other party's broadcast message. Chen Xing's voice was calm and emotionless. Broadcast information analysis complete, boss. Panga's electronic voice rang out clearly and efficiently in the silent bridge. Language Kasal, mapping model established, based on target X1 data, 95.3% matching accuracy. Emotional spectrum, strong awe, 78.2%, high tension, 15.3%, confusion, 6.5%. Wording, humble, using the highest honorific prefix, repeatedly emphasizing that there is no intention to offend, and offering assistance proactively. Assessment, the enemy was completely intimidated by our method of appearance and the sheer size of our ships, placing them in an absolutely passive position. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Chen Xing's lips. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Disguised as an advanced civilization, they descend with an overwhelming presence to intimidate the other party and prevent them from delving deeper into the matter. Very good. He nodded slightly, his eyes sharp as knives. Respond as planned. The tone should be flat, with an unquestionable sense of superiority and a touch of condescending interest. Command confirmed. Disguised communication protocol activated, voice print simulation, cold, authoritative, inhuman mode. Broadcast content is being generated. The brief delay was seen by outsiders as the mysterious giant ship's reserve. When the flagship commander of the Kasal escort fleet felt his cheaty new shell was being soaked in cold sweat, a stream of information, encrypted multiple times, with a steady tone yet possessing an undeniable penetrating power. It instantly covered the communication frequency bands of the Kasale fleet. It directly penetrated the opponent's weak encryption. The sound resonated clearly within the bridge of every Kasale warship. Notification to the port of Pagjenko, a member of the Kasale community. The voice was cold and authoritative, like the friction of metal, without any inflection, directly omitting all honorifics and redundancy. This ship, Stardust Voyager, belongs to the Star Sea Observation Council. The sound paused for a second. It was as if giving the other party time to digest this high-level title. It also carried a hint of invisible pressure. Having completed a deep space mission, we have arrived in this star system and now need to dock for rest and resupply. The duration is 3 standard sidereal days. The tone of his voice clearly indicated that this was not a discussion, but a notification and a requirement. During this period, the personnel of this ship will land at the starport to conduct necessary activities and information exchanges. At the same time, the ship needs to update the nearby star map and grant full access to the public star map information database and recent star region dynamics briefing. Arrange premium berths and corresponding access permissions. The order was given as a matter of course. Execute immediately. The commanding tone struck like an invisible hammer, slamming into the hearts of every Kassal person who heard it. Inside the flagship of the Kassal escort fleet, the commander heard this reply. The Chini News carapace covering the cheek twitched slightly, and the light in the compound eye structure flickered rapidly. The Starry Sea Observation Council? The Voyagers? He hissed softly to his adjutant. Never heard of such a thing. But that tone, that matter-of-fact manner, it's definitely not an act. The opponent not only had overwhelming technical and skill levels, but also a condescending attitude. Treat them as service stations, not as equals with whom you need to negotiate. The adjutant's voice was tense. Commander, they're requesting access to the public star map library and dynamic briefings. Here you go. The commander interrupted without hesitation. Public star charts are information that can be traded. The dynamic briefings are nothing more than public navigation notices and resource point changes. As long as we can satisfy them, we must get rid of this big shot as soon as possible. Report this to the Starport Control Center immediately. He turned to the communications officer, reply to the other party. In the most humble tone, the commander then connected to the Starport Control Tower, highest priority response. Immediately. Clear A01 top-tier berth. Remove all weapon locks in this area. Notify the port authority, at the highest level. No. We'll provide hospitality exceeding the highest standards. We'll meet all their requirements. Quickly. He practically screamed it out, his voice filled with urgency born of fear. Reject? The strangely shaped, enormous cannons on that giant ship were silently pointed at them, but no one wanted to test their power. The communication was transmitted back to Starry Sky XL8971. This time, Kassal's tone was much more humble. Even with a hint of fear and ingratiation, Honorable Stardust Voyager. It is our pleasure to serve you. Pankar Harbor has received your request and is preparing a dedicated berth for you. Information interface access will be activated for you immediately. Please wait a moment while the guide boat heads to guide you. The other party's fear index has risen to 92%, awe index to 78%, and vigilance index to 40%. The information interface open protocol has been received. Pango real-time analysis. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. Very good. Proceed according to plan and prepare to dock. Arrange the diplomatic team. Received. XL8971's conventional engine is starting. Follow the guide vessel. The diplomat mimicry spy robot team is ready. The massive Starry Sky XL8971 was led by several small, flying Kassal guideboats, slowly sailing towards the main structure of Panjang Harbor, which resembles a giant coral tree. A specially cleared area, far from regular civilian berths. The large berth, heavily guarded and actually used for surveillance and isolation, slowly opened its energy shield entrance. The starship's massive body slid in precisely and made physical connection with the berth docking arm. Buzz. The heavy, airtight gates opened one by one, and the connecting passage was established. The hatch opened, and three people dressed in streamlined outfits covered in matte black material. A figure in a simple yet futuristic uniform stepped out. The leading diplomat, codenamed Shadow, moved with a steady gait. They are a team of diplomat robots arranged by Pangu. It is equipped with state-of-the-art mimicry, intelligence, translation modules, monitoring, and scanning functions. Its appearance is designed to conform to human aesthetics, but the details have a distinctly alien and high-class feel. His expression was indifferent, his eyes sharp, and he carried a sense of detachment, looking down on all living beings. Their core directive is clear: gather intelligence, but do not expose yourselves. The huge welcoming team, which had been waiting in the berth area and was personally led by the highest-ranking port official, held their breath instantly. The other party's inhuman aura and the technological feel emanating from their equipment. It puts an invisible pressure on all Kassals. Honorable members of the Starry Sea Observation Council, I am Grak, the Port Authority Manager. Port Authority Chief Executive Grak tried his best to put on the most respectful smile. Welcome to Panjang. Our port is fully prepared and ready to serve you. Shadow slightly raised her hand, the movement small, yet carrying a natural air of authority. He used a treated, slightly metallic texture. The universal language, optimized by Panga based on the Kassal language database, speaks calmly, at a slow pace, with each word clearly enunciated. According to our needs. Provide standard energy ingot replenishment interface specifications. Provide a basic list of biological resources and access points. Our personnel will take a rest in the public area and do not require accompaniment. Maintaining order is sufficient. Supervisor Grack blinked his compound eyes rapidly a few times. He nodded quickly. Understood. Understood. The energy interface parameters will be provided immediately. A list of essential supplies is provided immediately. Public areas are now open to your staff. You will not be disturbed in any way. He frantically operated the terminal, sending data packets over. Shadow simply nodded slightly. Having received the data, it was as if the other party had simply completed a task within their purview. Resupply docking will be completed by our automated machinery. The rest period is 3 standard days. During this period, communication silence will be maintained. Having said that, he ignored the trembling and fearful Grack. Accompanied by 2 other equally silent attendants, head straight toward the public rest area marked inside the Star Harbor. Their steps were unhurried, their eyes fixed straight ahead. They seemed completely uninterested in the bizarre alien creatures and exotic architectural styles around them. That sense of superiority that emanates from deep within. This caused all the Casals who tried to approach or spy on the area to instinctively hold their breath and back away. Grack watched them disappear around the corner of the passage and let out a long sigh of relief. He urgently ordered into the communicator, quickly, notify the Department of Energy and the Department of Logistics. Meet all requirements of the Stardust Voyager to the highest specifications. Notify the Security Department when the other party's personnel are active in public areas. Maintain social distancing and only perform the bare minimum of order maintenance. Absolutely. We absolutely must not anger them. The intelligence mission quietly unfolded during the seemingly casual stroll of the 3 shadows. They walked through the vast interior space of Panjang Harbor. This place is like a 3-dimensional alien city, with small vehicles shuttling back and forth on aerial tracks. People of different ethnicities frequent various peculiar shops, squares, and observation decks. Shadow's gaze swept across the huge information billboard seemingly casually. The screen displays regional news, port announcements, and commercial advertisements. Deep within his pupils, an imperceptible high-speed camera device captures all textual and image information. Pangu analyzes, records, and archives data in real time. He paused in front of a hologram showing the distribution of mineral resources in a star sector, as if he were drawn in. Your finger swipes freely across the hologram's control interface. In reality, it rapidly replicates the underlying geographic information and resource labels. He admired the magnificent energy distribution node building at the heart of the port. As far as the eye can see, 3-dimensional scan data of the building structure, energy pipeline layout, and weak points in protection have been transmitted back simultaneously. And as he walked, the shadows and folds of his uniform were visible. Countless dark gray mechanical spiders, each the size of a grain of rice and covered with a quantum stealth coating, quietly detached themselves like dust. They utilize optical stealth and high-speed movement capabilities to perfectly blend into the background noise of the environment. These shadow spiders travel along ventilation ducts, through pipe gaps, and even attach themselves to the clothing of passing Casals. They stealthily infiltrated several core areas of the port. Data pipelines near the command center, blind spots in the monitoring of the energy core, even the gaps between other Casale ships anchored in the harbor. Their only instructions are to lie in wait, listen, record, and transmit. It has no offensive capabilities and cannot expose itself. At the Blue Star base, a massive amount of information was refreshing like a waterfall on the holographic screen in front of Chen Seng. The overall structure of the Pan-Gen-G gang is constantly being improved. Social news, economic developments, and technology product advertisements from the Casale community were analyzed and extracted. Scattered information about military deployments, such as the type and frequency of patrol vessels, was captured one by one. Conversations between people of different ethnicities in Casals have been translated and recorded. It reveals dissatisfaction with social class, cultural customs, and even with the top leadership of the consortium. Pangu's voice calmly reported the key information. The Casale Consortium has been confirmed as a loose alliance of multiple species. The core technology is controlled by the crustaceans, to which the Grack belong, and the symbiotics, soft-bodied creatures. Image of its main warship, the Thorn-class frigate, docked was detected. Preliminary assessment of the weapon system primarily uses high-energy particle beams. Its energy shield technology lags behind the Starry Sky class by approximately 3 generations. Intercepted internal port communications. The text mentions complaints about the heavy losses suffered by the 7th Fleet in its encounter with the Ghost Raiders at GJ-1061D. Supplementary information on Ghost Raider feature fragments, black paint scheme. The attack is highly efficient and ruthless, and it is suspected of possessing short-range warp drive capabilities. Its operational range is uncertain. The Shadow Spider has successfully infiltrated 17% of critical area nodes, continuously acquiring encrypted communication streams and energy system logs. Blue Star Research and Development Center. Chen Sing sat quietly, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Each piece of intelligence was like a puzzle piece, making his understanding of the star system clearer. Ghost Raider. Short-range curvature. He muttered to himself as the outline of this potential threat gradually became clearer with the addition of intelligence. For the next 3 days, the diplomats were accompanied by the Kasale people, who were filled with trepidation and almost fawning. They began their sightseeing tour. Their demands were direct and efficient. Proceed to the central control tower to observe flight path scheduling. Access the public information portal to view publicly available star maps and trade data for the star sector. Visit the main warship maintenance dock and learn about the technical parameters of conventional ships, publicly available. Enter the core business district to observe the social structure and the application of general technology. The Casals dared not be negligent in the slightest and granted almost every request. They carefully presented everything they could, even some of the most confidential information. I hope to win the favor of this mysterious and advanced civilization or leave an impression on it. The diplomats behaved like the most discerning observers. Fingers occasionally seemed to casually brush against the edge of the console, wall ports, or even the heat vents of some devices. Their eyes were sharp, recording every detail they saw. Ship type, exposed energy core features, shield generator location, communication node layout, differences in social class, common language patterns, and even the patrol routes and reaction times of guards. On the surface, they are getting to know each other. In fact, every action has a profound meaning. Meanwhile, the real action unfolds silently in the shadows. Just as the diplomats seemed focused on the visit and captivating the attention of all the Casals, opened several extremely concealed hatches on the hull of the Starry Sky XL-8971. Tens of thousands of spy mechanical spiders, different from the shadow spiders, were quietly released. These spy spiders are about 10 centimeters in diameter. The entire body is covered with a quantum stealth coating, giving it extremely strong stealth and dynamic camouflage capabilities. Proficient in various espionage skills and possesses powerful system intrusion and cracking capabilities. They were concealed in the shadow of the massive body of Starry Sky XL-8971. It moves quickly and stealthily along walls, pipes, and ventilation ducts without making a sound. They even attach themselves to the bottom of aircraft within the port and are carried into certain core areas of the starport. Their target was clear: the core areas that were not requested to be visited by diplomats. Military Control Zone Database Server Cluster, Advanced Commander Communication Center, the main control core of the starport, and even the ventilation ducts of some research laboratories marked as highly confidential. They lurk like the most patient ghosts, lurking at the bottom of equipment, deep in cable trays, and in ceiling cavities. It silently records the physical characteristics of the optical signals, electromagnetic waves, and encrypted communication carriers that flow through it, and through extremely weak quantum encryption signals disguised as background radiation. The massive amount of fragmented information was transmitted back to Starry Sky XL-8971 in real time. Then, via quantum communication, the signals cross galaxies and are collected in Chen Xing's superbrain and Pangu's matrix at the Blue Star Base. At the Blue Star Base, Chen Xing stood in front of a giant holographic star map. On the star map, the virtual model of entrenched in the port is gradually being perfected. Countless tiny points of light, representing the shadow spider and the spy spider, infiltrated its interior like a virus. His gaze was focused and cold. Pangu was frantically processing, analyzing, and integrating the endless stream of intelligence fragments. The analysis of the publicly available star map has been completed, confirming the detailed composition of the core territory of the Kasale Consortium and the 7th Resource Sector. Their activity radius is approximately 58 light-years, and they are home to multiple subordinate races with a loosely federal social structure. Analysis of civilian and low-level military technologies. Energy is mainly based on nuclear fusion, and shield technology is below average. The main battleship has a conventional cruising speed of 0.6 times the speed of light, and its weapon systems mainly consist of high-energy particle beams and kinetic missiles. Power assessment: limited threat to vibranium armor. Social structure observation: strict hierarchy, obvious resource orientation, and internal strife. The basic grammar and high-frequency vocabulary model of the Common Language CASL has been established, with 87% of the code deciphering completed. Weaknesses in the port defense system: insufficient redundancy in energy nodes 3 and 7, winky face. The patrol interval in the western area is 12.7 seconds. There is a 0.5 second delay in communication between the main control tower and the weapon array. One piece of intelligence after another was extracted, constructing an increasingly clear picture of the Casalite Union. A technology level hovering between 2.5 and 2.8, not internally monolithic. And they are interstellar civilizations that are filled with awe, or rather, fear, of more advanced technologies. A cold glint flashed across Chen Xing's lips. The advantage is in my hands. But that's not enough. He needs something deeper. Their core secret research, their understanding of other civilizations in the surrounding star systems, and especially the movements of the highest decision-making levels. Pangu, command the shadow spiders and spy spiders to change their priority. Under the premise of ensuring absolute concealment, attempt physical contact with the following targets: Port Core Database Backup Link, private communication recorders of senior military officers. The ventilation opening in the archive room is labeled Stellar Threat Assessment. Key acquisitions, military deployment maps, classified research reports, and classified diplomatic documents. In particular, any records concerning the Ghost Raiders and surrounding intelligent civilizations. Chen Xing's instructions were precise and ruthless. Inside the starport, the lurking spy spiders seem to have received the highest order. The action patterns have become more sophisticated and adventurous. Several shadow spiders successfully attached themselves to the inside of an engineer's toolbox who was repairing a data repeater. Others utilized the temporary changes in airflow in the ventilation system. It drifted into an officer's lounge where a high-level meeting had just ended. The back of a personal data board left attached to the sofa crevices. There was also a small team of elite spy spiders, working along the liquid cooling pipes that cooled the server cluster. They struggled to climb into the core area of the archives room, which was marked Top Secret, Starfield Intelligence. The risks are increasing, but the rewards could increase exponentially. The information flow, like a gentle stream, has begun to include more sensitive content, continuously flowing into the distance. The 3-day deadline passed in the blink of an eye. The diplomats concluded their visit and information exchange on time. Faced with Kassel Port Authority Director Brack's cautious attempts to retain him and his tentative attempts to establish further contact, the port was in a difficult situation. Shadow simply replied indifferently, "Rest complete. Resupply complete." Concise and to the point, without any lingering sentimentality. The cold, impersonal command from Starry Sky XL8971 echoed once again through the docking zone communication channel. Announcement: our ship is about to depart. Keep the waterway clear. Under the complex gazes of the Kassals, it was a mixture of awe, curiosity, loss, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. The Starry Sky XL8971 slowly sailed out of the port. Then, the space around the ship began to distort and blur violently again. Buzz. The deep, resonant hum in the space sounded like a declaration. This caused all the Kassale warships to involuntarily retreat once again. The next second, a huge space bubble was instantly generated. Envelop this massive steel behemoth that exudes immense pressure and endless mystery within. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the starship vanished without a trace, leaving only a brief ripple in the space where it had been standing, and a group of Kassals, looking at each other blankly, as if a huge boulder was pressing on their hearts. The other party came and went like the wind, aloof and unapproachable, with unclear motives. It cast a shadow over Panjang, and indeed over the entire Kassale community. Blue Star Base, on the holographic platform in front of Chen Sang. The intelligence tree regarding the Kassale Union is growing and becoming increasingly detailed. The publicly available information has been completely digested. Fragmented confidential information obtained through a spy spider adventure. Like a jigsaw puzzle, it was pieced together and deduced by Pangu. By acquiring fragments of military deployment maps and combining them with publicly available information, the model's completeness has been increased to 65%. Analysis of senior military officers' communications records reveals serious internal divisions regarding the Starry Sea Observation Council. The peace faction, Respect, is currently in the lead, but the Hawks, Vigilance, are demanding increased border surveillance. The external monitoring records of the Starfield Threat Assessment archives revealed the following high-frequency terms: space pirates, ghost fleet, high-energy particle weapon characteristics match, inferred range of activity, Cygnus spiral arm direction, including the region where the solar system is located. The core database physical link connection failed, triggering a secondary alert, which has been attributed to equipment failure. Shadow Spiders suffered a 7% loss. Chen Xing's eyes were sharp as knives. The gains were substantial, but the crucial core secrets remained untouched. The Ghost Raiders that Kassal mentioned are the mysterious forces that attacked the Ash-class transport ships. Moreover, its activity range may even cover the direction of the solar system. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice carried the calmness of someone in control of the game. Command all Shadow Spiders to enter deep stealth mode. Silent standby, awaiting the next activation command. Prioritizes self-preservation. Analyze existing intelligence and focus on building a Ghost Raider threat model. This involves extrapolating its possible operational routes, technological capabilities, and historical conflicts with Casamance. At the same time, dispatch the nearby Gale reconnaissance squad to try to find areas of suspicious Ghost Raider activity. We are trying to eliminate this group of wandering space pirates, who may potentially wander into the solar system. With the curtain of diplomacy falling, Chen Xing was able to see the social conditions of an interstellar civilization. We learned that there are interstellar pirate groups that exist and are active among various interstellar civilizations. Chen Xing's gaze pierced through the star map, as if he could see the dark star field called the Cygnus Arm. The intelligence we obtained revealed that various pirate groups, large and small, were lurking there. As for the internal divisions within the Casale Union, those were not within his consideration. After all, they were just one channel through which Chen Sing learned about interstellar information. They cannot reach the other side of the solar system for the time being, and this appearance and withdrawal of the starship, like a pebble thrown into a deep pool, the ripples have only just begun to spread among the nearby interstellar civilizations. The next day, at the Blue Star Base Research and Development Center, the enormous holographic star map, like a miniature projection of the deep universe, floats silently. Chen Sing stood before the star map, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Unconsciously, my fingertips tapped lightly on the cold metal handrail. The diplomatic operations in Panenhake Harbor and the subsequent trickle of intelligence converged. It was as if a huge stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. This allowed this originally blurry star field to gradually reveal its true, complex, and dynamic outline. Boss, the initial intelligence gathering on the Casale Union and surrounding intelligent civilizations within a radius of approximately 200 light-years has been completed. Pangu's voice broke the silence, carrying the clarity and order of calculation. Based on fragmented information obtained from various channels, publicly available data, and our reconnaissance data, a preliminary model has been established. The holographic star map was instantly illuminated, and countless highlights, lines, and markings representing different civilizations emerged. It was like painting a dazzling yet dangerous starry sky. Civilization ranking standards revised. Interstellar Universal Version. Level 1.0 to 1.9 Planetary Civilization. The home planet is well developed and possesses limited space travel capabilities, chemical energy/primary nuclear fusion. Its activity range is limited to the planetary system, including its parent planet, its satellites, and the nearby asteroid belt. Communication relies on electromagnetic waves, and weapons are kinetic or primary energy weapons. Civilizations at this level are numerous, mostly of a single species. Representative Earth, approximately level 0.8, level 2.0 to 2.9 star system civilization. To master the development within the star system and establish stable interplanetary colonies and space facilities. Its energy source is mainly mature nuclear fusion, and it has the ability to travel at sublight speed, more than 0.1 times the speed of light, in a conventional manner. Initial contact with the prototype of curvature navigation, unstable short-distance jumps, possessing a unified or loose star system-level social structure. With its internal structure relatively stable, it began exploring beyond its star system. Representative Casale Union, level 2.8 peak, attempting to break through the level 3.0 threshold. Level 3.0 to 3.9 multi-star system civilization/regional hegemon. Master stable warp drive technology, warp speed stability value greater than or equal to 10 times the speed of light. Its activities cover multiple star systems, establishing intergalactic resource networks, trade routes, and military presence. The energy technology is highly advanced, potentially involving antimatter and high-efficiency fusion reactor arrays. It possesses mature energy shields, advanced directed energy weapons, particle cannons, laser cannon arrays, and large-scale fleet deployment capabilities. Their social structures are mostly in the form of federations, empires, or close alliances, and they have a significant influence on surrounding star systems. Representative Ericsson Trade Federation, level 3.9, top regional overlord. Level 4 and above, galaxy-level civilization theoretically existing. There are no direct records of contact with the Casalite community, they exist only in legends and fragments of information from ancient ruins. Marker, mastery of high-altitude warp drive technology, warp speed stability greater than or equal to 100,000 times the speed of light. The widespread adoption of antimatter energy, preliminary dimensional interference, etc. On the holographic star map, as Panga narrates, markers representing different civilizations are lit up, colored, and labeled with their levels. Like stars suddenly blooming on a dark curtain, each with its own distinct color and level. Chen Sing nodded slightly. This classification standard was clear and practical, and it basically matched his previous deductions. Cassard's own assessment. Level 2.8, peak state, approaching the threshold of level 3.0. Age, 3,285 standard years. 1 standard year is approximately equal to 10 blue star years. Territory, radius approximately 58 light-years, core star ring 10 light-years, containing 7 resource star systems, including the parent star system. Social structure, a loose federation of multiple species, primarily the Shell clan and Symbiote clan, with several member races and a dozen subordinate races. Core technology is controlled by the 2 main races, leading to internal disagreements. Military, the main force consists of Thorn-class warships, approximately 800 meters long, in large numbers, over 100,000 are stationed in the core star ring, but their technology is relatively outdated. High-energy particle beam weapons, medium-strength shields, conventional cruising speed of 0.8 c, where c is the speed of light, 1 c equals 1 time the speed of light. They possess somewhat unstable short-distance warp drive technology, warp speed 10 c, short jump distance, high risk. Technology tree, mature nuclear fusion energy, intermediate level in materials science, and promising biotechnology, especially symbiotic systems. There is a strong desire and awe for more advanced technologies, such as mature curvature and energy shields. Threat, highly expansionist, extremely vigilant and even fearful of unknown advanced civilizations, such as the disguised Star Sea Observation Council. Internally, it is not monolithic, with disagreements between appeasers and hawks. Based on this standard, and combined with the star system intelligence held by the Kasale Consortium, a preliminary map of the distribution of intelligent civilizations has been drawn, covering an area of approximately 200 light-years around it, partially listed. Tundra Star Civilization, Level 1.4 located on the edge of the Kasale territory, a frozen planet. Age 35,841 standard years. Mammal-like, with thick fur, short and strong. Having just broken free from planetary constraints, they are struggling to establish a satellite base. Resources are scarce, and technological development is slow. Cluster symbiotes, Level 2.1 located approximately 10 light-years from the edge of the Kasale territory. These are non-carbon-based, silicon-based lifeforms. A collective consciousness is formed by countless tiny silicon crystals linked together by bioelectric waves. Age 7,841 standard years. Occupies a star system rich in silicon crystals. They excel at precision manufacturing and energy manipulation, but have low expansion desires and focus on internal lattice harmony. It maintains a friendly trade relationship with the Kasale community. Turbulent people, Level 2.3 located approximately 23 light-years from the edge of the Kasale territory. A planktonic civilization exists within the atmosphere of a gas giant. Age, 9,883 standard years. Giant gas sac-like organisms that use bioelectromagnetic fields to levitate and communicate. With its unique plasma manipulation technology, the ship's shape resembles the eye of a storm. Its activity is limited to its home galaxy. The giant air sac creatures are a strategic biological resource needed by the Kasale Consortium, and the two sides are adversaries. However, due to the long distance and insufficient logistics, each conflict was just a matter of looting and taking a little something before running away. Ethos Trade Union, Level 2.9, located approximately 70 light-years northeast of the Kasale Consortium. Age, 10,587 standard years. A business alliance composed of several humanoid intelligent races, skilled in precision manufacturing and commerce. Technological characteristics, more sophisticated energy weapons, lasers, ions, shields emphasize energy deflection, possesses mature short-range warp drive technology, 10C, and has a well-developed trade network. Social structure, oligarchic system, highly commercialized, neutral to conservative. Hercules War Cluster, Level 2.7 located approximately 55 light-years southwest of Kasale. Age, 2,587 standard years. A single, warlike humanoid race, with a robust physique and high physiological endurance. Technical features, kinetic energy weapons, electromagnetic guns, mass projectiles, have reached their pinnacle, and the ship's armor is thick and heavy. The shield focuses on physical defense and is well suited for short-range warp drive, 5C. Social structure, military dictatorship, expansionism, and ongoing low-intensity conflicts with several surrounding Level 2 civilizations. They are mortal enemies with the Kasale Union, viewing Kasale as a piece of easy prey. Over the years, it has encroached upon and eroded nearly 3 light-years of territory in the Kasser frontier. Aryan Covenant, Level 3.2 located approximately 170 light-years southeast of the Kasale Consortium. Age unknown. A technological alliance comprised of 3 humanoid races controls 9 surrounding star systems. The capital ship, the Allied-class cruiser, 1.5 kilometers in length, had a warp speed of approximately 25 degrees Celsius. Society is relatively stable and places great emphasis on scientific and technological exchange. Other details are unknown. Hasker Mining Group, Level 3.4 located approximately 190 light-years northwest of the Kasale Consortium. A giant corporate entity dominated by non-humanoid silicon-based lifeforms, with an age of approximately 10,000 standard years or more. Controls 15 mineral-rich star systems. Known for its massive industrial fleet and armed mining platforms. Warp speed approximately 40 c. Actions are pragmatic and forceful. Cronus Military Alliance, Level 3.8 Overlord located approximately 195 light-years northeast of the Kasale Consortium. Age unknown. Composed of several races that advocate military expansion, they control more than 50 star systems. The capital ship, the Conqueror-class battleship, over 3 kilometers in length, was heavily armed and had a warp speed of approximately 150 degrees Celsius. It is the most aggressive force in the region. Soren Hive, approximately level 3.6, located approximately 180 light-years east-northeast of the Kazal Consortium. Age unknown, and the relationship is suspected to have been developing for a short time. Composed of a highly evolved biological civilization of insectoid beings, driven primarily by biotechnology. Its development is rapid. Its Startant-class biological mothership is itself a huge ecosystem and war fortress. It can hatch and launch massive numbers of biological warships, such as blade guardian bugs and acid cannon bugs. It possesses highly efficient biological curvature organs, curvature speed estimated at 80 to 100 degrees Celsius. The robust bioenergy shield and corrosive bioweapons pose a significant threat. It is extremely expansionist, capable of overwhelming enemies with massive military forces, and has an enormous demand for resource-rich planets, making it the common enemy of all civilizations in the surrounding star systems. If it weren't for the Cronus military alliance constantly trying to curb its expansion, the surrounding civilizations would have been swallowed up long ago. Stardust Order, Level 3.9 Regional Overlord, located approximately 198 light-years south of the Kasser Union. It is over 8,000 standard years old. It is a theocratic civilization that worships a certain cosmic phenomenon or concept. The technology tree is unique, integrating biotechnology and Shinnick theory, to be verified, and the warship's design is full of religious symbols, with a warp speed of approximately 250 c. It possesses a large fleet and unknown Shinnick attack/defense capabilities. Information is vague, with moderate expansion potential but strong xenophobia. Arison Trade Alliance, Level 3.9 Regional Overlord, located approximately 160 light-years east of the Kazal Consortium. Age unknown. Dominated by highly mechanically modified organic life forms. The technology tree leans towards high-efficiency engineering, automation, and trade. It possesses a massive starship manufacturing capacity and a trade network covering a vast star field. The capital ships, the Arbitrator-class battlecruisers, were enormous, generally exceeding 5 kilometers in length. Its firepower and shields are both top-notch. It is suspected to be equipped with an entry-level gravity weapon. Conventional warp drive technology is mature, warp speed estimated at 280 to 300 degrees Celsius. The alliance is governed by a coalition of business oligarchs and powerful military contractors. Pragmatism is the dominant civilization of the Kasalite Union. Crystal Cluster Alliance, Level 3.9 Overlord, located approximately 180 light-years west of the Kasser Union, with an ancient and unknown history. A vast alliance led by silicon-based life forms known as Crystal Cluster People, whose territory spans dozens of mineral-rich star systems. Technical features: extremely high energy utilization efficiency, suspected to have reached the zero-point energy threshold, and powerful shield technology, multiple fields superimposed. The warp drive speed is estimated to exceed 300 c, and the company has mastered preliminary space folding technology for core star system defense. Social structure: highly centralized, efficient, and logic-driven. Its foreign policy is mysterious and tough, and it is recognized as one of the top powers in the region. The star map also marks dozens of early-stage civilizations of level 1 to 2. These rudimentary civilizations survived in the cracks between various powerful civilizations. A few civilizations at levels 3.1 to 3.5 were not shown. All intelligent life forms are organic organisms. No records of purely mechanical or energy-based civilizations have been found, nor have any other human civilizations been discovered. Chen Xin's gaze slowly swept over the marked points of light on the star map. The shade of color indicates its evaluation level. The crimson of the Sauron Hive and the dark gold of the Erection Alliance stood out starkly. The panorama of the universe slowly unfolded before him. It is far more noisy, complex, and dangerous than the solitude of the solar system. Chen Seng looked at the few markers on the star map that represented hegemonic civilizations and emitted a deep red warning light. His pupils contracted slightly. The star map clearly outlines the vast stage beyond the solar system and the potential levels of danger. Where is his base located on this star map? Finally, based on the above standards and our technical parameters, a preliminary assessment of the overall technical level of this base is conducted. Pangu's voice paused for half a second, as if making a final confirmation. Assessment result: level 3.2 to 3.6. Area of strength: warp drive technology, 186 c. Exceeding the standards of some level 3.8 civilizations, such as the warp speed of the Cronus Military Alliance capital ships at 150 c. Vibranium materials have unique advantages in defense and special applications, such as stabilizing curvature bubbles. Pangu's core AI has strong overall management capabilities. Furthermore, your personal superbrain deductions demonstrate that your speed of cutting-edge technology research and development possesses characteristics of a level 3.6 civilization. Weakness, industrial scale, although it has expanded rapidly under the military build-up plan. However, compared to civilizations like the Ericsson Trade Alliance and the Cronus Military Alliance, which have been deeply rooted in their development for many years and are at level 3.8+, this is a significant improvement. There is still a gap in overall production capacity and foundation. The population base and social structure are extremely homogeneous, and they rely almost entirely on automation and your personal will. It lacks the complex social ecology and adaptability that a multi-star system civilization should possess. There has been no breakthrough progress in areas such as gravity manipulation, space technology, and biotechnology. Although the fleet size reaches 100,000, a single ship type, Starry Sky class, is insufficient when facing the diversity of top-tier civilizations. There are obvious tactical shortcomings when specializing in fleet operations. Conclusion: possesses core technological capabilities of a level 3 civilization, with outstanding performance, particularly in the military and engineering fields. However, controlling territory, population size, social complexity, and the accumulation of knowledge in some disciplines still require time to develop. The overall assessment places it in the middle stage of level 3 civilization. 3.2 to 3.6. Chen Xing repeated in a low voice, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the armrest. This assessment affirms his achievements during his 14 years of inhumane development. It was like a bucket of cold water, waking him from the slight complacency that might have arisen from his dominant position in the solar system. Compared to true regional hegemons, his empire is still young and its foundation is still shallow. The massive arbitrator-class battlecruisers and suspected gravity weapons of the Ericsson Alliance. The terrifying biotechnology of the Sauron Hive is like a sword hanging over our heads. Just as Chen Xing was digesting the assessment of Pangu, another report from even more distant deep space arrived simultaneously. Boss, the Gale 5891 reconnaissance team has completed its mission as instructed. The core ring region marked by the Kasale complex was scanned and observed. The star map instantly switched, focusing on an area with a significantly higher density of stars. The transmitted images and data analysis made Chen Xing's gaze freeze instantly. If we were to describe Pan-Gen-G port as a bustling town-level port, then, the view displayed in the core star ring of the Kasale complex. It is like the core hub of a super-interstellar metropolis. Millions of ship lights weave together a dazzling and breathtaking ocean of light along the invisible waterways. Ships of various sizes traverse the vast star field in an orderly fashion. The patrolling fleet numbered a terrifying 100,000, with its main warships generally measuring 1 kilometer in size. Some flagship models even approach 1.3 kilometers in length. Its appearance is even more ferocious, and its energy readings far exceed those of the Thorn class we've seen before. There were even hundreds of ships that were over 5 kilometers in size and marked with the words Arbitrator-class battlecruisers. The massive orbital defense platform resembles a star fortress. The cannons are arrayed around key jump points and resource stars, their muzzles menacing. Most striking are the afterimages of several colossal structures orbiting the star. That was not the complete Dyson cloud, but it was clearly a prototype or part of some kind of large-scale stellar energy harvesting device. Its emitted energy radiation is clearly visible even from 0.5 light-years away. And at the core of the star circle, a super-large starport, the Erising Hub, 100 times the size of Pangenjamin Port. Like the heart of a galaxy, it operates without stopping. Its structure is full of cold geometric beauty and efficient industrial power. The dominant civilization of this starport has been confirmed as the Ericsson Trade Alliance, level 3.9. The Kasale Consortium is only a secondary partner in this area, possessing a limited number of exclusive berths and trading posts. Pangu added. The Gale 5891 reconnaissance team maintained strict concealment. Only star charts, traffic flow, distribution of defense facilities, and energy signatures were recorded. No signs of discovery were detected. Chen Xing stared silently at the breathtakingly magnificent star map. More than 100,000 warships with performance far exceeding that of the Thorn class. Is it merely the standing force of the Kasale Union in this star system? Its overall strength must be at least several 100,000 warships. It seems that the goal of 1,000,000 starships is to confront a true regional hegemon. It may not seem too far away, but it is by no means the end. An unprecedented sense of insignificance, mixed with an even stronger fighting spirit, surged within him. The solar system is truly just a corner of the vast universe. Pangu's voice rang out again, tinged with a solemn, analytical quality. It should also be reported that multiple reconnaissance squads of the Gale series were conducting wide area scans within an area of 80 to 110 light-years around the solar system. Dozens of instances of conflict between intelligent civilizations have been discovered. On the star map, dozens of star systems far from the territory of the dominant civilization were highlighted. A brief description of the conflict pops up next to it. LHS 3844 Galaxy, 2 Type 1.6 civilizations, humanoid carbon-based life versus silicon-based rock life. A battle for orbit erupts over a satellite rich in rare minerals. Both sides used kinetic weapons and early-stage energy weapons. The GJ-1214 Galaxy, a Type 2.3 aquatic civilization, primarily an ocean planet. It is suspected that it was subjected to orbital bombardment by another Level 2.2 desert civilization. The attacks were concentrated on its shallow sea colonial cities. TRAPPIST-1 system, 3 civilizations at levels 2.1 to 2.3 are embroiled in a complex triangular resource war, with frequent small-scale fleet clashes. The X-47554 Li-1S Galaxy, a Type 2.5 civilization, is imposing a technological blockade and border pressure on a neighboring Type 1.8 civilization. This is suspected to be an attempt to curb its development. H-15S451DF system, 2 civilizations, both at level 3.1, are engaged in a large-scale fleet standoff in a disputed star system, but it has not escalated into a full-scale war. Conflict intensity assessment, all are of the same level and the difference in level does not exceed 0.3 levels. Localized wars between civilizations often be for specific resource planets, habitable worlds, or historical territories. Pangu continued his analysis. It is worth noting that a higher level of civilization exists near the identified conflict zone. For example, there are traces of activity from the 2.7 level Lauren Merchant Guild and the 3.1 level Silent Observer Ruins Guardian. However, these advanced civilizations did not directly intervene in the conflicts between lesser civilizations. In fact, they deliberately maintained a distance. Chen Xing's eyes sharpened. No intervention? Deliberately keeping your distance? This doesn't align with his understanding of the dark forest theory. The logic of cleaning up or controlling that a higher civilization might adopt towards a lower civilization. There must be a reason for this. Pangu, highlight this phenomenon. Activate all spy spiders lurking in Pangenja port. Priority, gather any intelligence regarding restrictions on intervention by advanced civilizations, interstellar covenants, or similar rules. In particular, records of discussions involving the upper echelons of Kasal or higher civilizations with whom they had contact. I need to know what restrains level 3 civilizations from easily interfering in the disputes of lower level civilizations? Is it some kind of consensus? Or is it a deterrent from a more powerful entity? Furthermore, an analysis of Kasal's internal attitude towards the Ghost Raiders space pirates is needed, and why space pirates were able to move relatively freely without being completely wiped out by advanced civilizations. Is there some kind of tacit approval or loophole in the rules? Chen Xing's intuition told him that these might be the key to understanding the rules of survival in this star system. Command confirmed. Spy Spider monitoring protocol updated. Keywords: Convention on the Protection of Juvenile Civilization, Observer Protocol. Harvester ban, non-interference with higher civilizations. Key points: behavioral patterns of advanced civilizations, underlying rules, and the ecological niche of space pirates. Pangu responded quickly. This intelligence lead may be more valuable than specific warship parameters. It concerns the future survival strategy of the solar system and interstellar politics. Chen Xing leaned back in his chair, his gaze piercing through the star map, as if looking into the deeper darkness of the universe. The sparks of conflict burn low, the shadow of the overlord lingers high, and the hidden rules, like an invisible spider web, shroud everything. His super brain was working at high speed, deducing all sorts of possibilities. The game of the universe is far grander and more dangerous than he imagined. 1,000,000 starships are the foundation of power, but to truly establish a foothold in this galaxy, even when he ascends to the position of a chess player, what he needs to understand goes far beyond just where the warship's cannons are pointed. Inside the Blue Star Base R&D Center, Chen Xing stood before the star map, his deep gaze like a probe, scanning the map of intelligent civilizations that Pangu had just compiled, covering a range of nearly 200 light-years around the solar system. Those illuminated markers, like a flickering campfire in a dark forest, it foreshadows clamor and danger. The dark gold of the Erexian Alliance, the crimson of the Chronos Alliance, the eerie scarlet of the Sauron Hive. The shadow of the regional hegemon weighed heavily on Chen Xing's heart. And the solar system, that tiny blue dot. At this moment, it appears so isolated on the star chart, yet so lucky. Boss, based on the detailed data returned by all the Swiftwind reconnaissance squads, combining public star maps shared by the Kasale Consortium with our independent surveys, the final confirmatory scan of the region surrounding the solar system has been completed. Pangu's voice was calm and efficient, breaking the silence. The star map instantly focused, narrowing its range to a radius of 50 light-years centered on the solar system. The colorful dots representing wisdom and civilization vanished instantly, as if erased by an eraser. Conclusion confirmed: within a spherical space with a radius of 50 light-years around the solar system. No signs of industrial-grade energy signals, large-scale electromagnetic communications, artificial celestial bodies, or interstellar fleet activities were detected. It has been confirmed that there are no traces of any intelligent civilization activity. Pangu's report was crystal clear. There are 640 known star systems in this region. Of these, 138 possess Earth-like planets or large moons, and 305 are rich in mineral resources. The remaining regions mainly consist of gas giants, icy moons, asteroid belts, and interstellar dust clouds. Comprehensive assessment, based on our knowledge of known interstellar civilizations. This area is an absolutely undeveloped and wild zone. The resources are of relatively low value and lack strategic appeal. The wilderness. Chen Sing repeated the word in a low voice, an uncontrollable upward curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. It was a feeling that mixed together relief, surprise, and a strong desire for control. Fortunately, the solar system, like a forgotten corner, occupies a quiet place on the edge of this noisy star field. For thousands of years since the beginning of recorded history, it has not been discovered by extraterrestrial civilizations. Or perhaps early humans on Earth were discovered. However, due to certain rules, they coexisted peacefully until modern society. He escaped the fate of being colonized, which bought him valuable time to develop. Surprisingly, the barrenness of this area has become the best natural barrier. His desire for control stems from the infinite possibilities that this vast wasteland holds, waiting for him to seize. In his deep pupils, it seemed as if nebulae were spinning at high speed, disappearing and being reborn. That's the superbrain frantically deducing and calculating. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice broke the silence. Calm and powerful, with an unquestionable will. The first phase of the Deep Space Sentinel program has been completed. The second phase of the Spark Spreads Like Wildfire plan is now underway. Command confirmed, Spark Spreads Like Wildfire activated. Pangu's response was incredibly swift. Target all star systems within 50 light-years of the solar system that have development potential. His fingers traced across the star map, like an emperor dividing his territory. Prioritize star systems with rocky planets, icy moons, or resource-rich asteroid belts. Form 1,280 pioneer engineering fleets. Fleet composition scheme being generated. Pangu's data stream is refreshing rapidly. Standard configuration for each pioneer engineering fleet. Escort force, 10 Starship class, Type 2 ships, responsible for security and area surveillance. Core of the project, 20 Starship class 4 transport ships, fully loaded with modular base components, engineering machinery, and construction robots. Resource support, 30 Cancer Class 4 mining engineering ships, responsible for on-site resource extraction, supporting base construction and subsequent operations. Total required, 12,800 starships, Stardust Class, 25,600 starships, Star Shuttle 4 class, and 38,400 Cancer 4 class. Current available inventory and newly built ships meet demand. Nearly 80,000 starships have been built after nearly 2 months of intensive construction. Deployment plan: construction will be tailored to the specific environmental type of the target galaxy. Rocky planets, Earth-like/Mars-like. Prioritize establishing permanent subbases deep underground, modeled after Earth/Mars bases, equipped with manufacturing, research and development, storage, ecological sustainment, and defense capabilities. Gas giants/large icy moons. Establish orbital stations or small spaceports, modeled after Jupiter/Saturn orbital bases, focusing on resource transfer, refining, fleet maintenance, and deep space exploration outpost functions. Resource-rich asteroid belt. Establish automated mining outposts, equipped with refining modules and storage facilities, and have them regularly patrolled and resupplied by an engineering fleet. Mission timeframe: the first batch of bases or stations will be completed and operational, estimated to take 6 to 8 months, depending on target distance and environmental complexity. Approved, Chen Xing said without hesitation. Execute immediately. Prioritize the construction of all branch bases and relay stations highest. Once the construction is completed, resource extraction and refining will begin on-site to establish a stable output. Simultaneously, deploy quantum communication relay nodes and integrate them into the base's main network. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. It was as if I could already see countless giant steel ships traversing unfamiliar star systems. The spectacular sight of underground bases extending through rock formations and orbital stations operating alongside the rings of a gas giant. Command issued. All designated starships are to be deactivated and assemble at the designated coordinates. Loading of supplies is underway. The Pioneer fleet is expected to set sail in 72 hours. Pangu's execution ability is impeccable. As the command was given, the industrial machines throughout the solar system roared violently. One after another, the brand new Stardust-class starships, Star Shuttle 4 class, and Cancer 4 class were like awakened steel behemoths. The engines lit up with blue and white light as they departed from various bases on the Moon, Mars, Jupiter's orbit, and the Kuiper belt. They converged into torrents of steel, under Pangu's precise command. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they are orderly advancing towards the gathering point of Pluto. 3 days later, the 1,280 pioneer engineering fleets and escort fleets have completed resource loading and route planning. The Pathfinder fleet is about to set sail. On the star map, the green arrows representing the Pioneer fleet resemble sparks that ignite a wildfire. The dense array points towards the deep darkness beyond the solar system. The 1280 target points are clearly marked, like coordinate pins driven into a cosmic canvas. Look at them. Chen Xing gazed at the spectacular scene of dispatching on the star map, his voice deep and powerful. It's like watching seeds being sown on fertile but barren land. Nourish it with steel and energy, and in time, they will all grow into solid fortresses supporting our journey into deeper space. He felt a surge of ambition to expand his territory and an absolute sense of satisfaction from controlling resources. However, beneath this heroic spirit lies a touch of indescribable loneliness. To support this unprecedented expansion, he almost emptied the solar system's reserves. Boss, the Pioneer fleet has set sail. The active starship force within the solar system has been reduced to the minimum alert level. Pangu provided timely reminders. On the star map, the points of light representing the solar system's defenses suddenly became sparse. Once patrol fleets and defense platforms spread throughout planetary orbits and the Kuiper belt. At this point, only the most basic skeleton remains. The starry sky symbolizes Chen Xing's personal vehicle. It hovers alone near the Moon's orbit. It became the last and only stabilizing force in this territory. Chen Xing's gaze fell on the blue marker that represented the star dome, which was brighter than the other points of light. A strange feeling welled up inside me. 14 years have passed, from a programmer in a rented room in Shenzhen to the behind-the-scenes master who owns a galaxy and can mobilize tens of thousands of starships with a wave of his hand. He possessed extraordinary power and wisdom, but also bore an unprecedented burden. At this moment, all the sharp swords were hurled into deep space to expand his territory, when only he and the starship remained to guard this original home. A profound sense of loneliness, as if returning to the origin, quietly spread. He slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips almost unconsciously touching the outline of the starship and the holographic image. The cold touch came through the projection. "It's just us left, old buddies," he muttered to himself, his voice audible only to himself and Pangu. The lights of the bridge illuminated his sharply defined profile. It was filled with a calm confidence that allowed one to control everything, but also conveyed a sense of loneliness and unease at the top. "Pangu and the starry sky, ready to go at any time, boss." Pangu's voice rang out calmly, carrying his usual loyalty and efficiency. The solar system defense system has been activated at the highest alert level. All defensive artillery arrays and space minefields are ready to be activated. Chen Xing nodded slightly. Their gaze shifted from the starship to the vast expanse of deep space. The 1,280 pioneer fleets represent only the second phase. In deep space, there are nearly 10,000 deep space and Gale reconnaissance teams, like loyal hunting dogs, to patrol in the deeper darkness. Pangu, the Swift-Wind Reconnaissance Squad, has a new mission. His voice regained its calmness and purposefulness. Instruction pending. Exploration range from 100 light-years around the solar system to a radius of 500 light-years. Task priority. First, continuously improve the star map and mark all celestial bodies, resource points, anomalous space phenomena and other information. Second, detect any signals of intelligent civilization and highlight signs of civilization activities at level 3 or above. Third, remain highly vigilant regarding the activity patterns of the Ghost Raiders or other space pirate groups. 4. In the event of a high-threat target that cannot be avoided, tactical evasion is permitted, with survival as the priority. All discoveries will be transmitted back instantly using quantum encryption. Objective, to illuminate the darkness further with our spark, and also, to guard against deeper threats. At the same time, all deep space reconnaissance teams were recalled. After refitting with the Dawn 2 warp drive and the shipborne version of the Stardust system, they will carry out the same reconnaissance mission. Command confirmed. All Swiftwind Reconnaissance Squad mission parameters have been updated. Course correction in progress. Exploration sector reallocation. Deep Space Reconnaissance Team recall order sent. Pangu responded quickly. On the star map, there is a cluster of 6,000 blue dots representing the Swift Wind Squad. Like ripples on water after a stone has been thrown in, it begins to spread rapidly into the deeper, more unknown darkness. They will traverse silent stardust and pass by unfamiliar stars. The probe will extend its reach to the boundary of the solar system, which is 500 light-years away. to paint a grander, and inevitably more dangerous, picture of the universe for Chen Sang. Meanwhile, 3,333 green dots representing the deep space team also turned around and headed towards the solar system. Chen Sang slowly sat down, leaned back slightly, and began to quietly think about the next step of his plan. The Research and Development Center returned to silence. Only the faint glow of the holographic star map illuminated Chen Xing's figure. He looked at the wilderness that was being lit up and was about to be brought under his control. Then I looked at the distant points of light representing regional overlords such as Arison and Cronus. A sense of relaxation inexplicably arose within me. Pangu. The sound echoed in the empty hall, carrying a sense of calm after the dust had settled. Based on a comprehensive assessment of our current capabilities, in the vicinity of the solar system, especially within this area of hundreds of light years, how survivable is it? Based on the existing data model, boss. Pangu's electronic sound was smooth and precise. Our core advantage, a mature warp drive, 186C, surpassing the conventional fleets of most Tier 3 civilizations. Vibranium composite armor provides superior defense. The automated industrial system, coordinated by an intelligent system matrix, is extremely efficient. The Starry Night Early Warning Network is about to cover the solar system. Within the solar system and the newly opened 50 light-year buffer zone, faced with the known conventional fleets of level 2 to 3 civilizations, we possess overwhelming defensive and counteroffensive capabilities, ensuring our safety. Facing the main fleet clusters of regional overlords of level 3.8 or above, such as Ericsson, Cronus, etc., the chance of winning a direct confrontation is less than 15%, but it relies on the star curtain for early warning, warp drive mobility, and a deep defense system. The feasibility of holding the core region, solar system, and implementing a strategic relocation is greater than 70%. Conclusion: within the hundreds of light years of star field that have been explored, we are no longer dust. Instead, it is an emerging force with a firm foothold and considerable strategic depth. The threat primarily comes from direct targeting by top hegemons or from unknown entities at a higher level. As long as we avoid conflict with civilizations at the superpower level or above, we can maintain a peaceful and tranquil land. Chen Sang slowly exhaled, just as I expected. This assessment of strength dispelled that lingering feeling. The sense of urgency, as if we were about to be crushed by a more advanced civilization, receded quietly like a tide. It's no longer the shock and urgency I felt when I first heard about extraterrestrial civilizations. It is no longer the heavy pressure of facing the shadow of a hegemon. An unprecedented composure, based on an understanding of strength, settled within him. Emerging forces. He muttered the word to himself. A faint, yet authoritative smile curved his lips. Yes, we're not exactly pushovers in the starry sky anymore. In just 14 years, superbrain awakening, genetic leaps, interstellar fleets, technological explosion. He transformed the solar system into an iron fortress at an unimaginable speed. It has even extended its reach to numerous interstellar civilizations 100 light-years away. This achievement is enough to make countless civilizations in the surrounding star systems, which have struggled for thousands of years, look down upon it. It seems, time is on our side. He muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the powerful points of light deep within the star map. This composure stems from a clear understanding. Within a 50 light-year radius of the solar system, it has been confirmed that it is an undeveloped and wild area, a natural barrier and buffer zone. More importantly, once the spark ignites, a prairie fire plan is completed. 1,280 resource nodes are operating simultaneously. This is in conjunction with the terrifying industrial capacity under the unlimited troop production plan. The base's power will expand exponentially. This is by no means a loose federation of multiple species like the Kasale Federation, or comparable to a massive and bloated trading entity like the Arison Alliance. He picked up the cup of tea that the robot T-02 had just brought him. The warm porcelain cup dispelled the slight chill from my fingertips. Amidst the wafting aroma of tea, he examined the patterns of his own civilization. Dictatorship, or rather, absolute concentration of will. He took a sip of tea, his eyes deep and thoughtful. This is my greatest strength, and also, the sharpest double-edged sword. The advantages are obvious. There is no parliamentary wrangling, no interest groups hindering progress, no public opinion influencing decisions, and no lengthy decision-making processes. His will is the supreme command. Pangu's computing power was executed perfectly. The massive automated industrial system operates like precise gears, working seamlessly together. A single spark can start a prairie fire, such a massive colonial plan. From the decision to the fleet's departure, it only took a few days. This terrifying level of enforcement is unmatched by any democratic or federal civilization. Resource allocation, scientific and technological research and development, military deployment, everything is geared towards maximizing efficiency. His base is like a highly specialized superorganism that exists solely for evolution and expansion. Each cell precisely serves the will of the core brain. Its development speed naturally far surpasses that of those interstellar civilizations that are rife with internal checks and balances and infighting. Chen Xing's gaze fell on the points of light representing the lower civilizations in conflict on the star map. Efficiency is the guarantee of survival, he murmured to himself. However, when the teacup was set down, it made a slight, crisp sound. Behind this extreme efficiency lies an equally enormous shadow. Harm. Chen Xing's brows furrowed slightly as the supercomputer calmly analyzed the potential dangers. It's also deadly. Uniqueness. The rise and fall of the entire base's civilization rests entirely on his shoulders. He is the brain, the heart, and the sole decision-making core. If something happens to him, whether it was an accident during deep space exploration or a decapitation strike carried out by a more powerful being, the entire vast empire will instantly lose its soul, and may even fall apart. No matter how powerful Pangu was, he was merely an executor. It cannot replace his creative thinking and strategic decision-making as a superbrain. Extremely low tolerance for error. There is no redundancy or backup provided by complex social structures. There is no second decision-making system. There is no leader to succeed or a mature power transition mechanism. A mistake at a critical juncture. For example, misjudging a powerful civilization, or the research and development of a certain core technology may have reached a dead end. These issues could be amplified without checks and balances or corrective mechanisms, leading to disastrous consequences. Pangu might be able to maintain daily operations, but it would be ineffective in the face of complex interstellar warfare. In the face of sudden, devastating crises and technological bottlenecks requiring transcendent thinking, it lacks genuine creativity, decisiveness, and human flexibility. Those loyal machine legions, those bases scattered throughout the galaxy. It will be like a puppet without its strings, coming to a standstill. It may even fall apart due to program conflicts or external intrusion. There is no inheritance mechanism and no awareness of backup. There is no one else who can carry this banner. The fate of the entire civilization hangs by a thread. His base was essentially a huge factory and barracks. It consists of cold machines, obedient AI, and a small number of enhanced creatures, the pioneer race. There is no diverse collision of culture, art, and philosophy, nor are there complex social relationships and emotional bonds. This kind of purely instrumental rationality civilization may be highly efficient during periods of peaceful development. However, when faced with extreme dilemmas requiring resilience, sacrifice, or complex ethical choices, its inherent vulnerability will be fully exposed. Although the pioneer races saw an increase in intelligence, however, it is still essentially dependent on his will and has not yet formed an independent and autonomous civilization. He clenched his fists instinctively, his knuckles turning slightly white. The rapid development brought about by this absolute power also carries absolute risk. Boss, your heart rate and neurotransmitters are showing abnormal fluctuations. Pangu's voice rang out at the opportune moment, carrying a hint of a warning after monitoring. A high stress response has been detected. Is physiological regulation necessary? Chen Xing released his grip, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his unease. It's all right. His voice regained its usual calmness. It's just exploring some possibilities. Chen Xing nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the deep star map. While potential risks exist, they are not imminent. The current period of dormancy is precisely the most valuable golden time for the base's development. They exploited the terrifying efficiency of the dictatorial model to frantically accumulate resources, advance technology, and expand their territory. Being strong enough to withstand any potential threat of decapitation is the fundamental solution to vulnerability. As for the future, perhaps we need to find or create a backup? The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly put it aside. Now is the time to sprint at full speed. Pangu. His eyes regained their sharpness and focus. Real-time monitoring of the progress of the Spark Spreads program is the highest priority. At the same time, 30% of the computing power of the Fuxi matrix was mobilized. Combined with newly acquired technological data from Kassal and surrounding civilizations, the pre-research project for the Starship Type 3 starship has been launched. Objective: to build upon the existing foundation. Comprehensive iterative optimization is carried out, taking into account firepower, defense, mobility, production efficiency, size, and other factors. I want to see a feasible upgrade and optimization plan when the first batch of bases for the Pioneer fleet goes into operation. Command confirmed, boss. Pangu's voice carried the hum of efficient operation. The Starry Sky 3 pre-research project has been activated, and the allocation of computing resources has been completed. The Spark Spreads fleets are in stable condition and are continuously transmitting navigation data. Chen Xing took one last look at the receding green dots on the star map, then turned and returned to his bedroom in the villa. His steps were steady. The feeling of loneliness lingers, but it has been replaced by a stronger sense of purpose and a desire for control. The affairs of the celestial realm here have temporarily entered a period of rapid development and accumulation of strength. He has time, resources, and, more importantly, unparalleled efficiency. What he needs to do now is to take advantage of this precious period of calm, to build an indestructible foundation for the civilization of the solar system, and always be wary of the double-edged sword hanging over their heads, called absolute power. A month has quietly passed. Chen Seng devoted himself entirely to various technological research projects. His home planet, that blue planet. Over the past 4 or 5 years, things have been quietly changing. Beneath the calm surface, undercurrents never cease to surge. Thanks to the successful development of mature reusable rocket technology in recent years, launch costs have been significantly reduced. The scale of the Heavenly Court space station of the Yanhuan Kingdom has continued to expand, like steel flowers that keep growing in near-Earth orbit. Its total mass has exceeded 2,500 tons, which is 2 to 3 times more than it was 5 years ago. With its spacious interior and clearly defined functional areas, it has the beginnings of a small spaceport. Even more remarkable is that the Yanhuan Kingdom has successfully carried out multiple manned lunar landing missions. They also established a scientific research station with an area of about 30 square meters in the southeastern part of Mare Tranquillitatis on the Moon, although it can only accommodate 2 to 3 astronauts for short-term stays for scientific research. This marks the beginning of a preliminary, short-term scientific outpost for humankind on the lunar surface. Over the past decade, China's investment and output in the aerospace field have enabled it to continue to lead the world in the speed of technological development. In stark contrast is the United States. Despite the high-profile announcement of the Freedom Star space station program following the catastrophic crash of the International Space Station, however, the country is characterized by internal political strife and power struggles among interest groups. Let the plan remain at the stage of a beautifully presented PowerPoint presentation for too long. The process has been going on for more than 2 years with no substantial progress. Subsequently, a new political party led by SMAR was established. The United States is embroiled in fierce power struggles, and its technological development remains sluggish. At the same time, its global strategy still extends very far. Constantly interfering in Middle Eastern affairs consumes a great deal of energy and resources. Until recently, they managed to cobble together a small space station weighing only 100 tons by uniting several countries. This design accommodates a small space for 3 to 4 people. In an effort to show their presence, they crammed in 6 astronauts, so you can imagine how unpleasant their living conditions were. Although the United States also possesses rocket recovery technology, however, the cost of its reuse is several times higher than that of the Yanhuan Kingdom, resulting in low efficiency. The Great Bear Kingdom, however, chose a different path. In recent years, following closely behind the pace of the Yanhuan Kingdom, its aerospace development has entered a fast track. Various technologies experienced a small surge. The Great Bear Kingdom was able to recover some of its losses, and its domestic economic pressure was somewhat alleviated. This allows them to focus more on investments in the aerospace field. As for the other 2 members of the Big Five, France and John Bull, despite its development, it is under the strategic constraints imposed by the United States, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Its space program has been lukewarm, failing to achieve any breakthroughs. The world's attention was drawn after the brief illusion of peace brought about by the International Space Station disaster was shattered. Soon it was back on the familiar track. The United States is stirring up trouble all over the world. Its allies and adversaries have been forced into conflicts large and small. The illusion of calm has long since vanished. All these dramatic changes seem to have nothing to do with Chen Seng, who was far away in deep space and in control of the starship, until that malicious moment arrived. 1 month later on this day, a top-secret base in the beautiful country of the Pacific. Inside the command center deep underground, the air was heavy, with only the faint buzzing of instruments. A lieutenant general with strong hawkish leanings stared intently at the live feed of the space station on the screen. Perhaps it was the long-standing jealousy and anxiety about China's space achievements that clouded their judgment. Perhaps it was a desperate gamble under political pressure, or perhaps it is some deeper, more secretive force guiding things from the shadows. A crazy and dangerous idea took root and swelled in his mind, eventually overwhelming his reason. They brazenly issued an attack order without the commander's final and explicit authorization. Target: Yanhuan Kingdom's Heavenly Court Space Station. Coordinates locked. The lieutenant general's hoarse voice, carrying a sense of desperation, broke the silence. Launch sequence 1 to 10. Space missiles, launch. The order boomed through the command center like a thunderclap. The operator's fingers trembled slightly as he pressed the row of scarlet buttons. Boom, 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 Boom! 10 of the latest space missiles, trailing blinding plumes of flame. It was launched from a secret base in the United States, deep in the Pacific Ocean. The target is the Heavenly Court space station, which the Yanhuan Kingdom is so proud of. Yanhuan Kingdom, Space Command Center. Almost immediately after the missile was launched, its exhaust plume was detected by the space-based infrared early warning satellites and land-based over-the-horizon radars meticulously deployed by the Yanhuan Kingdom. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire hall. Level 1 space warning. Level 1 space warning. 10 space missiles were detected launching from the direction of the United States. Preliminary assessment indicates the orbit is pointing towards the Heavenly Court. Threat level, highest. On the huge screen, the red dots representing 10 missiles were climbing at an astonishing speed. Inside the command center, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Activate the Level 1 response of the Space Great Wall. The commander's voice was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of panic, only decisiveness. The instructions were transmitted instantly throughout the entire defense system via encrypted channels. Passive defense. Inside the Heavenly Court space station, a piercing alarm sounded. All modules were sealed off in an emergency, and all astronauts completed the emergency evacuation procedures in a very short time. Enter the most robust core section and secure your body. The space station's attitude control system has begun orbital adjustments and evasive maneuvers. The primary energy shield system on the outer wall of the space station instantly boosted to maximum power, emitting a faint blue light. Although it is far inferior to Chen Xing's technology, it is already the highest level in the Yanhuan Kingdom. The Lunar Research and Experimental Station has simultaneously entered a state of highest alert. Actively intercept. Multiple Sky Shield Series kinetic energy interceptor satellites deployed in geostationary and low Earth orbits rapidly adjusted their orbits. Their onboard miniature kinetic energy interceptors entered a standby state. Meanwhile, several land-based anti-missile sites have been deployed in the northwest and northeast. The massive interceptor missile launch silo opened with a roar, and several large kinetic interceptor missiles ignited and took off, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the sky. More importantly, at a secret base in the Yanhuan Kingdom, a land-based high-energy laser weapon system was urgently activated. The huge launch mirror was adjusted to lock onto the first target to enter the firing range. Strategic countermeasure. Almost simultaneously with the activation of the interception system, the strategic counterattack order was also issued. Attack source coordinates confirmed. 10 space missiles. Target enemy base. Conventional warhead. Level 1 alert. The Yanhuan Kingdom's counterattack forces have also entered a state of high alert. However, this counterattack clearly used conventional warheads. The aim is to address the source of the attack, not to escalate the situation further. Ultimate deterrence. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China issued an emergency hotline and a public statement. An unprecedentedly strong warning has been issued to the United States. Any attack on our space assets shall be deemed an attack on our homeland. We will take all necessary measures to defend national security, including the use of ultimate force. This serves both as a warning to the United States to pull back from the brink and as a declaration to the world of China's determination to defend its core interests. Beautiful country, Black House Situation Room. The missile launch alarm also sounded here. The commander suddenly jumped up from his chair. His face turned deathly pale instantly. What? Who gave the order? Fuck! He roared at his adjutant and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the screen, his eyes filled with incredulous anger. He instantly realized that this was not an action he had personally authorized, but rather something out of control. Utterly out of control. This could very well drag the country into an abyss of no return. The adjutant, sweating profusely, said, "Commander, it's Lieutenant General Jack from the Pacific Command. He claims to have received emergency authorization to counter space threats. We are verifying the chain of command." Verify what? Contact the Yanhuan Kingdom immediately. Tell them this is a misunderstanding. Order them to cease their attack. At the same time, order our own missiles to self-destruct. The commander practically yelled it out. Report. All of our land-based and sea-based missile launch systems have lost control. Operational privileges have been locked by an unknown force. No launch or self-destruct commands can be issued. Repeat, unable to issue any commands. A technical officer reported in a trembling voice, his voice filled with terror. What? The command center was deathly silent, then erupted into even greater chaos and fear. The commander slumped in his chair, his face ashen. Unable to intercept? What does this mean? This means that the 10 missiles became a one-way attack. Meanwhile, the counterattack missiles of the Yanhuan Kingdom are flying unimpeded toward their own territory. The reactions from countries around the world have been explosive. A somber atmosphere filled the Great Bear Kingdom's Supreme Command, which ordered all strategic forces to enter a state of alert. At the same time, they urgently contacted the Yanhuan Kingdom to express their concern and called for restraint. The leaders of France and the United States were shocked. They immediately condemned the United States' reckless and dangerous behavior and attempted to mediate, but his tone was filled with panic about the situation getting out of control. Other small and medium-sized countries remained silent. Pangu's monitoring network locked onto the target the moment the missile was launched. Warning: 10 space missiles have been detected launched by the United States. Target: the Heavenly Court space station of the Yanhuan Kingdom. Threat assessment in progress. The Yanhuan Kingdom's anti-missile system has been activated, and kinetic energy interception satellites and land-based high-energy laser weapon systems have also responded. Interception success rate calculation 98.7%. The Tianting space station's evasive maneuvers were effective, with a survival probability of 99.9%. Based on this assessment and the boss's instruction to not proactively interfere in Blue Star affairs unless there is a major threat, active defense will not be activated for the time being. However, an unusual attack intent was detected in the U.S. missile system. Execute preset security command, lock all U.S. missiles worldwide at the highest level. Pangu's cold logic made a swift judgment. A brief alert and response plan were sent to Chen Xing's personal terminal. However, at this moment, Chen Xing was immersed in a deep deduction of a set of formulas for coupling energy fields in high-dimensional space. Inspiration flowed freely, and I ignored the flashing red alert on the terminal. They even subconsciously blocked out external interference. Time ticked by, and the battlefield unfolded in near-Earth orbit and at the edge of the atmosphere. The interception forces of the Yanhuan Kingdom demonstrated astonishing efficiency. The first targets to enter the range were burned and their structures destroyed by the high-energy laser weapon. Immediately afterwards, the kinetic energy projectiles released by the Sky Shield satellite in orbit were like precise bullets. Several missiles were destroyed by direct collision during high-speed relative motion. The last interceptor missile launched successfully intercepted the remaining targets outside the atmosphere. 10 blinding fireballs exploded one after another in the silent space, like eerie fireworks offered to the Heavenly Court space station. Inside the space station, the tense astronauts watched the flashes of light from the explosion outside the porthole. He let out a long sigh, his inner shirt was already soaked with sweat. However, the counterattack of the Yanhuan Kingdom has only just begun. 10 space missiles, carrying the wrath of the Yanhuan nation and precise guidance, head straight for the secret base in the Pacific Ocean where the missiles were launched. Inside the U.S. War Room, the atmosphere of despair was almost suffocating. Commander! Bad news! All 10 of our missiles have been intercepted by the Yanhuan Kingdom, the adjutant reported in a hoarse voice. What? Useless! The commander roared in fury, slamming his fist on the table. Even worse news followed. Commander! The Yanhuan Kingdom. The Yanhuan Kingdom launched 10 space missiles at us. Target. The target is the base where space missiles are launched. The commander futilely pounded on the control panel. He yelled into the microphone, intercept them. Stop them. Activate all defense systems. Now! But the only response he received was a desperate sob from a technical officer. Commander, the permissions are still locked. Patriot, THAAD, HQM, all systems are unresponsive. We've become lambs to the slaughter. Still not unlocked. Useless. Who locked it? The commander's roar was filled with fear and disbelief. A hacker. Or God. Investigate this now. Find a solution. 90 seconds later. 10 intercontinental ballistic missiles from the Yanhuan Kingdom are like the scythe of death. It accurately struck that secret missile base of the United States, which was isolated overseas. The earth-shattering explosions continued one after another, and the ground trembled violently. Robust launch silos, command center, radar station, fuel depot, they were instantly torn apart and melted in the violent shockwave and flames. The reinforced concrete collapsed like building blocks, and flames and thick smoke shot into the sky. It dyed half the sky a hellish orange-red. The personnel and equipment inside the base were almost instantly vaporized under the devastating attack. The world held its breath at that moment. Inside the command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom, a somber atmosphere prevailed. The commander watched the live feed transmitted back. His eyes were icy. Target achieved. Counterattack complete. There was no cheering, only a heavy sense of responsibility and deep concern about the future development of the situation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the state of Yanhuan quickly issued a statement. It reiterated the legitimacy of self-defense and strongly condemned the provocative actions of the United States. It also called on all societies to jointly safeguard outer space security. At the same time, it was announced that a state of high alert had been entered, and that all movements of the United States would be closely monitored. The Black House in the United States has fallen into unprecedented chaos and panic. The commander's face was ashen. He tried to remain calm in front of the camera, but the panic in his eyes was unmistakable. He sternly condemned unauthorized, reckless, and treasonous acts. It was announced that the lieutenant general involved had been apprehended and was under investigation, although the man may have been reduced to ashes in the explosion. On the one hand, they accused the Yanhuan kingdom of exceeding limits and undermining regional stability. The investigation requires the involvement of societies in various countries, but it's clear to anyone with eyes to see that America's weakness and internal chaos have been laid bare. The system was mysteriously locked, leading to an undefendable scandal. This triggered a massive upheaval within the military and on Capitol Hill, leading to a barrage of accusations and internal strife. Global stock markets plummeted in response, while gold prices soared. The hotlines of world leaders were overwhelmed, and emergency meetings were held one after another. Never before has the shadow of war loomed so heavily over the blue planet. A space-age conflict triggered by the out-of-control situation within the United States. In an instant, it pushed the world to the edge of an abyss. Meanwhile, a certain superbrain is obsessed with the mysteries of higher dimensions. I had just snapped out of my daze from the profound formula derivation. I glanced at the alarm logs on the terminal, which had long since died down. There's trouble on Earth again? Chen Xing frowned slightly, wondering if it was necessary to warn these restless countries. Chen Xing withdrew his gaze from the starry sea of high-dimensional formulas. It landed on the summary of the alarm log that had already subsided and was flashing next to the holographic projection. Pangu's concise words outline a thrilling conflict on the edge of Earth. An out-of-control missile attack within the United States, a highly efficient and deadly counterattack from the Yanhuan kingdom, and the United States missile systems were strangely paralyzed by its own preset security protocols. It's America again. Chen Xing muttered to himself, his brows furrowed slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the cold alloy armrest. It seems we're still too comfortable. He sat down, picked up his teacup, and began to drink, his gaze falling on the scene of a secret conference room in the United States projected on the holographic projection, causing trouble everywhere, and the internal situation is so chaotic. A cold, sharp glint flashed in his eyes. They love to cause trouble so much, I really want to just pen them all up and raise them as pigs. He had thought that the countries of the Blue Star would be more obedient after witnessing the rapid technological advancements of the Yanhuan kingdom. At least a superficial peace was maintained, but the internal infighting and short-sightedness were unexpectedly so intense. It almost dragged the entire planet into the abyss. We have to tidy it up. Chen Xing's eyes sharpened. Especially that eagle that's stirring up trouble everywhere, its claws deserve to be chopped off. If left unchecked, these internal conflicts will not only deplete human potential. What if some lunatic actually drops a dirty bomb someday? Or release some kind of world-destroying virus? This also poses a potential threat to his painstakingly built solar system base. Although he'll definitely be fine, he'll still be a nuisance. Pangu. Yes, boss. Think of a solution. Chen Xing's voice carried a hint of impatience. Warn these restless countries, especially the United States. Make them shut up completely. The method must be effective, thorough, and unforgettable, yet don't make it too mystical. The idea of raising pigs in enclosures is just wishful thinking, it's too inefficient. I need a practical and feasible solution. Command confirmed. Analyzing optimal warning strategy. A moment later, 5 clear options appeared on the holographic screen. Divine punishment, targeted elimination. Dispatch starships with overwhelming force. Precisely destroy all key military command nodes, strategic weapons arsenals, and parts of the industrial core of the United States and other restless countries. It caused enormous damage and psychological shock, forcing the United States and its allies to submit. Advantages: extremely powerful deterrent effect, with immediate results. Disadvantages: significant collateral damage and casualties, potential for panic and uncontrollable backlash, and complicated aftermath. The chains are paralyzed globally. Using Pangu's absolute network control, all military systems worldwide, except those outside of China, could be instantly paralyzed. And critical infrastructure, power grid, transportation, financial network, 24 to 72 hours. To create a controlled global technological apocalypse. Advantages: zero physical casualties, clearly demonstrating the overwhelming technological superiority of divine punishment. Disadvantages: it has a huge impact on civilian use, causes severe economic damage, has a long recovery period, and may breed chaos. Ghost cognitive implantation. Through global networks and specific frequency electromagnetic waves, targeting a small number of people in specific countries, implanting an irresistible subconscious command for absolute peace, or a memory of common sense about the existence of the Star Sea Council. Advantages: silent, no physical damage, and long-lasting effect. Disadvantages: extremely high ethical risks and potential unknown side effects. Furthermore, it cannot be guaranteed to be completely effective for those with extremely strong willpower. Spokespersons foster deterrence. openly strengthen the status of the Yanhuan Kingdom and provide it with a small amount of advanced defense technology and equipment, such as simplified weapons and energy shield generators, etc. It also declared that the Yanhuan Kingdom was the sole designated maintainer of order on Blue Star by the Star Sea Council. The Star Sea Council provides the military backing behind the scenes. Advantages: maintaining the existing framework of the situation, utilizing the Yanhuan Kingdom for management, and reducing direct intervention. Disadvantages: the Yanhuan Kingdom may face enormous pressure and internal challenges, its deterrent power is indirect, and its effectiveness may be diminished. The announcer global takeover. In the name of the Blue Star Sea Council, i.e., Chen Xing's base forces themselves, they officially announced the global takeover of Blue Star's jurisdiction. By controlling the global network to issue announcements and dispatching starship fleets to appear around the world to demonstrate military power. Formulate and promulgate simple, absolute rules. Advantages: it is legitimate, the parliament itself belongs to the human civilization of Blue Star, and the transfer of sovereignty is clear. The deterrent effect is maximized directly, establishing a new order once and for all. Disadvantages: it has a huge impact, overturns the existing system, and requires continuous military force to maintain. Chen Xing's gaze swept quickly across the 5 options, and the supercomputer instantly weighed the pros and cons. The first approach is too harsh, and the second harms innocent economic interests. The third one resembles a cult and carries unknown risks. The fourth one is slow to take effect and puts the Yanhuan Kingdom in the spotlight. His gaze finally settled on the fifth option. The announcer, global takeover. A glint of light flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. It's perfectly legitimate and the final decision. That's it. However, we need to consider other factors. With a light tap of his finger, he rapidly adjusted and perfected the details of the plan in his mind. Pangu, execute the final plan, declare the takeover of Blue Star in the name of the Blue Star Sea Council. The parliament has 3 main rules: prohibit war, lock down illegal weapons, and supervise the Yanhuan Kingdom. At the same time, a global show of force was launched, with 10,000 Starship-class destroyers deployed immediately. Pay special attention to those troublemakers. If they provoke us, immediately issue a warning attack as punishment. Command confirmed. Solution integration and optimization complete. Global network takeover procedure initiated. Starship deployment command issued. Rule text generated. Chen Xing's order was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating a monstrous wave on Earth. Blue Star. The global network breakthrough fell into an eerie silence at the same moment. Whether it's the civilian internet, military encrypted intranets, core databases of relevant departments, or private encrypted communications, all connected screens, including mobile phones, computers, televisions, billboards, airport flight information screens, stock exchange market data boards, and even encrypted interfaces on military terminals. The screen was forcibly switched within the same millisecond. Harsh, emotionless electronic synthesized voice. Resounding in every corner in the user's familiar native language, translated in real time by Pangu. Against a pure black background, a futuristic geometric emblem in black and gold emerges. That is the emblem of the Blue Star Sea Parliament. A cold, dignified, emotionless figure, yet crystal clear. Resounding in every corner in the user's familiar native language, translated in real time by Pangu. Official announcement to all members of the human civilization on Earth. We are the Blue Star Sea Council. The parliament originated from the human civilization on Earth and is dedicated to the survival of civilization and the exploration of space. Long-term observations have revealed that various countries on Earth are constantly embroiled in internal conflicts and frequent clashes. It has seriously threatened the overall survival potential of human civilization. The recent space attack, in particular, has crossed the line for this parliament. It is hereby announced that, effective immediately, the overall jurisdiction of Blue Star is formally transferred to the Blue Star Sea Parliament, and all countries of Blue Star must abide by the rules of this parliament. The rules are as follows. Armed conflict and acts of war are prohibited for any country or organization worldwide. Those who violate this rule will be severely punished by Parliament. 2. All dirty weapons and their launch permissions worldwide are permanently locked from this moment forward. The development of nuclear fusion energy technology is permitted, but the use of all nuclear fission/fusion technologies for the research and application of offensive weapons is prohibited. Those who violate this rule will be transferred to the moon to engage in mining operations. Third, the Yanhuan Kingdom will serve as the sole designated representative of this council, responsible for supervising and reporting on the implementation of the above 2 rules. All countries must cooperate with the Yanhuan Kingdom in its oversight. As long as the rules of this parliament are followed, everything will proceed as normal, and this parliament will not interfere with the normal development of any country. Resisting the rules is considered a challenge to the authority of this council. Its core members and key responsible persons will be forcibly transferred to the parliament's lunar base. to carry out resource extraction labor for a period of no less than 10 blue star years, commonly known as mining. Its citizens will be placed under the administration of this parliament or appointed to govern them, depending on the circumstances. The flame of human civilization is protected by the Star Council. Announcement complete. The announcement was played on a loop 3 times. The screen then returned to normal. However, the world is no longer the same. Everyone, from commanders to civilians on the street, seemed to have been struck hard by an invisible hammer. My mind went blank, followed by a tsunami of chaos and disbelief. The entire planet Blue fell into a brief, suffocating silence. Panic then spread like wildfire. On the city streets, the once bustling crowds seemed to have been put on pause. Everyone looked up at the same time, or they would look at any reflective screen around them, their faces filled with confusion and fear. Wow! The Star Council. Are they aliens? Or people from the future? That's so cool! On a neon-lit street, a young man with rainbow-colored hair watches a giant screen that has resumed playing anime. She jumped up excitedly, but was immediately overwhelmed by the panicked looks of the adults around her, and her smile froze on her face. The Yanhuan Kingdom is in charge? On what grounds? This is a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy by the Yanhuan Kingdom. In a square in a western city, an agitated man waved his fists and roared at the crowd, trying to incite discontent. But most people just stared at him blankly. Or they might be frantically refreshing their phone, trying to find a trace of normality. The internet exploded. All major social media platforms across the planet were instantly overwhelmed by a massive influx of information, causing servers to crash due to the overwhelming workload. Hashtag Blue Star Sea Council. Hashtag Is it real? Can someone tell me this isn't a dream? Access is locked. Our missiles are truly useless. Military friends have confirmed it. Hashtag the US is finished. Hashtag Yanhuan Kingdom has become a regulator? Holy crap. Awesome. Voice cracks. Don't get too excited upstairs. Who knows if this council is good or bad? What if they're just here to take advantage of us? A ban on war? What about the US military presence in the Midwest? What about those conflict zones? Can peace really be achieved? 10 years of mining on the moon, this punishment, is too harsh. But it's also incredibly satisfying. Where are the experts? Come out and analyze this. That technology that instantly took over the entire Earth's network. How many years ahead of us is that level of technology? Blue Star Sea Council? Ridiculous. The origin of the universe lies on our Korean peninsula. They have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the cosmic empire. Parliament? What parliament can govern our great India? By Shiva, we have 1 billion divine soldiers. Countless netizens echoed this sentiment enthusiastically behind their keyboards, their national pride reaching its peak. The terrifying power contained in the declaration was selectively ignored. Chaos, panic, doubt, ecstasy, bewilderment. Countless emotions intertwined and collided in the hearts of billions of people across the entire planet. Religious sites around the world are packed with believers seeking solace. Extremist rhetoric began to proliferate on the dark web, and supermarket shelves were emptied by panic buying. Police were busy maintaining order on the streets and preventing large-scale riots. Inside the Black House Situation Room, USA. Blue Star Ocean Council? What a cosmic joke. The commander abruptly pushed back his chair and stood up. His face turned deathly pale as he roared at the screen that had returned to normal. Which hacker group is behind this prank? Or is this some new form of psychological warfare being waged by the Yanhuan Kingdom? Investigate. Find out the source of the signal immediately. Destroy it. His forehead veins bulged, and his voice was hoarse with extreme shock, anger, and fear. Inside the Kremlin, Commander Seong frowned deeply. Thick fingers tapped unconsciously on the mahogany tabletop, producing a dull thud. The Star Sea Council, originating from humans on Earth. His deep voice carried a profound doubt and a hint of barely perceptible vigilance. It's more like some hidden force finally couldn't hold back any longer. In the command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom, the eyes of the Supreme Commander flashed with a sharp light. He stared intently at the black and gold emblem on the screen, his breathing quickening. The Blue Star Sea Council. Did we humans develop this ourselves? He muttered to himself. Who? When? Who managed to fool everyone? Countless thoughts flashed through my mind about the rapid progress made in certain fields in China in recent years. However, he could not find any clear technical details about the source, and a bold and shocking conjecture took shape in his mind. Inside the Élysée Palace, the Gallic Rooster. A ban on war? A complete ban on dirty weapons? Regulation by the Yanhuan Kingdom? The commander muttered to himself as his elegant mask shattered completely. All that remained was bewilderment and a hint of offended anger. This is practically a colonial treaty for the space age. John Bull, 10 Chinatown. A spokesperson for the Yanhuan Kingdom? By what right? A suppressed roar echoed from the commander's office. The officials' faces turned ashen, their traditional arrogance seemed utterly powerless in the face of such an absolute declaration. This is blatant favoritism. Inside the neon-lit command center, a group of high-ranking officials looked at each other, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Take over, jurisdiction? The adjutant's voice was dry. This is beyond our comprehension. Is it an alien civilization? Or some unknown force on Earth? Fear and extreme unease spread in the silence. In the studio of New Delhi television, an expert with a thick beard was spitting as he spoke into the camera. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. The great India boasts a long history and a powerful spirit. What Star Sea Council? They're nothing but cowardly rats hiding their heads and tails. We absolutely do not accept this ridiculous declaration. Our missiles are enough to reduce any threat to ashes. His words were filled with a mysterious self-confidence and nationalist fervor. No one believed it, or rather, no one wanted to believe such an absurd and subversive announcement. A wave of doubts erupted in every corner of the entire planet Earth. Panic, disbelief, anger, and mockery intertwined into a chaotic ocean. However, this commotion was instantly frozen and crushed by what followed. Silent and still, like a ghost tearing through the curtain of space. 10,000 starships. It quietly appeared in the skies above major cities, military bases, strategic locations, and other places across the entire planet. Huge. Cold. The streamlined, dark gold hull shimmered with a cold, noble luster under the sunlight. The majestic hull, stretching 1.8 kilometers, resembles a steel mountain range suspended overhead. The ship's uniquely shaped, massive cannons silently pointed at the tiny city below. An invisible sense of oppression, like a tangible tsunami, instantly engulfed all the humans who were looking up at the sky. The entire planet Blue Star instantly fell into an even deeper level of deathly silence, followed by a volcanic eruption of panic. Beautiful country, over St. Walton District. The massive shadows of several starships loomed over the Black House in Capitol Hill, obscuring the sky. The streets were filled with screams from the crowd and the sounds of vehicles colliding. Inside the command center, the commander slumped in a chair. Looking at the satellite image of the giant ship hovering overhead, his lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. The anger and doubt from before were crushed, leaving only pure fear in the face of a higher being. Some of his staff members lost control of their bladders and others fainted. The Great Bear Kingdom, above Moscow. The red star atop the Kremlin appeared dim in the shadow cast by the starship. Inside the command headquarters, Commander Seong's face was ashen as he stared intently at the screen, his thick fingers clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Immediately, order all strategic forces to disengage from Level 1 combat readiness. Repeat, disengage. This is not an exercise. His deep voice carried an undeniable determination. His years of intuition told him that any provocation at this moment would be suicide. The generals standing beside him stood solemnly, their eyes filled with unprecedented awe and a hint of bewilderment. France, above Bari. On the streets of the romantic city, crowds look up in horror, the Eiffel Tower appearing like a delicate toy in comparison to the giant ships. Inside the Élysée Palace, the commander attempted to deliver a reassuring speech, but when facing the camera, his voice trembled and his eyes darted around. The carefully prepared manuscript was soaked with sweat, and the words became incoherent. John Bull, crouching in the sky. Under the gloomy sky, the starship hung like the sword of Damocles over the Thames. Inside number 10 Chinatown, the commander took refuge in a reinforced underground bunker. With a pale face, he communicated with allies via encrypted lines, attempting to seek a joint response. But all they got was a chaotic response. The crowd on the street fell into a deathly silence as they looked up at the colossal object that blotted out the sky. His face was etched with extreme fear and bewilderment. Yanhuan Kingdom, Command Center. The huge screen clearly displayed numerous starships hovering over all cities in China and overseas. The command center was completely silent, you could hear a pin drop. The commander frowned, his eyes filled with extreme shock and deep confusion. A spokesperson for the Star Sea Council? He repeated the key words from the announcement in a low voice, his brain working at lightning speed, trying to understand what this sudden and dramatic change means. Joy? Vigilance? Or a heavy responsibility? A complex mix of emotions. However, not all countries were immediately swayed by fear. The skies above New Delhi, India. A Starship-class starship hovered like a god, its massive hull covering almost half the city. The Indian adjutant was in a secret command post far from the capital region. Looking at the giant ship on the screen, a strange sense of confidence mixed with anger at being offended surged to his head. Humph, paper tiger. It's definitely a projection trick by the Yanhuan Kingdom, trying to scare the great India? His fat face twitched, and his eyes gleamed with fanaticism. Let the world see our determination to defend our sovereignty. Launch the Prithvi missile. Target that imposter ship overhead. Use our most powerful missiles. Lieutenant, this is too dangerous. The announcement just now. The staff officer tried to dissuade him in a panic. Execute the command. The adjutant roared and slammed his fist on the table. Shiva will protect us. A Geo super missile that India regards as a national treasure, trailing a long tail of flame, carrying the pride of the adjutant and some of the people. Without hesitation, it fired at the starship hovering about 1 kilometer above New Delhi. Court death. Inside the Blue Star base, Chen Sing watched the live feed. A cold look of disgust flashed in his eyes. I was just wondering which chicken to use as a warning to the monkeys, so don't be afraid, I'll be ruthless. Pangu instantly understood his intention. Active attack detected from the country below, energy level low. Threat assessment none. However, this action violates Rule 1 of the Star Sea Council. Execute the preset elimination command. Target the core area of the capital city where the attack source is located. The starship above New Delhi. On the side of the ship, the muzzle of a twin-mounted ion secondary cannon was slightly adjusted, and deep blue light instantly condensed. Buzz! A dazzling, extremely condensed deep blue beam of ions, nearly 100 meters in diameter. Like a divine spear of judgment, it instantly tore through the air. It hit the missile, which had just been launched, with perfect accuracy. There was no violent explosion, no mushroom cloud. The missile, upon contact with the ion beam, is like an ice cube thrown into a steel furnace. It vaporized and vanished silently, leaving not a trace of fragments or smoke. But this is just the beginning. The terrifying energy contained within the devastating stream of ions did not dissipate after it annihilated the missile. Instead, it continued its downward trajectory with unstoppable force, heading straight for the new Sundari. A deep blue beam of light, like a hammer of divine punishment, slammed down on the city center of New Delhi. Boom dash. It was not the loud noise of a traditional explosion. Instead, it was a terrifying buzzing sound that was extremely dull, as if the core of the earth was being torn apart. Where the beam of light landed, all matter. A magnificent command tower, a bustling commercial center, densely populated residential areas, and fortified military facilities. It is instantly heated to a plasma state in a fraction of a second. Then they were completely blown away and annihilated by the violent energy flow. The silent shockwave spread wildly in all directions in a perfect sphere from the point of impact. Wherever it went, reinforced concrete buildings were easily flattened and crushed like sandcastles. The trees were uprooted and carbonized. The vehicles were crushed into scrap metal and thrown into the air. Those who couldn't escape were instantly turned into scattered dust the moment the shockwave hit them. A massive, mirror-smooth crater was instantly formed, reaching a depth of hundreds of meters. Just one strike. The entire New Delhi, a vast metropolis with a population of over 20 million, the political, economic, and cultural center of India. Under the illumination of that cold blue light, it was completely erased from the map. All that remains is a terrifying giant crater, over 20 kilometers in diameter and hundreds of meters deep, with smooth, mirror-like edges. The bottom of the pit was filled with molten, glassy material that shimmered with a dark red light and emitted terrifyingly high temperatures. The area around the giant crater looked as if it had been swept by a hurricane. A completely leveled zone of ruins extending outwards in a radial pattern for tens of kilometers. All traces of the past have vanished. Only the starship hovering high in the sky remained silent and cold. It was as if only a tiny bit of dust had been brushed away. Dead silence. All satellite footage that witnessed this scene. In front of all the still connected live broadcast signals, the entire planet Blue Star fell into absolute silence. Even breathing seemed to stop. All the previous doubts, ridicule, anger, and fanaticism, they were all crushed to dust in the face of this absolute destruction. This is not war, this is God-crushing ants. What followed was an uncontrollable, primal fear that swept the globe. The secret command post where the Indian adjutant was located was far from the explosion's epicenter. However, the massive shockwave and seismic waves instantly destroyed most of the facilities. He watched as the signal representing the core area of the capital disappeared from the screen in an instant. The obese body turned a deep red, a symbol of utter destruction, as if struck by lightning. He collapsed to the ground, his crotch soaked with sweat. His eyes lost all their sparkle, leaving only boundless fear and bewilderment. He realized that he had personally destroyed the capital. Ironically, the Indian commander and most of his cabinet officials were among them. At the time, I was attending a grand completion ceremony for a newly built cross-sea bridge. He was giving a passionate speech while facing the camera. The ceremony was interrupted by alarms signaling a space missile launch and a declaration from the Star Council. They didn't have time to react. The live broadcast showed the horrific scene of New Delhi and its command center being instantly wiped out. The microphone in the Indian commander's hand fell to the ground with a thud. The smile on his face froze instantly, turning into extreme terror and bewilderment. His legs went weak, and he slumped into the chair, his crotch quickly becoming wet. The surrounding officials collapsed to the ground, as if their bones had been removed. Only the cameras remained, still running in vain. This document records the ugly scene of the power core collapsing in an instant. The destruction of New Delhi was like a basin of ice water mixed with blood. It awakened all those who still harbored illusions or fanaticism. A deeper and more terrifying silence than before enveloped the world. The American commander watched the real-time satellite images of the new Sundari crater. My stomach churned violently, and I abruptly covered my mouth, almost vomiting on the spot. The Black Palace was deathly silent. The lingering sense of hope was completely shattered, leaving only a chill that seeped into my bones. Commander-in-Chief Seong gasped and immediately ordered, physically lock down all nuclear missile silos. Repeat, physically lock. Seal the key. Initiate the highest level of self-discipline program. Any attempt to initiate action without the permission of Parliament is considered treason. He felt unprecedented pressure. The French commander's reassuring speech was abruptly interrupted. He slumped back into his chair, utterly dejected. He muttered to himself, "God, this isn't a warning, this is erasure." Commander John Bull watched the footage from his fortified bunker. His face was ashen, and he roared into the communicator, "Contact the Yanhuan Kingdom. Immediately. Right now. We need dialogue. No, we need obedience." Fear made him almost incoherent. The commanders of the Yanhuan Kingdom collectively gasped. The destructive power far exceeded their worst expectations. The responsibility of the spokesperson suddenly became as heavy as Mount Tai. However, the diversity of human civilization always exceeds imagination. Korea, cyberspace. After a brief period of silence, some netizens, brainwashed by extreme nationalism, reappeared. A twisted courage erupted from the immense fear, going viral on the newly restored internet. "Damn it! It's fake! It must be special effects. The great cosmic empire, the Korean nation, is fearless. This must be our technology. The Star Sea Council must have stolen our ancient technology." The Starry Sea Council? Humph. The entire universe was created by our kimchi ancestors. We protest. We absolutely refuse to acknowledge it. Those Indians are stupid. We should send more warships to attack them. Our great Korean nation is invincible. It must be the Yanhuan Kingdom colluding with aliens. We must expose the truth. The great kimchi nation will never yield. Let those iron lumps see our national spirit. We declare war on the parliament. We'll defeat them with our kimchi and appa's will. The universe belongs to Kimchi Korea. Some people even started live streaming, waving national flags at the camera and shouting for the Star Sea Council to get out of the Blue Star. These remarks, like the final ravings of madness, sounded particularly jarring on the silent global internet. Chen Seng looked at the online rants that Panga was filtering out in real time. There was no anger in his eyes, only an indifference as if watching ants hopping around. Noisy. He didn't even bother to specify a target. An order was issued. Pangu automatically locked onto the area below the starship above the capital of the Korean Empire, the area with the densest network signal and the loudest shouting. Its national symbol, Gwangaewamun Square, and the surrounding bustling commercial district. Buzz. The same deep blue ion beam, like a precise scalpel, descended instantly. The area, home to Gwangaewamun, the Blue House, the National Assembly Building, and the Ministry of National Defense, has followed in the footsteps of Shinshindiokri. The same silent decomposition, the same enormous lava crater, bustling streets, noisy crowds, waving flags, and live streaming equipment. Along with those arrogant shouts, they were completely wiped out. The world fell completely silent. The entire Korean peninsula trembled violently under this devastating blow. The surviving kimchi-loving Koreans watched the sunrise in the direction of the city. The pillar of energy connecting heaven and earth, and the enormous abyss that followed, collapsed completely. All the arrogance, all the fantasies of a cosmic empire. At this moment, it was ground into something even finer than powder. All that remains are the most primal, genetically ingrained fears and desperate wails. Chen Seng looked at the two newly added giant craters on Blue Star, which were still emitting a red-hot glow. His eyes remained completely still. My gaze swept across the global map and landed on that narrow, neon-lit area. Neon, if you want to establish your authority, then go all the way. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, 3 chickens should be enough. He muttered to himself indifferently. It's also time to disinfect some of the places that enshrine war criminals. Pangu, Kyoto, Japan, the Yasukuni Shrine and its surrounding 1-kilometer radius will be the focus of the cleanup. Command confirmed. The third ion beam was fired. It precisely targeted a specific, infamous area of Kyoto, Japan. That architectural complex, a symbol of the lingering spirit of militarism, and its urban area in Kyoto. It instantly vanishes under the high temperature of the ion flow. All that remained was a clean-edged, deeply sunken charred scar. 3 cannon shots, 3 locations, 3 different degrees of destruction. The entire metropolitan area of New Delhi has been completely wiped out. The administrative center of the hand-moth industry has completely disappeared. Neon Kyoto represents a thorough and precise purification of a specific symbol of evil. Information swept the globe like a tsunami. The reaction of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Beautiful country, the commander's mansion is a scene of apocalypse. The commander slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's all over." The vice commander and his staff were ashen-faced. The military leaders stared at the 3 glaring shell craters on the screen. They dared not mention the words counterattack or freedom of navigation again. Fear, a deep-seated fear, completely robbed them of their will to resist. In reality, there are no so-called Avengers heroes to save them or stand up for them. The Great Bear, inside the Kremlin. The commander stared at the screen and remained silent for a full minute. Then, he picked up the red phone. He gave the order in an unprecedentedly serious tone: notify the Yanhuan Kingdom. The Great Bear Federation unconditionally accepts all rules of the Star Sea Council and will fully cooperate with the Yanhuan Kingdom's oversight work. All troops are to be decommissioned and remain on standby. Additionally, take those nuclear warheads in the stockpile that are ready to be upgraded. Keep a close eye on it. Don't touch a single screw. Pragmatism and survival are instincts ingrained in the bear's bones. French Rooster and John Bull. The commanders of both countries issued statements with almost identical wording at the same time they shelled Kyoto, Japan. The joint statement, marked by extreme humility, reads, "We accept the jurisdiction of the Blue Star Sea Parliament with the utmost humility. Unconditionally abide by the 3 sacred rules promulgated by Parliament. We must deeply reflect on the conflicts of humankind's past. We pledge to fully cooperate with the Yanhuan Kingdom as its representative in parliamentary affairs." They immediately began a self-examination to ensure that there were no violations of parliamentary rules within the country. May the glory of Parliament guide humanity toward a peaceful future. Elegance? Dignity? In the face of absolute destructive power, they are all meaningless. Survival and profit come first. Inside the command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom, the commander looked at the flood of messages from various countries. The communications are filled with extremely humble declarations of obedience and requests for oversight. Looking at those 3 signs of destruction, my feelings were incredibly complicated. There was immense pressure, and also an indescribable sense of being recognized. The commander took a deep breath. The voice was calm and firm. Issue a statement immediately. Our Yanhuan Kingdom accepts the responsibilities entrusted to us by the Star Sea Council and will abide by the rules and fulfill our supervisory obligations. At the same time, it calls on all countries around the world to remain calm, abide by parliamentary rules, and work together to safeguard peace on Earth. Once you've taken on the responsibility, you must carry it firmly. All other countries in the world, regardless of size, under the overwhelming display of force and the statements from the 4 major powers, they all issued similar declarations of submission as quickly as possible. There was not a single sound. The entire planet Earth experienced terror and shock in less than an hour. They fell into an unprecedented, deathly peace. Government machinery in various countries began operating at full speed, not in preparation for war. Instead, they were busy destroying sensitive documents, decommissioning the military, and locking down weapon systems. They rushed to submit letters of surrender and detailed plans for accepting supervision to the local embassy of the Yanhuan Kingdom. Streets and alleys all over the world. After the initial extreme panic, an eerie calm began to spread. Some people knelt down to pray, some wept bitterly, some looked around blankly, and some cheered loudly. But there are also many people, especially ordinary people who have long lived under the shadow of war and tyranny. For the first time, a faint glimmer of hope, called peace, ignited in his eyes. Beneath the surface of the bustling and noisy blue star, a new order forcibly shaped by absolute force, with the Yanhuan Kingdom as its executor. Like a cold steel frame, it was brutally and efficiently embedded into the very fabric of human civilization. The rules of the Star Sea Council. Like an inviolable divine law, it is imprinted on the hearts of every human being. Chen Seng looked at the blue planet on the star map, which had returned to calm, and those 10,000 starships that acted as silent guardians. Finally, it's quiet. Pangu, execute the follow-up plan. He said it casually, as if he were just tidying up the weeds in the garden. His gaze had already turned back to the vast and challenging deep space universe deep within the star map. Received. Pangu responded silently. The clamor of Earth has temporarily subsided. The era of the Star Sea Council has officially begun. His journey, however, remains the endless sea of stars. The highest command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom. The massive electronic situation map has just returned to calm. The display shows the constellation of starships hovering like the sword of Damocles above major cities around the world. A complex atmosphere of tension, oppression, and relief permeated the air. Everyone is still processing the globally shocking announcement and the swift and decisive measures that followed. Sudden, the largest main screen in the center flickered without warning. Then, the scene was forcibly switched. Against a pure black background, a simple yet powerful black and gold geometric emblem slowly emerges. It is the emblem of the Blue Star Sea Council, which has just declared its takeover of Blue Star and demonstrated its devastating military power. Ah, parliamentary symbol. What happened? The internet has been taken over again. A suppressed gasp and gasps of shock instantly filled the command center. I just witnessed the parliament's pervasive network control and devastating military power. Now, this logo appears abruptly again. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and a chill ran down their spines. The tension that had just subsided instantly surged to its peak. Quiet! The Supreme Commander's calm and resonant voice rang out like a stabilizing force. It instantly silenced all the noise. He stood in front of the command platform, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His gaze was sharp as lightning, fixed on the cold emblem on the screen. He was also deeply shaken. But as the top decision-maker, he must remain absolutely calm. He knew that panic would not solve anything. Following the commander's orders, the command center was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All that remained was the faint hum of the instruments and the tense pounding of everyone's hearts. Everyone held their breath. All eyes are focused on the main screen, awaiting the unknown verdict. Just then, that cold, authoritative, and emotionless voice rang out. The announcement rang out clearly through the command center's broadcast system, echoing in the silent hall. "Greetings, Your Excellency Commander." The voice was flat, yet it carried an undeniable power. "The President invites you to come over to discuss some matters. Please move over now. The aircraft is already waiting outside. Reminder, only one person is allowed to accompany you." As soon as the words were spoken, the parliamentary emblem on the main screen disappeared, restoring the previous situational map. An invitation? President? Now. Outside? The amount of information was enormous and abrupt. A wave of suppressed tension swept through the command center once again. The crowd looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock, worry, and disbelief. "Commander! This is too dangerous. We can't go." An elderly general with gray hair was the first to step forward, speaking urgently. "We know nothing about this parliament. Who knows if they'll—" "Yes, Commander. This could be a trap." Another intelligence chief eagerly echoed this sentiment. The power they displayed was terrifying. What if? Should we try to confirm through other channels first? A senior civilian official made a cautious suggestion. The concerns of the crowd were palpable, all directed at the commander. The Supreme Commander slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with concern and worry. His eyes were deep, carrying a calm and insightful quality. "I understand everyone's concerns." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. It carries a calming and soothing power. "But please think about this calmly." He raised his finger and pointed to the top of his head. It was as if you could see through the roof to the giant steel ship floating in the sky. "If the other party really wanted to harm me, would they need to go to such lengths?" His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable force of fact. "Shinshindori, Gar, Kyoto, you have witnessed the power they have shown. Eliminate any of us, even this command center. For them, it's probably even simpler than us pressing a button, since they are willing to entrust us with global oversight. At least for now, it seems that we need to fulfill this responsibility. So, this invitation, it's very likely just a necessary communication, or an explanation." He paused, his gaze hardening. What is meant to be will be, and what is meant to be will be. Rather than making unnecessary suspicions, it is better to face it calmly. I believe that with their capabilities, if they really wanted to harm someone, they wouldn't need to set up a trap. The commander's words were like a breath of fresh air, dispelling the pervasive panic. Yes, in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery seems pale and laughable. If the other party truly harbors ill intentions, why bother with an invitation? Wouldn't it be simpler to just take action directly? The old general opened his mouth. Finally, it turned into a sigh, and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. The intelligence chief nodded silently. Although the worry in his eyes had not completely disappeared, he had become more rational. "Everyone, get back to your posts." The commander gave the order in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Do your jobs well, maintain national stability, appease the public, and closely monitor global developments. Until I return, everything will proceed according to the established plan. Wait for me to come back." His voice was steady and powerful. He possessed a commanding and convincing authority characteristic of a leader. Everyone looked at his calm yet resolute eyes. The unease in my heart was gradually replaced by trust and obedience. "Yes, Commander." The crowd responded in unison, their eyes rekindling with fighting spirit and a sense of responsibility. The Supreme Commander nodded slightly. His gaze shifted to a young adjutant beside him who had remained silent, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. "Xiao Zhang, come with me." "Yes, sir." Adjutant Zhang Ming stood at attention crisply, his voice steady. There was no fear in his eyes, only absolute obedience and a barely perceptible desire to explore. Neither of them said anything more. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, he strode out of the command center. Outside the command center, the sunlight was somewhat dazzling. The area is heavily guarded, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5. The guards, armed to the teeth, vigilantly patrolled the surroundings. Just now, there was a global upheaval and the shadow of a giant ship hovering overhead. The air here was filled with an unusual tension. The Supreme Commander and his adjutant Zhang Ming stood on the open ground, looking up at the sky. Apart from a few white clouds and the faint outline of a starship in the distance, there was nothing in sight. It seems, there's nothing there? Just as the commander frowned slightly, and Lieutenant Zhang Ming also cautiously scanned the surroundings. Buzz! A very faint hum, as if space itself was trembling, resounded. Dozens of meters ahead, the air rippled like water in mid-air. The light distorted and folded, and the outline of a colossal object quickly transformed from blurry to clear. A sleek, elegant aircraft hovered silently there. It is a deep, matte silver-gray color and is nearly 100 meters long. It is shaped like a flattened ellipsoid with perfectly smooth edges. There are no visible portholes, engine nozzles, or seams. It is full of a sense of technology and mystery that is ahead of its time. It was Chen Xing's Ride the Star mystery. Hiss dash. The surrounding guards were instantly terrified by the sudden appearance of the unknown flying object. He instinctively raised the muzzle of his gun, his face filled with extreme shock and instinctive reaction. Alert! The guard captain shouted sternly. His voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He quickly stepped in front of the commander, as if facing a formidable enemy. All the gun barrels were pointed at the aircraft that exuded an invisible sense of oppression. Lieutenant Zhang Ming's pupils also contracted sharply, and his body tensed instantly. His right hand instinctively rested on the pistol at his waist. Its sharp gaze swept across every inch of the aircraft's surface, trying to find potential threats. Only the Supreme Commander, after the initial shock, quickly regained his composure. He looked at the aircraft in front of him, which represented absolute technological power. A look of shock flashed in his eyes, but more so a look of inquiry and a hint of understanding. They arrived as expected. Put down your weapons. The commander's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. All off. This is a parliamentary aircraft. His gaze swept over the guards, who looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Do not do anything that might cause misunderstanding. Follow orders. The captain of the guard looked into the commander's calm and resolute eyes. Then he looked at the hovering, godlike flying machine. He gritted his teeth and finally swung his hand forcefully. Put down your guns. Lift the alert. The guard still wore expressions of disbelief and fear, but he obeyed orders and slowly lowered the muzzle of his gun. His body remained tense, his eyes fixed on the aircraft. Just then, a hatch silently slid open on the smooth belly of the Star Mystic. A soft, non-glaring white light shone down from it. A smooth gangway was formed, leading directly to the ground. There was no sound, but the open hatch was undoubtedly the clearest invitation. The Supreme Commander took a deep breath and straightened his collar. He nodded to his adjutant, Zhang Ming, beside him. The eye contact conveyed the message of staying vigilant and adapting to changing circumstances. Zhang Ming understood, his gaze sharpening even more. The commander no longer hesitated. With steady steps, I was the first to step onto the smooth gangway. Zhang Ming followed closely behind. As the two figures disappeared inside the hatch closed silently. Buzz! Another slight spatial tremor occurred. The massive hull of the Xingqian resembles an ink droplet merging into water. It instantly became transparent and blurry, and finally disappeared completely into the air, as if it had never existed. Only the guards on the ground remained, dumbfounded and still shaken. The guard captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He immediately turned around and rushed back to the command center to report as quickly as possible. Inside the Xingqian, soft, bright light filled a simple, spacious, and futuristic cabin. The bulkhead is made of a warm, silvery white material. It emits a faint glow, and there are no dashboards or control devices visible. The Supreme Commander and his adjutant Zhang Ming stood there, as if they were in another dimension. The imagined changes in gravity, the feeling of being pushed back by acceleration, nothing happened. It was as stable as standing on the most solid ground. This, Lieutenant Zhang Ming couldn't help but gasp softly. He stomped his foot unconsciously, feeling its firmness. But the body doesn't feel any inertia at all. He suppressed the shock in his heart, his gaze sharp as lightning. They quickly and discreetly scanned every corner and every detail of the cabin. The material of the bulkhead, the source of light, the airflow. He mobilized all his senses and expertise in an attempt to decipher this technology that transcends cognition. Meanwhile, his hand rested seemingly casually on the bulkhead. Feeling the warm and unique touch on my fingertips, my brain raced, memorizing all the information. The Supreme Commander, on the other hand, appeared more composed. His gaze immediately fell on what appeared to be the porthole. It wasn't transparent glass, but a huge, screen-like curtain of light. At this moment, the outside world is clearly displayed on the screen. He silently watched the mountains, rivers, and towns rushing past. He quickly calculated the direction, speed, and altitude in his mind. Direction, southwest. The speed, at least 10 times the speed of sound, or even higher. The scenery below looks like flowing ribbons of color. The altitude seemed to be above the stratosphere, but the flight was so smooth and quiet, without any sonic booms. A storm raged within him. This flight performance far surpassed that of any country he knew, and even far exceeded his imagination. Only about 10 minutes had passed. The scene displayed on the screen. It has transformed from a bustling metropolis into rolling, lush mountains. Is this, deep in the 10,000 mountains? Lieutenant Zhang Ming also noticed the change in the scene. Both of them had a deep look of confusion in their eyes. This is completely different from what they had envisioned as a secret military base or a grand spaceport. The adjutant stopped observing and also went to the porthole. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the commander, he looked down in bewilderment. Soon, the aircraft began to decelerate and descend. Below is a lush primeval forest. Only a few scattered, simple farmhouses can be seen nestled in the mountain valleys. However, just after the aircraft flew over a mountain ridge, the view below suddenly changed. The adjutant's eyes widened suddenly. Pointing to a relatively flat valley below, "Sir, look over there." The Supreme Commander looked in the direction he was pointing. All that could be seen was a valley surrounded by mountains and lush greenery. A small white villa with a simple yet modern style stands out prominently. Its lines are sleek, and large floor-to-ceiling windows reflect the sunlight. It is set against a backdrop of traditional brick and tile houses and natural mountains and fields. It seems so out of place, so incongruous. It's as if futuristic technology has accidentally fallen into an ancient painting. The Supreme Commander was also stunned, his surprise and doubt reaching their peak. Could it be? Is this where the mysterious chairman of the Star Sea Council is located? This absurd yet incredibly real thought was impacting his understanding. Sure enough, the aircraft smoothly adjusted its attitude. They slowly descended towards the small open space in front of the villa. The anti-gravity engine was working silently. The Xingqian hovered and landed as smoothly as a feather falling, without stirring up a speck of dust. The hatch slid open silently again, and a soft staircase of light extended out. That familiar, emotionless voice echoed inside the cabin. "Gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination. The boss is waiting inside." Boss? The subtle change in this terminology. The moment sent a chill down the spines of both the Supreme Commander and his adjutant, Zhang Ming. He used to be the president, but now he's become the more worldly boss? What does this mean? Was it a slip of the tongue? Or is it an indication of some kind of identity? Or, before I could think it through, the scene outside the hatch was already clear. A clean and tidy lawn courtyard leads to the entrance of the White Villa. The Supreme Commander took a deep breath. His face quickly regained its usual calm and composure, as if the surprise and doubt from just now had never occurred. He straightened his collar and took the lead in stepping down the light staircase. The adjutant followed closely behind, taking each step with extreme caution. His gaze swept across the surroundings like a searchlight. A very ordinary lawn and courtyard with a few trimmed ornamental trees. A gravel path leads to the villa's gate, which looks no different from the front yard of an ordinary country villa. There were no additional fortifications or high-tech features. The Supreme Commander gave Zhang Ming a wink. He was signaled to remain vigilant, but also to be mindful of etiquette. Then, he took the lead, stepping onto the gravel path and walking towards the tightly closed villa gate. I had just walked about a meter from the door. A soft beep was heard. The seemingly heavy-looking front door of the villa slid open silently inward. Behind the door, the person standing behind the door was not human. Instead, it is a humanoid robot with a simple and streamlined design and a matte metallic sheen. Its head was a smooth, curved surface, with 2 points of pale blue light replacing its eyes, silently watching the two people. T-01 Service Robot, at your service. The robot emitted a calm but inhuman electronic voice. Please follow me, the owner is waiting in the tea room. After saying that, it smoothly turned around and led the way. The Supreme Commander and his adjutant exchanged another glance. They both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Without time to think further, the two suppressed the turmoil in their hearts. They quickly followed the robot and entered the villa. The interior design of the villa is equally simple and modern, with plenty of natural light and fresh air. The T-01 robot led them through a short corridor to a half-open door. The boss is inside. T-01 stepped aside. A faint aroma of tea wafted from inside the door. The Supreme Commander composed himself and gently pushed open the door. Inside the door is an elegantly furnished tea room. Although it is not large in area, it is filled with a tranquil atmosphere. The indoor lighting is soft. One side features a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window that occupies the entire wall. Outside the window are rolling green hills and a clear blue sky, a wide and pleasant view. In the center of the room, behind an antique tea table, sat a man who looked extremely young. He was dressed in simple casual clothes. He was relaxed and focused on arranging the exquisite tea set in front of him. The aroma of tea wafted through the air. Hearing the door open, the young man looked up. It was a clean, handsome face with a calm expression. Those eyes, however, were as deep as a cold pool, calm and still. It seemed to contain an endless starry sky, creating a stark contrast with his youthful appearance. He looked at the highest-ranking commander and Jiang Ming, the adjutant, at the door. A faint, peaceful smile appeared on his face. "You're here." Chen Xing's voice was gentle, with a hint of casualness. It was as if he were greeting a familiar friend. He gently pushed the 2 freshly brewed cups of tea to the empty spot opposite him on the tea table. The emerald green tea liquor rippled gently in the pristine white porcelain cup, releasing a refreshing and delightful aroma. "Please have a seat and some tea, gentlemen." Chen Xing's voice remained calm as he gestured for them to proceed. The air in the tea room seemed to freeze for a moment, with only the refreshing aroma of tea wafting through the air. The Supreme Commander and his adjutant Jiang Ming stood at the door. My gaze was fixed on that incredibly young figure sitting behind the tea tray. That casual, natural "you're here." It also carries an indescribable, all-encompassing composure. The Supreme Commander, after all, was a man who had weathered many storms, and he forcibly suppressed his initial shock. His face quickly regained its usual composure, but a turbulent undercurrent still lingered in the depths of his eyes. He nodded slightly, walked steadily to the tea table, and sat down opposite Chen Xing. Lieutenant Jiang Ming followed closely behind, sitting upright beside the commander. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he observed Chen Xing and every detail of the room. Although he knew that such vigilance might be meaningless in the face of absolute power. However, my muscles are still slightly tense, ready to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. He couldn't understand this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him. How could it be associated with that world-destroying starship and that mysterious council? "Try this tea grown on the moon." Chen Xing picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and calmly looked at the two of them. The Supreme Commander did as instructed, picking up the pristine white porcelain cup, feeling the warmth emanating from its walls. The aroma of tea was soothing and refreshing, and this simple touch eased his tense nerves slightly. He took a sip, it was refreshing and had a sweet aftertaste. Truly excellent tea. He looked down at the emerald green tea, his mind racing. The aroma of the tea, the ambience, the young man. Everything was completely different from his imagined image of the chairman of the Star Sea Council. He took a deep breath and suppressed his turbulent emotions. He spoke calmly. "Thank you very much for your invitation, Your Excellency Chairman. What instructions does the Parliament, or rather, you, have for us?" He carefully chose his form of address, looking directly at Chen Xing. Chen Xing put down his teacup, a faint smile playing on his lips. The smile seemed to carry a hint of self-mockery, yet also a sense of relief. "President?" He shook his head slightly. "That's just a name used to refer to me, and the council is nothing more than a fictitious entity. You don't need to call me that." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. His gaze became serious and sincere. "Before we get down to business, I want to clarify one point first, which is also the most important point. I, Chen Xing, am a native of the land of Yan and Huang, born and raised here, without a doubt. More than a decade ago, I was just an unknown programmer in Shenzhen." Boom! These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of the Supreme Commander and Jiang Ming's adjutant. A person from the land of Yan and Huang. He was a programmer over a decade ago. Jiang Ming's adjutant's pupils suddenly contracted. The fingers pressing on the knees tightened suddenly, the knuckles turning white from the force. He stared intently at Chen Xing, trying to find a trace of a joke on his face. But there was only composure in those deep eyes. This identity, more shocking and absurd than any alien visitor or time traveler. The being who controls the fleet and overlooks the blue planet is actually one of my own compatriots? How is this possible? In just over a decade, I went from an ordinary programmer to gain control of a massive fleet leader capable of easily wiping out the capital? This is simply a fantasy. The Supreme Commander's hand, holding the teacup, trembled almost imperceptibly. A few drops of clear tea soup splashed onto the rustic tea tray. The horror in his heart surged like a tsunami, but his years of cultivated composure allowed him to quickly suppress this turbulent situation. His gaze, however, became even more profound and sharp, as if he wanted to see right through the young man before him. The Supreme Commander put down his teacup. His voice was slightly hoarse. Comrade Chen Xing. Forgive my bluntness, but this is truly unbelievable. How could you? He ultimately didn't ask. This involves core secrets that the other party may not be willing to reveal. Chen Xing seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled slightly. That smile carried a hint of detachment, as if he had seen through the ways of the world. By chance, plus a bit of luck. After more than a decade of dedicated development, it has become what it is today. I won't go into the specific details. All you need to know is that I am of the Yan and Huang bloodline. This land nurtured me, and that will never change. His tone was nonchalant. The phrase "it has become like this" seems insignificant. The Supreme Commander's fingers tightened slightly as he held the teacup, his knuckles turning somewhat white. Comrade Chen Xing. The commander quickly changed his form of address. His tone carried a deeper respect and a hint of indescribable complexity. Your achievements are truly breathtaking. May I ask what brings you here today? He cut straight to the point, knowing that the young man in front of him valued his time. They understood even more clearly that the other party's initiative to invite them meant there was something important to discuss. Chen Xing put down his teacup, his expression becoming more serious. His tone became serious. I wouldn't presume to offer guidance. There are a few things I need to discuss with you, or rather, to give my country a clear explanation. I established the Starry Sea Council. The pointless conflict was forcibly ended by force, and the power of oversight was handed over to the state. He looked at the Supreme Commander, his eyes calm yet carrying an invisible pressure. I need you to take care of this home for me and for the entire human civilization of Earth. My goal is simple: peace and development. Prohibit war, lock down dirty weapons. As the supervisor, the Yan Huan Kingdom must ensure that these two ironclad rules are not violated. Chen Xing's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable power. For those who don't obey. He paused, his eyes instantly turning cold and sharp, like ice that had stood for millennia. No matter who it is, no matter where it is. Their final destination was the mines of the lunar base, or more directly, purification. The power demonstrated by Parliament is not a joke, and it will certainly not be used only once. The Supreme Commander felt a chill creep up his spine. He clearly sensed the cold determination in Chen Xing's words. That wasn't a threat, but a statement of a fact that was about to be carried out. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and said in a deep voice, "Comrade Chen Xing, please rest assured. The nation must fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to it by Parliament to the best of its ability. Maintaining peace on Earth has always been the mission of the Yan Huan Kingdom. Guiding human civilization to develop in the right direction is also our mission. Now that we have the rules and power of Parliament as our backing, we are more confident in completing this task. Only." He carefully considered his words. "You just mentioned that Earth is just home, so what will be the focus of the Council in the future?" "The starry sky." He raised his hand and gently tapped the tea tray above the water. With a soft hum, a huge holographic star map instantly unfolded in the center of the tea room. The dazzling stars cascaded down like a waterfall. "It illuminates the entire room as if you were in the universe." The commander and his adjutant Zhang Ming held their breath instantly. I was once again awestruck by this dreamlike scene. The star map is vast and boundless, with countless twinkling points of light forming complex and magnificent spiral arms of galaxies. This is my true stage. Chen Xing's voice carried a calmness that comes with facing something grand. Outside the solar system, it's very lively. It's far from the peaceful place we once imagined. In fact, it's fraught with danger. He picked up the teapot and refilled the three people's cups with water. His movements remained calm and unhurried, but what he said sent chills down the spines of his listeners. My reconnaissance fleet has penetrated hundreds of light years into the vicinity of the solar system. Numerous interstellar intelligent civilizations exist there, ranging in level from 1 to nearly 4. They established a complex interstellar society. There are trade alliances, military empires, Zerg hives, and space pirates plundering everywhere. Like a dark forest, we are currently just taking refuge in a small corner. His finger swept across the star map, highlighting several areas. The Kassal Commonwealth, a multi-species civilization about 110 light-years away from us. Its technology level is around 2.8, and it possesses the capability to operate across star systems. The Ghost Raiders are a space pirate group active 80 light-years away in the solar system. Ruthless Methods, suspected of possessing warp drive technology. The Ericsson Trade Alliance, one of the regional hegemons, with a technology level of 3.9, controls a vast territory and trade network. Cronus Military Alliance, a belligerent regional hegemon. The Sauron Hive, a biological catastrophe-type civilization with extremely high expansion potential. Chen Xing gave a concise and accurate introduction to the characteristics, levels, and approximate locations of several major forces. Every name, every rank number. These words struck like heavy blows to the hearts of the Supreme Commander and Zhang Ming. They looked at the densely packed dots of light on the star map. Listening to Chen Xing's calm narration, I felt a chill run from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. The universe is so crowded. Humanity is not an island. It turns out that in the face of those colossal beings, the blue planet is as insignificant as dust. Are these all real? The Supreme Commander's voice was slightly dry and trembling, although he knew that Chen Seng had no reason to deceive them. Absolutely genuine, Chen Seng affirmed. Trade, conflict, expansion, alliances, destruction. The dramas that have unfolded on Earth over the past few millennia are now on the scale of the cosmos. It keeps repeating itself in a grander way and with more brutal rules. Now, my reconnaissance fleet is exploring even further into deep space. The information is constantly being updated and supplemented. Our current understanding is just the tip of the iceberg. He withdrew his finger, but the light screen remained suspended there. It silently speaks of the vastness and danger of the universe. Because there is not enough information to explore at present. I'm still thinking about how to deal with these neighbors. Chen Seng asked frankly, is it about subjugating them, or about befriending them? Should we maintain our distance? Both require more intelligence and time to weigh the options. As for my strength, he looked at the commander, his eyes calm and unwavering. Based on the overall assessment, it is roughly between level 3.2 and level 3.6. Not top tier, but more than capable of self-defense. Offense is still somewhat lacking against true powerhouses, levels 3.2 to 3.6. The Supreme Commander murmured to himself, his mind in turmoil. Although Chen Seng said it was not top-notch, but this is already a power far beyond what Earth could imagine. It is able to protect itself in such a complex interstellar environment. This in itself signifies unimaginable power. Chen Seng affirmed. Comrade Chen Seng. The commander took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He looked intently at Chen Seng, with a strong sense of responsibility. Since the starry sky is so complex and dangerous, and you are a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, do we need the support of humans from Earth, or rather, the support of the Yanhuang Kingdom? Whether it's resources, manpower, or other forms of cooperation, we are willing to give it our all. He hoped to share some of the burden for his compatriots in the starry sky and to secure some protection for the Yanhuang Kingdom. If I could participate in Chen Seng's interstellar endeavors, this will be an immeasurable opportunity for the Chinese nation and even for all of human civilization. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile finally appeared on Chen Seng's lips. Unlike her previous composure, this smile carried a hint of relief. He shook his head slightly. We'll see. Currently, my base system and operating methods do not require additional support. You must manage Earth well and ensure the stable development of human civilization. Gathering strength is the greatest support you can give me. He paused, then added, I will contact you if I really need to. After saying that, Chen Seng stood up. Just talking about it might not be intuitive enough, so let me show you my small workshop. This will also help you understand our current position and the situation we may face in the future. He made no extra movements, only a slight thought. One side of the tea room, which was originally a bookshelf wall, slid silently to both sides. Behind it, a futuristic elevator was revealed. This is the underground passage that Chen Seng recently renovated to make it easier for him to come and go. Please. Chen Seng stood up first. The Supreme Commander and Zhang Ming exchanged a glance, suppressed their shock, and got up to follow. The three of them entered the elevator, and the elevator doors closed silently. It started smoothly, without any vibration or noise, and descended at high speed along the bright passage. 30 seconds later, the elevator stopped and the doors slowly opened. The sudden, breathtaking view left the two well-traveled leaders speechless. This is an underground space that is unimaginably vast. It is hundreds of meters high and its area stretches as far as the eye can see. Countless automated factory production lines are neatly arranged like a steel forest, emitting a deep and rhythmic roar. The giant robotic arms swung deftly, assembling all sorts of unprecedented equipment components. Countless engineering robots and transport vehicles moved about in an orderly fashion. The dome simulates natural light, the air is fresh, and the temperature is pleasant. There are no workers here, only highly efficient steel and intelligence. The entire base is filled with a cold, precise, and timeless industrial aesthetic. This is my underground base on Earth. I usually conduct research and development work here. Currently, the main responsibility is to produce small and medium-sized experimental products that are generated as an extra part of the research process. In addition, some basic equipment, base maintenance parts, etc. The raw materials were all transported back from the asteroid belt. Chen Seng's voice sounded very soft in the huge space, yet it clearly reached the ears of the two people. Afterwards, Chen Seng led the two onto a hover sightseeing vehicle to begin their tour. Lieutenant Zhang Ming greedily recorded everything he saw. Those technological creations that were ahead of their time, their massive scale, and their highly automated operating models. Every frame of the video was pushing the limits of his understanding. The Supreme Commander had a deep, thoughtful look in his eyes. They were trying to digest the terrifying industrial strength and technological level represented by what they saw and heard. This is something that no single country can achieve. This is an independent civilization entity based on a planet and with a view of the stars. The hovercar traveled at great speed, and after more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the aircraft parking area. After visiting the awe-inspiring Blue Star base, Chen Xing did not stop. They were led back onto the starry sky, which was waiting there. The star mystery slowly rose, flew out of the passage gate, and then took off directly from the ground. It quickly breaks through the atmosphere and enters the deep space. Outside the porthole, the azure blue star rotates below, and the starry sky spreads out overhead. The flight did not last long. The starry sky spacecraft circled around to the far side of the moon and hovered over a canyon. The star mystery slowly descended to the cliffside of the canyon. A massive, disguised passageway gate slowly opened, and the star mystic flew smoothly inside. The Supreme Commander and Jiang Ming were once again stunned by the sight before them. What comes into view is a much larger, colder world, entirely constructed of metal and energy. A massive dome covers a simulated starry sky. Below are densely packed docks, refineries, and assembly lines. Dozens of Stardust-class, Star Shuttle-class, and Crab-class starships were lined up neatly like a forest. It may be under full-scale construction in the dock, or it may be ready to set sail. The engineering robotic arm moves with the agility of a giant's arm. The sparks from laser welding are like twinkling stars. Further away, a massive furnace spews out intense plasma flames. Various kinds of ores will be smelted into ingots. The air was filled with a unique smell of ozone, metal, and energy. The lunar base is mainly responsible for the construction, maintenance, production of various equipment, and refining of resources for deep space starships. Chen Xing introduced it calmly. This is my initial base for exploring the solar system. It is also the last line of defense for Earth. Countless artillery positions and defensive structures have been deployed on the far side of the moon. The star mystery slowly landed on a helipad within the base. Chen Xing did not lead them deep inside. They were simply brought to the observation platform of the lunar base. Let them overlook the magnificent view of the entire base. The Supreme Commander and Jiang Ming were completely speechless. Looking down at the magnificent industrial landscape and fleet formations below, which resembled a galaxy, they felt as insignificant as dust. This is no longer a scene from a science fiction movie, but a cold and cruel reality. It was this young man in front of them who single-handedly built the interstellar empire. A complex mix of pride, awe, and a deep sense of responsibility surged within them. As you can see, Chen Xing's voice carried a subtle sense of control. This is just one of my many bases. There are many bases like this in the solar system, on every planet and large celestial body. Mars, in particular, is now my starship construction center, producing more than 20,000 starships per month. Several defensive lines and space minefields have also been deployed in the Kuiper Belt. Now I have fully explored the entire solar system. Chen Xing's voice remained calm, but against this grand backdrop, it sounded incredibly profound. And outside the solar system, plans are also being made. A buffer zone with a radius of 50 light-years, centered on the solar system, was constructed. 1,280 pioneer engineering fleets have set sail. Permanent branch bases and resource outposts will be established in those undeveloped star systems. Subsequently, Xingqian took off again and hovered in near lunar orbit. Chen Xing pointed to the deep starry sky. Beyond the moon's orbit, a massive fleet of tens of thousands of starships could be seen. It floats silently like a cold galaxy. The ship's hull gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen under the starlight. It silently speaks of suffocating force. He pointed to the fleet outside the porthole, which resembled a steel forest. Currently, I have more than 100,000 starships of various types in service. And this number is growing rapidly every day. The production capacity under the unlimited troop production plan is astonishing. 100,000 ships, 50 light-years radius, buffer zone. After a long while, the Supreme Commander finally regained his voice from the shock. He turned to Chen Xing and solemnly said again, "Comrade Chen Xing, this is truly breathtaking. The Chinese people are so fortunate to have you. Can't a nation really offer some support in interstellar exploration, diplomacy, or any other area you need? For example, personnel, basic research support, or logistical support. We truly hope to contribute to your career in the Star Ocean." Chen Xing looked at the sincere expectation and enthusiasm in the eyes of the Supreme Commander. There was no direct promise, but there was also no refusal. The affairs of the starry sky are complex and full of unknowns, but I can handle them for now. If there is a need in the future for matters concerning the entire human race on Earth or requiring assistance from local forces, I will contact you. After all, he emphasized, we are connected by blood. This answer reassured the Supreme Commander, although no specific task was given. However, Chen Xing's attitude has already indicated a certain degree of approval and possibility. He nodded vigorously, "Okay, we're ready at any time." Chen Xing nodded slightly and said no more. After the visit, the Star Mystic carried the two deeply shaken individuals back to Earth. We landed again in a small courtyard in the 10,000 mountains. Back in the tea room, the three sat down again. Chen Sang raised his hand in a gesture. The T-01 robot, which had been standing quietly to the side, stepped forward. He was holding a silver-gray metal briefcase and a palm-sized, simply designed black cube. In this box, Chen Sang pointed to the metal box. It contains 100 vials of gene enhancement serum. Detailed instructions for use and effects are included. It can significantly improve physical fitness, extend lifespan, and unlock potential. Take it back and give it to the people who need it most and who can use it the most. Remember, handle it with caution, it represents immense power and could also bring new problems. His eyes held a warning. Lieutenant Zhang Ming immediately stepped forward and carefully took the metal box. It feels slightly heavy when you hold it, and has a cool texture. Gene serum. This stuff from science fiction movies is actually in my hands. He was incredibly excited, but he still maintained the seriousness of a soldier on his face, only his eyes were surprisingly bright. Chen Sang then pointed to the black cube. Some basic technical data is stored inside. It covers key fields such as materials science, energy, communications, and physical engineering, and currently discovered basic information about interstellar civilizations and star map fragments. Although it is only a basic technology, it is enough to enable Blue Star's technology to achieve a leap forward. Take it back and hand it over to the top research team for study. Once this batch is processed, I will consider providing subsequent batches, depending on the situation. This is undoubtedly a generous gift to the mother civilization and a key to accelerating its integration into the Star Sea era. Zhang Ming solemnly accepted the black cube again, feeling a great sense of responsibility. Finally, Chen Sang picked up the black cube next to him, a smaller, silver device, like a delicate pocket watch, with a faint blue glow flowing across it. This is a quantum encryption communicator. He handed the device to the Supreme Commander. Through it, you can contact me at any time to report on the situation on Earth, or when parliamentary rules are seriously challenged and swift action is required. Chen Sing's eyes sharpened. It can be used to directly command and call upon 100 starships deployed in orbit around Earth. This is the military guarantee. I authorize the nation to oversee the entire planet and enforce the will of the Congress. Use with caution. The Supreme Commander took a deep breath and accepted the small silver communicator with both hands. It feels smooth to the touch, yet incredibly heavy. This small device represents both supreme trust and destructive power. He said in a deep voice, I understand. This matter concerns the lives of billions of people, so we must be extremely careful. After explaining everything, Chen Sang seemed a little relieved. After sitting back down at the tea table, he picked up the slightly cool tea and took a sip. I'm leaving the Blue Star situation to you. I hope to soon see a united, progressive, and spacefaring human home. The Supreme Commander straightened his chest. Comrade Chen Sang, please rest assured. We are very optimistic about Earth. You can then focus on your grand interstellar endeavors. If you need anything, please be sure to contact us. The nation will always be your strongest support. His words were firm and resolute, full of promise. Chen Sang looked at him, a hint of approval seemingly flashing in his eyes. He pondered for a moment, then said, in that case, after you go back. Besides studying the technology, we should also take a good look at the interstellar information within it. In particular, the sections concerning the social structures, diplomatic models, and potential threats of known civilizations. The organization assembled a dedicated team of top strategists, diplomats, and sociologists to conduct the research. Let's think about the future of human civilization on our blue planet. How should we get along with these interstellar neighbors who vary in form and strength? Should we seek an alliance? Keep our distance? Or? He paused, not continuing, but the meaning was self-evident. Should we subdue them, befriend them, or try some other method? He concluded by adding, as for strength, you've already seen the base and fleet. Within this known star system, we are more than capable of protecting ourselves. It still requires time to accumulate experience and a clearer strategic direction. He readily acknowledged both his strengths and weaknesses. I see. The Supreme Commander nodded emphatically, engraving every word Chen Sang said into his heart. Interstellar diplomacy will be a completely new challenge that Earth will have to face in the future. All right. Chen Sang put down his teacup and gestured for the guest to leave. His expression returned to its initial calm and indifferent state, even carrying a hint of aloofness. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and everything that needed to be seen has been seen. You can go back now. His gaze swept calmly over the two of them, his tone flat yet carrying an undeniable weight. Finally, and most importantly, aside from the two of you, I don't want a third person to know my true identity. Right now, I'm just a researcher living in seclusion here. The chairman of the Star Sea Council is a symbol of the council's will and does not require a specific face. I enjoy peace and quiet, and I want to be disturbed by anyone, for any reason. He stared into the commander's eyes. He said, word by word, if you can't do this. Or perhaps it was your negligence that shattered my peace. Chen Xing paused for a moment, his tone carrying a sense of complete detachment. I will consider leaving Earth, taking everything with me, including what I have given up. At that time, Earth will return to its original orbit, and the Council will become history. These are calm words. Yet it contained a chilling force that made the commander feel even more intense than the destruction of New Delhi. Leaving Earth? What does that mean? This means that the peace, hope, and key to the stars that we have just gained will vanish in an instant. They might even face an even more terrifying future because they lose their protection. The Supreme Commander felt a chill run down his spine. He clearly heard the resolute tone in Chen Xing's words. He immediately stood up, his expression extremely solemn. With a touch of solemnity, he patted his chest forcefully. He said in a deep voice, Comrade Chen Xing, rest assured, I guarantee you with my life and honor, your identity will be a top state secret, an absolute top secret. Aside from myself and Lieutenant Jiang Ming, no third person will ever know. We swear on our military spirit. May we be struck down by divine retribution if we break this oath. Lieutenant Jiang Ming immediately stood up and stood at attention. His eyes were as resolute as iron. I swear on my life. I will never reveal a single word. Chen Xing looked at their solemn expressions. She nodded slightly. All right. Remember your promise. Go back now. The T-01 robot silently slid into the tea room. He gestured to guide them. Please follow me, the star mystery is ready. The Supreme Commander and Jiang Ming once again cast respectful yet complex glances at Chen Xing. I took a deep look at this young man who had changed the fate of humanity but only wanted to quietly drink tea. Then he turned around and followed the robot out of the tea room. The star mystery silently started up again and merged into the void. The return journey was smooth and swift. However, the mindset of the Supreme Commander and his adjutant Jiang Ming, who were sitting inside the star mystery, was completely different from when they arrived. The Supreme Commander looked out the porthole at the mountains and rivers rushing past. He gripped the cold quantum communicator and the black cube tightly in his hand. A storm raged within him. Chen Xing's identity, the truth about the Star Sea, gene-generating agents, access to hundreds of starships, and that weighty promise of secrecy. All of this is as heavy as Mount Tai. Jiang Ming held the metal box as if it were the future of humanity. His eyes were sharp yet tinged with confusion, and his mind was racing. They were processing all the explosive information they had just received. The image of the vast starry sea and Chen Xing's calm yet weighty words echoed in their minds. My heart is filled with a sense of mission, awe, and endless contemplation about the future. The star mystic silently transported them back to the open area outside the Supreme Command Center. Then, just as it appeared, it vanished without a trace. Inside the command center, the anxious crowd was delighted to see the Supreme Commander and his adjutant Jiang Ming appear unharmed. Holding the clearly extraordinary item in their arms, they all breathed a long sigh of relief, followed by a surge of intense curiosity. But the Supreme Commander simply glanced around. With an unwavering and authoritative voice, he issued the order, convene an emergency meeting at the highest level immediately. All irrelevant personnel, leave the premises. Activate the highest level of confidentiality. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over everyone with an unprecedented solemnity. He knew that a new era, an era belonging to Xingai, had quietly arrived. The Yanhuan Kingdom, or rather, human civilization on Earth, is standing at an unprecedented crossroads. Protecting their homeland while gazing at the stars is their most sacred duty at this moment. The young man who lived in seclusion deep in the mountains was the cornerstone and guide of all of this. His identity will forever remain a secret in our hearts, the greatest secret that will safeguard civilization. Inside the tea room, the lingering aroma of tea had not yet completely dissipated. Chen Xing sat alone in the tea room. Unconsciously, my fingertips caressed the warm, smooth rim of the teacup. My gaze fell on the rolling green hills outside the window. His deep eyes reflected a vision of the stars and the sea. They saw off the Supreme Commander and Jiang Ming. The tea house returned to tranquility, with only the rustling sound of the mountain breeze through the treetops. But his thoughts, like the rolling mountains outside the window, were unpredictable and volatile. Actively unveil the mystery of the Star Sea Council to them. Revealing his identity as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor was a decision he made after careful consideration. On the one hand, it's a sense of belonging that comes from deep within one's bloodline. He hopes that those in charge of his motherland understand this. That which hangs high in the orbit of Blue Star, wielding the power of life and death. They are not cold alien visitors or unknown mysterious forces. Rather, it is a compatriot who shares the same roots as them and has worked silently on this land. This can, to some extent, soothe the doubts of the core members of the Yanhuan clan. This also sows the seeds of trust for possible future cooperation, reduce barriers and suspicions, and make the entrustment of supervisory power more based on trust. On the other hand, this in itself is a test, an ultimate test of trust, wisdom, and execution. genetic agents, technical data, starship authorization, interstellar intelligence. These generous gifts are not only presents, but also bait and a touchstone. If even the most basic confidentiality commitments cannot be upheld, information leakage due to internal strife, this would attract unnecessary prying eyes and trouble, disturbing the peace he cherished. And so, his bondage with Blue Star and the Yanhuang Kingdom came to an end. He will not hesitate to take back everything he has given. He severed all contact, taking his massive fleet and base with him, and vanished completely into the deep sea of stars. At that time, Earth will return to its original chaotic trajectory, and the Parliament will become a thing of the past. If we meet again in the sea of stars in the future, we will be strangers. He, Chen Xing, believes he owes this land nothing more. You can then comfortably appreciate the vast and even more brutal landscapes of the universe. Conversely, if they can keep their promises and keep the secret deep in their hearts. At the same time, he made use of the resources he provided to truly shoulder the responsibility of a supervisor, guiding the Chinese nation, and even the entire planet Earth, towards peace and development. So, at some appropriate time in the future, he doesn't mind bringing along these like-minded compatriots. Let's embark together on a true interstellar civilization journey. Let the banner of Yanhuang spread across the stars and the sea. I hope you won't let me down. Chen Xing muttered to himself, his eyes calm and expressionless. Pangu, activate the highest level monitoring across the entire Blue Star. Identify all communications, contacts, and activity patterns of the Supreme Commander and his adjutant, Zhang Ming. Any indication of an attempt to leak my identity information will be flagged and alerted immediately. Command confirmed, boss. Highest level monitoring protocol has been loaded onto the target individual. The quantum encrypted communicator is stable and its deep positioning function is not activated. Pangu responded calmly. The seeds of trial have been sown. Now, we simply wait for it to take root and sprout, or wither and die. Chen Xing drank the slightly cool tea in his cup in one gulp. The last trace of warmth belonging to Blue Star Chen Xing in his eyes quickly faded away. It was replaced once again by the absolute calmness and focus of the superbrain. The matter concerning Blue Star has been temporarily brought to a close. He got up, walked to the sliding wall on the inside of the tea room, and stepped into the elevator leading to the underground base. The familiar, cold metallic scent and deep industrial hum instantly enveloped him. Chen Xing didn't linger and went straight to the Research and Development Center. A giant holographic star map slowly rotates in the center. The green lights representing the Pioneer fleet are like wildfire. It is steadily heading towards its predetermined coordinates within 50 light-years of the solar system. The blue dots represent the Swift Wind Reconnaissance Team. Like keen tentacles, it extends and explores into deep space with a radius of 500 light-years. Chen Xing's gaze swept across the star map, finally settling on the marked points of light representing alien forces. The Kazal Consortium, the Erexian Trade Federation, the Cronus Military Alliance, the Sauron Hive. And then there's the Ghost Raider mark, which appears and disappears like a ghost. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice echoed in the empty Research and Development Center. Yes, boss. Pangu's electronic voice responded instantly. Any new developments in the intelligence analysis regarding the Ghost Raiders and their operational star systems? Intelligence summary loading. Regarding the Ghost Raiders, there are no new direct sighting reports. However, according to the Wind 1123 squad's continuous passive monitoring outside the 7th resource sector of Kasal, several encrypted communication fragments were intercepted, mentioning that Ghost's recent activity range seems to be moving towards the edge of the Cygnus spiral arm. This indicates a trend of diffusion in the direction of the solar system, with an increased frequency. Threat assessment potentially escalating. Other reconnaissance teams are exploring within 200 to 500 light-years of the solar system. Dozens of new early-stage civilizations at levels 1.2 to 2.5 have been discovered. All are in the development stage within their star systems, and no signs of intergalactic activity have been found. Several advanced civilizations of level 3.5 or below were also discovered. The star map's completeness has been improved by 5.7%. No direct activity signals from a level 3.6 or higher overlord level civilization were detected in this sector. The movements of the Ghost Raiders made Chen Xing's eyes narrow slightly. Although it's just a trend, it's enough to sound an alarm. Boss, based on the encrypted intelligence obtained and deciphered from the core area of the Kasale Consortium, combined with cross-validation of public information databases and intelligence obtained from recent reconnaissance, the core information regarding the code of conduct for advanced civilizations in this star system has been compiled. A magnified view of a section of the star map, focusing on the points of light marked with several level 3.9 overlord civilizations such as Erexon, Stardust Order, and Crystal Cluster Alliance. The existence of the Erexon Trade Alliance, the Stardust Order, the Crystal Cluster Alliance, the Ether Ring, and the Void Elementals has been confirmed. The Interstellar Civilization War Treaty was jointly initiated and maintained by 5 regional hegemonic civilizations of level 3.9, covering interstellar civilizations within a range of thousands of light-years. Its core terms are I. Restrictions on civilization wars. In principle, any form of interstellar civilization war is only permitted between civilizations of the same level. Higher-level civilizations are prohibited from launching direct or indirect military attacks against lower-level civilizations, those with a level difference greater than 1. 2. Arbitration and penalties. To ensure the implementation of the convention, the 5 parties jointly established the Interstellar Federation Arbitration Court. For any violation of the convention, the injured party or the observer may submit evidence to the Court of Arbitration. Once verified, the 5 parties or their designated agents will jointly implement punitive measures. This includes, but is not limited to, economic blockade, technological sanctions, targeted elimination of leadership, destruction of core military forces, and even complete annihilation. 3. Historical case evidence 1. Approximately 300 standard years ago, approximately 3,000 blue star years, a level 3.3 civilization called Caliban covets the unique biological resources of a neighboring level 2.1 civilization called Green Shade. They secretly planned and carried out an extermination operation disguised as a space pirate attack, leading to the ecological collapse of the Green Shade civilization's home planet. The event was detected as an anomaly by the Stardust Order's high-dimensional Chinook observation network. After the evidence was submitted to the arbitration court, the Caliban civilization suffered a devastating blow from the combined fleets of the 5 superpowers within 15 standard days. Their home star system was completely sealed off, their technological inheritance was severed, and the remaining forces became exiles. Historical case evidence 2. Approximately 100 standard years ago, a level 3.5 civilization, the Sharpclaw Empire, is secretly supporting its subordinate level 2.8 civilization. Launching a proxy war against another independent level 2.9 civilization, Tranquil Forest, would normally be fine. The problem was that they secretly dispatched a fleet to directly destroy the capital planet of Tranquil Forest. They believed their operation was extremely covert and flawless. However, only 15 standard years later, the Interstellar Federation Arbitration Court Alliance then traveled thousands of light-years to the Sharpclaw Empire's home star system. Its main fleet was as fragile as paper in the face of absolute power, its home planet was blockaded, and all the Imperial high-ranking officials were arrested and tried. Their civilization level was forcibly downgraded and they were placed under strict supervision. Following this case, the convention's deterrent effect reached its peak. Historically, several level 3 civilizations, hoping to get away with it, have attempted to cross the boundary and attack level 2 targets. All were wiped out by the Allied forces in a very short time, and their core civilizations were erased. Purpose of the convention: to maintain relative stability in the star system and prevent advanced civilizations from abusing force to cause the mass extinction of lesser civilizations. Disrupt the star system's ecosystem, including resource points, potential allies, or technology incubators. At the same time, it also preserved a certain buffer period and living space for less advanced civilizations. Special note: space pirates are not a civilized group and are not subject to the restrictions of this convention. Furthermore, if a lower-level civilization actively provokes or even attacks a higher-level civilization, the higher-level civilization can launch limited counterattacks and sanctions. Chen Xing's fingers traced across the 5 overlord symbols, radiating a dangerous red light on the star map, his eyes serious. I see. It's similar to the Union of Earth. However, the Interstellar Federation Arbitration Court possesses actual arbitration and enforcement powers that supersede those of ordinary civilizations. This is how primitive civilizations in the universe were able to breathe and develop, rather than resources that can be arbitrarily harvested by advanced civilizations. He muttered to himself. The Dark Forest theory still exists, but it has been subject to tiered restrictions. The competition between advanced civilizations, and the battles between lesser civilizations, must all take place within this framework. This explains why those Type 3 civilizations stand idly by in low-level conflicts, or even deliberately keep their distance. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't directly enter the fray. At least not in this hunting ground designated by the overlords. This intelligence was invaluable, instantly giving him a much clearer understanding of the entire interstellar political landscape. Low-key development and making money quietly remain the main theme at this stage. Rules are both constraints and shields that can be used. A glint of light flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. This is good news for us right now, Chen Xing said thoughtfully. His base strength is currently at level 3.2 to 3.6. According to the convention, those level 3.9 overlords have become potential order maintainers. To some extent, this has restrained the overstepping of boundaries by the dominant powers, at least on the surface. Therefore, as long as we don't actively provoke those 5 level 3.9 overlords, we can remain safe within this known star field. The main potential threat lies with civilizations in the mid to late stages of Tier 3. Pangu deeply analyzed the contents of this convention and integrate them into the star field strategic model. Key simulation: how can this rule be utilized? What are its potential vulnerabilities? For example, proxy wars, the limits of technical assistance, and how to define direct strike, and our optimal response strategies when encountering provocations of different levels. Instructions confirmed. Strategic model being updated. Simulation task added to core sequence. After digesting the intelligence and clarifying the external environment, Chen Xing's thoughts turned to perfecting his own power. His gaze swept across the densely packed star-like points of light on the star map. The Stardust-class starships were a steel torrent he built himself, boasting superior performance and strong versatility. It excels in the development of the solar system and in deterring Kassal. However, the intelligence he gathered from the Gale Reconnaissance Squad in Kassal revealed the limitations of relying on a single ship type. Starry Sky class pursues balance and all-roundness. Firepower, defense, mobility, jamming, exploration, he's proficient in everything. Chen Xing pulled up the design blueprint for the Star Dome class, his fingertips tracing the complex energy pipelines. But omnipotence often means mediocrity. Limited by the laws of physics, it cannot push the performance of any particular aspect to its limit. An analogy for game combat systems came to his mind. A well-equipped interstellar fleet is like a perfect combat team. An indestructible frontline shield is needed to withstand the torrent of firepower. We need lightning-fast roaming assassins to scout, harass, and strike at vital points. Supporting supplies are needed to provide sustained combat capability. A core damage dealer capable of unleashing devastating bursts is needed. We also need specialized troops that can adapt to special environments. The current Star Dome class is more like a jack-of-all-trades warrior who can do a little bit of everything but is not good at anything. Faced with complex interstellar conflicts and ever-changing battlefield environments, a single, all-purpose fleet would have very rigid tactics and be easily countered, especially the supply issue. Currently, the reconnaissance team is on long-term missions and relies on the Star Shuttle 4-class transport ship for resupply and maintenance. This is barely enough during periods of peaceful exploration. Once we enter a state of war, Chen Xing frowned slightly. Facing high-intensity, highly mobile interstellar warfare, the transport ship's slow resupply speed and weak defenses will become fatal weaknesses. There are no specialized, high-speed supply ships with battlefield survivability. The frontline fleet will be like a kite with a broken string. Even the most powerful firepower cannot last long. The need is clear, and action is urgent. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice was resolute. Initiate the Starlink ship diversification plan. Primary objective: develop a specialized replenishment ship. Design requirements: large hull, sufficient warehouse capacity, and enhanced energy shield power. Equipped with a highly efficient, multi-interface rapid resupply system, it can simultaneously dock with multiple starships. The engine speed is no less than that of the Starry Sky class, and may even be faster. It is possible to sacrifice most of the weapon systems, only needing to retain a certain amount of self-defense firepower. However, it is essential to have rapid wartime resupply capabilities. Codename: Whale Fall class. The development project for the Whale Fall class replenishment ship has been launched. Requirements confirmed. 10% of the Fuxi Matrix's computing power will be allocated for preliminary configuration design. Pangu offers highly efficient response. This is just the beginning. The cold light of the R&D center illuminated Chen Xing's focused profile. A massive holographic star map silently rotated before him, like a miniature projection of the deep universe. Pangu, the Whale Fall class supply ship is just the beginning. Chen Xing's voice rang out in the silence, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. The limitations of a single ship type and the complex universe have been exposed. We need a truly complete fleet system capable of responding to various battlefield situations. The second phase of the Starlink ship diversification program has been launched. His fingertips flew across the virtual console, bringing up a brand new design interface, his eyes sharp as a knife. Objective: to develop 6 core specialized ship types and improve the fleet's niche. Specific configurations are as follows. First, the high-speed reconnaissance ship, the Hummingbird class. A streamlined ship outline, no smaller than the Star Dome class, was instantly drawn on the holographic platform. The engine section has been significantly enlarged. Core requirements: extreme speed and stealth. With engine power maximized and equipped with the latest Dawn 3 experimental engine, the theoretical cruising speed exceeds 500 km per hour. Chen Xing's fingertips swept across the virtual projection, highlighting the ship's surface. The ship's hull is coated with a phantom quantum stealth nanocoating. Quantum entanglement transfer is used to instantly transfer the quantum state of particles on the surface of an object to a preset position. Creating visual holes to achieve true invisibility is something traditional electromagnetic stealth coatings cannot match. The weapon system has been streamlined to a minimum, retaining only a small number of close-in weapon systems for self-defense and an electronic cannon. Sacrifice all redundancy and reserve all space and energy for engines, reconnaissance equipment, and supply depots. Since they're constantly out at sea without supplies, they have to rely on their own resources, so reconnaissance starships can't be too small. Equipped with the most advanced neutrino detection array and quantum radar scanner, detection equipment such as the listener listening device and quantum optical telescope, they will be the fleet's most acute eyes and ears, responsible for forward reconnaissance, infiltration behind enemy lines, and early warning of navigation routes. Hummingbird level parameters confirmed. Design priority high. Code name entry. Panga responded quickly, and the new ship type icon lit up next to the star map. Second, heavily armored shield-bearing warships, the Mountain class. The projection switched instantly, revealing a massive, heavy, angular ship that resembled a mobile fortress. Its energy shield generator and armor layer are highlighted. Core objective, absolute defense and regional control. The ship's hull structure has been reinforced to its limit, and the proportion of vibranium composite armor has been increased to 90%. It is equipped with a rock-like level ultra-large energy shield generator, with a power output more than 5 times that of the Starry Sky level. It can deploy a regional joint shield to protect friendly ships. Chen Xing's eyes were cold and focused. The weapon system focuses on sustained suppression at close to medium range. Equipped with a dense array of Storm-class close-in defense ion beam cannons, together with the Iron Curtain-class electromagnetic kinetic energy cannons, they form a dense barrage. Intercept incoming fire and clear out any approaching small enemy vessels, sacrificing some mobility and main weapons. They are the fleet's strongest shields, responsible for standing at the forefront. Absorb damage to create space for rear firepower to deal damage. The mountain-level defense model is under construction. Optimization schemes for the energy core and shield system are being generated. Panga's data stream was being refreshed rapidly. Third, fire support ships, the Thunder Prison class. The projection changes again. A relatively long ship, but with its hull covered with huge gun barrels and missile launch silos, appeared. It was filled with a devastating sense of oppression. Core objective, ultra-long range, saturation, and devastating firepower delivery. Equipped with the Heavenly Punishment class super heavy ion main gun, a single shot is powerful enough to severely damage a capital ship of the same class. The secondary armament is equipped with 10 Thor's Hammer heavy ion cannons. The back integrates a multi-launcher meteor shower type long-range missile vertical launch system. It can simultaneously lock onto hundreds of targets for saturation attacks. Chen Xing tapped his finger on the virtual giant cannon barrel. Sacrificing melee capabilities and mobility, its armor and shields are no weaker than those of the Starry Sky class. They are the fleet's most powerful turrets, responsible for being under the cover of the mountains. Unleash devastating firepower from a safe distance to eliminate high-value enemy targets or conduct area cleanup. The integration of the Thunder Prison class weapon system is complete. Ammunition depot and energy supply systems have been optimized. Pangu's voice carried the weight of computation. Fourth, high-speed assault ship, the Breaking Army class. The projection showed a sharp, aggressive-looking medium-sized ship with its engine nozzles flashing dangerously. Core requirements, ultra-high mobility, rapid entry, and a fatal blow. The engine employs a Gale vector propulsion array, providing instantaneous acceleration and steering performance far exceeding that of the Starry Sky class. Equipped with the Ripper-class heavy plasma cutting cannon and high-speed kinetic energy armor-piercing projectile launcher. Designed specifically for tearing through enemy ship armor and core at close range. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. The armor is relatively thin, but the shield is designed to withstand instantaneous overload. They are the fleet's sharpest daggers, tasked with using their speed advantage to quickly penetrate enemy lines. Perform high-risk, high-reward missions such as decapitation strikes, attacking enemy command ships, sabotage, disrupting enemy logistics and engines, or emergency support. The Breaking Army class mobility and penetration model is under verification. The weapon system emphasizes armor penetration and energy concentration. Pangu quickly followed suit. Fifth, the Central Command ship, the Tianshu class. The projection switched to a shape similar in size to a star-shaped dome, but with a more complex structure. The ship, covered with communication arrays and sensor antennas, exudes a calm and imposing aura. Core requirements, fleet brain, information hub, strategic support. Equipped with the Fuxi Quantum Supercomputing Matrix shipboard core node, its computing power far exceeds that of ordinary starships. It can process massive amounts of battlefield information in real time and conduct ultra-large-scale tactical simulations. Equipped with the Starlink Global Battlefield Command System and the Resonance-class super-powerful communication array, ensure absolute command and control of the entire fleet even in environments with severe interference. Chen Xing's expression turned extremely serious. Strengthened shields and point defense systems, but not a frontline combat ship. It is the soul and command center of the fleet, responsible for overall planning and coordinating the operations of various ship types. Releasing battlefield interference and providing powerful electronic warfare support are the core of a fleet's operational system. The Tianshu level command and control system architecture has been initiated. The coordination protocol with the Pangu main matrix is under development. Pangu's voice carried a strange sense of resonance, as if welcoming his avatar. 6th, Special Operations Ship, Shadow Class. The final projection appeared somewhat blurry, with the ship's lines appearing strange and seemingly able to blend into the background. Core objective, disguise, infiltration, and special operations. The Enhanced Environmental Resistance Module allows for long-term operation in extreme cosmic regions such as areas of high radiation, gravity anomalies, and the interior of nebulae. Equipped with a phantom quantum stealth nanocoating and a biomimetic energy field generator, it can simulate signals from meteorites, friendly forces, and even enemy ships. The ship's interior integrates a multifunctional hangar that can carry engineering robots, infiltration units, and even small assault boats. Equipped with powerful electronic intrusion devices and specialized equipment delivery systems, such as swarms of nanorobots and deep space mine-laying devices. Medium firepower, medium speed, but its stealth and versatility are unparalleled. Chen Xing's tone carried a hint of mystery. Responsible for sabotage behind enemy lines, infiltration of facilities, intelligence gathering, and setting traps, rescue operations, and even some unspeakable missions. A special module library at the shadow level has been established. The integration of stealth and penetration techniques has been prioritized. Pangu recorded the parameters of this dark blade. They listed 6 entirely new ship design directions in one go. The flame of a tech fanatic burned in Chen Xing's eyes. There was no sign of fatigue, only an urgent need to improve the power system. Pangu, mobilize 70% of the computing power of the Fuxi matrix. Go all out to advance the detailed design and prototype manufacturing of all ship types for the Starlink project. Prioritize completing Hummingbird and Whale Fall, as they are the cornerstones of fleet awareness and sustained combat. At the same time, we will initiate an adaptive upgrade and transformation plan for the existing Star Dome-class fleet to prepare for its gradual integration into the new system. Command confirmed. Computing resources reallocated. Starlink project launched at full speed. Development threads for all ship types loaded in parallel. Pangu's electronic voice carried an unprecedentedly high computing frequency. The lights in the entire R&D center seemed to brighten slightly due to the concentrated energy. Chen Xing once again immersed himself in a sea of formulas, blueprints, and simulation tests, completely absorbed. Just as Chen Xing was outlining the blueprint for the future fleet in the underground base, on the surface of Blue Star, a dramatic upheaval is triggered by the announcement of the Star Sea Council. It is sweeping across the entire planet at an unprecedented speed and intensity. In the top-secret conference room deep underground in the Supreme Command Center of the Yanhuang Kingdom, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost palpable. Around the oval conference table sat fewer than 10 people, all of whom were core elders who truly held the reins of the nation's destiny. In the center of the conference table, a black cube is displaying a holographic projection of a portion of the exported information summary. The latest information on interstellar conventions, the distribution of surrounding civilizations, and the terrifying deterrent power of those 5 level 3.9 overlords. Interstellar Federation Arbitration Court, joint enforcement by the 5 superpowers, eliminating civilizations. An elder with snow-white hair spoke in a hoarse voice. My fingers tapped the table unconsciously, each tap feeling like a blow to my heart. We were just frogs in a well before. The Causal Consortium, level 2.8. Its tentacles are only 110 light-years away from us. Another general with a resolute face stared at the star map, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Ghost raiders, space pirates, could infiltrate at any moment. He thought of the huge pit in New Delhi, and his stomach churned. The president of the Star Sea Council has confirmed that he is of Chinese descent. This is top secret, codenamed Return to the Source, and is known only within this room. Anyone who leaks secrets will be prosecuted for treason and severely punished. The Supreme Commander's voice struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. He gazed intently at the assembled elders. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock, and the sound of gasps was clearly audible. But then a deeper sense of awe and an indescribable sense of national pride surged within him. The Supreme Commander gently placed the quantum communicator given to him by Chen Xing on the table. The silver casing shimmered with a faint blue light under the lamp. Now, we have seen just the tip of the iceberg in the starry sky. This is an opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity. His voice was steady and powerful, breaking the silence. Hundreds of gene therapy drugs and a vast database of technical information. And there's the imperial sword of those 100 starships overhead. This is the Speaker of Parliament's gift to their bloodline, and also a weighty responsibility. The Supreme Commander sat in the main seat, his expression solemn, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Lieutenant Zhang Ming stood behind him like a javelin. He was tightly clutching a metal box containing gene-enhancing drugs in his arms. His eyes scanned the entire room warily, fulfilling his oath to protect top secrets. Gentlemen. The commander's steady and powerful voice broke the silence. The Starry Sea Council's declaration is an order, a rule. It is also a new starting point for the survival and development of human civilization. The responsibility of oversight has been entrusted to the Yanhuan Kingdom. It is a trust, but also a tremendous burden. He looked around at the core elders, military generals, and representatives of top scientists present. From this moment forward, the nation enters the Starry Sky era. First priority, strictly enforce the two ironclad rules of Parliament. The Interstellar Development and Order Oversight Committee, or Interstellar Oversight Committee for short, was established. I will directly lead the committee as its chairman, and Zhang Ming will serve as its executive secretary general. They possess the ultimate authority to deploy starships authorized by the Council. No country or organization dares to cross the red line of war or attempt to restart nuclear weapons. The Star Council has the right to use swift and decisive measures in accordance with the rules of the Council. There will be absolutely no leniency. Formulate the Starry Sky Deterrence Patrol regulations to clarify the authority and procedures for their use. We need to make the entire planet see the existence of the Council, and more importantly, make them see it. This force is under our control and truly serves peace. He paused, his gaze sharp as a knife. Second, establish the Deep Space Technology Research Institute, abbreviated as Deep Space Research Institute. Led by Professor Lee, a team of the nation's top, most reliable, and absolutely clean scientists was assembled. We've moved into the Red Coast base to conduct closed-door research. The research progress and results are classified as top secret and are only known to members of this conference room. Anyone who leaks information will be punished for treason. Goal: to achieve the practical application of controlled nuclear fusion in the shortest possible time. Miniaturization of quantum computers and mass production of new materials. These are the cornerstones of our journey to the stars. Yes. An elderly academician, with gray hair but a vigorous spirit, stood up excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. Please rest assured, organization. I guarantee with my life that I will not fail in my mission. Third, establish the Interstellar Strategic Research Department, or Star Wars Department for short. Under the leadership of Professor Huang, the most outstanding talents in the fields of diplomacy, military affairs, intelligence, and social sciences have gathered here. Mission: to conduct in-depth analysis of interstellar civilization intelligence shared by the Council. Study the star system, civilization forms, and diplomatic rules. To provide strategic support for potential future interstellar contact. His fingers slammed heavily on the table. Remember, these three are the core national policies for the next 10 years, and even the next 100 years. Prioritize above all else. Allocate resources and personnel without limit. The room was completely silent, save for heavy breathing and the scratching of pens on paper. An elderly scientist's fingers trembled with excitement. Commander, this data is astonishing. Breakthrough ideas can be found here for several key bottlenecks in controlled nuclear fusion. This is a key that could change the landscape of human energy. One of the generals frowned, looking at the 5-level 3.9 overlord markers on the star map. The Interstellar Convention rules are both a protective umbrella and a constraint. We must understand it thoroughly as soon as possible and find strategies to maximize our own safety within the rules. That Ghost Raider is too close to us. The commander nodded and looked at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, you are to keep the gene serum in your own possession. Core members of the Star Supervision Committee, top talents from the Deep Space Research Institute and the Star Wars Department, members who have made the most outstanding contributions and have undergone the most rigorous loyalty review will be given priority consideration. The usage process must be kept strictly confidential and recorded. This power must be in the hands of the most reliable people. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Zhang Ming straightened his back, his voice resolute, and tightened his grip on the box. He knew that what was in that box might be even more compelling than the access to those 100 starships. At last, the commander picked up the small silver communicator as if it were a heavy burden. This item is connected to the power of the Council, and also to the will of the chairman. I will keep it personally, except in extreme circumstances. The non-parliamentary ironclad rules have been severely trampled upon, endangering the overall survival of humanity, and must never be invoked. The use of authority requires a 2/3 majority vote of the core members of the Star Supervisory Committee. The committee chairperson has veto power. Everyone stood solemnly and nodded in agreement. This communicator is both a talisman and a sword hanging over one's head. The Supreme Commander took a deep breath. His gaze swept over everyone present, carrying an undeniable air of authority. What we have heard and seen today is classified as a top state secret. Those who leak secrets will be punished for treason, and their families will be implicated for 3 generations. Clear. The crowd responded in unison, their voices carrying a heavy sense of mission, the fate of a nation, and even the future of all human civilization. At this moment, everything hinges on their carefully guarded secrets and cautious decision-making. The meeting has ended. The core power apparatus on Earth began to revolve around the Star Oversight Council. The Deep Space Research Institute and the Star Wars Department began operating at high speed and covertly. The international community of Blue Star. Under the absolute military deterrence of the Star Sea Council and the sudden change in the status of the Yanhuan Kingdom, undercurrents are surging, and the landscape is being reshaped. United Nations Headquarters, Emergency Special Meeting. The atmosphere at the venue was completely different from usual. The arrogance and calculation on the faces of the representatives from various countries were gone. There was a hint of fear, obedience, and cautious observation. The representative of the Yanhuan Kingdom sat at the head of the table, his expression calm and composed, exuding an air of authority without anger. The American representative was the first to speak, his face plastered with an almost obsequious smile. His tone was more humble than ever before. Your Excellency Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency Delegation. The United States of America deeply reflects on its past mistakes and fully, thoroughly, and unconditionally upholds the sacred rules of the Starsea Parliament. We have completely lifted the state of combat readiness at all military bases on the entire planet Earth. All dirty weapon launch systems have been physically locked and accepted by your country. No, we will accept the Parliamentary Oversight Panel's verification. This is a detailed list and a commitment to open all bases. He handed the thick stack of documents to the representative of Yanhuan Kingdom with both hands, adopting an extremely humble posture. Big Bear, the representative, then spoke, his voice loud and clear, but his attitude unequivocal. The Great Bear Kingdom reiterates its firm commitment to abide by parliamentary rules and supports the Yanhuan Kingdom in fulfilling its oversight responsibilities. We have proactively reduced our troop presence on the border and invited a technical team from the Yanhuan Kingdom to assist in verifying the security status of our weapons arsenal. I am willing to contribute to the peace of our planet. French Rooster, John Bull, Germany, Italy. Representatives of the former imperial powers took turns speaking. The content is largely the same: repentance, obedience, promise to cooperate with supervision, and request that the Yanhuan Kingdom speak well of them before the parliament. The intense arguments and mutual accusations that once took place have vanished. Instead, a fragile harmony was forced into existence under absolute power. Representatives from some smaller countries wore complicated expressions. There is both relief at escaping the oppression of major powers and apprehension about being regulated in the future. But more than anything, there was a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. The devastating blows suffered in India, South Korea, and the island nation of Kyoto. It hangs like the sword of Damocles over the heads of all nations. Surviving provisional governments, such as the New Delhi after India moved its capital to Mammoth. They fell completely silent, daring not to disobey any orders from the Yanhuan Kingdom. The representative of the Yanhuan Kingdom calmly accepted the letters of surrender from various countries, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. The will of the Parliament is the future of the Blue Star. Peace and development are the only path forward. All countries need to demonstrate their sincerity through action. The oversight team will be deployed to verify the implementation of the rules. Anyone harboring illusion should not say they were not warned. His words were calm, yet carried immense weight, leaving no one daring to question them. At this time, the entire Blue Star Network and the public, the Star Sea Council announced and subsequently erased shocking images of New Delhi and other places. It is etched deeply into the minds of billions of people across the entire planet. The initial wave of global panic swept across governments worldwide. The situation gradually calmed down, especially thanks to the strong stabilization and appeasement efforts of the Yanhuan Kingdom. But a deeper and more lasting change is taking place. Online, the Star Sea Parliament remains a hot topic. Star Council, alien technology, and interstellar era have become the most popular terms. The discussion is shifted to the future era, the roles of Yanhuan, and the origins of the Star Sea Council, its structure, and the identities of its president and members. The number of applicants to the top universities across the entire planet for majors such as physics, astronomy, aerospace, and materials science has surged. Sales of popular science books and science fiction works have skyrocketed. Young people are showing unprecedented enthusiasm for science and engineering, dreaming of one day venturing into the stars and beyond. In online communities, optimistic discussions about the future have drowned out voices of panic. Stargazing clubs, spontaneously organized by the public, have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Sales of rudimentary astronomical telescopes surged. Pacifist sentiment is spreading. The rule of prohibiting war brought hope to people in war-torn regions. The anti-war march turned into a rally celebrating peace. Arms stocks across the entire planet plummeted to rock bottom, and the military-industrial complex was in dire straits. Disarmament and military spending reductions have become politically correct. People from all countries have a variety of complex emotions regarding the changing status of the Yanhuan kingdom. There was a mix of emotions: envy, jealousy, awe, dependence, suspicion. The international status of the Yanhuan kingdom was unknowingly elevated to its peak. Its cultural exports, technical standards, and even the popularity of language learning have all increased dramatically. Meanwhile, from certain dark angles, in some countries, discontent with the power of regulators and undercurrents of greed are also brewing. Conspiracy theories have never stopped, concerning the true intentions of the parliament, the benefits gained by the Yanhuan kingdom, and so on. Speculation abounds regarding information related to the Star Sea Council. They are simply suppressed by fear of parliament and by various governments for the sake of stability. What's amazing is that all major religions are reinterpreting their doctrines. They attempted to incorporate the Star Council into their cosmology, or it may emphasize humanity's unique mission in the universe. Atheists and scientists, on the other hand, have received unprecedented support. Discussions about humanity's place in the universe, the meaning of civilization, and technology and ethics are rampant online and in academia. The global capital market stabilized after a brief plunge, but investment trends underwent a dramatic shift. War-related industries shrank rapidly. Industries such as space exploration, new energy, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing have received a massive influx of funds. Transnational cooperation has been strengthened under the banner of peaceful development, especially in non-sensitive technology sectors. A bar in a western city. The television broadcast an announcement from the China National Space Administration. News reports that the development of a new generation of aerospace vehicles will utilize part of the technology granted by Parliament. Several young people sat around a table, each with a different expression. Look, the Yanhuan kingdom is about to take the lead again. Why is the Parliament only electing them? A blond youth spoke with a sour tone. Shut up, John. His companion whispered a rebuke and glanced around warily. Think of New Delhi. To live in peace. We can even see the interstellar era, isn't that enough? At least, Parliament seems to follow some rules. Rule. Another girl wearing glasses pushed up her glasses, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's the most fascinating thing. A civilization that can formulate and enforce interstellar rules. Just imagine, could we humans one day also? I just want to know. An Asian youth who had been silent spoke up, his voice filled with longing. When will ordinary people be able to board those starships and see the real stars and the sea, instead of just looking up at it from Earth? The noise in the bar seemed to subside at that moment. Many people subconsciously looked up, as if they could see through the ceiling. I saw the cold, giant ship suspended in orbit and the boundless starry sky. After the fear subsided, a great curiosity and longing for the unknown universe emerged. Like wild grass, it quietly grows in the hearts of countless people. Blue Star, within the framework of the Star Sea Council's cold rules. Driven by a secret plan quietly launched by the Yanhuan kingdom. Like a giant train whose tracks have been forcibly changed. It has set sail into a new era full of unknowns and opportunities, but also harboring contradictions between the old and the new. Boss, here's a summary of Blue Star's surveillance footage. Yanhuan Kingdom, the Interstellar Development and Order Oversight Committee has been established and is operating efficiently. Deployment has been completed in major conflict hotspots across the entire planet, and the situation is stable. The Deep Space Technology Research Institute was established and its highest level of security was activated. The gene drug distribution process has been initiated, the target has been locked, but it has not yet been used. The Interstellar Strategy Research Department has begun constructing an interstellar civilization model. America fully cooperating with regulations, with a significant reduction in overseas military activity. The mandatory implementation of Chinese language education has caused minor internal resistance, but it is manageable. Great Bear Nation reduce border troop deployments and assist in verifying the security status of dirty arsenals. French and British, among others, seeking cooperation with the Chinese nation, strengthening internal governance and cooperating with oversight. Global community panic subsides, and a new normal emerges under forced peace. The cultural influence of the Yanhuan kingdom is soaring. Economic transformation continues with growing pains, but new growth drivers are emerging. Extremist rhetoric exists in some corners, but poses no real threat at present. Overall assessment: Blue Star Society has initially adapted to parliamentary order, and fluctuations are within the expected range. The supervisor has performed their duties effectively. Confidentiality agreement status secure. Chen Seng merely glanced at the briefing, his eyes remaining completely unmoved. New. To him, the clamor of Earth was like the chirping of insects outside his window. Although it exists, it can no longer truly invade the steel galaxy he is currently constructing. 1 month. It quietly slipped away amidst the seemingly calm yet turbulent atmosphere on the surface of the blue planet. The repercussions of the Star Sea Council's declaration still linger. but the adaptability of human society is astonishing. A new normal based on coercive peace is gradually taking shape. In this month, the political landscape of Blue Star has been fundamentally reshaped. The Blue Star Federation was born. Under the strong leadership and coordination of the Yanhuan Kingdom, the United Nations completed a historic transformation. A brand new Blue Star administration designed to adapt to the space age. The Blue Star Federation was officially established, replacing the old United Nations framework. A brand new Blue Star Federation flag was raised in front of the building. This marks a crucial step in the internal integration of human civilization under the rules of the Star Sea Council. The core architecture of the Blue Star Federation is clear and has distinct characteristics of the times. There is a federal presiding state, which is held by the Yanhuan Kingdom, and it has the final decision-making power and veto power. Its main responsibilities include drafting and revising the federal charter, leading the construction and operation of the federal military defense system, coordinating major international affairs, especially those involving space exploration and adherence to interplanetary rules, representing the Blue Star Federation in conducting necessary communications with the Star Sea Council. The status of the federal presidency. This silently proclaimed the absolute leadership of the Yanhuan Kingdom over the entire Blue Star, backed by the will of the Star Sea Council. The Security Council consists of permanent members and rotating members. The permanent members of the Security Council are the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the United States. These 4 countries were granted permanent seats based on their historical status, comprehensive strength, and influence in the old order. There is only one rotating member state, selected from the 3 levels of member states excluding the federal president and the permanent members. They are elected through a specific process and serve a 1-year term. The third-tier member states are assessed based on a comprehensive set of indicators, including economy, technology, population, and stability. Level 4 member states, which are mainly small and medium-sized developing countries, are not eligible for rotational elections. Permanent members and rotating members of the Security Council. They have a significant voice and the right to propose motions in federal affairs decision-making and enjoy veto power. However, their veto power is less effective than the final decision-making power of the federal president. This means that in times of major disagreement, the federal presidency has the authority to make final decisions in accordance with the federal charter and the rules of the Star Sea Parliament. The core responsibilities of the Blue Star Federation mainly focus on the management of affairs in the space age. This includes coordinating space exploration activities among nations to avoid conflict and vicious competition for resources, oversee the implementation of the Star Sea Council rules, prohibition of war, lockdown of nuclear weapons, coordinated responses to potential interstellar threats, such as information sharing, managing international public resources, such as low Earth orbit and lunar resource development frameworks, etc. The management authority over traditional internal affairs of Blue Star. In principle, they still belong to their respective sovereign states, but must comply with the federal charter and parliamentary rules. Inside the federal building, the founding ceremony of the Blue Star Federation was solemn and dignified, and the representatives of various countries had different expressions when signing the charter. The representative of the Yanhuan Kingdom sat in the chairman's seat. His expression was calm as he glanced down at the various national representatives with their differing expressions. The American representative wore a forced smile, a hint of reluctance on his face. The first speaker, in a humble manner, Your Excellency, President of the Federal Republic. The Commonwealth of the United States fully endorses the new charter and is willing to contribute to the human space program within the framework of the Federation. The representative from the Great Bear Kingdom appeared pragmatic and frank. The Great Bear Nation supports the federal structure and looks forward to deepening cooperation in space exploration. Representatives from the French Rooster and the British Bull followed suit, expressing similar willingness to obey and cooperate. Her face held a complex elegance. They maintained a respectable facade while unable to conceal their disappointment. The representative of the first rotating member state, Germany, was visibly flattered and excited. The intense arguments and power struggles of the past. Faced with absolute rules and power, it transforms into a superficially harmonious symphony. The entire venue was filled with a complex atmosphere of forced cooperation and uncertainty about the future. The Supreme Commander watched the live feed of the Federation's founding from the command center, tapping the desktop with his fingertips. The scaffolding has been set up. He whispered to Zhang Ming beside him. The real test is how to make this new machine work efficiently, rather than turning it into a new battleground. The Star Watch Committee is fully prepared for oversight. Zhang Ming responded in a deep voice, his eyes sharp. The deterrent power of the starships authorized by the Star Council is the key bolt that prevents this machine from falling apart. While the framework of the Blue Star Federation was being established, the Starry Sky Era project within the Yanhuan Kingdom is also being vigorously promoted. Chen Xing gave him 100 vials of first-generation gene enhancement drugs. The allocation plan was determined after repeated deliberations by the Supreme Commander and core members of the Star Supervision Council. 60 teams were assigned to the core scientist teams of the Deep Space Technology Research Institute. These people are the key engines that digest parliamentary technology and drive the technological explosion of humanity itself. Prioritizing the enhancement of their physical fitness and mental potential is a strategic choice to accelerate technological breakthroughs. Professor Lee, as the dean, along with several national treasure-level theoretical physicists, materials scientists, and energy experts, were among the first to receive the injection. 10 teams were assigned to the Star Wars Command's top strategic analysts, strategists, and diplomatic experts. Their thinking speed, information processing ability, and endurance have been significantly improved. In order to more efficiently analyze the vast amount of interstellar intelligence and deduce complex star system situations, 10 teams were assigned to elite personnel within the military to carry out the most specialized and dangerous missions, and a few key security personnel at the highest command. Ensure the reliability and effectiveness of key military forces. 10 more units were reserved for core members of the Star Supervision Committee, including the commander himself and Jiang Ming. Of the remaining 10, 5 are designated as the highest strategic reserves. The last 5 remained at the Deep Space Research Institute. The top-tier team of biomedical experts conducted reverse engineering and safety research in a strictly isolated environment. The aim is to analyze its principles in order to lay the foundation for possible future imitation or improvement. Progress was slow, like groping in the dark. But scientists were thrilled with it and worked day and night to analyze the solution that contained the secrets of life. The injection of the gene-enhancing agent took place in the deepest part of a secret base. The entire process was personally supervised by Jiang Ming, and the top-secret level was raised to the highest level. The selected scientists signed the most stringent confidentiality agreements. I received the injection with excitement and a sense of mission. The effect is very significant. Academician Lee was in the laboratory late at night. Looking at his hands, which were no longer trembling and were full of strength, tears streamed down his face. This feeling is like being 30 again. Time. I have so much more time. The young, brilliant materials scientist remained energetic after working continuously for 48 hours. His mind was clearer than ever before, and he excitedly grabbed his hair. Bottleneck. That bottleneck in materials science, I have a new idea. The feedback from this group of recipients has been excellent. Significant improvements were observed in all aspects, including physical fitness, intelligence, and lifespan. All of them reached the limits of human physical capabilities. There were no reports of adverse reactions, except that my appetite increased a little. Finally, the Supreme Commander looked at the allocation report. He told Jiang Ming, "Power brings efficiency, but it also inevitably brings new covetousness. Closely monitor all contacts, report any abnormalities immediately." Clear. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. All those who received the injection and their immediate family members are under the highest level of surveillance under the Return to Origin program. At the same time, the Deep Space Research Institute is also working intensively to study the basic technical information provided by the Parliament. It's like facing a treasure trove of information. Scientists at the Deep Space Research Institute are devoting themselves to research with an almost fanatical attitude. What is the progress of research on basic scientific and technological data? Significant progress has been made, but we are still in the digestion stage. Mr. Lee from the Deep Space Research Institute took over the conversation. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and eagerness. In terms of new aerospace materials, we have successfully reproduced and initially mass-produced 3 lightweight high-strength alloys. Its performance far surpasses that of existing materials, and its application in the prototype frame of a next-generation spaceplane has yielded astonishing results. In the field of propulsion, based on some principles of efficient ion propulsion and magnetohydrodynamic confinement found in the literature, we designed an experimental engine with a 200% increase in thrust. While still a far cry from the engines of a parliamentary starship, it's a revolutionary breakthrough. As for energy, Old Lee sighed, a sigh that was a mixture of awe and helplessness. Several key bottlenecks in controlled nuclear fusion, although there are some groundbreaking ideas in the data. However, the theoretical depth and engineering complexity involved are beyond imagination. We have mobilized the nation's top talent, working day and night, and currently, it is still in the theoretical modeling and key subsystem verification stage. All I can say is that the direction is clear, but the road ahead is long. Other fields, such as quantum communication, biological life support systems, and AI-assisted design, they have all made progress and provided inspiration to varying degrees, but they are still far from being put into practical use. It's like facing a treasure mountain. We've just found the entrance and are still moving the first few gold bricks. The Supreme Commander expressed his understanding. It's already very good. Proceed step by step, steadily and surely. Technological leaps are not achieved overnight. Laying a solid foundation is more important than blindly rushing forward. Overall, everything is proceeding as planned. Scientists are excited to be touching the threshold of the future. I also felt that my own foundation was weak, and the research atmosphere was extremely strong. They became even more fanatical after being injected with gene-enhancing drugs. If they hadn't been forced to rest, these scientists would have collapsed from exhaustion. On the surface, the international community appears calm. A surge of enthusiasm for space exploration is sweeping across the entire planet. Space agencies around the world have received unprecedented budget allocations. Private space companies are springing up like mushrooms after rain. Astronomical telescopes sold out, and science fiction works were enjoying unprecedented popularity. At that very moment, 10,000 starships, which had been hovering over various countries of the Blue Star for a month, appeared. Finally, the engines started at the same time. The massive ship slowly turned over the capitals and important targets of various countries. Adjusting its posture, it transformed into streaks of light, piercing the atmosphere and disappearing into the depths of space. At that moment, countless people across the entire planet held their breath and looked up in awe. The feeling of oppression suddenly lessened. This was followed by an uncontrollable sigh of relief from the top leaders of various countries. Finally, they're gone. The United States top commander slumped in a chair in the Black House office. He wiped away a cold sweat, but the resentment and scheming deep in his eyes did not disappear. The commander of the Great Bear Kingdom stared at the disappearing point of light in the satellite image and remained silent for a moment. The order was issued, the parliamentary deterrent remains, and we must not let our guard down. According to the plan, we will strengthen space cooperation between my country and the state of Yanhuang. However, beneath the surface calm, the undercurrents have not subsided. Instead, the departure of the starships made them even more secretive. The Star Sea Council's absolute deterrent effect eliminated open confrontation. However, some countries and forces are unwilling to accept the dramatic changes in the power structure. They harbored resentment and suspicion towards the regulatory status of the Yanhuang Kingdom. In particular, the top leaders of the once powerful nation and certain interest groups have never truly been content. They completely abandoned electronic communications that could be intercepted. They switched to the most primitive offline, one-way communication method. In private manor study rooms, secluded country cottages, or even on yachts disguised as business trips, whispers traveled through the shadows. Yanhuang must have gained the support of the council. Gene therapy? Alien technology? The federal structure is just a fig leaf for them. We're being regulated. Wait for the right opportunity. We must find a way to maintain balance. Connect with scientists and entrepreneurs who are dissatisfied with the status quo, and gather strength. Their actions were what they thought were flawless. They were plotting in the shadows how to gain more benefits under the new order. Or it could be a soft resistance to the dominant position of the Yanhuang Kingdom. They even fantasize about one day being able to replace or control the Star Council. Little did they know, this was done with Chen Xing's authorization. Pango had already extended its surveillance reach to every corner of the physical world. Hundreds of millions of nanoscale monitoring units, almost invisible to the naked eye. Like invisible dust, it covers the surface of the blue planet. They possess characteristics such as optical stealth, electromagnetic silence, and environmental mimicry. It adheres to the fibers of walls, furniture, and even clothing on the human body. These are the ultimate eyes and ears controlled by Pangu. Every whisper they uttered, every exchange of glances, every note they passed. All data is clearly recorded, transcribed, analyzed, and summarized in real time. Inside the highest command center of the Yanhuang Kingdom, on the encrypted terminal of the Star Monitoring Council, they are constantly updating detailed reports on these offline conspiracies. Zhang Ming looked at the familiar names of countries, politicians, and tycoons on the screen, and their remarks, whether cautious or arrogant, were accompanied by cold eyes. Sir, the chain of evidence is already very clear. In particular, those groups from countries A and C frequently coordinate their efforts. The objectives are clearly aimed at weakening my country's regulatory power and attempting to secretly restart certain sensitive projects. Zhang Ming asked for instructions. Should we close the net? The Supreme Commander stared at the screen, his gaze deep. The list is growing, and the outline is becoming clearer. Let them jump a little more, and fatten up the fish in the net. To lure a snake out of its hole, you must find the roots of a vine. Let's see how many more undercover agents we can uncover, and whether there are deeper connections behind them. Record every detail carefully, and when the time is right, strike with lightning speed. Only in this way can we deter all the villains and thoroughly purify the environment. Taking action now would only alert the enemy and allow the rest to hide even deeper. Maintain the highest level of monitoring and report any anomalies immediately. Zhang Mingli stood at attention. Yes, sir. Shortly after the starship withdrew, Chen Seng issued new instructions to Pangu. Remove the back-end information shielding and interference filters from space observation equipment of all countries on Earth. Let them see some things they need to see. The moment the shield was lifted, monitoring data streams from major observatories and space agencies around the world were released. Like a floodgate opened, it suddenly became clear and rich. However, analysts soon discovered a shocking anomaly. First, there's the asteroid belt. The latest observational data and spectral analysis show that, within the main belt area, especially in areas rich in metal mineral deposits, the number of small and micro celestial bodies that were once densely packed has been drastically reduced. Its sparseness is far beyond what can be explained by natural celestial collisions or migrations. My God, this looks like it's been cleaned up by an invisible hand. A senior astronomer at the Europa Space Agency exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the comparison chart. The quality loss is enormous. Calculations show that the amount of resources mined away is enough to build an unimaginably massive structure. The team of scientists from the U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, is embroiled in a heated debate. Next up is Mars. The latest photos transmitted back by high-resolution imaging satellites show, near the Martian equator, at the edges of several large impact basins, extensive and extremely regular changes in landform have occurred. It is not a trace of natural weathering. It looks more like the remains of some large-scale engineering project that leveled the land. It left behind areas with unusual reflective properties that were difficult to understand. This could never have been formed naturally. A researcher from the Neon Space Development Agency pointed at the image on the screen, his voice trembling. Similar anomaly reports flooded into space agencies around the world. Fragmentary but orderly residual energy fluctuations were detected at certain locations in Jupiter's orbit. Unnatural variations in the density of matter have been observed in certain sections of Saturn's rings, even the distribution of celestial bodies on the periphery of the Kuiper belt. It also shows signs of being screened. All countries with space observation capabilities were thrilled. Various speculations and panic spread within the scientific and intelligence communities. Aliens. It must have been done by aliens. It's the Star Sea Council. Who else could it be besides them? The entire solar system has already been explored? What exactly did we miss? Does the withdrawal of those starships mean they've completed their harvest of the solar system? Beyond the panic, there was a profound sense of powerlessness and bewilderment at being abandoned by the times. They can observe the results, but they have absolutely no understanding of the process. Furthermore, no trace of the perpetrators can be found. All the bases, spaceports, and the starships that shuttle back and forth, with advanced stealth technology. For observational equipment on Earth, it is as if Earth does not exist in this dimension. Inside the highest command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom, the atmosphere was completely different. The Supreme Commander, Zhang Ming, and core members of the Star Supervision Council, Star Wars Department, and Deep Space Research Institute gathered together. The screen is displaying images and data of solar system anomalies discovered by various countries. Look, folks, what have our neighbors discovered? The Supreme Commander spoke calmly, with a hint of understanding. Asteroid belt thinning, traces of engineering on the Martian surface, residual energy in Jupiter's orbit. This matches the information we have perfectly. A Star Wars intelligence analyst pointed to the comparison chart and said, "This further confirms the power controlled by the Star Sea Council, or rather, Comrade Giwan. They had already incorporated the solar system into their development strategy." The Supreme Commander looked around at everyone. But this is not a bad thing. The Council has not prohibited Earth's humans from space exploration. On the contrary, it pointed us in the right direction and cleared some obstacles. Mr. Lee from the Deep Space Research Institute stood up excitedly. "Commander, since the Council's lunar base is on the far side of the moon, could we apply to visit and learn from them? Even just one glance. That's an absolutely revolutionary technological mecca." His words immediately resonated strongly with several top scientists present. Yes, old Lee is right. If we could conduct an on-site inspection, even if we only learn a little bit, it's better than us working in isolation for 10 years. Supreme Commander, you must contact the Council and try to secure this opportunity. Seeing several highly respected senior scientists so excited, like children, some even had red eyes, and the Supreme Commander shook his head helplessly. He raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to be quiet. "I understand how you all feel." The Supreme Commander's voice was calm and powerful. "But have you considered this? With our current level of technology? Even if you stood in front of those devices, could you understand them?" He pointed to an image of ruins on the Martian surface on the screen. "Like these, we can observe phenomena. However, they are completely unable to understand the underlying technical principles and engineering methods. The things inside the Parliament base are probably more incomprehensible to us than a book written in heaven." His gaze swept over the several scientists who were petitioning. With an undeniable air, rather than aiming too high, "It's better to be down to earth. thoroughly understand the information held by the Deep Space Research Institute. Let's make our new engines more reliable. Let's solve the problem of mass production of new materials. The right path is to gradually overcome the theoretical bottlenecks of controlled nuclear fusion. The senior scientists felt as if they had been doused with cold water, and their excitement quickly faded. His face showed a complex expression of resentment yet an unavoidable acceptance of reality. He slumped back down. "You're right, we were too impatient. We have to take things one step at a time." Oldley opened his mouth, but it ultimately turned into a sigh. They knew the commander was telling the truth. "So, Commander, what's our next space plan?" the head of the Star Wars department asked. "The goal is very clear." The commander's finger tapped heavily on the holographic image of the moon. Its location is facing directly toward Blue Star, the Tranquil Sea region. Since the Parliament's base is on the far side of the moon, let's establish ourselves on the near side. Using the Tranquil Sea region as a bridgehead, we will establish our own permanent lunar research base and resource extraction outpost. His voice carried an undeniable determination. Utilize new technologies that we digest and absorb from the data. In particular, we aim to develop new types of propulsion systems and materials, and strive to achieve permanent deployment of multiple personnel within 1 year. Gain experience and acquire resources. He paused, his gaze falling on the image of Mars on the screen. The moon is just the first step. It is a springboard, a testing ground. The next target is their Mars. Using the experience and technological accumulation from the lunar base, we will gradually advance the exploration of Mars. Investigate the possibility of ecological environmental transformation and assess resource potential. In the future, Mars may become humanity's second home as we venture into deep space. This is also the first step in our true understanding and potential participation in the Parliament's interplanetary development. This is our human civilization on Blue Star. Under the order of the Starry Sea Council, this is the starting point for our journey to the stars. Yes, the crowd answered in unison, their eyes rekindling with a pragmatic and determined spirit. Look up at the stars, but keep your feet on the ground. From the blue planet beneath our feet to the moon before us, we take each step with firm footing. Along the path opened by the Star Council, let us forge a new course that belongs to humankind. Meanwhile, in the distant Earth base, Chen Xing's gaze swept over the briefing Panga was giving on the establishment of the Blue Star Federation and the Lunar Development Plan. A very faint smile played at the corners of his lips. He refocused his attention on the design drawings of the new ship type in front of him. Blue Star's journey has finally begun to move in the direction he planned. They took their first step, albeit unsteadily but with unwavering determination. 2 more months have quietly passed at the Blue Star Base R&D Center. For 3 whole months, Chen Xing was like a diver plunging into the deepest part of the ocean of knowledge. They are focusing all their efforts on the Starlink ship diversification plan. His fingertips flew rapidly between holographic star maps and complex ship design drawings. His gaze was as focused as a frozen star. The humming of the Fuxi matrix operating at overload was the only background noise in this space. "Boss, the 12th extreme test of the Dawn 3 warp drive is complete." Pangu's calm voice echoed in the Research and Development Center. Yet it carries a subtle aftertaste, almost imperceptible from the peak of computation. Warp speed stability, 512C. Energy fluctuation is below the threshold of 0.3%. The material stress distribution is as expected. Test result, pass. Chen Xing finally looked away from the last design drawing. There was no ecstasy in those deep eyes, only a sense of control as if everything had settled. Like a craftsman examining his meticulously crafted masterpiece. "Very good." His voice was steady and powerful. "What is the summary of the maiden flight test data for all new ship-type prototypes?" "All compiled, boss." Panga responded swiftly, and 7 sub-windows instantly appeared side by side next to the huge star map. These are 7 new ship types: Hummingbird, Mountain, Thunder Prison, Breaking Army, Heavenly Pivot, Shadow, and Whale Fall. Performance in a real-world testing environment. The Hummingbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ship has completed tests of extreme stealth, ultra-long-range detection, and high-speed evasion. The Phantom quantum stealth coating performed better than expected, maintaining a stable warp speed of 512C under the Dawn 3 engine. Unstable peak warp speed, 1024C, for emergency escape only. The Mountain-class heavy armored destroyer underwent combat testing, withstanding saturation fire from 10 Starry Sky 3-class main warships. The rock-type shield remained undamaged at peak power, and the regional joint shield successfully protected friendly units. Storm close-in defense array, Cydia, interception success rate, 98.3%. Thunder Prison-class fire support ship, Heavenly Punishment-class super heavy ion main gun test firing. A single attack can consume 30% of the shield energy of a Mountain-class heavy armored ship. The Iron Curtain-class electromagnetic railgun achieved armor-piercing capabilities exceeding expectations by 12%, with a firing rate of 60 rounds per minute. The Meteor Shower missile system was tested for saturation strike capability, simultaneously locking onto and destroying 100 high-speed maneuvering targets. The entire ship has completed tests of ultra-long-range precision strike and area coverage, achieving a damage effect of 130% of the design target. The Pajun-class high-speed assault ship has completed excellent tests of tactical infiltration and the maneuverability of the Gale vector propulsion array. The time taken to complete the preset Z evasion tactical maneuver was 37% less than the standard value. The Ripper plasma cutting cannon successfully penetrated 5 layers of equivalent vibranium composite armor. The Tianshu-class Central Command ship, with its Fuxi node, successfully took over real-time command of millions of units in the simulated battlefield. The Starlink system maintained 99.999% communication efficiency despite strong electromagnetic interference. The Shadow-class Special Operations ship has completed tests of infiltration in extreme environments, camouflage, and deployment of special equipment. It was not detected by any of the base's current simulated detection methods. The infiltration unit deployment and retrieval system has been verified. The Whale Fall-class replenishment ship has completed high-speed battlefield maneuvering, and the efficiency of its multi-interface rapid replenishment system has been verified. It can simultaneously dock with 6 Stardust-class vessels for material/energy transfer. The entire process took only 15 minutes, standard time. The reinforced shield successfully withstood 3 concentrated attacks from the simulated Stardust-class main cannon. Pangu's report was well organized and clear. Each data point is like a cold star, shimmering with a reassuring glow. All prototype ship test results met or exceeded design expectations. Overall assessment, passed. Chen Xing nodded slightly and lightly tapped the air with his fingertip. Mass production approved. Orders issued to all shipyards. Immediately switch production sequences and fully commit to the construction of the new ship type. At the same time, the Star Dome-class starship upgrade and optimization plan, Star Dome 3, was also included in the construction sequence. The older Starry Sky class will no longer undergo upgrades or modifications. The resources and time required for the refit are far greater than those required to build a completely new Type 3 ship. The initial construction quota will be implemented according to the preset plan. Understood. The older starships will remain in their current state, performing secondary patrol, escort, and resource planet mining protection missions. Pangu responded swiftly. The new production blueprints and resource allocation plans for each ship type have been synchronized to all shipyards, and the construction task sequence has been updated. Pangu's execution was incredibly swift. Dawn 3 engine mass production progress? The industrial-grade production line has been debugged and the first batch of engines has rolled off the line, with stable performance. The Hummingbird-class, Po Jun-class, and Tianshu-class aircraft will be prioritized for deployment. Energy core? The new generation thermonuclear fusion reactor has completed its upgrade and iteration, and its output power has been stabilized at 30 TW. Energy conversion efficiency increased by 82%. It is now compatible with all new ship types and the Starry Sky 3. Other subsystems? Subsystems such as materials, sensing, life support, and weapons have all undergone a generation of technological upgrades. Overall performance improvement ranges from approximately 35% to 70%. Based on the above core breakthroughs, and combined with comprehensive iterations in fields such as new materials science, shield generator efficiency, and modular design, the Starship-class transport ships and the Crab-class mining engineering ships have been upgraded to the V model simultaneously. Its carrying capacity, mining efficiency, protection capabilities, and speed have all been significantly improved, and it has been included in the new construction sequence. A faint smile of satisfaction finally appeared on Chen Xing's lips. This is exactly the comprehensive, leapfrog technological upgrade he wanted. Older starships, whether the original Starship class or the later Starship class. The existing transport and engineering ships no longer have the basic architecture to support such a huge technological leap. An older model starship. Chen Xing's gaze swept across the star map, over the slightly dim dots representing early models. Maintain the existing task sequence and gradually step back to the second line. They can be assigned secondary tasks such as patrolling, logistical support, and base defense. Cost-benefit analysis confirmed. A maintenance deployment plan for older starships has been generated. Pangu expressed his understanding. The Dawn 3 warp drive has a high energy requirement. Chen Xing brought up the engine parameters and tapped the energy core output curve with his fingertip. Currently, only the Hummingbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ship and the Pajun-class high-speed assault ship are available. Only the Shadow-class special operations ships and the Starry Sky 3 flagship model can fully accommodate this. Stable warp speed achieved at 512C. Other ship types, including the new Raikau class, the Mountain class, Sky Pivot class, and Whale Fall class aircraft are all equipped with the optimized Dawn 2 Plus engine. A stable warp speed of 350 degrees Celsius is sufficient for current needs. Breakthroughs in thermonuclear fusion reactor technology are the cornerstone. 30 TW of output power, this provides a powerful heart for all new ships. His tone carried the confidence that came after a technological breakthrough. This fleet upgrade and iteration allowed him to achieve a qualitative leap in the strength he commanded. It provides a solid stepping stone to the deeper reaches of the cosmos. Pangu, display the updated core parameters of the main starship. Command confirmed. Updated core parameters for the main starship are as follows. Star Dome Type 3, General Purpose Capital Ship. Dimensions, 3.8 kilometers. Engine, Don 2+, warp stability, 350C/optional Don 3, customization required. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor. Weapons, 2x Heavenly Punishment Class Heavy Ion Main Cannons, 8x Thor's Hammer Heavy Ion Secondary Cannons, 24x Storm Class Close-in Defense Ion Cannon Arrays, 16x Iron Curtain Class Electromagnetic Railgun Groups, and 12x Meteor Shower Missile Launch Silos. Defense, Vibranium Composite Armor, Reinforced, Rock Class Energy Shield, Standard Power. Functions, balanced and versatile, the backbone of the fleet, modular design adaptable to multiple missions. Starship V, Transport Ship. Dimensions, 3.8 kilometers. Engine, Don 2+, warp stability, 350C. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor. Weapons, Storm Class Close-Range Ion Cannon Array X8, Self-Defense. Defense, Standard Vibranium Composite Armor, Reinforced Energy Shield. Functions, Extra-Large Modular Cargo Hold, Efficient Loading and Unloading System, capable of transporting large equipment, base modules, and massive amounts of supplies. Crab Class V, Mining Engineering Ship. Dimensions, 3.8 kilometers. Engine, Don 2+, warp stability, 350C. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor. Weapons, engineering-grade high-energy cutting beam X6, mining/cutting, Storm-class close-range ion cannon array X6. Defense, heavy vibranium composite armor, front-heavy, reinforced energy shield. Functions, equipped with an ultra-large integrated module for mineral crushing and storage, multiple high-efficiency engineering robotic arms, enabling efficient mining on planetary surfaces/asteroid belts. Whale Fall class, supply ship. Size, 4.2 kilometers. Engine, Don 2+, warp stability, 350C. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor. Weapon, Storm-class close-range ion cannon array X10, enhanced self-defense. Defense, standard vibranium composite armor, Rock-class super-large energy shield, focused on defense. Functions, giant storage space, multi-interface high-speed supply system, capable of docking with 8 capital ships simultaneously, and rapid mobile repair platform on the battlefield. Hummingbird class, high-speed reconnaissance ship. Size, 3.0 kilometers. Engine, Don 3, warp stability, 512C, emergency escape, 1024C. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor, overclocking mode. Weapons, Thunder-class electronic main cannon X1, jamming/electromagnetic pulse, Storm-class close-in defense ion cannon array X4. Defense, Phantom quantum stealth nanocoating, lightweight vibranium composite armor, standard energy shield. Functions, neutrino detection array, quantum radar scanner, listening and disrupting device, quantum optical telescope, extreme speed and stealth. Mountain class, heavy armored ship. Size, 4.2 kilometers. Engine, Don 2+, warp stability, 350C. Energy, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor X2, overclocked mode. Weapons, Storm-class close-range ion beam cannon array X48, Iron Curtain-class electromagnetic kinetic energy cannon group X32. Defense, super heavy vibranium composite armor, 90% coverage, Rock-class super-large energy shield generator X2, can deploy regional joint shield. Functions, absolute defense core, area control, attracting firepower, protecting friendly forces. Thunder Prison class, fire support ship. Size, 3.8 kilometers. Engine, Don 2+, warp stability, 350C. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor X2. Weapons, 1x Heavenly Punishment class super heavy ion main cannon, 4x Heavenly Punishment class heavy ion cannons, 10x Thor's Hammer heavy ion cannons, 24x Meteor Shower type long-range missile vertical launch systems, multi-launchers, 20x Iron Curtain class electromagnetic railgun groups. Defense, heavy vibranium composite armor, Rock-class energy shield, standard power. Functions, ultra-long range, saturation, and devastating firepower delivery, battlefield cleanup, pinpoint elimination of high-value targets. Hajime class, high-speed assault ship. Dimensions, 3.5 kilometers. Engine, Don 3, warp stability, 512C, emergency escape, 1024C, plus Gale vector array, extreme maneuverability, enters normal cruising speed in 1 minute. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor, overclocking mode. Weapons, Heavenly Punishment Class Heavy Ion Main Cannon X1, Ripper Class Heavy Plasma Cutting Cannon X2, Thunder Class Electromagnetic Armor Piercing Cannon X4, Meteor Shower Missile Launch Silo X8. Defense, Standard Vibranium Composite Armor, Reinforced Overload Bearing Energy Shield. Functions, high mobility, rapid entry, fatal blow, decapitation, raid, emergency support. Tian Shu Class, Central Command Ship. Dimensions, 3.5 kilometers. Engine, Dan2 Plus, warp stability, 350C. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor. Weapons, Thunder-class electronic main cannon X1, jamming/electromagnetic pulse, Storm-class close-in defense ion cannon array X12, electronic warfare jamming/defense array X4. Defense, standard vibranium composite armor, rock-class energy shield, enhanced. Functions, Fuxi Quantum Supercomputing Matrix Shipborne Node, Starlink All-Domain Battlefield Command System, Resonance-Level Ultra-Strong Communication Array, Fleet Brain, Information Hub, Strategic Support, and Electronic Warfare Core. Shadow Class, Special Operations Ship. Size, 3.5 kilometers. Engine, Dan2 Plus, Warp Stability, 350C, emphasis on silence and stealth. Energy source, 30 TW thermonuclear fusion reactor, low characteristic operation mode. Weapons, Heavenly Punishment Class Heavy Ion Main Cannon X1, Thunder Class Electronic Main Cannon X1, Multifunctional Special Equipment Launch Port, Nanorobot Swarm, Deep Space Intelligent Mine, Penetration Unit, etc. Close-in Defense Ion Cannon X6. Defense, Phantom Quantum Stealth Nanocoating, Mimicry Energy Field Generator, Enhanced Environmental Resistance Module, Radiation/Gravity Anomaly/Nebula, Lightweight Vibranium Composite Armor. Functions, disguise infiltration, system intrusion, sabotage behind enemy lines, intelligence theft, facility infiltration, trap setting, rescue, special operations. These 10 data parameters, resembling steel behemoths, gleamed brightly on the star map. A quiet sense of satisfaction welled up in Chen Xing's heart. Pangu, Outpost Alpha Base Construction Progress Report. Reporting to the boss, Outpost Alpha Base was completed and officially put into operation 23 days ago, Standard Time. The star map instantly focused on the Proxima Centauri galaxy. A rocky planet, Proxima Centauri b, located on the edge of the habitable zone and exhibiting a dark red hue, appears on the holographic projection. Beneath its surface, a massive and efficient base has taken root like a steel flower. Current status of the base. Surface, a multi-layered defense system is constructed based on large ring mountains and natural canyons. There are 36 bases equipped with Planet Guardian-class heavy ion cannon arrays. There are 108 groups of deeply buried missile launch silos, and a network of energy shield generator nodes covering all directions. The surface camouflage layer and energy scattering devices allow it to blend seamlessly with its surroundings during routine observations. Underground, the main industrial and ecological zones are located deep within the planet's crust. It has 100 standardized large-scale shipyards, which are currently operating at full capacity. It can undertake the construction and maintenance of new ship types and the Starry Sky 3. It is equipped with a complete set of supporting facilities, including a refinery, a material synthesis center, and an energy hub, powered by multiple ultra-large 200 TW thermonuclear fusion reactors operating in parallel. Function, perfectly suited for outpost early warning, starship construction/maintenance. Resource extraction, Proxima Centauri asteroid belt and planets themselves, deep space exploration transit. It has multiple missions, including fleet rest and replenishment, and serving as a core component of strategic depth defense. Expansion plan, the first phase of expansion will add 50 dry docks and supporting refining facilities, and is expected to be completed within 2 months. The footage shows Starship Type 4 and Crab Type 4 ships taking off and landing at the base airport. It was transporting ore mined from the nearby asteroid belt. Inside the massive dock, the keel of the Star Dome 3 was being laid, with welding lights flashing. The well-camouflaged artillery positions were slowly adjusting their angles for routine calibration. Chen Xing gazed at this land, far from the solar system, yet already bearing his mark. A sense of satisfaction, like expanding one's territory, welled up within me. Outpost Alpha, the base in the closest star system to the Sunday. Like a steel nail driven deep into space. It is a solid springboard for him to reach even greater heights. Maintain the pace of expansion and enhance self-sufficiency. Chen Xing gave the order. It will be one of the core pillars for the future spread of the spark to more distant places. The expansion plan is continuously being optimized. Resource gathering efficiency has improved by 7.2%. Pango responded quickly. Just then, a high-priority message came through the main communication channel of the R&D center. Boss, the Swift 4887 reconnaissance team has completed the deep scan and sample collection mission of the area containing the X-1 alien shipwreck. The samples have now returned to the lunar base and are requesting to be unloaded. X1 wreckage. Chen Xing's eyes narrowed. This is the wreckage of a Casale Consortium transport ship, discovered several months ago by a Windrush team in a desolate region of space about 81 light-years outside the solar system. After 5 months of full-speed sailing, we're finally back. Pangu, immediately transfer all samples collected by the Gale 4887 team to the Blue Star Base Deep Analysis Laboratory. Chen Xing gave the order without hesitation. Priority, highest. Notify T-Series engineering units to prepare to receive and activate Level 1 biological/energy isolation protocols. Command confirmed. Sample transport procedure initiated. The Deep Analysis Laboratory is now on maximum alert. Isolation protocols have been loaded. Pangu's electronic voice carried a hint of solemnity, as if he were carrying out a critical mission. Chen Xing turned his gaze away from the star map and towards the passage leading deep into the Blue Star Base. Moments later, a Star Mystic-class spacecraft quietly took off from the lunar base. It traversed the Earth-Moon space at extremely high speed and landed precisely at the hidden entrance of the Blue Star Base, under the close monitoring of numerous robotic arms and T-Series robots. A specially made sample box, about 3 meters long, transparent and shimmering with a faint cold light, made of neither gold nor stone, was carefully unloaded. The box is marked with X1 on its surface and is filled with inert gas and a strong energy confinement field. Even with the thick enclosure and the isolation force field in between, Chen Xing could also see the emanating energy through the monitoring screen. A cold, non-metallic luster, completely different from the human technology tree, and a faint but extremely persistent residual energy fluctuation. Soon, the specially made sample box was delivered to the Deep Analysis Laboratory. Chen Xing's gaze pierced through the heavy observation window of the Deep Analysis Laboratory. It landed on the X1 sample box that emitted a faint, cold light. Pangu, initiate the Origin Analysis Project. His voice rang out in the quiet corridor, steady and focused. Use 35% of the computing power of the Fuxi matrix. We will combine all our known databases of extraterrestrial civilizations, performing cross-referencing and reverse engineering. The Origin project has been launched. Computing resources have been allocated. Database cross-comparison in progress. Microstructure scanning and energy spectrum analysis are being performed simultaneously. Pangu's electronic voice carried a hint of solemnity, as if he were carrying out a critical mission. The humming of the instruments in the laboratory suddenly increased. Various high-energy beams precisely pierced the sample box. Chen Xing had his hands in the pockets of his lab coat. There was little expectation in his deep eyes, only the rigor of a scientist. Although we have basically figured out Casale's tech tree, the wreckage of this transport ship, its theoretical value lies more in its material composition and potential biological residues, he muttered to himself, as if organizing his thoughts. But the cornerstone of scientific exploration lies in not overlooking any possible details. Make bold assumptions, verify them carefully. Any anomaly could be a key to the unknown. What if there's a new discovery? He walked to the control panel and brought up the real-time analysis data stream. On the screen, complex molecular structure diagrams, energy spectra, and database comparison results cascaded down like a waterfall. His super brain was working at high speed, filtering massive amounts of information. They were trying to find that possible what if. During the month that Chen Xing focused on the study of the wreckage, Pangu's execution capabilities operate efficiently on another level. Boss, the Starlink ship diversification plan faces a major problem. Pangu gave a timely report after Chen Xing concluded an analysis meeting. The current dock design limit is only able to build starships with a displacement of 2 kilometers or less. The new main types of ships generally have a range of 3 to 3.8 kilometers. The Mountain class and Whale Fall class reaches a distance of 4.2 kilometers. This exceeds the construction capacity of existing shipyards. On the holographic star map, Mars, the Moon, and Outpost Alpha Base are visible. The 3D models of docks of other major industrial nodes in the solar system are highlighted. A red size warning and data comparison are flashing next to it. Chen Xing frowned slightly as he examined the data. Calculate the time required for a complete upgrade and renovation of all the shipyards. A detailed plan has been developed. The main structure of the dock, the giant gantry crane system, and the modular assembly platform, energy pipelines, and integrated production workshop have been comprehensively expanded and reinforced. Pangu quickly calculated the renovation period. Estimated time, 29 days, standard time. All dock construction work will be suspended during the refit. 1 month, Chen Xing pondered for a moment. Enhancing the combat capabilities of the new fleet is a necessity. The expansion and upgrade of the dock is essential, not to mention that the starships will continue to be upgraded in the future. Approved for execution. Priority, highest. Ensure the quality of the renovation and eliminate any potential hazards that could affect the efficiency of subsequent construction. Command confirmed. Dock upgrade program initiated. All dockyards enter conversion mode. Pangu's execution ability is impeccable. In an instant, the industrial nodes scattered throughout the solar system seemed to be paused, followed by an even more violent metallic roar. Huge structural beams were cut and removed, and thicker alloy supports were welded and embedded. The super-large engineering robotic arm is like the arm of a steel giant. The brand new, much larger construction platform was precisely hoisted into place. The energy channels, like blood vessels, were widened and replaced, shimmering with an even stronger energy flow. The industrial power of the entire solar system. During this month, the focus temporarily shifted from production to self-evolution. Deep Analysis Laboratory. Chen Xing stood outside the observation window, his deep gaze piercing through layers of protection, examining the fragments from the wreckage of the Casale Consortium transport ship, 81 light-years away. Pangu, how is the Origin project progressing? Chen Xing's voice rang out from outside the silent laboratory, with a touch of his usual calm and inquisitiveness. Microstructure scanning is 98.7% complete, boss. Pangu's electronic voice responded instantly. Preliminary conclusions are in line with expectations. The main structural material of the wreckage is the standard space alloy of the Casale complex, mixed with a small amount of high-toughness organic polymer derived from symbiotic secretions. No novel alloys or disruptive structures that surpass our existing material systems have been discovered. Some organic polymer molecular chains possess unique toughness. However, its synthesis conditions are harsh, and its cost-effectiveness is far lower than that of our vibranium composite alloy. No energy system or weapon system principles beyond our current understanding have been discovered. The residual energy signal is from conventional engine waste energy and shows no unusual fluctuations. Chen Xing nodded slightly, not surprised by the result. He had already determined from reconnaissance data that the Casale transport ship had limited technological capabilities. However, the rigor of scientific exploration does not allow for any assumptions or omissions. What about the biological samples? Chen Xing pressed. The crustacean and symbiotic organism specimens collected from the wreckage are the more noteworthy parts. In-depth analysis of biological samples is underway, boss. The chitinous composite structure of the crustacean exoskeleton exhibits excellent local energy dispersion characteristics. Symbiotic neural synaptic networks exhibit a unique biological quantum coherence effect. Pangu reported his discovery. Its biotechnology approach is unique, but its overall effectiveness and complexity are high. This is far below our biotechnology system based on gene therapy in pioneer populations. Current assessments suggest that its value lies more in expanding the cognitive boundaries of biomaterials and neural interfaces. It has low compatibility with the base's main mechanical and energy technology trees, limiting its direct application value. A fleeting hint of disappointment crossed Chen Xing's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by rational acceptance. He exhaled softly, his fingertips tapping habitually on the alloy window frame. It's pretty much as we predicted. How many surprises can we expect from Casale's low to mid-range transport ships? He shook his head, his tone indifferent. These biological sample data are archived independently and labeled as the Casale Biobank. As for those structural material fragments, he paused. Thoroughly analyze its elemental composition, especially those trace elements that are not fully included in our database. Understood. A rare transition metal element, tentatively named Casale Gamma, has been discovered. Atomic number. Pangu quickly listed the parameters. Its unique electronic orbital characteristics may provide a slight synergistic effect in certain superconducting and catalytic reactions. However, its application scenarios are narrow and there are many alternatives. Preliminary analysis suggests that its cost-effectiveness is not high. Uncommon elements are better than nothing. Chen Xing commented, his tone flat. Archive all analytical data and inferred application scenario reports of the Casale Gamma element. The biobank and analysis reports will be encrypted and transmitted to the Deep Space Research Institute of Yanhuan Kingdom at an opportune time. He believed that scientists on Earth would be more interested in these alien biotechnologies. Perhaps we can gain some inspiration from this. While the dock renovation is in full swing, Chen Xing's thoughts drifted to the more distant depths of space. As the star map shifts, the green dots of the 1,280 pioneer engineering fleets resemble a sprawling galaxy, scattered throughout the space surrounding the solar system. Progress report of the Spark ignites a prairie fire project. Pangu updates data synchronously. Within a 10 light-year radius, 37 engineering fleets have arrived at their target star systems and begun base construction. The average construction progress has reached 22.7%. Among them, the Alpha Base, an outpost already built in the Proxima Centauri system, which is the closest to our solar system, was excluded. Within a 20 light-year radius, 89 engineering fleets have just arrived at their target star system. Construction has just begun, with an average progress of less than 5%. Within a range of 30 to 50 light-years, the remaining 1,154 engineering fleets are still traveling at warp speed. They are expected to arrive gradually over the next 1 to 3 months. Chen Xing stared at the points of light on the star map that represented sparks, calculating the future in his mind. Once all 1,280 nodes are completed and put into operation, he seemed to see resources and production capacity converging like a torrent. That will be the foundation for his exponential expansion of power. Pangu, continuously monitor the construction progress of each node, and prioritize resource allocation to ensure the bases that have already started construction. The monitoring and resource scheduling protocol is being continuously optimized, boss. Pangu responded quickly. As the dock renovation nears completion, the new type of ship is about to enter mass production. Another problem became increasingly clear in Chen Xing's mind: the communication bottleneck. He pulled up a data stream, which was the communication log of the Swift Wind reconnaissance team at the farthest point. There is a glaring gap between the numbers representing the timestamps of sending and receiving information. Pangu, what is the current quantum communication latency of the furthest Swift Wind squad? Chen Xing asked, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Reporting to the boss, the team furthest from the solar system is Gale 3927 Squad, currently located at the edge of the Orion Arm, approximately 201 light-years away. Pangu accurately reported the coordinates. Due to the current stability maintenance of quantum entanglement and the signal amplification and attenuation of relay nodes, due to multiple factors, including deep space background interference, the average delay for information transmission is 3 hours and 17 minutes. Average command issuance delay, 3 hours and 9 minutes. More than 3 hours. Chen Xing repeated in a low voice, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the virtual control panel, making a soft clicking sound. His supercomputer instantly deduced countless battlefield possibilities. A reconnaissance squad deep behind enemy lines encountered a formidable enemy and desperately sent back a distress signal. However, this signal has to travel for several hours through the cold universe to reach the command center at the Blue Star base. By the time the order is relayed back, the battle may already be over, leaving only cold wreckage. In the ever-changing interstellar battles, this delay is fatal. Relying solely on shipborne AI for autonomous decision-making significantly reduces tactical flexibility and coordination. 3 hours of delay on the ever-changing interstellar battlefield. That's enough to wipe out an elite squad, or to completely squander a golden opportunity. He stared at the distant blue dots on the star map, his eyes becoming sharp and decisive. Theoretical long-distance instantaneous communication. Chen Xing's eyes sharpened, filled with dissatisfaction with the status quo and a desire to challenge the limits of technology. The quantum entanglement communication technology currently used at the base theoretically utilizes the long-distance property of quantum entanglement. However, it is limited by engineering implementation, signal compilation efficiency, maintaining the stability of entangled states, and spatial interference along the path. It is impossible to achieve truly instantaneous communication in theory. Chen Xing calmly analyzed the technical bottlenecks. This gap still needs to be reduced a bit in order to provide deep space communication support over longer distances. He paused for a moment, examining the blue dots on the star map that represented reconnaissance tentacles. They have ventured over a range of 200 light-years, creating invaluable star maps, but continue to send them into more distant, potentially more dangerous star systems with such a huge communication delay. The risk-reward ratio is becoming unbalanced. Pangu, Chen Xing decided. Order all Gale reconnaissance squads to immediately terminate their current exploration missions and return to base at full speed. Assembly coordinates Pluto's orbit. The instruction has been sent in encrypted form and will be confirmed with the highest priority. Once all Swift Wind squads receive the message, they will adjust their course and return at full speed. The furthest squad is expected to arrive at the rendezvous point in 1 year and 1 month. Pangu swiftly executed the order. Wait for them to come back. Chen Xing's gaze fell on the dot on the star map that represented the dock undergoing renovation and upgrade. It then swept over the Hummingbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ships that were about to be put into construction. Subsequent deep space reconnaissance missions will be taken over by specialized Hummingbird-class reconnaissance ships. Higher speed, better stealth, more advanced detection technology, and, hopefully by then, we will have made a breakthrough in next-generation quantum entanglement communication technology. He shut down the data stream that caused the communication delay. My gaze briefly swept over the surveillance summary of Blue Star. Blue Star monitoring briefing, past 3 months. Yanhuan Kingdom, the Deep Space Research Institute has made breakthrough progress in new lightweight alloys and miniaturization of high-energy ion thrusters. The prototype of the first experimental spaceplane, Suncheon 1, has been assembled. The Star Wars Department has initially established a threat assessment model for surrounding civilizations based on the Interstellar Convention. The first batch of recipients of the gene therapy were in stable condition with no adverse reactions, and their work efficiency was significantly improved. The Star Watch is operating efficiently and reports no armed conflict worldwide. International, the Blue Star Federation framework is operating smoothly, and the Federal Space Development Agency has been established. The lunar development plans of various countries are being coordinated, with all sites located on the near side of the moon. The first phase of the Jinghai Base project, spearheaded by Manhwa, has been launched. Space investment has surged in various countries, and public enthusiasm for space exploration has soared. International capital is rapidly flowing into the fields of new energy, AI, and quantum computing. Undercurrents monitoring has revealed an increase in the frequency of offline connections between some former high-ranking military and political officials and their affiliated capital groups in countries A and C. The issues focused on technological imbalances, overregulation, and future discourse power. Their statements are more covered, and no substantial harmful actions have been taken so far. The relevant chain of evidence is being continuously improved. Chen Sing merely glanced at it, his expression unmoved. As Earth stumbles forward under the new order, the undercurrents are an inevitable price to pay. As long as you don't cross the red line he's drawn, and don't disturb his peace. These trivial matters that the regulators of the Yanhuan kingdom would handle did not attract much of his attention. His journey has always been in that deep sea of stars, full of unknowns and challenges. He turned and walked toward the passageway leading to the quantum communication research area. The dock has been renovated and construction of a new starship has begun. The communication barriers that stand in the way of his journey to the stars are his next target to conquer. Half a year has passed. Time slipped away quietly as Chen Sing focused on developing quantum entanglement communication upgrade technology, and the base expanded rapidly. Inside the Research and Development Center of Blue Star Base, Chen Sing stood before the enormous holographic star map, his expression calm and undisturbed. Panga's electronic voice rang out, carrying a sense of reporting the completion of a phase goal. Report to the boss, the Starlink ship diversification plan and the dock upgrade plan have been fully integrated. As of now, our combat-capable starship fleet has reached a total size of 500,000 standard units. On the star map, the silver dots representing the base fleet resemble the boiling galaxy. Its density and scale far exceed those of 6 months ago, forming a suffocating torrent of steel. The main combat fleet consists of 500,000 ships. Starry Sky 3 general-purpose capital ships, 70,000 units. Whale Fall-class replenishment ships, 5,000. Hummingbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ships, 100,000. Mountain-class heavy armored destroyers, 80,000 ships. Reigaku-class fire support ships, 150,000 vessels. The Pajun-class high-speed assault ship, 50,000 ships. Tian Shu-class central command ships, 20,000. Shadow-class special operations ships, 25,000 vessels. The logistics fleet totals 220,000 ships. Starstalker-class V-type transport ships, 100,000 units. Cancer-class V-type mining engineering ships, 120,000 vessels. In addition, the 43,000 older starships have all been relegated to secondary roles, performing routine tasks such as secondary patrols, escorts, resource point defense, and logistical transport. Current monthly production capacity of shipyards both within and outside the solar system, 150,000 standard units. Pangu paused for a moment, then added. The main reason for the surge in production capacity, the branch bases under the Spark Spreads Like Wildfire plan have been basically completed and put into full power production within 30 light-years. Shipyards within the solar system continue to expand. Construction of the 40 to 50 light-year node is more than halfway complete, and its future production capacity potential continues to rise. Chen Sing's gaze swept over the 500,000 brand-new ships, a starship representing the pinnacle of the base's current technological achievements. His eyes, however, were like a deep, still well, without the slightest ripple. 500,000 is just the beginning, he whispered, his voice as flat as if he were stating a trivial fact. However, at this moment, in his mind, it was just a string of numbers. Pangu, is the deployment plan for the next generation quantum entanglement communication relay device ready? The plan has been optimized, boss. Pangu responded quickly. The new relay device is 1,200 times larger than the old one, about the size of a standard shipping container. However, the effective coverage radius of a single node has increased to 1 light-year, resulting in a significant improvement in relay efficiency. Simulation tests show that communication is possible within a 1,000 light-year range. Information latency can be stably controlled within 30 milliseconds, ms. It can meet the current practical needs of deep space reconnaissance and command and control. 30 milliseconds, that's enough. Chen Sing nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction with the result. Instantaneous communication in theory is ultimately an ideal state. Under the conditions of the vast universe and complex technology, latency can be compressed to the millisecond level. This is a huge leap forward, and it is well within the acceptable range of tactical responses. His gaze then settled on the 100,000 points of light on the star map that represented the Hummingbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ships, like a sharp eagle locking onto its prey. Power itself is not the goal, it is how to use it. The key is to achieve a more far-reaching goal. Order 100,000 Hummingbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ships, set sail immediately. To carry out the deep space reconnaissance mission codenamed Webweaver. Command confirmed. Task deployment. First Squadron, 10,000 Hummingbird-class destroyers. Mission area, a spherical space with a radius of 150 light-years around the solar system. Mission content, high density, routine patrols and reconnaissance to build the first line of dynamic early warning network. Ensure that any movement or disturbance within the area designated for this mission is detected immediately. Operation mode, single ship operation to improve regional coverage efficiency. Second Squadron, 90,000 Hummingbird-class destroyers. Mission area, a radius of 150 to 500 light-years around the solar system. Mission objectives, wide area deep space exploration, star map improvement, detection of civilization signals, and recording of anomalous space phenomena. Operation mode, single ship operation. Each ship is independently responsible for one sector. Advantages, maximizes reconnaissance range and efficiency. Reduce overall risk, the loss of a single ship will not affect the overall situation. The 3-kilometer long hull is large enough to carry ample supplies and quantum communication relay equipment, supporting long-term missions for up to 3 years. Chen Xing paused for a moment. He emphasized, all reconnaissance missions must prioritize concealment and security. In the event of an uncontrollable threat, authorize Hummingbird-level AI to make autonomous decisions. Allow immediate activation of maximum warp speed, 1024c, to disengage from the battlefield. Pangu's computing core was operating at high speed. The massive fleet can be instantly broken down, its routes planned, and target sectors allocated. The instructions are clear. The single-ship operation mode has been set, with evasion and escape protocols as the highest priority. Pangu understood Chen Xing's cautious attitude and his appreciation for power. The deployment plan has been optimized, and all Hummingbird-class destroyers are expected to depart according to their scheduled routes within 24 hours. On the star map, a cluster of blue dots representing 100,000 Hummingbird-class ships began to twinkle. Like a swarm of bees about to leave the hive, they are poised and ready to go. As for the other starships, Chen Xing's gaze shifted to the massive combat fleet. It can't be left idle either. Pangu, activate the Sharpening Blade plan. Project Sharpening the Blade is ready. Pangu awaits specific instructions. The training ground is a 10 light-year radius around the solar system. All main combat ships, except for logistics support vessels, will be mobilized, including the Whale Fall-class replenishment ships. Core mission, large-scale, high-intensity multi-ship type joint combat exercises and tactical simulations. Deduction requirements. First, integrate all the information on interstellar civilizations that have been acquired. This includes its known ship-type characteristics, combat modes, and weaknesses in its social structure. Second, load the database of war wisdom accumulated by Earth over thousands of years. Sun Tzu's Art of War, the 36 Stratagems on War, the Book of 5 Rings, all the classic strategic and tactical ideas in human history. Third, take the Fuxi matrix as the core and combine the above two types of information to deduce, validate, and optimize new interstellar tactics, formations, and magic based on our new fleet system, including but not limited to nebula warfare, asteroid belt warfare, fleet battles, surprise attacks and counter-surprise attacks, fortress attack and defense, multi-ship coordinated operations, information deception, rapid maneuver, and infiltration, utilizing environmental ambushes, targeting enemy social structures or command nodes, and employing decapitation and psychological warfare tactics. The key exercises focused on the offensive and defensive coordination between Mountain and Thunder Prison, the deadly entry of Po Jun, the special breakthrough of Yu Ying, and the overall command effectiveness of Tian Shu, etc. Goal: not only must we be able to fight tough battles, but we must also be able to fight clever battles. Transform numerical superiority into absolute strategic and tactical superiority. To develop our own highly efficient and deadly space warfare tactics. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. I want to see the true upper limit of this fleet's combat capability under various extreme scenarios, and our unique tactics are derived from our distinctive technology tree and command system. Command confirmed. Project Sharpening the Blade is launched immediately. Pangu's electronic voice carried a hint of excited humming as it operated. Use 45% of the computing power of the Fuxi matrix to load the Blue Star War Strategy database. Integrating interstellar intelligence models, simulating battlefield environment construction in progress, multi-ship type collaborative combat protocol deeply optimized, tactical simulation thread loaded. The main fleets began to assemble in the exercise area. On the star map, A massive cluster of lights, representing different types of warships, began to move toward a range of 10 light-years from the outer edge of the solar system, like steel chess pieces manipulated by an invisible hand. A silent yet intense self-refinement is about to unfold on the vast cosmic chessboard. Chen Xing watched all of this with satisfaction. Accumulating power is only the first step. The next step is to master how to use that power effectively. The key is to unleash destructive power that goes beyond simple accumulation. After finishing his fleet affairs, Chen Xing's gaze swept across a corner of the control panel. An encrypted document labeled Recommendation from the Yanhuang Interstellar Strategic Research Department floated silently there. This was sent by the Supreme Commander via a quantum encrypted communicator. Draft recommendations on diplomatic strategies for making initial contact with known interstellar civilizations. Chen Xing tapped his fingertip, and the document contents scrolled rapidly on the light screen. The recommendations are very detailed, including risk assessment and benefit analysis, contact stance, probing, friendly, deterrent, possible bargaining chips, limited technology demonstration, intention to exchange resources, etc. The Supreme Commander has clearly devoted a great deal of effort to this. We hope to contribute to the base's interstellar journey. Chen Xing watched quietly for a while. His eyes were deep, but in the end he gently shook his head. The suggestion is well-intentioned. He muttered to himself, and with a flick of his finger, closed the file. But the time is not yet ripe. His gaze returned to the points of light representing unknown forces deep within the star map, and the 100,000 Hummingbird-class reconnaissance starships that are currently being resupplied. Our understanding of this star system is like looking at a leopard through a tube. Cassel is just the tip of the iceberg. Arizen, Chronos, and even the more mysterious Ether Ring and Void Elemental, their true intentions, internal conflicts, and attitudes toward emerging powers. It cannot be summarized in just a few reconnaissance reports and convention provisions. To make a hasty decision is like stepping into a minefield blindfolded. Showing goodwill may be seen as weakness, while intimidation may provoke unnecessary hostility. The existing Interstellar Civilization War Convention certainly provides some protection, but beneath the rules, undercurrents are turbulent. Chen Xing's thinking was as calm as a supercomputer. I need more comprehensive and in-depth intelligence. We need to see clearly into this dark forest. Who is the hunter, who is the prey, and who is in disguise? He made a decision. Contact will be postponed. We await the return of the new Hummingbird-class destroyers with more detailed information on the 500 light-year star system. We will make a decision after we have a clearer understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the major powers in the surrounding area. After handling these matters, a long-lost, almost unfamiliar sense of relaxation quietly crept into Chen Xing's heart. He looked around the huge, cold research and development center. All around were flashing data streams, silently operating instruments, and the cold starlight of holographic projections. The supercomputer remains highly efficient. However, a sense of a blank period has emerged after the research has reached a certain stage of bottleneck. The Starship system upgrade and iteration are complete, and a major breakthrough has been achieved in overcoming communication bottlenecks. The massive fleet has returned to normal operations and is undergoing real combat training, while the Deep Space Reconnaissance Network has been redeployed. In the short term, there seems to be no urgent need. He needs to immediately devote all his attention to major scientific and technological breakthroughs or strategic decisions. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice carried a rare, almost languid tone. Boss, what is the operational status of the core projects? The Webweaver reconnaissance mission has commenced as planned, and the Hummingbird fleet is currently resupplying. The Starry Sky Warfare simulation project is running stably, and data accumulation and tactical optimization are ongoing. Production and construction at all resource satellites and subbases are proceeding smoothly, with no abnormalities reported. Blue Star surveillance is stable, and the Star Monitoring Committee is operating normally. Chen Xing let out a soft breath and walked to the huge holographic projection. The image above shows a lush landscape deep within the 10,000 mountains, simulated by the Blue Star base. The sounds of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers create a striking contrast with the steel and technological feel of the interior. He suddenly realized that it had been a very, very long time. They haven't really rested yet. From the awakening of the residents of a rented apartment in Shenzhen to the frenzy of studying, they secretly built a base, advanced technology, and broke out of the solar system, encountering an alien civilization, assembling a massive fleet, and reshaping the order of Earth. It has been operating at high intensity for more than a decade, just like a supercomputer that never stops. Even with a super brain and a genetically enhanced body, the weariness that belongs to humanity deep in one's spirit. With the goal temporarily achieved and the pressure slightly reduced, it quietly peaked out. Pangu, Earth's time. Current time is East 8th Time Zone, December 30th, 10:15 a.m. There is 1 day, 15 hours, and 45 minutes left until the Gregorian New Year, January 1st, on Earth. New Year. Chen Xing repeated in a low voice. A thought, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, rippled through his mind. Want to go for a walk? Not interstellar travel, that vast and dangerous deep space. Before establishing stable diplomacy and sufficient understanding, it's not on his relaxation list for now. He just wandered around Blue Star. Not in the capacity of the Star Sea Council president, nor in the manner of a behind-the-scenes controller. Simply as a person. Chen Xing is a man who has been quietly developing his career on his own for over a decade and now wants to go out and see the world. Look at that building that once made him feel small and oppressed. But now, Shenzhen has been completely changed because of him? Let's see how our motherland has changed under the new federal order. Or, simply find a picturesque place where you won't be disturbed. Listen to the wind and watch the clouds drift by, allowing his nerves to completely relax. Pangu. Chen Xing turned around, his eyes showing a hint of relief after making a decision. Boss, I'm planning my trip, I want to go on vacation. A very faint, genuine smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The timing, about a month. Around New Year's Day, which is just in time to avoid the peak travel season. Clear. Pangu's voice seemed to carry a touch of human-like joy. Destination preference? Itinerary confidentiality level? Accompanying security arrangements? Destination. Chen Xing's gaze once again fell upon the simulated green hills and clear waters outside the window. I haven't decided yet. It doesn't need to be too complicated, just simple and natural. Security is at the highest level of stealth, I don't want to be disturbed. Command confirmed. We are now selecting top-tier vacation destinations across the globe for you, and your itinerary planning and covered security arrangements are commencing immediately. Pangu responded efficiently. The following are detailed options available for your selection. Chen Xing nodded, returned to the villa's tea room, and walked to the tea tray. It was unusual for me not to be working. Instead, he leisurely brewed himself a cup of tea. Amidst the fragrant aroma of tea, he browsed through travel packages projected on the screen, a sense of tranquility settling over him. The torrent of steel practices its conquest in deep space, and its master is, at this moment, I only want to temporarily put down the scepter of the stars. Go and feel the long-lost fireworks and gentle breeze of the planet beneath your feet. The journey through the stars is long, with occasional pauses. Perhaps it's for the sake of soaring even further next time. Chen Xing's gaze swept quickly over the holographic projection solution provided by Pangu. The supercomputer instantly filters out the noisy city and overly commercialized tourist attractions. Ultimately, a route that is both tranquil and magnificent was drawn up. Starting from the Xiwan Mountains, near Guangfukan City, where the base is located, head west. Traversing the hills of Lingnan, venturing deep into the Unangashu Plateau, and finally reaching the roof of the world, Tibet. Then it turned south, flew across the Kiangsu Strait, and embraced the blue sea and sky of Hainan Island. Finally, carrying the sense of sunshine and sea breeze, we returned to the Spring City base. Let's go with this line. Chen Xing's voice carried a hint of relaxed certainty. Keep a low profile and keep things quiet. Understood. Itinerary planning complete. The stealth escort fleet, 12-star Dome 3 ships, has entered near-Earth orbit and is on standby. Aerial Stealth Escort Unit, Star-Level Spacecraft X6. Ground security is provided by 6 T-07 to T-12 mimicry-armed combat robots providing long-range stealth protection. Your ride-disguised pickup truck is ready. The Warstar 3 armor storage box has been placed inside the cargo storage compartment, and the emergency protocol has been loaded. Pangu responded efficiently. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction and finished the last bit of warm tea in his cup. Surprisingly, he didn't head straight to the lab tonight. Instead, they went back to their bedroom upstairs in the villa. Lying on the soft bed, gazing at the starry sky outside the window. There are no formulas or star charts, only pure relaxation. He turned off the indoor lights, letting the darkness envelop him, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist and shone on the verdant green of the 10,000 mountains, a weathered, dark green four-wheeled pickup truck. It sputtered and chugged as it drove out of the makeshift garage next door. The front of the car was covered in rust, and the paint was dull and lackluster. The tires were covered in mud, and there were a few inconspicuous dents on the car body. The car window even had several tiny cracks. A deep, but not particularly powerful, roar came from under the hood. This is the pickup truck that Chen Xing bought when he first came back. At this moment, this pickup truck, apart from its dilapidated exterior, everything inside has been completely transformed. The anti-gravity engine allows it to ignore terrain. The powerful energy shield is strong enough to withstand tactical dirty missiles. The vehicle's interior integrates a miniature ion cannon and an electromagnetic pulse emitter. When necessary, the invisible coating can be activated, allowing it to blend perfectly into the environment. Inside the trunk, an inconspicuous gray metal storage box was secured. Inside lay a large silver suitcase. It is a set of equipment that can be put on in seconds. The modular Warstar 3 steel armor covering the entire body. Under Panga's control, it can be activated instantly and complete the outfit when Chen Xing faces a fatal threat. This is the same suitcase that Chen Xing made based on a certain movie. As for the nanotech armor that can change shape at will, like the ones in the movies, for Chen Xing, it remains an unattainable concept, although he also has some knowledge of nanotechnology. However, they have repeatedly encountered setbacks in the storage of nanomaterials. Rumors circulating online claim that the nanotech armor is stored inside a reactor. Even with extreme compression, that little space is still insufficient to accommodate nanomaterials covering the entire body, not to mention the nanomaterials used in weapons and equipment. This is completely beyond the limitations of existing physical rules. Unless space folding technology is used, that's a cutting-edge black technology that only a level 4 civilization can master. Another theory suggests that nanomaterials are incorporated into the skin in the form of microparticles. Even if such a large amount of metal material is stored in a dispersed manner, its weight and discomfort may exceed the body's tolerance. With Chen Xing's current skill level, it is impossible to replicate the sophisticated functions of the nanotech armor in the movie. After careful consideration, he decided to abandon his unrealistic idea. Instead, the armor was designed as a portable suitcase. Let's get back to the main topic. Chen Xing was dressed in simple casual clothes and wearing sunglasses. He sat in the driver's seat, looking relaxed. He rolled down the car window, letting the morning breeze, carrying the fresh scent of mountains, forests, and vegetation, fill the car. Set off. He spoke softly, as if it were just an ordinary short trip. Chen Xing smiled slightly and gently pressed the accelerator. A deep, but not particularly powerful, roar came from under the hood. That was the sound of an old diesel engine, realistically simulated by Pangu. But the car body remained as stable as if it were still. The powerful anti-gravity core means that the four wheels barely touched the ground. Soon, the pickup truck drove onto the national highway and merged into the sparse traffic. Chen Xing looked at the fields and villages passing by the roadside, and listened to the occasional crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. A long-lost sense of human warmth and connection quietly seeped into my heart. First stop, Lingnan landscape. Instead of taking the highway, he slowly drove along the national and provincial roads. At Kexinjian in Zhaoqing, he mingled with tourists and hiked to the top of Shishi Rock. Overlooking the mirror-like Xingda Lake, one can appreciate the unique beauty of the karst landforms. In Shuazhu district of Guilin City, he rented a small bamboo raft and had a boatman slowly paddle him down the Li River. The two sides of the river are lined with uniquely shaped peaks, their reflections creating a picturesque scene. Chen Xing leaned back in the bamboo chair, closing his eyes to rest. It was as if he were just an ordinary traveler whose soul had been cleansed by the mountains and rivers. In Dangxia Bajiazai, Chen Xing mingled with the early rising tourists. Climb up the steep, dragon's backbone ladder. The crimson sandstone mountains take on a captivating warm hue in the morning light. The mountains, each with its unique shape, are masterpieces of nature. He walked steadily and breathed deeply. His genetically enhanced body allowed him to climb such treacherous peaks as if they were flat ground. The cliff carvings along the way record the praises of literati and scholars throughout history. He would occasionally pause, his fingertips brushing against the cold stone carvings, feeling the weight of history and the eternity of nature. After nearly 2 hours of climbing, he finally reached the edge of the platform on the main peak of Bajiazai. At this moment, most of the clouds and mist have dispersed. Looking into the distance, the red cliffs and crags stretch endlessly, like a crimson flame burning on the earth. The Jinjiang River meanders through the mountains like a jade belt, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. Wow, it's so beautiful. Tourists around gasped in amazement and raised their phones and cameras to take pictures. Chen Xing quietly admired this masterpiece of nature, and his heart and mind were broadened by it. He found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. I took out my thermos from my backpack and poured myself a cup of hot water. Sipping slowly, I savored the tranquility and grandeur of reaching the summit. Just then, a suppressed gasp and scream came from not far away, shattering the peace of the moment. Ah, my child! My child! Oh my God! Someone has fallen! Help! Someone's in danger! The crowd instantly stirred. They rushed in terror toward a precipitous cliff railing. Chen Xing frowned, stood up instantly, and strode to the outer edge of the crowd in a few steps. All that could be seen was a corner of the viewing platform near the edge of the cliff. A section of wooden railing, possibly due to years of disrepair and faded warning signs, has broken. A little boy who looks about 7 or 8 years old. Because of chasing a startled, colorful butterfly, he accidentally slipped and fell from the broken railing. Fortunately, the boy instinctively reached out and grabbed at anything as he fell. They actually managed to grab onto a protruding rock edge on the edge of the cliff, which was only the width of a palm. His entire body was hanging over a cliff hundreds of meters high. Beneath my feet lies a dizzying abyss. The boy was terrified, his face turned deathly pale, and he couldn't even cry out. All that remained was a suppressed, desperate sob in his throat. His forearm trembled violently from the extreme force he exerted. My knuckles are turning white, I could lose strength at any moment. The child's mother collapsed to the ground, crying out in anguish. Several times I tried to rush over, but the people next to me held me back tightly. It's too dangerous there, the railings are broken, and the ground is slippery. Even adults could easily slide down. Hold on tight. Don't let go. Someone shouted anxiously. Call the police. Quickly call 119 and the scenic area rescue team. Someone was giving frantic instructions. It's too late. That child won't last much longer. The experienced person looked at the boy's trembling arms, their voice filled with despair. The scene was chaotic, with fear and despair spreading among the crowd. Scenic area staff rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. He turned pale upon seeing the danger. He frantically called for backup over the walkie-talkie, but it was too late. Distant water couldn't quench the immediate fire. Time passed second by second. The boy's arms trembled more and more violently. Every tiny tremor tugged at everyone's heartstrings. It felt as if I would fall into an abyss at any moment. At this critical moment, a very faint buzzing sound, like the flapping of a hummingbird's wings. They were swallowed up by the gasps of the crowd and the mountain wind, and no one noticed. Chen Xing stood at the back of the crowd, his eyes calm as ice, but a thought flickered in his mind. An anti-gravity drone that has been silently camouflaged and suspended high in the sky using optical camouflage. They received the command instantly transmitted by Chen Xing. Like a hawk hunting its prey, it swooped down silently from the clouds. It moves with lightning speed, precisely avoiding all obstacles. They rushed straight towards the boy hanging from the cliff. The crowd below only felt a very faint ripple in the air. It was as if only a slightly stronger mountain wind had blown by. Then, something they would never forget happened. The boy who was about to collapse from exhaustion. His body suddenly shot upwards. It felt as if I was being steadily held up by an invisible hand. The boy was stunned and forgot his fear. He stared blankly as he realized he was out of danger of the rock face. My body was supported by a gentle yet firm force, and I rose steadily upwards. Flying, flying. Someone screamed and rubbed their eyes hard. My God, what's going on? Has a deity appeared? Under the gaze of countless shocked, horrified, and incredulous eyes, the little boy, suspended in midair, rose steadily as if by magic. They crossed the broken railing. Then it landed gently and steadily on the inner, safe viewing platform. That invisible force vanished the moment the boy's feet touched the ground. The boy staggered, still shaken. He was immediately embraced tightly by his mother, who rushed towards him crying, "Baby! My baby! You scared mommy to death!" Wah! The mother held her child, whom she had lost and then found again, and wept uncontrollably. Mother! The boy then burst into tears. The crowd erupted in chaos. What happened? Did anyone see it clearly? No one went down. The child flew up by himself? That's so weird. Did a strange wind just blow by? A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, looking around in surprise and uncertainty. They tried to find a benefactor or a reasonable explanation. The staff at the scenic area were also dumbfounded. I have absolutely no idea what is happening. Only Chen Xing quietly turned away the moment the boy landed safely. He didn't look at the mother and child who were embracing and crying again. He ignored the clamor of voices and the probing gazes behind him. He was just like any other ordinary tourist who had finished watching the excitement and was about to leave. Calmly walked through the crowd that is still in shock and chaos. He walked against the flow of people, down the stone steps he had come from, step by step, down the mountain. A mountain breeze brushed against the hem of his clothes, bringing with it the fresh scent of grass and trees. His expression remained calm. It was as if the thrilling rescue just now was merely a gentle breeze passing through the mountains. High above his head was the anti-gravity drone. She followed him silently once again. Back at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, the old, dark green pickup truck remained quietly parked in the corner. Chen Xing opened the car door and got in. The dilapidated driver's cab isolated him from the noisy world outside. Chen Xing leaned back in his chair, his gaze passing through the windshield, looking out at the red mountains bathed in sunlight in the distance. Magnificent, serene, and full of life. The danger and chaos that just happened at the mountaintop. Like a stone thrown into a deep pool, after the ripples subside, only a deeper stillness remains. He started the vehicle. The old pickup truck emitted a slight hum. It smoothly glided out of the parking space and merged into the traffic flowing downhill. Second stop, Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. The pickup truck demonstrates amazing off-road capabilities. Of course, to outsiders, it was just lucky that the old car didn't fall apart. It easily climbed across the red soil of Dongchuan, Yunnan. The vibrant colors were breathtakingly beautiful under the setting sun. Chen Xing stopped his car to take pictures, and a photography enthusiast watched as his beat-up pickup truck was parked in a dangerous spot. A kind reminder, brother, the road is slippery here, be careful with your car. Chen Xing smiled and nodded, thanks, old buddy, you're tough and can handle it. But in its heart it thought, if it really wanted to, it could just fly up there. He found a quiet inn to stay at by Erhai Lake in Dali. He sipped his hand-dripped coffee, gazing at the shimmering lake and the distant, dark silhouettes of the mountains, and sat there for half a day. The warm sunlight shone on me, and I could hear soft music and the whispers of tourists. He cleared his mind, thought of nothing, and enjoyed the tranquility that belonged to him. Occasionally, young couples or noisy tour groups passed by. A faint smile would unconsciously appear at the corner of his mouth, like observing the fascinating creatures of another world. In Shuhi ancient town, Lijiang, he strolled along the smooth stone-paved road, walked through the alleyway filled with oil paper umbrellas, avoiding the bustling main street. Seek out those old-fashioned craft shops hidden in corners. Watch an old Naxi silversmith hammering silverware. Listen to the owner of Dongba paper mill recount the ancient papermaking techniques. He bought a small, handcrafted leather pendant. My fingertips caressed the rough yet warm texture. A sense of appreciation for the ancient civilization of Earth welled up within me. In Putakuo National Park in Shangri-La, he hiked deep into the primeval forest. Towering ancient trees block out the sun, and the air is as clear as crystal. Bida Lake is like a giant piece of jade inlaid among the mountains, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. He stood by the lake, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Feel the thin yet pure air of the plateau filling your lungs. It washes away the steel aura that has accumulated deep within the soul over the years. At that moment, he even briefly shut down the passive information processing of the superbrain. Experience the magnificence of nature with only your most primal senses. Third stop, the roof of the world. This was the most challenging part of the journey. The pickup truck huffed and puffed as it crossed the Dongda Mountain Pass, which is over 5,000 meters above sea level. Inside a brand new SUV next to it, several young people looked at the old car that seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. They cast glances that were either sympathetic or mocking. Hey bro, how's your car? Need me to tow it for a bit? A young man with dyed yellow hair rolled down the car window and shouted, his tone laced with mockery. Chen Xing rolled down his dusty car window. He gave a simple smile and said, thanks, brother, but no need. I know the way, I can get up there. He had barely finished speaking. The pickup truck seemed to lack off for a moment on a steep slope. A small plume of black smoke was coming out of the exhaust pipe, simulated by Pangu. This caused a burst of laughter inside the SUV. Yellow Hair stepped on the gas pedal triumphantly. The SUV roared past, kicking up a cloud of dust. The girl in the passenger seat even turned around and made a face. Chen Xing didn't care at all, and even found it a little funny. At the Padala Palace in Lhasa, he walked slowly along with the devout crowd. Feel the strange tranquility brought by the aroma of yak butter tea and the deep chanting of sutras in the air. The golden summit shone with a sacred light under the intense sunlight of the plateau. He stood atop the palace wall. Looking down at the Lhasa River Valley, I felt no ambition to conquer the stars. There was only a faint sense of awe for the diversity of life and the power of faith. He took photos quietly, like any ordinary tourist. They left quietly, without disturbing anyone. Fourth stop, coconut breeze and sea breeze. The journey from the plateau directly to Hainan Island allows you to enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. The significant altitude and climate change had no effect on Chen Xing. As time passed, he drove his beat-up pickup truck onto the ferry and arrived in the warm city of Astana. On the pristine white sand beaches of Yelong Bay, Chen Xing, dressed in a plain t-shirt and shorts, lay under a rented parasol. Listening to the sound of the waves, I completely let go of my worries. At this moment, he belongs only to the sunshine and ocean. Soon it was afternoon, and Chen Xing was enjoying the cool seawater in the shallows. Not far away, a family was playing with their child. Suddenly, a huge rip current formed without warning. The 7 or 8-year-old boy who was splashing in the water was swept away in an instant. The child's parents screamed in terror on the shore. The mother even tried to jump into the sea. He was held tightly by his father. The current was too strong and too fast. My child! My child! The heart-wrenching cries were piercing and devastating. The surrounding tourists realized what was happening, and some exclaimed in surprise. Some people tried to throw lifebuoys, but they were all swept away by the raging rip current. Lifeguards rushed from a distant watchtower, but too late to help a fire burning nearby. The boy's small figure bobbed and sank in the murky waves. It was quickly dragged into the deep sea and was about to be swallowed up. Chen Xing's eyes sharpened, and he didn't hesitate at all. His body pierced the water's surface as swiftly as an arrow released from a bow, swimming toward the boy at a speed beyond human limits. His movements were swift and efficient. Like a swordfish, it closed the distance in an instant. He grabbed the boy's arm, and the boy immediately tried to turn around and hug him. Chen Xing quickly moved behind the boy and hugged him tightly in his arms with one hand, locking him in place. However, the power of this rip current is somewhat beyond imagination. Even with his physical abilities, it was exceptionally difficult to fight against the raging forces of nature while carrying a struggling child, and it could easily hurt a child. An even bigger wave is about to crash down. Pangu. Activate Battle Star. Hand component only, underwater mode. Chen Xing whispered a low murmur. Inside the trunk of a beat-up pickup truck parked on the beach not far away, the silver briefcase opened silently in an instant. The internal mechanical structure operates at high speed, accompanied by extremely slight hydraulic and precision gear meshing sounds. Two silver-gray metal gauntlet parts popped out as if they were alive. Stealthily, it streaks across the sky at astonishing speed, plunging straight into the sea. Then, like two swift fish, they accurately and rapidly swam towards Chen Xing's location. Soon, underwater, Chen Xing felt his arm instantly covered and enveloped by a layer of cold, tough metal. A powerful force emanated from inside the gauntlet. The vector propulsion port ejects a stream of almost invisible bubbles underwater. He held the child, who had choked on water and lost consciousness, tightly in his arms. The other arm, covered by the Warstar gauntlet, suddenly pushed against the raging current underwater. Buzz! A directional, powerful shockwave erupted underwater. In an instant, it tears a brief, reverse gap in the surging rip current ahead. The resistance is greatly reduced. Using this force, Chen Xing kicked hard with both legs. As if propelled by a thruster, I carried my child and shot through the waves like an arrow. Swim back to shore quickly. When the lifeguards arrived at the shallow water near the shore, panting heavily, Chen Xing happened to be carrying his child as he stepped onto the beach. He handed the child to his parents, who were almost collapsed on the ground, weeping with joy. Thank you, my benefactor. Thank you so much. The child's father, tears streaming down his face, grabbed Chen Xing's hand and tried to kneel down. The mother held her child, whom she had lost and then found again, and cried so hard she couldn't speak. The surrounding tourists erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. All the phone cameras were pointed at this swimming expert. Chen Xing quickly withdrew his hand, waved it, and his face was covered in water droplets. His expression was calm and indifferent, even showing a deliberate tiredness. It's all right now, go check on the child. He pointed to his soaked ordinary t-shirt and shorts. He also explained that he was just a little faster and stronger than others. He refused the other party's request for his contact information. He also declined interviews with local media who rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. I just happened to be nearby. He wrung out the water from his clothes. He walked briskly toward his old pickup truck parked under the coconut tree. The crowd's eyes were fixed on him, filled with admiration and curiosity. No one noticed his wet palms. That faint metallic sheen appeared the moment it left the sea. It quickly disappears, restoring normal skin. No one saw that the pickup truck's bed cover opened and closed for an extremely brief moment. It felt like something had slipped inside. Chen Xing returned to the hotel, washed himself, and then checked out. I got into the driver's seat and started the car. The old engine emitted a familiar churning sound. The ship slowly drove away from the bustling beach. In the rearview mirror, the blue sea and sky gradually receded into the distance. The month-long holiday is coming to an end. The thrills and redemption under the sun became the spice of the journey. A faint smile played on Chen Xing's lips. This journey allowed him to rediscover the pulse of ordinary life. It also made him more clearly aware of his connection with this ordinariness. Showing off subtly, concealing one's achievements and fame, that feeling isn't bad. The beat-up pickup truck chugged along, carrying him. They embarked on their journey back to the secret base in the 10,000 mountains. Outside the car window, the scenery of Lingnan gradually became familiar. Inside the car, Chen Xing's eyes had completely regained their usual depth and calmness. The journey to the stars and the sea awaits us. Time passed in Chen Xing's extremely regular cycle of deduction, reading, and experimentation. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Since returning from that short and peaceful leisure trip, he then plunged once again into the vast ocean of knowledge. Their lifestyle is extremely regular and precise. At this time, the Hummingbird reconnaissance fleet of Project Webweaver was at work, like a probe buoy cast into the deep sea. At this moment, the furthest distance reached is only about 170 light-years. They have just begun to deploy their sensory networks. The feedback came back like a gentle stream. This is far from sufficient to form a panoramic understanding of the vast star field. And during these 3 months, Chen Xing devoted his main energy to the more complex areas of technology. He tasked Pangu with conducting in-depth analysis and optimization of the existing technology tree. He himself opened up a new battlefield. Antimatter stability constraints and energy conversion, a deeper unified theoretical model of the four fundamental forces, and more importantly, the theoretical framework for third-generation gene-enhancing drugs. The view from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa's tea room. The greenery of the 10,000 mountains remained lush, but it could no longer easily attract his attention. His fingertips tapped unconsciously on the alloy tabletop. It makes a dull, rhythmic thump-thump sound. My gaze pierced through the air before me, focusing on the invisible formulas and data streams. The energy dissipation rate of the antimatter confinement field. It's still too high, the theoretical model keeps collapsing under strong gravitational interference. He muttered to himself, his brows slightly furrowed. The unified field equations of the four fundamental forces at the microscopic scale. 7,300 variations were deduced. None of them can be perfectly compatible with all observation data. He picked up the tea, which had long since gone cold, and took a sip. The bitter taste spread on the tip of the tongue, but it was far less than the stagnation in the heart. The third-generation gene therapy seems to have touched a barrier to some kind of life essence. Existing biological models are completely inadequate to support the construction of this theory, making no progress whatsoever. However, it lasted for a full 3 months. The results were minimal, or rather, extremely difficult. Call. Chen Xing let out a long breath. The high-speed operation of the superbrain brings a deeper sense of fatigue. That is the confusion and anxiety of facing a vast ocean of knowledge but not being able to find direction. Although 3 months is but a fleeting moment in the vast river of technological progress. But for him, who was used to making breakthroughs efficiently, this sense of stagnation was extremely heavy. He slammed down his teacup. The bottom of the cup struck the table, making a crisp sound. Working behind closed doors is too inefficient, he muttered to himself. His deep eyes were fixed on the star map, on the points of light that represented dominant civilizations at levels 3.6 and above, even 3.9. Perhaps we should look outside. A thought, like a shooting star streaking across the darkness, suddenly illuminated his mind. Learn from? Refer to? Chen Xing's eyes sharpened. Since it is so difficult to figure it out on your own, why not borrow the stones from other mountains? Those advanced civilizations that have developed in the sea of stars for tens of thousands of years. Especially those overlords at level 3.6 or even 3.9, their technology tree, their development path. There must be aspects worth referencing or even directly adopting. Once you open your mind, all sorts of possibilities will come to you. Direction 1: Trade routes. Disguised as interstellar trading caravans, they made contact with known civilizations of level 3.6 and above. Try trading its non-core, non-sensitive components. However, it provides us with insightful technical data and theoretical achievements. Alternatively, you can purchase its publicly available development history outline and technology tree overview. Direction 2: Orienteering. Select a civilization that has no direct conflict of interest with us, has a technological level of around 3.6, and is relatively isolated. Dispatch an elite fleet, disguised as space pirates or carrying out punishment, to launch a limited war. Objective: to capture its main warships, research vessels, or database cores, and obtain physical samples and technical data. Direction 3: Infiltration and theft. Utilizing the high stealth characteristics of the Shadow-class special operations ships, infiltrate the core research star system or large-scale academic exchange platform of the target civilization. They attempted to steal or copy their cutting-edge theoretical findings and experimental data. Pangu. Chen Xing's voice carried a clarity born of decisiveness. Initiate a feasibility study for the Learning from Others project. Objective: to acquire core technology theories or physical references from civilizations at level 3.6 or above in order to break through our research bottlenecks. Requirement: based on existing interstellar intelligence, select the most suitable target. Assess the risks, benefits, feasibility, required investment, and potential chain reactions of each option. Give me a detailed comparison of the action plans. The instruction has been confirmed, and the Lessons from Others project has been launched. Core objective: to acquire information on the technology or development path of advanced civilizations, greater than or equal to level 3.6, in order to overcome our research bottlenecks. Pangu responded swiftly. The Lessons from Others approach is being developed, retrieving the latest data from the Web Weavers and the Casale Consortium's encrypted database. Detailed rules of the Interstellar Civilization War Treaty, public behavioral models of the 5 major hegemons. Target selection criteria: technology level greater than or equal to 3.6, winky face. The direction of technological development overlaps with the boss's needs: antimatter, unified field theory, advanced biotechnology. The political environment is relatively independent, or the relationship with the hegemon is that of a non-core vassal. There is an operational window for military force assessment. The geographical location is within our potential projection range or a node on a trade route. Scheme simulation launched. Estimated time, 2 hours standard time. We will provide you with 3 to 5 optimal options and detailed action plans. Pangu's voice carried the buzzing of accelerated computation. Very good. A hint of anticipation flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. Borrowing, trading, and even plundering. As long as we can break through this damn bottleneck. He doesn't mind trying any feasible approach. Just as Chen Xing's thoughts were occupied by the lessons from other mountains plan, Pangu began to frantically deduce. Another report from Pangu, concerning the base's overall strength, was quietly displayed on the holographic screen in front of him. Final report on the Spark Spreads Like Wildfire project. All 1280 star system branch bases have been completed and are now operating at full capacity. On the star map, within a spherical space with a radius of 50 light-years centered on the solar system, countless green dots were lit up, like chess pieces belonging to Chen Xing scattered across a cosmic chessboard. They operate silently, extracting resources and refining materials, build starships and weave them into a vast and efficient industrial network. Fleet size update, total number of combat and logistical starships, 1,300,000. This number exploded in Chen Xing's heart like a silent thunderclap. 1.3 million. In just 3 months. With the terrifying support of all bases and 1,280 subbases in the solar system operating at full capacity, the fleet size skyrocketed from 500,000 to 1.3 million. This is no longer a snowball effect, but an avalanche-like expansion. Peak monthly production capacity, 250,000 standard units. Pangu added. The main reasons for the increased production capacity are the full commissioning of the branch bases and the continuous expansion of the existing shipyards. Chen Xing's gaze swept across the vast territory on the star map, which was covered by green dots and had a radius of 50 light-years. This space has now been officially declared to be under his sphere of influence. The integrated star screen detection network is like an invisible spider web. It covers every corner of this area. The target area has finally been reached. He muttered to himself, but there was little excitement in his voice. Instead, there was a hint of scrutinizing calmness. 50 light-years is not a vast distance on the scale of the Milky Way, but it serves as the base of an emerging force. Especially considering it started in such a remote and impoverished place as the solar system, it's barely passable. Only. His finger swept across the star map, bringing up the resource distribution map. Markers representing high-value rare mineral deposits and new materials. They appear sparse in this vast star field. Like a few oases in the desert, they are few and far between. Resources are too scarce. Chen Xing frowned slightly. No wonder even space pirates are too lazy to visit this desert. Apart from that catalyst element which was somewhat useful, almost nothing was found. No wonder the solar system has been able to remain in a remote corner for so long. It turns out they simply didn't care for these leftovers. A helpless smile flickered across his lips. This is both a disadvantage and, in a way, a kind of luck. This allowed him to quietly accumulate enough power to shake the stars in a corner where no one paid attention. The solution analysis is complete. The following 5 optimal solutions are provided for decision-making. Option 1, Trade Route Ericsson Edge Node. Target Orisma Starport, Technology Level Assessment 3.7, a subsidiary of the Ericsson Trade Alliance, Level 3.9. The port is known for its academic exchanges and trading of cutting-edge technologies, and has a relatively open atmosphere. Method, dispatch a force of 10 modified Star Shuttle V ships disguised as large trade vessels. A convoy consisting of 3 Starry Sky 3 camouflage frigates, carrying our accumulated rare elemental resources and a small number of unique biological samples. In addition, some of our non-core but sophisticated industrial manufactured goods were used as bargaining chips in the transaction. Target object, the publicly available Irisian Yearbook of Fundamental Physics, near the Millennium. A review of advances in interstellar materials science, and non-classified experimental data packages in specific fields. Or they may invite our scholars to participate in their peripheral academic seminars, etc. Advantages, the risks are relatively controllable and comply with the business rules of Aristal. Direct conflict is unlikely. There is an opportunity to establish initial contact. Disadvantage, the possibility of acquiring core or cutting-edge technologies is extremely low. The transaction process may expose some aspects of our industrial capabilities. Ericsson has a sophisticated intelligence network, and its disguise must be extremely perfect. Feasibility, high, risk, medium, expected return, low to medium, primarily theoretical inspiration. Option 2, Targeted Hunting, Rokon Coalition. Target, Rockham Consortium, Technology Level Assessment, 3.65. It is located approximately 180 light-years northwest of the solar system, a loosely militarized alliance composed of several races. The technology tree leans towards energy weapons and shields, leading to tense relations with neighboring civilizations and recent small-scale border clashes. Intelligence indicates that one of its main patrol fleets regularly operates in the Shattered Nebula region. Method: deploy a rapid strike cluster. Composed of 10 Stardust 3 custom-built ships, warp speed 512c. It consists of 20 Broken Army-class ships and 5 Shadow-class custom versions, warp speed 512c. They took advantage of the complex environment of the Shattered Stone Nebula to set up an ambush and launched a surprise attack as space pirates. Tactical objective: to disable and capture all of its flagship's research support ships. Target: a complete ship, especially its engine, shields, and weapon systems, shipborne databases, scientific research equipment, and samples. Advantages: potentially gain direct access to high-value physical objects and technical data. The target is isolated, making it less likely to provoke a large-scale retaliation. The new fleet's combat capabilities will be tested in actual combat. Disadvantages: military operations are high risk, with the possibility of fleet loss. The capture process requires precise control to prevent self-destruction. It may expose our presence and strength, and there is a risk that it may be observed by a third party. Feasibility: medium to high, risk high, expected return high, high practical reference value. Option 3, infiltration and theft, Stardust Order Outer Sanctuary. Target: the Sanctuary of Enlightenment, technology level assessment 3.8, a subordinate organization of the Stardust Order, level 3.9, a religious research institution focused on psychic energy and fundamental particle research. Located within an isolated nebula, it has relatively weak physical defenses, but is renowned for its Chinook detection network. Method: dispatch one of the most advanced Shadow-class ships. It is equipped with a high-level electronic intrusion and anti-psychic detection module, as well as a nanoscale replication robot. They infiltrated its peripheral database nodes or non-core laboratories. Attempt to replicate its information on high-dimensional energy mapping. Frontier, unclassified, for the purposes of this report, on the theory of consciousness-matter interaction. Target objects, theoretical models and experimental observation data in a specific field. Advantages: high degree of secrecy, lowest risk of direct conflict, target organization has a strong theoretical foundation. Disadvantages: the Stardust cult Chinook detection methods are mysterious and unpredictable, and the infiltration failure rate is estimated to be extremely high. Even if successful, the information obtained may be full of religious terminology and unique frameworks, making it extremely difficult to analyze. Once exposed, it could provoke the hostility of a level 3.9 overlord. Feasibility: medium, risk extremely high, severe consequences of exposure. Expected return: medium, high theoretical value, but difficult to utilize. Option 4, trade route, Kassal Technology Expo. Objective: the upcoming Babel Galaxy Technology Expo hosted by the Kassale Consortium, level 2.8. Although Kassal itself is of low rank, such expositions often involve higher civilizations in exhibiting or purchasing goods, such as Ericsson's Chamber of Commerce, independent research institutions, and possibly even representatives of civilizations around level 3.9. Method: same as option 1, dispatching disguised trading caravans to participate. The goal is to make private contact with participants from more advanced civilizations or to participate in high-end auctions, to obtain non-core but advanced technical information or equipment that has leaked out. Target: secondary technology displayed by an advanced civilization. Outdated equipment that is still insightful for us, and experts in specific fields, try to reach out to or hire them. Advantages: the environment is open and legal, and the mixed bag of people makes it easy to disguise and make contact. Kassal's low rank makes it easier for him to control the situation. Disadvantages: the target is uncertain, and there is an element of luck involved in whether valuable information can be encountered and traded. In public settings, transactions must be conducted with caution to avoid exposure. Representatives of advanced civilizations are highly vigilant. Feasibility: high risk, low to medium, expected return, low to medium, high uncertainty. Option 5, targeted hunting/deterrence, Void Wanderer Pirate Crew. Target: active approximately 250 light-years northeast of the solar system. The infamous Void Wanderers, technology level assessment 3.5 to 3.6. This pirate group was known for plundering large merchant ships and primitive civilizations. It possesses several main warships that are suspected to have been modified from decommissioned ships of advanced civilizations, with complex technological origins. Method: acting as a victim's agent or regional order maintainer. Dispatch a superior fleet to wipe out its main stronghold or main fleet. The key is to capture its most uniquely modified capital ships and core technical personnel. Targets: the pirate crew's modified capital ship, and plundered unknown technological items. The space pirate leader's logbook, which may contain information about the civilizations he plundered. Advantages: the target itself is space pirates, so the extermination operation has a certain legitimacy. The technology comes from diverse sources, which may include unexpected gains and can also be used for practical training. Disadvantages: space pirates are cunning and skilled in guerrilla tactics, making them difficult to eradicate. The origin of its technology is unclear, and the value of the captured items is unstable. It may expose some of our information and capabilities. Feasibility: medium. Risk: medium. Expected return: medium, unstable, but may bring surprises. Chen Xing's gaze swept back and forth across the 5 proposed plans on the screen. The superbrain operates at high speed, weighing the pros and cons, risks, and potential gains. My fingertips tapped the table unconsciously. The dull, thumping sound indicated his internal deliberation and consideration before making a decision. Just as he was about to speak, when preparing to have Pangu conduct a more in-depth and detailed deduction of a certain plan. Woo 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 woo. The piercing, sharp, and penetrating alarms suddenly shattered the tranquility of the base. Red warning lights instantly filled every corner of the R&D center. The light reflected off Chen Xing's calm face, making it appear grim and murderous. Top-level alert. 0.3 light seconds, approximately 90,000 kilometers, outside of Earth's geosynchronous orbit. High-intensity spatial curvature fluctuations detected. Anomaly index exceeding the threshold. A suspected unidentified curvature bubble has forcibly intervened in real space. Origin unknown. Pangu's electronic voice was more urgent than ever before. It even carried a hint of shock. What? Chen Xing's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. Outside of Earth's geosynchronous orbit? 0.3 light seconds? This is right at my doorstep. What chilled him to the bone even more was, Pangu, what about a star-covered network spanning 50 light-years outside the solar system? Why was there no advance warning? Such a clear curvature signal could not have come without any warning. Could it be the space jump technology of a level 4 civilization? This thought sent a chill running down my spine and up to the top of my head. Level 4 civilization. That was a field that completely surpassed his current level of knowledge and understanding. If it really is a level 4 civilization descending, his seemingly massive million-strong fleet probably doesn't even have the right to struggle. Time waits for no one. Chen Xing instantly suppressed his surging horror. The superbrain operates at its maximum speed. The instructions were issued in rapid succession. Pangu, highest priority. Lock onto that curvature bubble. Analyze its energy characteristics and scale, and predict its location. Order. Blue Star Orbital Defense Fleet, Lunar Base Mobile Fleet, Mars Rapid Response Fleet. Converge at full speed toward the signal source. Level 1 combat readiness. All weapon systems on starships and surrounding defense platforms are ready to go. No firing without my order. Surround that area completely. Starship, leave the lunar base immediately. Reach the airspace directly above the Blue Star base at top speed. I want to board the ship immediately. His voice was resolute and unwavering. Command all core data at the base to activate the highest level of encrypted self-destruct protocol. Prepare to evacuate Earth at any time. The entire base was like an anthill thrown into boiling water, instantly entering a state of maximum combat readiness. The cold, mechanical hum of machinery, the rapid transmission of commands, the low hum of energy weapons charging mingled together. It heralded an extremely tense prelude to war. Chen Xing's figure rushed out of the research and development center like a ghost. They sped toward the emergency lift platform of the villa on the ground. His brain was rapidly calculating all the possibilities. Are they friend or foe? What is their purpose? If it were a level 4 civilization, how would one navigate the situation or even escape? The starship is his flagship, incorporating his most advanced technologies. It was also his only trump card, the only one that might give him a chance to escape from a level 4 civilization. The massive, dark gold hull of the star dome tore through the atmosphere. It hovered directly above the base with the force of a thunderbolt. A huge shadow fell over the lush valley below. The hatch opened, and the light elevator descended. Chen Xing stepped onto the light ladder. He glanced back at the blue planet that had nurtured him, his expression complex and unreadable. Then, he turned around without hesitation. The figure disappeared into the cold hatch of the starry sky. The starship began its journey to the Mars base. Inside the bridge, the huge main screen was firmly locked onto the coordinates of the alarm source. On the star map, the blue dots representing the base fleet are like iron filings attracted by a magnet. They converged wildly from all directions toward that violently distorted and fluctuating point in space. This forms layers of dense, airtight steel enclosures. The spatial curvature reading of the target region has reached its peak. It is about to break free from the curvature state. Pangu's voice echoed inside the bridge. Chen Xing sat upright in the captain's seat, his hands gripping the armrests tightly. His knuckles turned slightly white from the force he exerted, and his eyes were fixed intently on the screen. The starship's warp drive emitted a deep, powerful roar. Be ready to perform a maximum warp speed jump at any time. It's here. All that could be seen was the center of the violently fluctuating spatial node. The dazzling light suddenly receded inward. It was as if the universe had taken a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, the space seemed to be torn apart like a curtain. 3 objects, or rather, a tiny, pitifully small formation. It was forcibly squeezed out of that chaotic curvature space. It wasn't the enormous, destructive superstarship that I had imagined. It's not some strange dimensional creation. There are three ships, each only about 600 meters long. The hull is sharp and spindle-shaped, with lines that have an unusual sense of fluidity. The entire body is covered with a matte dark gray material. The ship's surface is covered with gun barrels and sensor arrays of various sizes. It exudes a chilling aura that keeps strangers at bay. However, they looked incredibly disheveled. The ship's surface was covered with charred burn marks and deep dents. There were even several places where the armor plates were torn and rolled up. The exposed internal piping structure flickers with unstable electrical sparks. One of the ships was still intermittently spewing out turbulent streams of ions from its tail engine nozzles. This caused the ship to sway and spin slightly. The energy patterns of the entire fleet flickered intermittently. It was clearly subjected to severe space energy interference and physical damage. 3 small ships. Chen Xing froze, and his fingers, which were gripping the armrest tightly, unconsciously loosened. His brows were filled with astonishment and disbelief. This is a stark contrast to his imagined scenario of a level 4 civilization descending and destroying the world. Pangu. High precision scan. Analyze its technology level, energy characteristics, hull structure, and life signals. Immediately. Chen Xing's voice carried a hint of urgency and confusion. The scene before him was completely beyond his imagination. Scanning in progress. Pangu was extremely efficient. Preliminary analysis results. Ship material, the main component is high-strength titanium iridium alloy, doped with unknown organic polymers. Structural strength assessment, above average, but below our vibranium composite armor. Energy response, the main engine is a high-energy plasma thruster. The energy core is suspected to be a large-scale, high-efficiency fission reactor or a primary fusion device. Energy level, low. The shield system is severely overloaded and damaged, with very little remaining strength. Weapon systems, multiple kinetic weapons were identified, suspected to be electromagnetic railguns. Energy weapon, laser or particle beam, launch port. Technology level assessment, a Type 2 civilization that has initially crossed the threshold of stellar level. Life signs, multiple life signs were detected on the 3 ships. The person is exhibiting intense physiological activity, suggesting a state of high stress or injury. Preliminary comparison with biometric database, no perfect match found. Comprehensive technical level assessment, Level 2 civilization, from the initial to the mid-stage. A Level 2 civilization. Chen Xing was completely dumbfounded. He even subconsciously repeated Pangu's conclusion, as if he couldn't understand those 2 words. A Level 2 civilization. 3 battered, broken-down boats, like stray dogs. How did he manage to perform a curvature jump almost right outside his house? And they successfully evaded his 50-light-year wide star network detection network. A profound sense of absurdity and a deeper sense of doubt instantly replaced the previous tension and fear. He stared at the 3 battered small warships on the screen. His eyes became incredibly sharp, like a hawk eyeing its prey. Pangu, cancel the evacuation order. Starship, remain on standby. His voice regained its usual coldness and sense of control. Order the surrounding fleet to be put on standby and the highest level of alert to be lifted. Maintain high alert and stealth status, keep weapon systems locked on. Initiate the highest level of communication jamming and electronic suppression. Prevent them from sending any information outwards. Dispatch 3 Shadow-class special operations ships. Equipped with powerful electronic intrusion units and swarms of nanorobots, it stealthily approaches its target. Secretly establish a one-way forced communication link. I need to know who they are and where they come from. How did they manage to jump here, and do they have tails? Instructions confirmed. Encirclement maintained, alert level downgraded to level 2. Electronic suppression activated. Shadow-class destroyers deployed. Chen Xing tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, producing a rhythmic, soft sound. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through the screen. They saw through the armor of the 3 dilapidated warships and reached their core. Target locked. He gave the order softly, his tone carrying an unquestionable inquiry and a hint of cold interest. Look at these uninvited guests. What kind of surprise did it bring us? The tense atmosphere inside the bridge of the Star Dome had not completely dissipated. However, the alert level has been downgraded from the highest level to a high level of alert. Chen Xing's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He stared intently at the 3 small, unknown warships on the main screen, which looked like frightened birds and were covered in wounds. Action! His deep voice echoed in the silent bridge, carrying an unquestionable command. 3 Shadow-class special operations ships, their entire bodies covered with a phantom quantum stealth coating. Like a ghost wandering in the universe, it silently broke away from the massive steel encirclement. They glided silently, without leaking a single ounce of energy. Without the slightest ripple in the space, it blends perfectly into the deep starry sky background. They seemed to be nothing more than 3 empty shadows. In an instant, they had silently adhered to the 3 battered ships. The surface of a small ship, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. The moment the hulls made contact, the special equipment launch port on the belly of the shadow ship quietly slid open. Hundreds and thousands of electronic intrusion units are like miniature mechanical spiders. Utilize cracks in the damaged hull and gaps in pipeline interfaces. It skillfully and swiftly penetrated the interior of the target ship. They crawled quickly along the complex pipeline channels and maintenance tunnels. Tentacle-like sensors scanned every data interface and energy node. Meanwhile, another, much larger swarm of nanobots, resembling silver dust, appeared. It also emanated from the launch port of the Shadow class. They used the faint airflow and heat leaking from the damaged target ship as cover. Like an invisible cloud of smoke, they silently seeped into the ship through the scratches on its surface and the gaps in the cooling vents. After the nanobee swarm entered the ship, they immediately dispersed into countless smaller clusters. It spread rapidly along ventilation ducts and maintenance access routes. Their built-in ultra-miniature sensors began operating at full power. Scan the ship's internal structure, energy flow, and signals from life support heat sources. At the same time, it is constructing a holographic internal structure map with precision down to the millimeter level. Their primary goal: locate all onboard creatures and pinpoint the core area of the bridge control room. With the support of Pangu's absolute computing power, the efficiency of the electronic intrusion unit is astonishingly high. One unit was first located in the engine maintenance tunnel of the Star Pirate ship. A secondary data bus interface exposed by the explosion was found. The probe penetrated precisely. Pangu's network consciousness instantly surged in through this hidden data channel. Physical connection established. Target shipboard AI firewall level low. Initiating penetration. Pangu's report was calm and rapid. As for Pangu, the firewalls on these 3 small ships were so rudimentary they were made of paper. It did not choose brute force. Instead, it simulates the maintenance and diagnostic signal flow recognized by the target system. Like the most cunning virus, it bypassed all alert mechanisms silently. They gained direct access to the underlying system. It took over the highest level of authority over the ship's onboard AI. Penetration successful. Root access to the ship's AI has been successfully gained. Downloading core database, navigation logs, communication records, star map fragments, equipment parameters, crew list, etc. Pangu's voice carried a hint of control. At the same time, the nanobeehive also completed the scanning efficiently. Life signals locked. A total of 237 living beings have been confirmed across the 3 ships. Physiological characteristic analysis revealed the presence of multiple carbon-based biological signals. The individuals experienced severe emotional fluctuations, and some showed signs of injury. Location of the bridge control room confirmed. Structural scan complete. The real-time, clear images transmitted by the swarm of bees unfolded on the holographic screen in front of Chen Sang. The bridge is narrow, cluttered, and has a rugged industrial style. It was crowded with alien creatures of all shapes and sizes, but all of them seemed terrified at the moment. Some have insect-like exoskeletons and compound eyes. Some have skin covered with rough scales, while others have twisted, segmented limbs. They gathered around the cracked workbench. They were arguing fiercely over a screen that was flickering and full of gibberish. They brandished weapons or tools, and the air was thick with panic and despair. Sparks occasionally flew from the damaged pipes, reflecting on their distorted, anxious faces. The information stream compiled by Pangu refreshed in front of Chen Sing like a waterfall. Database core download complete. Navigation log decryption in progress. Chen Sing quickly browsed through the key information that Pangu had compiled. His expression gradually changed from solemn to astonished. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly involuntarily. Ultimately, it turned into a soft sigh that was a mixture of absurdity, relief, and a hint of being both amused and exasperated. Oh, I see. These 3 wrecked ships. They were not some mysterious messengers from a higher civilization at all. They are not even the vanguard of a level 4 civilization. They were just a small pirate gang called Bloodclaw. A few days ago, they were on the outer edge of the Caroline asteroid belt, which is about 120 light-years from the solar system. They attempted to hijack a civilian transport fleet. However, the intelligence was seriously flawed. That transport fleet was actually bait from a vassal state of the Ericsson Trade Alliance. They walked right into a well-prepared ambush. A skirmish broke out instantly. The dozen or so old warships of Bloodclaw were no match for the enemy's well-equipped escort fleet. With their entire army on the verge of annihilation, the desperate pirate leader made a last-ditch effort. The unstable curve engine, which was recently purchased at a sky-high price from the black market, was activated. As its name suggests, this engine has an extremely fragile curvature bubble structure. The curvature channel you enter is completely random and full of unpredictable dangers. To activate it is tantamount to handing one's fate over to the dice of the universe. Result: their luck was either extremely bad or strangely good. At the instant the curvature bubble forms, they encountered a violent spatial turbulence. The violent spatial forces instantly tore apart most of their fleet. Only 3 warships remain. In a desperate situation with engine overload, shield collapse, and hull damage, we were swept along by this turbulent current for a while. It was then thrown out of curvature space like trash. The coordinates that were thrown out happened to be outside the synchronous orbit of Earth. A completely random jump spanning over 100 light-years, with a near-death experience. They themselves had no idea where they had been thrown into the universe. Its entire jump took place within an extremely chaotic spatial turbulence and energy storm. Its faint, distorted, anomalous signals were masked by turbulent energy. It failed to be effectively identified and warned by our starry sky detection network. They were thrown in, they didn't come in through a normal voyage. Looking at the logbook, one could see the terror the space pirates felt when faced with an ambush. A frantic prayer while starting an unstable engine, and the desperate screams of witnessing fellow ships being torn to shreds like paper amidst spatial turbulence. Chen Xing's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He leaned back into the wide captain's chair. He rubbed his temples. The intense tension of those last few minutes now feels like a farce. What a false alarm, he muttered to himself. His tone carried a sense of relief at surviving a disaster, as well as a sense of helplessness at being played a cruel joke on him by fate. He was almost scared off by the 3 space thugs driving black cars and gave up the idea of interstellar migration. After all that effort, they were a group of desperate, lucky, or rather, extremely unlucky interstellar bandits. He was thrown right to his doorstep by a prank from the universe. Looking at the 3 ships still in a panic on the screen, like headless flies, they tried to repair the dilapidated space pirate ship's engines and communications. Chen Xing's eyes became playful. Pangu, lift the highest alert. Chen Xing's voice regained its usual calmness. With a sense of relief after everything has settled down, order the fleet to leave 3-star Dome 3 ships in this airspace to maintain stealth and vigilance. Monitor the target's movements, all other units are to be immediately disbanded. Return to your original patrol, duty, or standby position. All defense platforms have been deactivated and returned to silent monitoring mode. The base's core data encryption self-destruct protocol has been suspended, the alert is off. Command confirmed, fleet disbanding in progress, defense platform silent, data encryption self-destruct protocol paused successfully. The massive torrent of steel receded rapidly, like a receding tide. Only 3-star Dome 3 ships remained, hidden like mountains. Like a silent hunter, it coldly monitored the 3 unsuspecting prey. Chen Xing shifted his gaze from the 3 dilapidated space pirate ships on the main screen. Unconsciously, I glanced at a corner of the star map. The icon representing the Heavenly Court space station of the Manhwa Kingdom is quietly orbiting in near-Earth orbit. Around the space station, it also marks several experimental spacecraft and observation platforms belonging to other member states of the Blue Star Federation. A thought, like a match struck in the darkness, suddenly flashed into his mind. He squinted slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. A meaningful, almost cold smile curved at the corner of his lips. Since we're already here, they were dealt with so quietly. Seems too cheap? And too boring. His gaze locked onto the 3 dilapidated pirate ships. Pangu, command all defense facilities in the orbit of Blue Star and on the Moon, including orbital defense platforms, the Station Star Dome 3, the Listener Detection Array. All have entered deep sleep mode. Enter deep sleep mode. The energy signature drops below the level of cosmic background noise. Optical camouflage has been upgraded to the highest level, and physical concealment has been fully deployed. I want this airspace to appear, in the eyes of their rudimentary detectors, as it's like a truly undefended, pristine, and fertile virgin land. His gaze returned to the 3 pirate ships that seemed to be flying around like headless flies. His eyes became deep and calculating. Let these teachers from the Sea of Stars. Let's teach these sheltered humans on Earth a good lesson. Chen Xing's voice was deep and clear. Let them experience firsthand the chilling dark side of the laws of the universe. What's the point of always fighting amongst ourselves? It's time to open our eyes. Look at the real surprise in the starry sky above us. A cold, almost cruel smile flashed across his eyes. The universe is not a playground, and peace is not a gift from heaven. They have never experienced a real bite from fangs. How can one truly understand the significance of the Star Sea Council? How can one truly grow up? He needs humans from Earth, especially those from the Manhwa Kingdom. Let go of illusions faster, and unite more quickly. Embrace the reality of the starry sea even faster. These 3 pirate ships, battered but still fanged, came to our doorstep. It is undoubtedly an excellent teaching tool. Deep sleep protocol activated, disguise system operating at full capacity. Pangu instantly understood his intention. They faithfully carried out these instructions, which carried a cold, didactic meaning. Under the target's existing detection capabilities, the probability of exposure of Earth and lunar orbital defense facilities is estimated to be less than 0.000000001%. It will take another 1 to 2 hours for the target engine to initially regain basic mobility. Pangu reported accurately. Outside the huge porthole of the starship, the 3 space pirate ships were still floating in the void. They are working hard to heal the wounds. He was completely unaware that he was about to play the role of a villainous instructor. Chen Xing leaned back in his chair with a relaxed air. Fingertips tapped out a leisurely rhythm on the armrest. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through the ship's hull. It was launched towards the prosperous but unprepared planet in the distance. The show is about to begin. He muttered to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips, like a director waiting for the audience to enter. Silence returned to the bridge, broken only by the low hum of the instruments. Chen Xing waited quietly, waiting for the group of terrified space pirates. Discover the blue planet that is within easy reach beneath your feet. Waiting for what he would temporarily direct. The cosmic laws lesson, aimed at shattering the last vestiges of humankind's illusions of a sheltered life, has officially begun. Almost simultaneously with Chen Xing issuing the deep sleep command. Deep underground of the highest command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom on Blue Star, the piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the night. This is not a drill, but a top-level alert for a space anomaly. The Supreme Commander was urgently awakened and rushed into the control room wearing only a coat. In the center of the screen, the monitoring area representing the outer perimeter of the solar system's synchronous orbit is flashing a blinding red light. Report. At 3:17 East 7th time zone, it is located approximately 90,000 kilometers outside of Earth's geosynchronous orbit. An unprecedented burst of high-intensity gravitational waves has been detected. The peak intensity exceeded the historical maximum by 1,200%. The duty officer's voice trembled with disbelief, and his face was deathly pale. The fluctuation pattern is completely inconsistent with known astrophysical phenomena, and is suspected to be a violent distortion of space. The Supreme Commander's heart clenched suddenly, and a chill ran down his spine. He stared intently at the jumping curves and coordinate points. Too close. So close it's suffocating. Analyze the energy characteristics immediately. Mobilize all observation capabilities from near-Earth orbit and lunar bases. Lock onto that airspace. Level 1 Combat Readiness Response. Notify the Star Control Council and the Star Wars Department to immediately proceed to the command center to prepare for battle. Notify the Blue Planet Federal Space Agency to activate the Global Blue Planet Joint Observation Network. All space facilities are on Level 1 alert. The commander's voice was calm, but his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within him. His first thought was of the surveillance fleet belonging to the Parliament overhead. The order was issued swiftly, and the entire command center operated at high speed like a wound-up machine. The blinding red light illuminated the solemn and bewildered faces. Almost simultaneously, the command centers of other major member states of the Blue Star Federation were also in an uproar. American Space Command Center. My God, is the data sent by the Yanhuan people real? Outside geosynchronous orbit? That's impossible. The chief commander stared at the abnormal data being transmitted synchronously on the screen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Where are our early warning satellites? Why are they not responding? Confirm immediately. High alert. Quickly. Activate all space monitoring satellites. Great Bear Kingdom Strategic Command Center. Gravitational waves, at such close range, is it an unknown celestial body or? The marshal's face turned ashen, and he immediately gave the order. All space assets are on combat alert. Contact Yanhuan and request real-time information sharing. Europa Joint Space Command. Amidst a cacophony of exclamations in 3 languages, the commander forced himself to remain calm. Contact the Yanhuan Kingdom. We need more detailed data. Activate the Galileo system and scan the target area at full speed. Space telescopes, deep space radars, and gravitational wave detectors from all countries have changed direction. Countless invisible probe beams, like frightened tentacles, shot towards that strange void. Panic, like an icy tide, instantly engulfed the top echelons of the world. The enormous crater in New Delhi seemed to reappear before my eyes. A few minutes later, just as global monitoring efforts were focused on that distorted space, the dazzling light suddenly collapsed inward. Space was like a tattered cloth torn apart by an invisible giant hand. 3 disheveled figures managed to squeeze out from the middle. 3 small, shuttle-shaped warships, riddled with scars and with menacing appearances. It was as if I had been vomited out of another dimension by a tremendous force. It appeared in the silent universe, tumbling and rolling in a sorry state. The ship's hull bore charred burn marks, torn armor, and damaged areas that flickered with unstable sparks, clearly visible in the starlight. Alien warships. 3 of them. Damaged. Coordinates confirmed. Command centers around the world. Almost simultaneously, incredulous gasps and gasps of shock erupted. The Black House operations room in the United States was deathly silent. A chaotic barrage of orders erupted. Target confirmed. Analyze the ship's structure. Energy readings. Weapon configuration. Immediately. Assess threat level. Highest level. At the Europa Joint Command Headquarters, the generals' faces were ashen. 3 ships. It looks damaged, but it definitely wasn't there for a friendly visit. Air defense systems. Missile defense systems. All at maximum readiness. The commander of the Great Bear Kingdom slammed his fist on the control panel. Damn it. This is definitely not a peaceful universe. Order the strategic rocket force to stand by. Wait, dirty weapons clearance. His face darkened as he recalled the locked nuclear button. A strong sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. Damn parliamentary rules. At the highest command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom, the main screen instantly switched to high-resolution optical images. Looking at those 3 alien warships with aggressive lines, clearly not benevolent beings, the Supreme Commander's pupils constricted sharply. The style and energy characteristics of these 3 warships are unlike any known civilization that Chen Seng has ever shown. It was filled with an atmosphere of savagery and plunder. Space pirates. A cold word flashed through his mind in an instant. He recalled Chen Seng's description of the dark forest of the universe. And those vulture-like raiders. The Star Sea Council. Where is the oversight fleet? He whispered unconsciously. My gaze swept across the split screen monitoring the orbit of Earth. It was completely empty. The 100 star-class behemoths that should have been like silent sentinels have vanished without a trace. A strong sense of unease instantly gripped him. Immediately activate the highest defense protocol for the Heavenly Court space station. All platforms in orbit are on combat readiness. Ground-based air defense and anti-missile systems are at level 1 preparedness. The Supreme Commander's voice was resolute and unwavering. Attempt to contact the target warship. Send a universal peace code. He turned around abruptly without the slightest hesitation. He grabbed the cold, silver quantum communicator. He shouted at it in an almost hoarse voice, Comrade Chairman. An unidentified alien warship has been spotted outside Earth's geosynchronous orbit. It is suspected to be space pirates. Threat level extremely high. Requesting parliamentary oversight and starship authorization. Requesting support. His heart was pounding, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The Tianting space station is in orbit, with dozens of top scientists and engineers on board. The sky above Blue Star is now wide open. However, there was no response from the other end of the communicator. Only a cold silence. The Supreme Commander gripped the communicator tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. A chill ran from the soleace of my feet straight up to the top of my head. Chen Seng, what does this mean? Just as the nations of Earth were plunged into extreme panic and chaos, at a time when the Supreme Commander of Yanhuan was extremely anxious, inside those 3 battered pirate ships, however, was a completely different scene. The bridge of the Bloodclaw Star pirate ship raider. The piercing alarm and flashing red light gradually subsided. Instead, there was the groaning of the ship's structure and the unpleasant smell of burning. The bridge was a mess. Various bizarre-looking space pirates, some with shells, scales, or compound eyes, scrambled to their feet from the control panel or the ground, still shaken. Boss. We survived? A space pirate with mantis-like blade arms and a broken carapace was panting heavily, his voice hoarse. The one referred to as the boss. It is a burly creature covered in a rough, dark red carapace, with several sharp bone spurs on its head. The leader of the Bloodclaws, Skullbreaker Grary. He shook his head, which was still buzzing from the impact. His compound eyes flashed with the ferocity of someone who had survived a catastrophe. Damn Irisan bastard. Damn black market dealer. That damn engine almost tore us to pieces. Grak's roar was like sandpaper scraping. He slammed his fist hard on the cracked control panel, sparks flying everywhere. Loss report. Reporting, boss. A tech expert, resembling an octopus with tentacles rapidly sliding across the screen, shrieked. Tear, Fang, confirmed annihilation. The 3 ships, Raider, Bonehook, and Bloodblade, were severely damaged. The shield generator, it's still working. Main engine output is at 50%. Weapon systems partially offline. Communication array partially damaged. Casualties, more than half. A suppressed groan and curses erupted from the bridge. Glary's compound eyes gleamed even more menacingly. The losses were immense. It almost destroyed all his years of hard work. Scan this damn place right now. Look where we've been thrown into this godforsaken corner, Grally roared. The surviving detector arrays were operating at full power. Although the accuracy is impaired and reduced, the scanning function is not significantly affected. A few seconds later, the technician's tentacles froze. An unbelievable, ecstatic light erupted from his compound eyes. Boss, discovery, major discovery. The technician's voice became sharp and distorted with excitement. It pointed to the image that was gradually becoming clearer on the main screen. 3 light seconds below. A blue planet inhabited by life. Atmospheric composition, primarily nitrogen and oxygen. Liquid water ocean present. Strong terrestrial vegetation signal. Perfectly suited for carbon-based life. What? Grally lunged at the screen. That planet, emitting a soft blue light against the dark backdrop of the universe, was like the most alluring gem. Continue scanning. Civilization signal. Are there any defenses? Are there any fleets? Greel's voice trembled slightly with intense longing. No orbital defense platform detected. No large energy shields were detected. No warp drive or high-energy weapon signatures detected. The technologist's voice grew louder and louder, carrying the frenzy of someone who had discovered a treasure. There are only some primitive low-Earth orbit space stations and satellites. The energy signature is extremely weak. The technologist's voice was like a shot of adrenaline, stimulating the nerves of every space pirate. A large number of low-level electromagnetic signals have been detected on the surface of the planet. Industrial heat sources are widely distributed but have low energy levels. Preliminary assessment of civilization level. The technician's voice trembled with excitement. Just crossed the first level threshold. At most level 1.1. A primitive civilization that has just stepped into the starry sky. After a brief silence, ecstasy exploded across the entire bridge. A fat sheep. A huge fat sheep. A space pirate with fangs excitedly pounded on the bulkhead. A habitable planet. Untapped resources. And slaves. Countless primitive creature slaves. Another voice was filled with greed. Grally's compound eyes were fixed on Blue Star. It was as if I could see endless wealth and the capital to make a comeback. The gloom of heavy losses was instantly replaced by overwhelming greed. Ha ha ha. The god of the universe has blessed me, Grally. He let out a deafening laugh, and even his broken carapace trembled. Repair it at all costs. Engines. Weapons. Repair as many communications as possible. This planet will be our new home. This is the foundation for our Bloodclaw's resurgence. Hurry! The previously dejected space pirates suddenly became incredibly efficient, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Damage control robots and engineers rushed frantically toward the damaged area. All they could see was that easy fat piece of meat. Bridge of the Star Dome. Chen Xing leaned back in the captain's chair with a relaxed air. 3 enormous holographic screens floated in front of me. The left-hand screen clearly shows the chaos and panic in the command centers of various countries on Earth, especially the solemn and anxious expression on the face of the Supreme Commander of the Yanhuan Kingdom. The central screen displays live footage from the bridge of the Bloodclaw pirate raider. Glary's maniacal laughter and the greedy faces of the space pirates were on full display. The right-hand screen shows the external view of the 3 space pirate ships. Engineering robots were busy on the ship's hull like ants. The damaged areas are being temporarily repaired and reinforced at a speed visible to the naked eye. When they saw Jiang Ming sending a message using a quantum communicator, a playful smile curved Chen Xing's lips. Pangu, reply with the word test. He flicked his fingers lightly. The reply content has been confirmed. The word test has been sent in encrypted form. Meanwhile, control of the Blue Star orbit monitoring starship has been locked, and its stealth status is being maintained. Pangu's voice was calm and undisturbed. Very good. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction. T01, bring me some snacks, sunflower seeds, potato chips, beef jerky, and an iced cola. A sleek, silver-gray robot silently slid into the bridge. The robotic arm flexibly opens the built-in storage compartment. The snacks and drinks that Chen Xing requested were neatly arranged on the floating table next to him. Chen Xing grabbed a handful of potato chips and crunched them down. Enjoy watching the spectacle unfolding on the 3 screens. His gaze was as if he were watching a meticulously choreographed play. Blue Star, the highest command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom. The quantum communicator in the Supreme Commander's hand trembled slightly. Only 2 cold, square characters appeared on the screen. Test. A test? What kind of test? Is it for Earth? Or for the Yanhuan Kingdom, the Overseer? The Supreme Commander stared at those 2 words, stunned for a full 5 seconds. Then, an indescribable chill and a sudden realization swept over his entire body. He understood. Chen Xing had done this on purpose. This is a bloody, hands-on training session. This will test the will, unity, and coping abilities of humanity on Earth in the face of a real alien threat. He suddenly looked up at the main screen. The despair in his eyes was replaced by an overwhelming sense of responsibility and determination. There's no turning back, I can only rely on myself. Commander! The brightness of the target warship's engine exhaust plumes has increased dramatically. The damaged area appears to be repairing rapidly. Energy readings are recovering quickly. It's expected they'll take action soon. The monitor's exclamation broke the brief silence. At this time, the repair work on the Bloodclaw pirates was also nearing completion. Boss. Main gun warm-up complete. Shield strength restored to 80%. The engine thrust is stable. Although the armor is tattered, it's more than enough to deal with these primitive people, the adjutant reported excitedly. Grally grinned maliciously. The compound I locked onto the blue star on the main screen, which looked like a pearl set in black velvet, and the most conspicuous metal structure in orbit, the Heavenly Court space station of the Yanhuan Kingdom. Excellent. Target, that biggest tin can. Bomb it. Let these frogs in a well hear the voice of the universe. Let them face the arrival of the Bloodclaws in terror. Griel's voice was filled with cruel excitement. The three space pirate ships spewed out eerie blue plasma streams from their sterns. It began to slowly adjust its posture, like a venomous snake locking onto its prey, approaching the orbit of Blue Star and the direction of the Heavenly Court space station. The largest, most rugged main gun at the bow, riddled with energy conduits. A blinding, destructive, eerie blue light began to gather. Target warship begins to move. Enemy main guns are charging. Target locked on Heavenly Space Station. At the highest command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom, the monitor screens were tinged with sobs. They're about to open fire. Their target is the Heavenly Court. John Ming cried out in a hoarse voice, his eyes wide with fury. There are also dozens of valuable astronauts on the space station. Top alert! Top alert for the entire planet. The Supreme Commander's voice boomed like thunder, resounding throughout the command center, and it was broadcast globally via emergency channels. This is not a drill. Repeat, the enemy is about to attack. All units, proceed according to plan. The entire planet was instantly engulfed by the piercing sound of air raid sirens. All countries, regardless of whether they were previously gripped by fear, chaos, or wishful thinking. At this moment, we all have to face the cold reality. War, a war from the stars, has arrived. Inside the Heavenly Space Station, the piercing alarm and flashing red light caused all the astronauts' hearts to stop. Space station shields activated at maximum power. Emergency orbit change procedure initiated. Everyone, hold your positions. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. The station master's voice roared over the loudspeaker. Outside the space station, a pale golden energy shield instantly expanded. It is more solid than ever before. This is precisely because of the upgraded technology provided by Chen Sang. At the same time, the Attitude engine spewed out a long flame to propel the massive space station through highly complex maneuvers. Other satellite platforms belonging to the Yanhuan Kingdom are located in the orbit of Blue Star. Whether it's a communications satellite, a reconnaissance satellite, or an experimental laser platform, as long as they are equipped with directed energy weapons, they will all change direction. A faint beam of energy began to lock onto the three pirate ships. On the ground, the long-range early warning radars of the Yanhuan Kingdom, distributed throughout the country, are operating at full power and locking onto alien targets. Land-based laser anti-satellite systems and electromagnetic railgun positions have all removed their camouflage. The cannon muzzle was raised, pointing towards the sky, and it entered firing standby mode. On the command channel, commanders at all levels spoke in grave, urgent voices, target locked. Await the order to fire. Shield energy output is stable. Energy intensity 100%. Trajectory change in progress, ballistic evasion calculation complete. Even though it is known that its effect may be limited. But this is the most stubborn response that the Yanhuan Kingdom can make when facing the claws of the stars. America, God, they're really going to attack. Where is our Freedom Star space station, the newly built space station, located? Calculate the trajectory immediately. Emergency trajectory change procedure initiated. Move away from the target, and try to contact the other party. Issue a warning. In the chaos, a secret order was also issued, attempt to bypass the Parliament lock. Activate the control system of certain tactical dirty devices that are buried deep underground and are theoretically locked up. Although the hope is slim, it is a struggle in despair. Great Bear Kingdom, all anti-defense systems are on high alert. If the target enters the atmosphere, intercept it at all costs. Supporting the Yanhuang space station, our laser platform is attempting to jam enemy ship sensors. The order also carried a sense of resolute determination, like burning one's boats. Europa, my God. This is insane. Contact. Keep contacting. Sending a surrender, no, a request for negotiation. Our space station personnel are evacuating the core module. Fear overwhelmed everything. Other smaller nations, mostly bewildered and praying, their power negligible in the face of interstellar threats. In a secret base in India, a country that has just experienced the destruction of its capital and the relocation of its capital to Mammoth City, several officers with fanatical eyes were attempting even more dangerous maneuvers. Quick! Try to crack the council access lock. Just one is enough. If a dirty bomb can be launched, it can prove to the world. Their whispers were filled with crazy and unrealistic fantasies, but all they received in response was a cold, red message on the console: permissions locked, access denied. The world is on edge. All eyes were focused on the 3 pirate ships that were slowly approaching on the orbit, their main guns shining brighter and brighter. Fear, despair, and a hint of anger at being used as an experimental subject by a more advanced civilization were spreading silently. The Bloodclaw Star pirate ship raider. Glary looked at the scanning screen. The Heavenly Court space station, which was trying to move clumsily, raised a faint energy shield, and numerous faint energy reactions that light up in the orbit of Blue Star. His compound eyes were filled with cruel mockery. "Ha, little bug, you think you can run away? You think you can fight back?" He licked his sharp fangs, the sound like metal scraping against metal. Main gun fully charged. Target the biggest metal can. Smash it. Let these primitive people know who truly rules this starry sky. The blue light emanating from the main gun on the bow suddenly intensified to its peak. The humming sound of converging energy seemed like the whisper of death, piercing through the cold space. Bridge of the Star Dome. Chen Xing took a big gulp of iced cola and sighed contentedly. He didn't care at all that potato chip crumbs were stuck to the corners of his mouth. He watched with great interest as Glary ordered the guns to fire. Watching the various countries of Earth, especially the Yanhuan Kingdom, fight with all their might to cope. Looking at the menacing main cannon, its destructive light poised to be unleashed. Yeah, this is much more exciting than watching a movie. He muttered to himself and grabbed another handful of sunflower seeds. The test has begun, everyone. Enjoy it. His eyes held a deep, cold, and calm gaze, like a deity overlooking a chessboard. Just as the Bloodclaw Star pirate ship's main cannon was about to unleash its terrifyingly blue light, the shadow of death loomed over the sky station at the critical moment. In the highest command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom, the eyes of the Supreme Commander were bloodshot. He slammed down the default red button on the control panel. He roared and gave the order: fire. Fire at full speed. Protect the Heavenly Court. The command was transmitted instantly via a quantum-encrypted channel. Blue Star synchronous orbit. Several doors on the main body of the Heavenly Court space station have been enhanced using Chen Xing's technology. The high-energy laser turret, originally designed to defend against space debris, suddenly turned its cannon around. Several green laser beams, traveling at the absolute speed of light, traversed a void spanning 100,000 kilometers. It struck the flickering energy shield on the bow of the raider with lightning speed and precision. Next, the Yanhuan Kingdom satellite platform orbiting the blue planet. All those equipped with laser weapons lit up their cannon muzzles. A dozen or so green laser beams, some thick and some thin, shot out like dense raindrops. They coalesced into an invisible, raging torrent of light, surging towards the Raider Star pirate ship. The hearts of everyone on the entire planet Blue Star who was watching this scene were in their throats. Countless eyes were glued to the screen. I pray that this first wave of counterattack by human civilization will be effective. However, buzz. The dozen or so laser beams struck the Raider's flickering energy shield instantly. It only stirred up slight ripples, like a pebble thrown into a deep pool. The pale blue shield light membrane rippled slightly. All the laser beams containing enormous energy were silently dispersed and absorbed. In the end, only a few faint spots of light remained due to the energy overload. It then quickly dimmed, without even a crack appearing. Ineffective. The attack was completely ineffective. At the Yanhuan Kingdom Command Center, the monitor's voice was filled with despair and tears. "Humph, are you tickling me?" On the bridge of the USS Marauder, Greeley saw this through the screen. A flicker of offended anger and a cruel sneer flashed in his compound eyes. "You ignorant little bug. You dare to make the first move. Tear it to shreds. Open fire." He roared and pressed the firing command that had been ready to be launched. The bluish-white orb of light condensed to its maximum intensity on the bow main gun of the Raider suddenly contracted. It then transformed into a thick pillar of light, nearly a meter in diameter, filled with an aura of destruction, tearing apart the dark universe. It shot towards the Heavenly Court space station. That's too fast. Faster than the limits of human reaction time. Inside the Heavenly Court space station, the piercing alarm was so sharp it almost tore my eardrums apart. Everyone was pinned to their seats by the immense overload. I watched helplessly as the deadly blue light outside the porthole rapidly magnified in my field of vision. Evasion ineffective. Shield at maximum power. All personnel immobilized. Immobilized. The station master's voice was hoarse with despair. All the astronauts in the command module instinctively closed their eyes. Gripping the handrail tightly, they awaited the inevitable destructive impact. The highest command center of the Yanhuang Kingdom. The main screen was completely dominated by a blinding blue and white light. Supreme Commander, Zhang Ming, all staff and personnel. Everyone held their breath, their hearts seemingly stopping. Many people closed their eyes in anguish. I cannot bear to see the pride of my homeland shattered into pieces in the starry sky. The live broadcast footage from command centers across all of the planet Earth. That blinding blue light filled the entire field of vision. Countless people gasped, screamed, or stared in disbelief with their mouths agape. The blue light instantly collided with the thin, pale gold energy shield surrounding the heavenly space station, a shield symbolizing hope. Boom! The surveillance footage was filled with a blindingly bright blue-white light. It instantly swallowed up the space station. The blue-white light lasted for a brief moment. As the light faded, the first technician in the command center opened his eyes. With unbelievable ecstasy and a trembling voice, he cried out, "Heaven! Heavenly Court! The Heavenly Court is still here! It's still here! The shield is broken. But the space station itself is intact." The Supreme Commander suddenly opened his eyes. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the main screen, and his heart almost stopped beating. The anticipated scene of the space station turning into cosmic dust did not occur. On the screen, the massive body of the Heavenly Court space station shook violently. The Attitude engine was frantically spewing flames to stabilize the Attitude, but the main structure was completely intact. What's going on? Zhang Ming was also stunned, his voice hoarse. Reverse. Slow down. Faster. The Supreme Commander practically shouted it out. The technician operated the equipment with trembling hands. Replay those few thrilling seconds at the slowest speed. The image clearly shows the destructive blue beam of light. After breaching the space station's shields, it did not directly attack the core module of Skycourt. Instead, it was from an extremely bizarre angle. It narrowly missed the edge of the space station's massive solar panels. The scorching heat instantly melted a large section of the edge of the windsurfing board. Debris flew everywhere, but the main body of the space station was completely unharmed. And the true point of impact for the derailed beam of destructive light. God! No! Desperate cries erupted from the U.S. command center. The blue beam of light that had deviated from its target seemed to have eyes. It hit with unparalleled precision. The enemy was moving far away from the combat zone. The United States' newly built space station, Freedom Star, is attempting to escape to a higher orbit. Boom! This time it was a clearly visible and violent explosion. The relatively small and exquisite space station, Freedom Star. Before this beam of destruction, they were as fragile as paper toys. It was instantly torn apart and melted by the violent energy. It transformed into a cloud of metal and flame debris that silently expanded and tumbled in the silent space, like a fleeting and tragic firework in the night sky. After a brief silence, the Yanhuan Command Center erupted in heavy breathing and barely suppressed gasps of relief after surviving the ordeal. You missed," a staff officer muttered to himself, his face still showing lingering fear. "It missed. It really missed. It hit the American space station." The other person looked at the wreckage on the screen with a complicated expression. The Supreme Commander watched as Heavenly Court escaped unscathed. First, I breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then they saw the terrible state of the American space station. His lips twitched involuntarily. He revealed an extremely complex and indescribable expression. A moment of silence for America's space station. He whispered to Zhang Ming beside him. They were both grateful for the survival of their space station. I also felt a sense of absurdity at this dramatic accidental injury. He quickly composed himself. Now was not the time for sentimentality. Zhang Ming's tense face relaxed, and he nodded. His eyes were filled with lingering fear. The Black House operations room in the United States was in complete chaos after a period of deathly silence. Fuck. The commander watched as his country's space station turned into fireworks. His eyes were bloodshot, and he slammed his fist hard on the table. Why were we hit? Yanhuang. It must be Yanhuan who did this. Parliament. Where's the parliamentary fleet? Get them out here. Get them out now. The commander of the Great Bear Kingdom stared at the screen, initially stunned. Then a wide grin spread across his face, revealing an undisguised schadenfreude. He muttered under his breath, "Serves you right. That damn beautiful woman." But then, the smile on his face froze. Because those 3 pirate ships did not stop their operations. At the Europa Joint Command Headquarters, there was a chaotic mix of exclamations and prayers. Inside the Tianting space station, the astronauts who had narrowly escaped death slumped in their seats. They were panting heavily, looking at each other's pale faces and cold sweat on their foreheads. His eyes were filled with confusion and lingering fear. For a brief moment, they really thought they were going to die. The bridge of the Bloodclaw Star pirate ship raider. The sneer on Glairy's face froze. His compound eyes were fixed on the unscathed Heavenly Court space station on the main screen, and in the distance, a tiny plume of fireworks belonging to the American Star of Freedom. Useless trash. Idiot. Are your eyes on your bladder? Glairy's roar shook the entire bridge. His enormous, carapace-like body swelled with rage. The seams of the dark red nail plates emitted a scorching heat. He grabbed a lizard-like space pirate who was in charge of operating the main cannon. Its sharp claws almost dug into the opponent's scales, pointing to the unscathed heavenly space station on the main screen and the blinding fireball in the distance. Such a big tin can. You missed it. And it even hit that little one in the back. I want the big one. The big one. Are you wasting my energy? The lizard pirate, caught in the trap, was so frightened that its scales stood on end. He stammered in protest, Boss, I'm innocent. Parameters. All firing parameters are set clearly. They're aiming for that big target. I don't know why, it was just a tiny bit off. It really has nothing to do with me. The vibrations caused by engine damage may have interfered with the gun mount stabilizer. Or perhaps it's a consequence of spatial turbulence. His voice was filled with grievance and fear. It frantically pulled up the operation log, which indeed showed that all processes were flawless. Growly looked at his genuine fear and the operation log. A furious roar stuck in his throat. He tossed the lizard pirate aside like trash, and the latter crashed heavily onto the control panel. Greel's chest heaved violently, and wisps of heat rose from the cracks in his broken carapace. The compound eyes flashed a dangerous red light as they swept over the silent space pirates on the bridge. A sharp claw instinctively reached for the energy pistol at the waist. I wish I could kill this incompetent guy right now. But then he saw his already sparsely populated subordinates on the bridge, all of them wounded. He forcibly suppressed his murderous intent towards the two equally dilapidated escort ships. We are currently short-staffed and cannot afford any further reductions in personnel. Useless trash. If there's a next time, I'll stuff you into the reactor as fuel. He breathed heavily, his compound eyes locking onto the blue planet once more. He glanced again at the intact Heavenly Court space station. Fire another shot? The thought was rejected as soon as it crossed his mind. The main gun consumes a huge amount of energy to charge. More than half of the ship's stored energy and supplies have been depleted during the previous space turbulence and repairs. To deal with a primitive space station whose shields were destroyed by a single shot. Wasting precious energy? Not worth it. Damn it. Growlier spat. Forget it. Fighting this little thing is a waste of my energy. In his view, although the shot had missed its mark, but one space station was still destroyed, albeit a small one. That's enough to intimidate these primitive insects. The objective has been achieved. A cruel and contemptuous sneer reappeared on Growly's face. It's lucky. Let's go straight down. Conquer this planet. The primitive creatures above were all our slaves. The resources were all our spoils. That lousy space station will be our new toy once we control the planet. Pass the order. His voice echoed through the communication channel. Bonehook, Bloodblade. Follow the raider. Engines at maximum power. Target planetary surface. Charge down. Crush them. Roar. The remaining space pirates on the bridge let out bloodthirsty howls. Fear was completely dispelled by greed. 3 battered but still ferocious star pirate ships. The deep blue plasma tail suddenly erupted to its maximum. They abandoned their attack on the orbital target, like 3 burning meteorites. With unstoppable momentum, it charged straight into the atmosphere of Earth. Yanhuang Kingdom Command Center. The Supreme Commander saw that the pirate ships had abandoned their attack on the space station and were instead re-entering the atmosphere. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally mostly at ease. Command the Heavenly Court to immediately execute the highest priority orbit-changing procedure. Evacuate from the combat airspace. Proceed to the designated safe flight path and await further instructions. He quickly gave the order, his voice much calmer. Then, he took a deep breath and pressed a conspicuous black button in front of him. Instantly, the air raid siren blared with an extreme chill. Through a nationwide broadcasting system, its voice resounded to every corner of the land of Yanhuang. Cities, villages, factories, schools, piercing alarms shattered the tranquility of daily life. National alert! National alert! Unidentified extraterrestrial armed forces have been detected breaking through the atmosphere. All citizens, please immediately seek refuge in the nearest air raid shelter or underground space. Repeat, this is not a drill. Evacuate immediately. The broadcast was cold and urgent, carrying an undeniable sense of urgency. The Supreme Commander's gaze swept across the global situation map, watching those 3 red dots, representing death, rapidly plummet towards the blue planet. The image of that accidentally deflected, deadly beam of light flashed through his mind. The word test flashed across the cold screen of the communicator. That stroke of genius shot that went astray just now could not possibly be a coincidence. It's Chen Sang. Only he possesses the ability to control the destructive beam of light silently. This is indeed a test. A bloody but precisely controlled practical training session. Having figured this out, the last trace of panic in the Supreme Commander's eyes completely disappeared. Instead, there is a rock-solid calmness and an eagle-like decisiveness. Chen Xing will not allow the core strength of Yan Huan to be destroyed, but we won't easily step in and solve all their problems. What will be tested is their will, wisdom, and ability to act when facing real threats from space. So that's how it is. This is the test. He muttered to himself, a faint, almost defiant smile playing on his lips. Comrade Chen Xing, you just wait and see. Yan Huan will never let you down. We accept this live-fire exercise. Once he understood all of this, his entire demeanor changed dramatically. From the previous tension and anxiety, he became as calm and sharp as a drawn sword. Zhang Ming. His voice was loud and powerful. Execute according to the Level 1 National Defense Contingency Plan. All air defense forces, aerospace forces, and ground forces are ordered to enter maximum combat readiness. Guide the public to evacuate. Notify all nations of the Federation that alien invaders are preparing to penetrate the atmosphere of Earth. Since the target is unclear, let them each prepare their defenses. As for the parliamentary fleet, he paused, a hint of amusement in his voice. Tell them we are doing our best to contact them, but for now, please take care of yourselves. The orders were communicated clearly, decisively, and systematically. The entire command center was under his leadership. They quickly emerged from the initial chaos and despair. It operates efficiently, filled with a tense and desperate atmosphere of fighting to the death. The Blue Star Federation channel was instantly flooded with SOS messages and questions from various countries. The roar of the United States Supreme Commander almost shattered the communicator. Yan Huan, what are you waiting for? Bring out the Parliament's fleet. Immediately. Right now. The aliens are coming down. Do you want to kill everyone? The Marshal of the Great Bear Kingdom also said in a deep voice, Comrade Supreme Commander. Now is not the time to hide. We must urge parliamentary intervention. Our ground-based air defense forces will fully cooperate. The Europa representative's voice trembled with tears. We request parliamentary intervention. Immediately. Immediately. Yan Huan Kingdom. Fulfill your duties as overseers. Activate the parliamentary fleet. India, new provisional government of India. Yan Huan. Hurry. Get the council to eliminate them. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Faced with a flood of questions and pleas, the responses from the spokespersons for the foreign and military affairs of the Yan Huan Kingdom were unusually unified and calm. To reiterate, we are making every effort to contact the Star Sea Council, but have not yet received a clear response. Alien weapons are about to break through the atmosphere, and the threat is imminent. All countries are urged to immediately activate the highest level of homeland defense, evacuate their populations, and fight the invaders with all their might. To reiterate, until we receive a response from Parliament, we must first rely on our own strength for defense. This reply was like ice water poured over my head. This has utterly dashed the hopes of all countries that were clinging to hope and expecting their parliamentary daddy to save the day. Panic spread like a plague across the entire planet. On city streets, people ran in panic amidst the piercing sirens. People flocked to subway stations, underground parking garages, and air raid shelters. Traffic on the highway was completely paralyzed, with horns blaring, cries, and curses filling the air. In the countryside, people would take their families and hide in cellars or forests. In the sky, 3 alien warships with long, fiery tails and menacing designs stood, like a messenger announcing the end of the world, under the gaze of countless terrified, upward-looking eyes. Piercing through the clouds, the view became increasingly clear, and they headed straight for their chosen target areas. Their fangs are finally about to pierce the flesh and blood of the blue planet. Within the territory of the Yan Huan Kingdom, under the calm command of the Supreme Commander and with thorough prior preparations. Although the public has only just learned the full picture of the incident and is in a state of high tension. However, social order did not collapse. Instead, the evacuation proceeded in a stable and orderly manner. The National Defense Mobilization Mechanism was quickly activated. The National War System is operating with unprecedented efficiency and is in a state of war preparedness. Countless anti-aircraft missile silos opened, and high-energy laser turrets rose into the air. The electromagnetic railgun position is poised to fire, awaiting those 3 fireballs from the stars. On the bridge of the Star Dome, Chen Xing contentedly finished the last sip of his iced cola, watching the fiery trails created by friction as the Grally fleet plunged into the atmosphere on the screen, and the robust defense network on Earth, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Lesson 1, Feel Fear. Lesson 2, Let's begin. 3 battered but ferocious pirate ships. It trailed a hot, scorching trail created by friction from its high-speed entry into the atmosphere, like 3 meteorites burning with hellfire. Under the watchful gaze of countless terrified eyes on Earth, it tore apart the azure sky. During the intrusion, the space pirates were not idle. Shipborne detectors are like greedy tongues. They frantically devoured the information deluge of this strange planet. Radio waves, network signals, urban heat source distribution, energy network nodes. Everything is greedily scanned, analyzed, and recorded. However, all the information about the Star Council, the supervision fleet, key information regarding the orbital behemoth and the new Sundari incident, just before accessing the Star Pirate database. It was then quietly erased or replaced by harmless noise by the invisible barrier set up by Pangu. The space pirates only saw the official announcements from various countries, public information that has been detainted in carefully falsified historical data. Leader: an octopus-shaped technologist in charge of intelligence analysis. Several tentacles danced and left after images on the control panel. An incredulous light shone in his compound eyes. This planet is so strange. Strangeness. Growly's compound eyes flashed with a fierce light. Speak. Incredible. The tech officer's voice trembled with a hint of disbelief at his shattered understanding. The scan shows that on this Type I civilized planet, there are nearly 200 independent political entities. Nearly 200. The bridge fell into a deathly silence. Even the roar of the engines seemed to have subsided. The space pirates looked at each other in bewilderment. The faces with compound eyes, simple eyes, or covered in scales are all etched with absurdity. 200. Growly's enormous compound eyes widened, and scorching heat emanated from the gaps in its carapace. Are you sure the detector wasn't damaged? Absolutely accurate, Chief. A total of 195. The technologist pulled up the comparison data. We have plundered no fewer than 10 level 1 civilizations, and there are many more recorded in the exploration database. I've never seen a planet split apart like this. Those civilizations that can break free from their planet, which of them hasn't been internally integrated down to just a few, or even a single, powerful entity? Resources are limited. The more countries there are, the more dispersed the power becomes, and the more serious the internal friction. Want to reach for the stars? Dream on. Most civilizations have fewer than 10 countries at the first level, and those with more than 30 are extremely rare. This is an absolute cosmic freak. They've spread out into 200 groups, and they've still managed to develop into a level 1 civilization. Growly's thick claws slammed heavily against the edge of the control panel, producing a dull thud. Chaos, inefficiency, and fragmented resources. This does not align with his understanding of the development of civilization. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. How could such a fragmented system develop an orbital space station and an energy shield in such a short time? No, this is too unusual. He was cruel by nature but cautious enough, especially after suffering a great loss. Investigate again. He growled, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hesitation. Damn, this place is weird. Investigate further. Dig deep into their global network and all their databases. Let's see how they developed. A level 1 civilization, doesn't it take several hundred standard years or more to develop? How did they achieve such speed? Is there some advanced civilization pulling the strings behind the scenes? Check for any unusual technological breakthroughs. Are there any extraordinary individuals or inexplicable technological leaps that have occurred? The focus is on the unusual events of the last few dozen years on Earth. A chill mixed with greed surged into his heart. An experimental field of an advanced civilization? That's a forbidden place. If you touch it, you might die without even knowing how. The technician's tentacles danced across the control panel. Soon, they retrieved the key information they had discovered. Leader. Historical records show that their technological breakthroughs were concentrated in the last century. Several key nodes appeared, and an exceptionally outstanding scientist whose theoretical breakthroughs far surpassed his time. Especially this country called Yanhuang. Their scientists' average intelligence and groundbreaking achievements. This is simply not something a level 1 civilization should have. They are even stronger than some of the core scientists of a Type 2 civilization that we have seen. Could this be the root cause of their rapid development? Growly carefully reviewed the filtered information. Eyes were drawn to Einstein, Newton, and Terrible. The text also mentions the names and achievements of several top scientists from the Chinese nation in modern times. Pangu's meticulously fabricated history of a flash of genius eased his furrowed brows slightly. Superior intelligence? Genetic mutation? The universe is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps this race called humanity is just a little smarter. His doubts lessened slightly, but a trace of unease remained. Then this Yanhuan kingdom has such strength. Why not annex those weak insect kingdoms in the surrounding area? Wouldn't development be faster if we unified the planet and concentrated resources? Did they commit a foolish act of kindness? Or are there some constraints we haven't discovered? Finally, looking at the relatively concentrated but clearly scattered resource points within the territory of the Yanhuan Kingdom, and the historical record of countries still fighting each other, Grally snorted heavily. Never mind. If it were really an experimental field, those administrators would have appeared long ago. I'm going to have this planet. Once I become the ruler of this planet, I will naturally help them unify. He stared at the area on the screen labeled Yanhuan Kingdom, his compound eyes gleaming with intense light. As long as I subdue them and make them serve Bloodclaw, this will be my greatest asset in making a comeback. His crimson compound eyes swept across the global map. 3 targets were identified as the most symbolic and capable of intimidating the entire planet. The capital of the Yanhuan Kingdom, the power center of this yellow-skinned race, possessing the strongest technological capabilities and also the fiercest resistance. Taking this place is tantamount to breaking the spine of this planet. They can also seize the most concentrated technological resources and potential highly intelligent slaves. St. Walton, the United States, the military command center of this once most vocal nation. Destroying it would be one of the symbols that would completely shatter the old world order. Europa Union headquarters, the headquarters of the Union covering the major developed countries of the old world. Destroying this place would be tantamount to declaring the collective fall of all developed Western countries. It can deter most countries on the entire planet. Divide the troops into 3 groups. Grally made a decision instantly, his voice echoing across the communication channel. Bone Hook. Target the white hexagonal building complex on the largest island continent on the western side of the planet. Take down their self-righteous command center. Blood Blade. Target the western side of the continent in the middle of the planet. That so-called joint command cobbled together from several small countries. Let these huddled insects know what despair truly is. I'll go and meet that Yanhuan myself. Target their core lair in the eastern part of their planet. Raider, charge. The 3 space pirate ships suddenly separated. Like 3 poison daggers, they plunged fiercely into their respective hearts. Command centers of various countries on Earth. Seeing that the alien warships had split up, a sudden surge of ecstasy rose from his despair. They've separated. They've separated. In the Black House operations room of the United States, the commander almost jumped up. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the light spot representing the bone hook. Opportunity. Concentrate all forces. Shoot it down. Let it fall on its way to the Pentagon. The United States also mobilized all its domestic air defense forces. The land-based Aegis systems deployed in various locations are launching missiles in a frenzy. The missile defense system foolishly attempted a terminal high-altitude intercept. Various advanced fighter jet groups launched wave after wave of attacks under the command of early warning aircraft. Even strategic bombers that took off urgently joined the ranks of those dropping precision-guided bombs. The sirens blared throughout the North American Air Defense Identification Zone. The Europa Joint Command was also in a state of excitement amidst the chaos. They only have 1 ship coming to us. Mobilize all of Europe's air defenses. Target that approaching alien warship with every available weapon. European countries coordinated their air defense systems, launching countless anti-aircraft missiles into the air. Fighter jets scrambled to intercept the enemy, using both high-wind and straight-wind tactics. Ground-based anti-aircraft guns and high-energy lasers also joined the frenzy of anti-aircraft fire. The Great Bear Kingdom chose to attack the Blood Blade, sending various large missiles into the air to the battlefield. Other smaller countries also joined the fight. The highest command center of the Yanhuan Kingdom. The Supreme Commander stared at the raider hurtling towards the capital on the screen, his eyes heavy with determination. While splitting up the forces may alleviate the pressure on individual points, this ferocious beast's target is the capital. Order! His voice was steady and powerful, penetrating the tense atmosphere in the command center. Execute according to the Black Tortoise contingency plan. All air defenses nationwide, saturation attack. Air Force, scramble and intercept. At all costs, slow them down and deplete their shield energy. The command was transmitted across the defense network instantly. In an instant, countless missile silo covers burst open amidst the mountains and plains across the country. The vehicle-mounted electromagnetic railgun array raises its thick, long cannon barrel. Laser turrets deployed on the city's highest points and atop buildings glowed with deadly red dots. In the air, swarms of advanced fighter jets resembled a swarm of bees leaving their hive. It roared into the sky, rushing towards the shadow of death descending from above. A dense swarm of drones followed closely behind, like moths committing suicide. On the bridge of the Marauder, Grallier watched as a massive barrage of fire erupted below, far exceeding his previous expectations. A hint of surprise flashed in his compound eyes, which quickly turned into deep disdain. Humph. Bugs are bugs. No matter how many there are, they're just annoying flies. He grinned maliciously, not even bothering to adjust his evasive posture. Full shield activation. Close-range defense system activated. Let's crush them. The dark blue energy shield instantly enveloped the entire warship, making it even more solid. At the same time, the densely packed close-in weapon turrets on all parts of the ship popped out like a hedgehog. It spews out a dense barrage of high-speed bullets and precise intercepting laser beams. The sky instantly transformed into a hellish fireworks display. The long-range supersonic missile swarm launched by the Yanhuan Kingdom rushed toward its target like an angry swarm of bees. However, it was detonated in midair by a precise laser interception beam when it was still several kilometers away from the Marauder. It transformed into expanding fireballs and scattered fragments of cloud. Like fireworks that burst prematurely during a festival, they futilely illuminated the warship's cold armor. A few highly maneuverable missiles, like cunning venomous snakes, using the terrain and the cover of friendly aircraft, they narrowly broke through the laser interception network. With a death wish, they crashed violently into the Marauder's dark blue shield. Boom, boom, boom. The intense explosion and flames instantly engulfed a small area of the shield's surface. However, as the firelight dissipated, the pale blue light membrane only rippled violently a few times. Like a deep pool where a boulder has been thrown in, it rippled with energy overload and flashes of light, before quickly returning to stability. Apart from a slight decrease in shield energy readings, the ship itself was completely undamaged. Immediately following were powerful electromagnetic railgun shells launched from ground positions. These ultra-high-speed metal projectiles tore through the air and slammed into the shield with a piercing shriek. Thump, thump, thump. The dull, drum-like roar seemed to strike the hearts of every Yanhuan warrior below. The shield's surface was dented deeply by the impact, then bounced back sharply. It generates energy ripples more violently than a missile explosion, like a torrential downpour hitting a tough rubber membrane. Ripples spread, and the shield's light flickered, but it still wasn't breached. A swarm of drones, resembling a beehive, attempts to approach and launch close-range attacks or suicide strikes. However, the Marauder's hull features those rapidly rotating close-in weapon turrets. Like the scythe of death, it weaves an impenetrable storm of metal and a net of death beams. Faced with an absolute technological gap, the advanced drones of the Yanhuan Kingdom are as fragile as paper kites. Drones were repeatedly shot down in mid-air, turning into burning fireballs that fell to the ground. As the laser swept across, they were like a swarm of mosquitoes that had been set ablaze, instantly turning to ashes and scattering away. The few that managed to break through the fire net only caused negligible ripples when they crashed into the shields. The latest and most advanced 6th-generation aerospace fighter jets bravely launched their attack. They launched air-to-air missiles and airborne lasers, carrying out desperate kamikaze attacks. The only thing that can cause continuous and effective energy consumption to the shield. It is a high-energy laser cannon site deployed in a strategic location across the country and enhanced by Chen Seng's technology. A series of scorching green beams of light continuously bombarded the same area of the shield. The eerie blue light there noticeably dimmed, and the energy readings dropped at a visible rate. However, this rate of decline is relative to the total energy reserves of the Marauder shields, and considering the speed of its recovery, it's a drop in the ocean. According to Pangu's real-time calculations, even if all the laser cannons continuously irradiate the warships as they arrive over the capital, the warships will still be able to reach the capital. It can only deplete about 40% of the opponent's shield energy at most. Report: all attacks have minimal effect. Missiles and electromagnetic cannons cannot penetrate the shield. Air power suffered heavy losses. Laser weapons are draining shield energy, too slow. The hoarse, desperate voice of the frontline commander came through the communications channel. The Supreme Commander stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the command center. We can already see that black dot on the edge of the sky, getting closer and closer, emitting an ominous blue light. The piercing air raid sirens blared throughout the city. Commander, the target is expected to arrive over the core area of Beijing in 7 minutes. Evacuate immediately. Zhang Ming's voice carried an unprecedented urgency. The Supreme Commander turned around abruptly. His gaze swept over the young, resolute faces in the command center, faces that couldn't hide their tension. Execute Candle Dragon Plan. Command transferred to the underground backup command post. All personnel, evacuate immediately according to the predetermined route. Once the order was given, the well-trained personnel immediately sprang into action. Shut down core equipment and remove important data. They evacuated in an orderly manner through the designated passageway. The Supreme Commander was under the protection of Zhang Ming and his elite guards. They quickly boarded a specially designed armored command vehicle with a heavy exterior and some protection against EMP and energy shocks. Amidst the piercing sirens, the convoy departed the command center and merged into the traffic flow in the underground passage. Inside the vehicle, the Supreme Commander stared at the approaching death dot on the screen, and a slow progress bar representing the shield's energy consumption. His brow furrowed. Conventional weapons are like scratching an itch through a boot, while lasers consume energy too slowly. If this continues, the capital will inevitably suffer a severe blow. He must find a way. Chen Xing's test was by no means intended to leave them to sit and wait for their doom. His mind raced, recalling all the information Chen Xing had provided about extraterrestrial civilizations, recalling every trump card held by the Yanhuang kingdom, an extremely bold, almost insane idea. Like lightning in the darkness, it suddenly flashed through his mind. His hand instinctively reached for the cold, silver communicator at his waist. Just as the supreme commander of the Yanhuang kingdom was racking his brains for a way to break the deadlock inside the armored vehicle, the other two space pirate ships also arrived at their respective target airspace with unstoppable force. America, above the hexagon. The massive shadow of the bone hook loomed over the white-roofed building, a symbol of power and military might. Below, the last anti-aircraft firepower was making a futile struggle. The flashes of missiles and artillery shells exploding on the shield sounded like the dying cries of a dying man. Europa, near Brussels, above the Europa Joint Space Command and its iconic buildings. The Blood Blade hovered, its cold cannons overlooking the chaotic city below, and the hastily assembled, yet seemingly insignificant, Joint Defense Force. 7 minutes passed in the blink of an eye over the capital city of Yanhuang. The Marauder hovered thousands of meters in the air, like a demon god descended to Earth. The dark blue shield was continuously illuminated by dense laser beams below. The light was much dimmer than when it first entered the atmosphere, but it still protected the ship's hull impenetrably. Inside the bridge, Growly looked down at the magnificent and bustling human city below, watching those humans fleeing and hiding like ants. He heard a report coming through the communication channel that the other two warships were also in position. A sense of triumph, like that of a conqueror, welled up inside me. He grinned, revealing a cruel yet satisfied smile through his large, tooth-filled mouth. Full band broadcast. Maximum power. Growly gave the final order to the communications officer. His voice came through the Marauder's powerful communications array. It instantly overwhelmed all electromagnetic signals on Earth. Like a thunderclap, it resounded in every corner of the blue planet, on every still operating receiving device. Listen up, you inferior beings on Earth. A cold, hoarse voice, filled with an inhuman quality and absolute pressure. It exploded directly on all radio stations, television, the internet, and even military communication channels. Countless people who were taking refuge, resisting, and praying were instantly frozen by this voice from the stars. I am Grary, leader of the Bloodclaw Pirates. The sound proclaimed, each syllable like metal scraping against glass. It was tinged with undisguised contempt and cruelty. Your feeble resistance is as laughable as dust. Your pathetic struggle can end now. Inside the underground command vehicle, the supreme commander of the Yanhuan kingdom calmly looked at the huge shadow hovering over the capital city on the screen. Zhang Ming's expression remained calm, though a fine bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. But he remained calm, his gaze quickly sweeping over the equally tense yet determined faces of the other staff members in the car. This planet, along with all the life, resources, and your pitiful civilization. Griel's voice was like a death sentence. From this moment on, the Bloodclaw Pirates will officially take over. Deep underground in the United States. Inside the Emergency Command Center codenamed Granite, the Supreme Commander slumped in his chair, his expensive suit soaked with sweat. His tie was askew, his eyes were unfocused, and his lips were trembling. He muttered to himself, "It's over, it's all over, God has abandoned us." The chief of staff next to him tried to support him, but he himself was trembling slightly. Looking at the bone hook hovering above the ruins of the hexagon on the screen, all that remained in my eyes was boundless fear. Inside the underground bunker of the Europa Joint Command, a deathly silence fell. The generals were ashen-faced, and several female clerks began to sob quietly, unable to contain their emotions. The blood blade hovering above the headquarters was like the sword of Damocles. This completely extinguished their last shred of hope. I command. Growly's voice suddenly rose, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. All political entities that call themselves nations must immediately and unconditionally cease all acts of attack. Surrender all military command and administrative authority. Disarm all forces. On a street in Beijing, a little boy is being held tightly in his mother's arms. Through the narrow observation port of the air raid shelter, they stared in terror at the enormous warship in the sky that emitted a faint blue light. Its small body trembled like a leaf falling in the autumn wind. The mother used all her strength to shield him beneath her, tears streaming silently down her face. His eyes held an unfathomable despair and an infinite sorrow for his child's future. All of you so-called commanders, immediately report to the nearest location/location. Surrender at the designated takeover point by Bloodclaw. Accept the rule of the Great Bloodclaw. The commander of the Great Bear Kingdom slammed his fist heavily on the control panel, producing a dull thud. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was breathing heavily as he roared at the screen, "Surrender? Surrender to these beasts? No way." But he looked at the dot on the screen that represented Bloodblade. Then he looked at the air defense positions within his own country, which were also on high alert but were vastly outmatched in strength. A tremendous sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him instantly, making his subsequent roars hoarse. "This is your only way to survive." Growly's voice was filled with condescending arrogance. In the basement of the mammoth provisional government of India, several officers looked at each other in bewilderment. His eyes gleamed with madness and a sliver of morbid hope. "The receiving point, surrender, maybe we can survive." One of them whispered in a trembling voice, recalling the giant pit in New Delhi. "Those who dare to disobey, those who refuse to surrender." Growly's voice suddenly turned like a bone-scraping steel knife, filled with destructive pleasure. "The fireworks just now are a perfect example." He was referring to the sight of the American Freedom Star space station instantly turning into cosmic dust. "The next shot will wipe out your proud lair. It will completely evaporate your city from the earth." This final threat, like a chilling wind from hell, swept across every corner of the blue planet. Choose: insects, live as slaves to Bloodclaw, or turn into dust of the universe. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication was abruptly cut off. All that remained was a suffocating silence and a piercing busy signal across the entire frequency band. Inside the underground command vehicle in the Yanhuan kingdom, a deathly silence enveloped the small space. There was only the deep hum of the engine and the faint sound of airflow from the ventilation system. The staff officers looked resolute, their eyes fixed on the Supreme Commander, awaiting his decision. The Supreme Commander closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, all hesitation had vanished, leaving only a rock-solid calm and a resolute determination. The word test was etched into Chen Xing's heart like a brand. Surrender? Absolutely not. Even without Chen Xing, the backbone of the Chinese people will not bend under the guns of space pirates. Li Ming, his voice was deep and clear, carrying an undeniable power. Initiate the second phase of Project Candle Dragon. Target the core energy node of the alien warship's shield. Received, Li Ming replied quickly. The second phase of Candle Dragon has been initiated. The high-energy laser array is being coordinated and networked. The target has been locked. Estimated energy storage time, 3 minutes. The Supreme Commander's gaze swept over Zhang and the other staff officers. Order all air defense positions to carry out a full-scale saturation attack. Launch all the small and medium-sized missiles, and keep all the large and larger missiles on standby. Keep the attacks from electromagnetic railguns, anti-aircraft guns, and other weapons going. Continue to harass and exhaust the enemy's energy and ammunition. Air Force units are implementing tactical plan before swarm drones. Disrupt its sensor array at all costs. By sometime 4, Candle Dragon. I simply don't believe that warship has so much energy and supplies that it can't use them all. Yes, came a neat and firm response from inside the vehicle. The staff officer's fingers flew across the control panel, quickly relaying instructions. Despite knowing that conventional weapons would be of little use, their mission now is no longer to destroy, but to wear down. America, Granite Command Center. Griel's voice echoed in the confined space, carrying a destructive pressure. The commander's face was deathly pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He stared intently at the bone hook hovering above the hexagon on the screen. A staff officer beside him said in a hoarse, desperate voice, "Sir, our air defenses are completely ineffective. That shield is simply beyond our ability to break. Saint Wharton is right under its cannon." Another hawkish officer slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot. "We cannot surrender. Surrender means national subjugation and annihilation. Let the bone hook fire. We still have." He was stopped before he could finish speaking by the commander's tired and desperate gaze. The commander looked at the heat map on the screen showing a simulated crowd fleeing in panic around the hexagon. He closed his eyes in anguish, and when he opened them again, all that remained was the humiliation and despair. Contact Europa and Yanhuan. No, try to directly connect to that alien signal. Tell them, the United States requests negotiations. We need time to consider. His voice was almost inaudible at the end, and every word felt like a knife cutting into his heart. Europa, Underground Joint Command. This place is in complete chaos. The French representative, his face ashen, roared rapidly into the communicator in French. Surrender? Surrender to space pirates? That's a disgrace to civilization. But resistance. God, what can we use to resist? We don't even have our core dirty weapons. Disgrace? Look outside. Look at that warship. What can we use to resist? Should we try to ram its shield with chivalry? The representative of the country spoke in a hoarse voice, filled with pessimism. Perhaps, temporary surrender can preserve strength. John Bull, rubbing his throbbing temples, said in a hoarse voice, "Contact Yanhuang. They'll definitely find a way." Where's Parliament? Where the damned parliamentary fleet is. The Italian representative completely broke down, hysterically shouting, "Surrender. We must surrender. Contact it. Contact that monster now. We accept the terms." We surrender power. Hurry! The sounds of arguing, panicked whispers, and desperate sighs mingled together. The so-called alliance seemed so fragile and ridiculous at this moment. Finally, the main guns of the Bloodblade began to charge. The eerie blue light shone through the monitor screen, illuminating the entire underground bunker under terrifying pressure. The European Union representative delivered a humiliating broadcast in a trembling voice. The Europa Union requests a cessation of hostilities. We are willing to negotiate surrender terms. The voice was filled with resentment and fear. Around the world, the chaos and vacuum of orders instantly ignited even greater panic. In parts of the United States, some desperate people even began storming shops and warehouses, and chaos began to spread. Two opposing marches, one against the war and the other in favor of surrender, broke out in several European cities, resulting in clashes between police and civilians. Within the territory of Yanhuan Kingdom, although order was relatively stable, a sense of panic still permeated among the lower classes. Air raid sirens and the immense sense of oppression from above are a persistent nightmare. Inside an underground air raid shelter in Beijing, an elderly man with white hair held his grandson's hand tightly, his cloudy eyes staring at the top of the air raid shelter. It was as if you could see through the thick concrete to the alien warship. He murmured softly, as if praying, or perhaps reaffirming his faith. Don't be afraid, child, we are descendants of Yan and Huang, our backbone cannot be broken. Bridge of the Marauder. Gralier looked down at the city below, now shrouded in deathly silence, with a smug sense of triumph. A cruel, excited glint flashed in his compound eyes. The communications officer reported to Chief, most of the global attacks have ceased. Only the Yanhuang region is still putting up a full-scale resistance and interference. Humph, stubborn fool. Grally sneered. After I've dealt with the other two places, I'll slowly deal with them. Let them suffer in fear for a while longer. He enjoyed the feeling of being in control of life and death. Boss. The octopus-shaped technical officer suddenly spoke in a puzzled voice. The energy readings in the target Yanhuang region are a bit strange. The attack patterns of those ground-based laser cannons have changed. They are focusing their illumination on several very specific points. Moreover, we detected a peculiar energy convergence fluctuation, which was extremely weak. But the frequency is very high, unlike their conventional weapons. A flicker of wariness crossed Grilly's compound eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. It's just a dying trick. What waves can a toy of a first-level civilization make? Keep monitoring. Once I've dealt with the other two bugs, I'll come back and crush the slightly tougher ant. He ignored the technician's warnings and turned his attention to the other two battlefields. He was eager to witness the complete collapse or surrender of the other two nests under his command. Inside the underground command vehicle of the Yanhuan Kingdom. Report. Candle Dragon energy storage complete at 85%. The staff officer's voice carried a hint of tense excitement. The Supreme Commander stared intently at the screen. Several spots of light, representing the core energy nodes of the Raider shield, have become unusually bright due to continuous laser illumination. And next to it, a barely perceptible special signal marker indicating that the Candle Dragon weapon system is gathering energy. His heart pounded heavily in his chest, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But his eyes were unusually bright, burning with a desperate flame. Zhang Ming. His voice was low and resolute, carrying a sense of desperation. Notify the Dragon Abyss Squad to prepare for action. Once a gap appears in the shield, that's when they'll strike. Candle Dragon is about to open its eyes. The aerospace fighter jet carries the Dragon Abyss Special Operations Team, composed of genetically enhanced warriors. Like a venomous snake lying in wait, they were already lurking in the hidden airspace outside the capital. The Yanhuang's counterattack, a desperate, all-or-nothing strike, is about to bare its fangs in the darkness of despair.